The most exceptional hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. Jiang Li awoke from her intoxicated slumber to find a stranger, a university student, lying beside her. The young man was impeccably clean, exuding an air of noble restraint. From that moment on, Jiang Li embarked on a daily routine of pursuing and indulging him. Clothes, shoes, and hats were merely the beginning. Luxury cars and opulent residences were merely a given. To win his affection, she even took to the stage herself, acting alongside him. Yet, the playful demeanor of the fair-skinned youth suggested he was relishing this cat-and-mouse game, where escape seemed impossible. Eventually, he succumbed, proposing, shall we marry? But the marriageophobic Jiang Li had her own strategies, employing all means necessary to evade such a commitment. 2 years later, riding the coattails of a mysterious benefactor she had never met, Jiang Li's career flourished spectacularly. At a celebratory banquet, the benefactor cornered her in the restroom. The sound of water splashed in the bathroom. The five-star suite was resplendent in its luxury. The scent from the unburned candle wafted through the air, mingling with the fragrance of rose petals strewn across the floor, carelessly scattered garments bearing witness to the fervor of the prior night. Jiang Li found herself engulfed in the soft embrace of the grand bed, cautiously peeling back the covers to reveal her nakedness. A wave of dizziness washed over her, prompting a desperate closure of her eyes. As a seasoned agent with 5 years of experience, she had attended countless banquets, fending off a parade of eager suitors akin to a river teeming with fish. Yet, she had always maintained her composure. She could play the game, but anything beyond mere pretense was out of the question. It was not that she feigned superiority, rather, her views were quite liberal. Perhaps, after years in the industry, she had grown weary of those who chased fame and fortune. In her perspective, everything in this world was up for negotiation. With sufficient leverage, even life and death could be bartered, let alone the elusive notion of love. Jiang Li understood the importance of cutting her losses in a timely manner. She realized that no amount of rumination on how she had ended up in this predicament would be productive. The priority was to resolve the matter swiftly. She quickly reviewed the faces of potential suitors from the previous evening's banquet in her mind, assessing their worth. They were all unfamiliar faces. Newcomers seldom stirred any significant trouble. Wrapping herself in the covers, she swung her legs over the side of the bed, only to be met with a sharp pain that nearly caused her to stumble. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself, though memories surged like a tide. Everything except the young man's appearance and how they had become entangled remained vividly clear. She recalled being carried into the room, the young man guiding her from the carpet to the sofa, then to the bathroom, and finally to the expansive bed. Jiang Li smirked at the memory. It had been quite the spectacle. Pausing, she placed a sum of money on the bedside table, considering it a token of her appreciation for the young man. Hopefully, he would be wise enough to forget the events of the previous night. As she stealthily searched for her clothes, she discovered her dress had been torn down the middle. In comparison to the awkwardness of facing the young man, Jiang Li felt much more at ease donning a bathrobe and seeking out the duty manager for a new outfit. She tossed the covers aside and began to change into the robe just as the bathroom door swung open with a whoosh. Their eyes met. He was exceptionally youthful, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his 8-pack abs glistening in the steamy haze. His lower half was even more impressive, a pristine towel draped loosely around his waist, accentuating the length of his legs. A large hand grasped the doorknob, while the other toweled off his damp hair. Perhaps taken aback by her early rise, his astonished gaze was deep and enchanting, akin to a captivating Persian cat. As a seasoned manager, Jiang Li prided herself on her immunity to male allure. Yet in that moment, her heart felt as though it had taken a heavy blow. The Persian cat displayed no embarrassment, flashing a charming smile that revealed pearly white teeth, his eyes shimmering like diamonds amidst a galaxy of stars. His voice was melodious, a harmonious blend of youthful innocence and mature steadiness, soothing as a spring breeze. Awake? I've already called the duty manager to send you a new outfit. Only then did Jiang Li realize she had been gazing at him, completely unclothed. However, given his nonchalance, she refrained from making a scene, attempting to maintain her composure as she donned the bathrobe. "Thank you. You're welcome," he replied, stepping aside to allow her entry into the bathroom. Jiang Li, her cheeks aflame, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. In less than half a minute, she changed her mind. She wanted to keep the Persian cat close. Quickly composing herself, she opened the bathroom door, already formulating her persuasive strategy. As an agent, negotiating was her forte, observing reactions and weighing her assets. The young man had approached her with ulterior motives, most likely seeking fame. Jiang Li was confident that with a slight reduction in the timeline to stardom, she could effortlessly ensnare him. However, she was taken aback. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows swayed with the curtains. The sun cast dappled shadows across the room. It was no sign of him anywhere. The contract on the bedside table lay undisturbed, taunting her, a challenge to her awareness. It dawned on her that she didn't even know his name. What unsettled her further was that she had no recollection of the Persian cat being present at the banquet the night before. A chill crept down her spine. Jiang Li had always been cautious throughout her 5 years in the industry. Even her family background was seldom known. How had she ended up sharing a bed with a stranger? And one so perfectly aligned with her aesthetic? Was it possible someone had conspired to ensnare her? Chapter 2, Reunion. Jiang Li furrowed her brow. The entertainment industry was rife with unsavory affairs, yet she had always adhered to the principle of nurturing flowers rather than thorns, leaving her perplexed as to whom she might have offended. She opened her phone to find a deluge of hundreds of messages and missed calls flooding in. Swiftly locating the number of the dinner host from the previous night, she dialed without hesitation. Before she could utter a word, the other party jestingly scolded her for lacking respect, claiming that her standards were too high and that she was overly guarded. Dismissing all the little pups he had brought along, Jiang Li laughed lightly, responding with a polite smile and suggesting they try again next time. Half jokingly, she mentioned that she had been too inebriated to remember the appearances of the little pups and requested that he send her a few photos for her consideration. The other party graciously obliged and sent over a dozen pictures after hanging up. Jiang Li recalled correctly that the person with whom she had shared an intimate night had not been present at the dinner gathering. The duty manager, well acquainted with Jiang Li, personally delivered her clothes. When she inquired about the identity of the little pups, the manager respectfully informed her that the room had been booked solely in her name, with no other guests registered. Jiang Li was overwhelmed with work, which left her little time to dwell on personal matters. She reasoned that the absence of the other party must be a strategic move, and all she needed was a bit of patience to await further developments. However, as the following days passed, there was still no word from the little pup, who seemed to have vanished from existence. Instead, Jiang Li found herself increasingly restless. One day, upon returning to the office after concluding a case, her assistant, Shen Ku, stood nervously at the elevator entrance, holding a coffee cup and a folder. Shen Ku had been by Jiang Li's side since his employment began, diligently attending to her needs both professionally and personally. On that particular day, he was taking his first leave, and unexpectedly, an incident had occurred. Although Jiang Li did not reproach him, the unspoken tension lingered between them. As Jiang Li took the folder and swiftly signed her name, she inquired, "Any updates?" "I checked. That person was not at the dinner and is not from the industry. It seems to be a mere coincidence. Should we extend the investigation beyond the industry?" Her colleagues in the cubicles stood upon seeing her, greeting her enthusiastically. "Good morning, Li." "Good morning, everyone." Jiang Li replied with a radiant smile, her long, wavy hair swaying gently, causing the men in the office to blush. "That's why they disregard my advertising contract. Keep searching discreetly." "Understood." Shen Ku hesitated, clearly troubled. Jiang Li lifted her coffee cup, asking, "Is there something else?" "Mr. Wang is waiting for you in his office." Jiang Li's light footsteps faltered momentarily. Wang Zongzi, the deputy general manager of Xinga Media, was also her mentor who had personally guided her into this profession. A month ago, he had professed his feelings for her with flowers in the city's finest Western restaurant. His demeanor earnest. Though he was an ideal candidate for marriage, Jiang Li felt nothing beyond respect and admiration for him. Unfortunately, just 10 days prior, Wang Zongzi had tarnished that admiration when she inadvertently discovered that he had personally engaged in a liaison with a wealthy partner to secure a collaboration. Everyone has their own boundaries and principles, and Jiang Li refrained from commenting. Yet Wang Zongzi seemed to take himself too seriously, convinced that Jiang Li had rejected him for that very reason. Jiang Li paused, asking, "Do I have plans for this evening?" Shen Ku appeared conflicted. "There were, but are they personal?" Shen Ku, perceptive, replied, "Yes, Professor Tian arranged it. It's at Zue Huajian, and your date is a university professor. Will you attend?" Jiang Li snapped her fingers in excitement and turned toward the elevator. A blind date is a significant life event. How could I possibly decline? Is the sun rising in the west today? Shen Ku murmured in confusion as he hurried to catch up with her. The revolving restaurant was bathed in soft light. An elegantly dressed waitstaff, moved gracefully among the guests. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows captured the enchanting night view. With scarlet lips, a gray bob wig long, curling lashes reminiscent of crow feathers, and striking deep blue eyeshadow, Jiang Li thought even her blind father might struggle to recognize her. She had dressed this way to provoke her date, the university professor, into retreating. Her date arrived promptly. He was surnamed Li, younger than expected, with a refined demeanor and elegant charm. Remarkably, he was both accommodating and conversational, and he expressed no surprise at Jiang Li's appearance, instead encouraging her to feel no pressure and to treat it merely as a chance to make a new friend. Jiang Li, having prepared a repertoire of talents to showcase, found herself at a loss for an opportunity to display them. To alleviate the awkwardness, she excused herself to the restroom, and he waved her off, indicating she could do as she pleased. The restroom was at the end of a corridor outside the restaurant. Jiangcheng boasted a typical karst landscape with rugged features. The Yangtze River divided it, and the high-rise buildings on either bank contended with the terrain's constraints, resulting in a complex and ever-changing skyline. Especially at night, the reflections of countless lights danced on the river, intermingling with passing cruise ships to create magnificent and unique scenes, which contributed to Jiangcheng's fame as a popular tourist destination. The restaurant, located atop a landmark building in Jiangcheng, offered the most breathtaking views, making it both difficult to reserve and prohibitively expensive for most. Consequently, the government had established an observation deck above the restroom, allowing visitors to revel in the sights for a nominal fee. Thus, tourists flocked from across the nation to capture their moments there. Jiang Li did not head to the restroom. Instead, she leaned against the corridor, admiring the splendid nightscape, her gaze naturally drawn to the passing tourists. However, she quickly noticed something amiss. A group of young women on the observation deck were not admiring the view, but were whispering and pointing in her direction, furtively pulling out their phones to take pictures. Observing the girls' expressions filled with youthful excitement, Jiang Li understood that while she was not unattractive, her current appearance was hardly captivating, let alone appealing to the opposite sex. Following their gaze, Jiang Li's eyes suddenly brightened. Leaning against the railing behind her was a figure straddling the line between youthful innocence and mature allure. Clad in a pristine white hoodie that hung loosely over him and casual pants that perfectly accentuated his astonishingly long legs, he held a DSLR camera, capturing the night scenes with a casual grace that exuded an air of refined elegance. Chapter 3 Test. Jiang Li was momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was the clothing that transformed the Persian cat's aura, which now contrasted sharply with the warmth she had felt that day. The resplendent lights cast a soft, cool glow around him, rendering him both exquisite and aloof, creating an atmosphere that felt almost untouchable. The myriad lights beneath him dimmed in comparison. Unable to resist, Jiang Li took out her phone and snapped a picture. The camera shutter clicked, and the Persian cat seemed to sense her gaze, frowning slightly. Had she been discovered? Jiang Li felt her heart racing, instinctively tightening her grip on her phone. Before she could speak, the Persian cat extended his hand towards her, demanding, "Your phone." He did not recognize her. Jiang Li quickly summoned a sweet smile and fabricated a story. "Hello, sir, I am Jiang Li, a talent agent from Xinhua Media." She emphasized her name deliberately, but he showed no sign of acknowledgement. Could it be that what had happened that night was merely a coincidence? Did he truly not know her? "We've recently launched a new program, and I believe your image and demeanor would be a perfect fit. Would you be interested?" As she spoke, she smoothly retrieved a business card from her bag and placed it into the palm of the Persian cat. The cool sensation of his touch only intensified her desire to conquer. The Persian cat did not even glance at the card. His tone remained stiff and devoid of emotion. Not interested. Jiang Li pressed her forehead in mild frustration, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Haven't we met before?" He remained unmoved. Jiang Li could hardly conceal her disappointment as she reluctantly handed her phone to him. With swift, graceful fingers, he navigated to her photo album, locating her picture with precision and deleting it with a clean, decisive motion. His striking features were undeniable, a paragon of beauty. Yet his gaze was so devoid of warmth that it felt as if he were an entirely different person from that fervent encounter. Jiang Li rested her chin on her hand, observing him as he navigated through her phone, teasingly remarking, "Please be careful, young man. My photos contain private moments." The Persian cat remained silent. Jiang Li persisted, "Are you alone?" It was only when the screen displayed the words "permanently delete" that he expressionlessly returned the phone to her. A hint of regret washed over Jiang Li. Her phone had a 3-minute transfer limit to the cloud, and she wondered if her photos had been saved. The Persian cat continued to capture the night scenery, evidently uninterested in Jiang Li any further. Desperate, Jiang Li implored, "Could you share your contact information? If your friends are interested, they could be recommended to me. Are you alone? Would you like to sit down for a drink?" My treat. At that moment, her heart was aflame with desire, completely forgetting the matchmaking arrangement she had earlier. Just then, a deep voice emerged from behind her. It was Professor Li, her matchmaker. "Miss Jiang, do you need anything else?" Jiang Li. The Persian cat, however, remained unfazed, respectfully nodding to the professor. "Sir, are we leaving?" Professor Li introduced Jiang Li to the young man. "Song Chun, my student. He has a passion for photography. I thought this place had beautiful scenery, so I brought him along. I hope you don't mind, Miss Jiang." "Not at all. I'm delighted," Jiang Li replied warmly. "Have you eaten? Let us dine together." Song Chun's face instantly reflected the innocence and awkwardness of a student. "No, I already had a meal before coming." The most upscale restaurant in Jiang City was hardly within the means of a mere student like him. Jiang Li maintained a host demeanor, insisting, "Even if you've eaten, it's no trouble. Have some more. The desserts here are exquisite." Professor Li held a favorable impression of Jiang Li, though he was puzzled by her sudden shift in enthusiasm after having checked the time repeatedly just moments ago. Nevertheless, he was eager to spend more time with her and readily accompanied Song Chun to their seats. As the three settled in, Jiang Li casually requested the menu from the waiter, sliding it towards Song Chun. "Order whatever you like. Don't hesitate." "Indeed, Song Chun, feel free to choose anything." "The teacher is treating," Jiang Li added with a smile, unobtrusively placing a black card into the waiter's tray without a password. After finishing her statement, Jiang Li gracefully stood up. "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom." Song Chun showed no reaction, while Professor Li paused momentarily, his expression turning awkward due to the disparity in their financial standings. Yet, he quickly composed himself, especially after Jiang Li returned from the restroom. Though still sporting her grandmother gray wig, the removal of her rebellious makeup unveiled her fair skin and delicate features, captivating all eyes. The moment Jiang Li emerged, Song Chun's gaze flickered briefly before returning to its previous state. Jiang Li understood he recognized her. Artists possess an undeniable aura. Taking a sip of juice, Jiang Li initiated conversation with Song Chun, who focused intently on cutting his steak, neither speaking nor glancing her way. Unfazed by his silence, Jiang Li boldly requested his WeChat, explaining that her company was looking for a part-time photographer. With Professor Li present, Song Chun felt compelled to comply and reluctantly provided his contact information. Professor Li, delicta, launched into praise for his esteemed student. Yes, Song Chun is exceptional, both academically and in character, with diverse interests. Suddenly, Song Chun's hand trembled, the fork he held nearly slipping from his grasp. Jiang Li remained poised, resting her chin in her hand as she listened to Professor Li's enthusiastic discourse. However, beneath the table, her foot, delicately encased in nude stockings, began to playfully trace circles around Song Chun's ankle. Chapter 4. Love at First Sight. Song Chun subtly withdrew his foot, but Jiang Li's toes were undeterred, continuing their playful exploration up to his knee. He attempted to evade her advances, but his long legs offered little escape. Standing up was his only option. He reluctantly lifted his glass of lemonade, taking a sip to signal a warning to Jiang Li. Yet, she was too engrossed in the conversation, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling, with a faint beauty mark at the corner that seemed to beckon. Song Chun, aware of how to provoke that mark into a blush, felt the restaurant's comfortable temperature, and, despite having just sipped lemonade, his throat remained parched. Jiang Li's toes continued their ascent, reaching the crest of his knee, matching the rhythmic tapping with the onset of perspiration on his forehead. "Are you feeling warm, Song Chun?" Jiang Li tilted her head, concern etched on her face, though only Song Chun could discern the mischievous glint in her eyes. Professor Li promptly offered a napkin. "Take your time. There's no rush." Song Chun. Jiang Li pressed on. "What a coincidence. I graduated from Southeast University as well." Professor Li brightened instantly. "Really? Which year? We must be around the same cohort. I stayed on for my doctorate. I graduated in 2016. Jiang Li began, but her attention suddenly sharpened as her calf was firmly grasped, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She discreetly brushed her hair aside, her beauty mark now tinged with a hint of red. Song Chun, still focused on his dessert, maintained an innocent demeanor. Professor Lee, animatedly sharing his thoughts, dropped his fork to the floor. As the waiter approached, Jiang Li attempted to retract her foot, but it was too late. Anxiously, she recalled the restaurant's reputation, and despite her boldness, she couldn't bear the thought of the implications of a teacher-student scandal. Meanwhile, Song Chun nonchalantly placed a piece of cake in his mouth. Seeing the waiter bend down, "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" Jiang Li, in a moment of quick thinking, tilted her water glass, splashing its contents onto Professor Li's attire. He sprang up from his seat, the waiter hurriedly offering him a towel. Jiang Li feigned innocence. "I'm so sorry. It was an accident." With his refined character, Professor Li bore no grudge. Song Chun, slightly delayed, took a sip from his glass, appearing calm and unperturbed. After the commotion, it became clear that dinner was no longer viable, prompting Professor Li to take his leave. Jiang Li graciously offered to escort Song Chun back to the university. Once the professor departed, Song Chun's demeanor shifted abruptly. As Jiang Li suggested a conversation, he stood up, expressionless, and began walking away. "I have nothing to discuss with you." "What do you mean by that? What happened that night?" "As you wish. I have already forgotten what transpired that evening." Jiang Li realized that her contract had likely wounded Song Chun's tender heart. "I apologize if that contract bothered you. I can." "And today?" Song Chun interrupted. "What do you mean? Flirting while matchmaking?" He scoffed lightly, revealing a side of him she had not anticipated. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with mischief. "So, are you feeling jealous, Song Chun?" His brows furrowed slightly, surprised by her audacity, and after a moment, he replied blandly, "However, as a man, I believe the one who should apologize is me." In that instant, Jiang Li comprehended the situation. She had wrapped herself in a blanket when she got out of bed, leaving little to the imagination on the sheets. He had clearly seen everything. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, she pinched her nose, unsure how to respond. Song Chun, hands in his pockets, remarked, "Girls should drink less when out." Jiang Li quickly seized the opportunity. "I did drink too much, but I have no regrets." This time, Song Chun did not retort sharply, but instead turned to her, seemingly searching for sincerity on her face. Yet he found none. The woman before him wore a sweet smile that was undeniably enchanting, yet her eyes glimmered with mischief. "Are you wondering why it was me that night?" "Unimportant," Jiang Li replied, playing hard to get, "but if you wish to share." Before she could finish, Song Chun lowered his head, warm breath brushing against her ear. His youthful, refreshing scent enveloped her as he whispered, "I won't tell you." Jiang Li. The elevator dinged open, filled with people. Today, she wore a lilac dress, her fair and shapely calves on full display, drawing the gaze of several men within. Unfazed, Song Chun discreetly stepped back, effectively shielding her from their lingering stares. Yet, Jiang Li remained oblivious. Stepping out of the elevator, Jiang Li flesha radian smila. "I'll give you a ride. I happen to have a meeting with friends at Southeast University, and it's on the way." "No need," came a reply. As a couple strolled by hand in hand, Jiang Li took out her lipstick and cushion foundation to touch up her makeup. Suddenly, she swayed, and the lipstick slipped from her grasp, marking a long streak down Song Chun's sweatshirt collar. The couple hurriedly apologized, and Jiang Li appeared to struggle with her restraint. Song Chun kindly reassured them that it was all right, allowing them to leave. With a face full of regret, Jiang Li exclaimed, "I truly apologize. I lost my balance for a moment, and it must be inconvenient for you to take the subway like this. Allow me to drive you." Song Chun glanced down at Jiang Li's white flats, refraining from probing why she had lost her balance, and reluctantly agreed. Jiang Li pressed further. "Are you free tomorrow night? I'll buy you a new sweatshirt as compensation." "No need," he insisted. "You can wear white beautifully." Jiang Li's car was understated. A green Mercedes E-Class with a burgundy interior, reflective of her personality, both flamboyant and reserved. In high spirits, she chatted animatedly, while Song Chun occasionally responded. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of Southeast University. At this hour, nightlife was just beginning, with a line of luxury cars parked outside, all vying for the attention of students. Jiang Li thought to herself that someone as striking as Song Chun would surely attract more than mere casual interest. Indeed, as they walked, several luxury vehicles rolled down their windows to flirt with him. Song Chun remained focused ahead, pausing only briefly in front of a colonnade. From her distance, Jiang Li could not hear what he said, likely a polite refusal. Finally, her lingering anxiety dissipated. She had worried whether her contract proposal might have offended him. But it seemed that the stakes were simply too low. For someone so extraordinarily beautiful, a mere advertising contract was hardly significant. In this world, no business deal was impossible. It merely depended on one's willingness to invest. Jiang Li was certainly willing. She kept her gaze fixed on Song Chun's retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Her smile gradually fading, replaced by an unsettling sense of possessiveness. Every word he spoke, every expression he wore, replayed in her mind, and the ensuing thrill coursed through her like a fine current, intoxicating her. Years later, Jiang Li would realize that this was the essence of love at first sight. While most would approach such matters with gradual warmth, Jiang Li mistakenly framed it as a hunt. With a swift motion, she opened her cloud storage to back up the photos, her focus unwavering as she admired the exquisite beauty before her when her phone rang. It was Wang Zongzi. She decisively declined the call. Just as she started the car, the phone rang again incessantly. Annoyed, she answered, "President Wang?" "Xiaoli." Wang Zongzi's words were slurred. She could tell he was intoxicated. Coming from a modest background, he had clawed his way to success, often through boisterous evenings or perhaps even the beds of wealthy women. Typically, she would politely inquire about his location and offer to pick him up, but today, she remained silent. Wang Zongzi, sensing her reluctance, finally spoke up, "Xiaoli, I'm a bit drunk. Can you come and get me?" "I'm sorry, President Wang, but I'm not in a position to help right now. We can discuss this tomorrow at the office." Jiang Li believed she had communicated her intentions clearly. As adults, they should maintain a certain decorum. However, to her surprise, Wang Zongzi was waiting at her doorstep. After a trip to the mall, she returned home late. Without a driver, Wang Zongzi staggered in front of her car as she parked, prompting her to slam on the brakes. The neighborhood was quiet, and he blocked her driver's side door. "Xiaoli, what have you decided?" "Decided what?" she asked, bewildered. "To be my girlfriend." Jiang Li was taken aback, struggling to process Wang Zongzi's unusual proposition. Yet, his eager gaze and subsequent words only deepened her understanding. "Are you feeling jealous?" Chapter 5. A game of pretense. Jiang Li was speechless. Wang Zongzi, a tall and imposing figure, loomed over her like a mountain, nearly eclipsing all light. His commanding presence rendered his gaze sharp and piercing, and Jiang Li felt a palpable pressure. Her cheeks flushed slightly with irritation, which Wang Zongzi misinterpreted as shyness. He relished the moment. "Xiaoli, tell me your decision." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li replied, "President Wang, I believe there is a misunderstanding regarding our relationship. I have no intention of establishing any connection beyond that of superior and subordinate. To speak of jealousy is rather inappropriate. Is that so?" Wang Zongzi frowned slightly. "But you agreed to consider it." Jiang Li nodded. "Yes, I said I would consider it, based on my previous understanding of you. However, I no longer see the necessity." Wang Zongzi appeared unconvinced. "I know you have a slight aversion to emotional entanglements and are somewhat of an idealist. In today's society, especially in the entertainment industry, such affairs are commonplace. I thought we could reach a consensus on this game of pretense." "Absurd." Jiang Li let out a light laugh. "President Wang, my understanding of pretense does not include sharing a bed." Her tone dripped with evident mockery, leaving Wang Zongzi somewhat embarrassed. "Of course, with your excellent upbringing and my support in your career, you need not barter your body for anything. Your purity over the years has been a significant reason for my interest in pursuing a relationship." If Wang Zongzi's earlier remarks had merely challenged Jiang Li's worldview, his subsequent words were outright offensive. She had no desire to hear another syllable of his sophistry. With swift decisiveness, she pulled out her phone and called Wang Zongzi's driver. The driver, not far away, quickly arrived. Wang Zongzi, unwilling to concede, implored, "Xiaoli, if this matters to you, I can make amends. Name your conditions." "Is that so?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Of course." Jiang Li smirked. "What if I am no longer pure?" With that, she left a dumbfounded Wang Zongzi behind and walked away. Song Chun felt his phone vibrate in his palm. It was a message from Jiang Li. Her tone serious. "I'll bring it to you tomorrow night, and we can have dinner while discussing the part-time photography matter." Accompanying the text was a picture of a crisp, white sweatshirt. Whether intentional or accidental, the tag at the collar partially displayed the brand and an exorbitant price. It was a collaboration between two luxury brands, Though not outrageously expensive, it was certainly beyond the means of an average university student. Song Chun also noticed that Jiang Li had changed her WeChat avatar to a cartoon boy, despite the blurred background and exaggerated facial features. He immediately recognized it as a photo he had deleted. He tossed his phone aside and hurried into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Li lay on her back on the bed, having spent the time since returning home tweaking the image of that exquisite beauty, ultimately selecting this one as her profile picture. She spent over half an hour photographing and enhancing the sweatshirt. She had anticipated some response when she sent the photo, yet it seemed to vanish into silence. Had contemporary university students truly adopted such regimented schedules? Or had he seen through her intentions? Surely the sweatshirt collaboration wasn't too inexpensive. From Jiang Li's observations, Song Chun's attire, while of decent quality, belonged to an average streetwear brand. He wore no watch, and his phone was for the previous year. His DSLR camera was only worth a little over $10,000. After another half hour, she sent a follow-up message with a simple question mark. Regret washed over her. She couldn't recall the last time she had been this impatient. Finally, Song Chun's reply arrived, delayed. I can't tomorrow night. I have class. Jiang Li, eager, responded immediately. What time does your class end? I'll come find you. After another lengthy wait, his message came through at 9. Southeast University is one of the top comprehensive universities in the country. Involving numerous professions, an abundance of exceptional talents have been cultivated. The campus at night is enchanting, with towering ginkgo trees enveloping the neatly arranged buildings, exuding an extraordinary tranquility under the hazy lights. Jiang Li, guided by memories, arrived at the foot of the teaching building mentioned by Song Chun. Concerned about encountering a blind date, Jiang Li chose to remain in the car. Around 8:40, a striking red convertible pulled up beside her vehicle. A young man with golden hair exited the car and knocked on Jiang Li's window, saying, "Beautiful lady, could I borrow your phone for a moment?" Having encountered such pickup lines countless times, Jiang Li smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, I left it at home." The young man understood immediately. Soon after, a girl with a doll-like face rushed out from the teaching building, and he opened his arms to embrace her. As the crowd from the building dwindled, Song Chun arrived fashionably late. Undoubtedly, he was a rare beauty. In just a few steps, several girls cautiously approached him, attempting to strike up a conversation. Ignoring them entirely, he walked directly down the steps to Jiang Li's car. Without getting it immediately, Jiang Li tilted her chin slightly and teased, "What is wrong, Song? Are you afraid I might eat you?" Youthful provocation proved effective, and Song Chun opened the passenger door and sat down. Dressed in a crisp white shirt with 2 buttons undone at the collar, his deep collarbone tantalizingly visible. He held 2 identical textbooks in his arms, one of which had a pink bow pen tucked inside. "Let us go for a late-night snack and chat," Jiang Li suggested. Song Chun remained silent, his gaze fixed outside the window. For her inaugural invitation to dine with someone, Jiang Li adhered to the principle of ordering the expensive rather than the appropriate. She parked the car by the riverside, and they boarded a cruise ship. The proprietress, familiar with Jiang Li, greeted her warmly as soon as they stepped aboard, engaging in friendly banter. "The dishes have been prepared. Miss Jiang, it's your first time bringing a friend alone. The chef must cook specially for you." Jiang Li murmured her thanks, choosing not to elaborate or introduce. The proprietress's gaze at Song Chun carried an added layer of ambiguity. The night's scenery from the cruise was different from that scene from the heights. It was more genuine and dreamlike. After they settled in, the proprietress exchanged a few more pleasantries before attending to other guests. The gentle river breeze caressed them as the cruise glided slowly along, with couples engaged in hushed conversations. At over 6 feet tall, Song Chun possessed strikingly handsome features, undeniably the most attractive individual in the vicinity. A sense of pride welled up in Jiang Li. She handed him a bag, having decided to splurge at the last minute, which contained a timepiece from the Master Craftsman series. Jiang Li had even prepared a response in case Song Chun declined. She would say it was a gift from a client, as it held little monetary value. However, to her surprise, Song Chun did not open the bag, but instead tossed it casually onto the empty seat beside him. Jiang Li took out her tablet and sat next to him, saying, "These are the new samples from our company as photographer. You might find them inspiring." She relished this close proximity. Breaking psychological barriers often begins with physical closeness. Although they had been intimately close before, she was unperturbed by the ambiguity, sitting shoulder to shoulder. Her long hair brushed against his shoulder, and the air was filled with each other's breath. She was confident in her ability to captivate him. Song Chun was well aware of Jiang Li's subtle intentions, but showed no signs of resistance. Instead, he perused the photos with earnestness. The images featured the latest trends. Yet the photographic techniques were rather conventional, distinctly academic. This was hardly the pinnacle of talent from the leading photographers of Xinhua media. At best, it could be deemed adequate. Perhaps Jiang Li had deliberately chosen beginner-level works, fearing that her youth might not adequately handle more sophisticated creations, thus showcasing her photographic skills without overwhelming him. This indirectly affirmed that, despite her seemingly affable nature, she maintained a clear boundary between personal and professional matters. Song Chun pondered that if his photographic skills were lacking, Jiang Li's character would undoubtedly lead her to dismiss him without hesitation. The person before him possessed striking features, with captivating eyes and an unrestrained smile. "What do you think?" Song Chun asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "I am quite expensive," he added. Jiang Li, resting her chin on her hand, gazed at him with a beaming smile, her delicate lips glistening and her pearly whites just visible. "How fortunate. I only desire the expensive, not the appropriate," she replied playfully. Song Chun instinctively recalled certain moments. His throat tightened, and he unconsciously lifted the grapefruit tea from the table, savoring it slowly. Jiang Li's lips curled into a subtle smile as she straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling brighter than a hunting bird's. "The cup you're drinking from is mine," she declared. Song Chun's throat caught, leading to an explosive cough. Jiang Li, taken aback by his reaction, quickly offered him a tissue to pat his back. "No need to rush. I haven't even tasted it yet. If you like it, it's all yours." The last two words were intentionally whispered, her breath brushing against the tip of his ear like a gentle caress, burrowing into his heart. The coffee had just suppressed erupted once more. Jiang Li, adept in strategy, understood the importance of knowing when to retreat. As soon as Song Chun stifled his cough, she shifted to sit across from him. The waitress arrived with the dishes. It seemed that a trend had emerged in the culinary world, blending Japanese-style individual servings. A small portion of mapo tofu garnished with mint could command a price of over 100 yuan, and the minimum per capita cost was likely 5,000 yuan. Perhaps the cruise's greatest sincerity. The fresh river fish, simmered gently, along with tender tofu, enveloped one in warmth with just a sip of the broth. The abalone and braised pork wrapped in lotus leaves were rich and glossy, whetting the appetite. The papaya bird's nest dessert was smooth and refreshing, its sweet aroma soothing the soul. Jiang Li, known for her self-discipline, typically refrained from indulging, especially at late-night gatherings. In contrast, Song Chun had a hearty appetite and displayed remarkable elegance while eating. Each time the young waitress brought a new dish, he smiled and thanked her, his good looks causing her to blush repeatedly, creating a delightful scene. After finishing their meal, Jiang Li excused herself to the restroom. On her way back, a surprised voice called out behind her, "Miss Jiang." It was Li Meihua, leaning on Wang Zongzi, her gaze full of provocation. Despite her designer Hermes bag and pink dress, the signs of aging were undeniable. Wang Zongzi appeared awkward, attempting to withdraw his hand, but Li Meihua tightened her grip. "Oh, Mrs. Song, what a coincidence. Mr. Wang, how lovely to see you," Jiang Li greeted with a smile. Li Meihua's face, already strained from excessive cosmetic procedures, grew even more unpleasant. After all, they were acquainted, having met through her husband, who was once the largest sponsor of Xinhua Media. Though he had passed away 6 months prior, she now helmed the company. However, the shadow of her late husband would forever linger over her. Quickly regaining her composure, she feigned nonchalance, asking, "Are you here with a client?" "Of course not. Just like Mr. Wang, I'm on a date," Jiang Li replied, tilting her chin towards Song Chun. He had already finished his meal, and on the pristine white tablecloth rested a teapot and 2 cups. Amidst the swirling mist of pu'er tea, his serene and handsome visage emerged. One arm casually draped over the back of the chair, he delicately lifted the teacup, savoring a sip. The combination of casualness and elegance made him captivating, leaving an indelible impression. Li Meihua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is he your boyfriend? Why not introduce us?" Jiang Li offered a faint smile. "He is young and a bit shy. He has plenty of time ahead, no rush." She deliberately emphasized the word young. Wang Zongzi's expression darkened further at the mention of youth. Li Meihua, her tone tinged with envy, remarked, "Youth is wonderful, full of vitality." Jiang Li smilat suadli, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Indeed, but he can be quite clingy, which can be a bit overwhelming. Well then, you should go. Don't keep him waiting. Li Meihua replied with a slight smile. All right, Mr. Wang, Mrs. Song, enjoy your meal. After taking a few graceful steps back, she elegantly turned to leave. Wang Zong's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Li as she cheerfully approached the young man. When he poured tea for her, she refrained from tapping the table in gratitude. She simply took a seat directly opposite him, her face adorned with a gentle smile, engaging in soft conversation as she met the young man's gaze. Jiang Li has always placed great emphasis on etiquette, deftly maintaining the proper decorum, to the extent that even the most fastidious individuals could never find fault with her. Her casual demeanor could only attest to the genuine intimacy between the two. An indescribable pang of bitterness surged within her throat. Li Meihua removed her coat, and Wang Zongzi even forgot to take it. With a dissatisfied hum, Li Meihua prompted him to retract his gaze, handing the coat to the waiter while he pulled out her chair. As she perused the menu, she remarked, I never would have guessed that Miss Jiang, who appears so delicate and charming, would have an affinity for such dapper young men. I had assumed she would prefer someone more mature and composed. This was a subtle test of Wang Zongzi. Although he excelled in every regard, his humble beginnings rendered him less than ideal in her eyes. Such a man would be most suitable for marriage. Having previously investigated Wang Zongzi and knowing his affections for Jiang Li, her primary objective was to separate the two. The affair between her and Wang Zongzi was also a calculated move intended to reach Jiang Li. It seemed to be yielding results, as Jiang Li, upon learning of Wang Zongzi's involvement with her, had resorted to seeking solace with a younger companion. Young people often lack patience. Wang Zongzi remained silent, his expression long and drawn. Li Meihua had no choice but to finish her thought. After all, youth is about reveling in the moment. When Jiang Li and Song Chun departed, they did not bid farewell to Wang Zongzi and Li Meihua. The cold wind blew fiercely. In an effort to enhance the authenticity of their performance, Jiang Li deliberately leaned closer to Song Chun, standing a head taller than Jiang Li. Song Chun lowered his gaze, silently inquiring. Jiang Li's jaw trembled slightly, her nose reddening, presenting a pitiful visage. It's cold. Without uttering a word, Song Chun pulled his jacket tighter around her, enveloping her snugly. Once back in the car, Jiang Li hummed a cheerful tune. Was the tool truly effective? Jiang Li Baozha. She had always assumed the distance was too great for Song Chun to notice. Yet it seemed he was acutely perceptive, leading her to wonder if his act of wrapping her in his coat was a mere coincidence. A warmth spread through her heart. I apologize, but my colleagues are all paired off, and I don't wish to be left behind. I owe you a favor. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Her gaze was flirtatious, filled with affection, causing Song Chun to instinctively divert his eyes. There is no need for that. My girlfriend would be displeased to know. Chapter 7. Seize the day you have a girlfriend? Jiang Li's hand faltered as she fastened her seatbelt. Song Chun raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? While you flirt with your superior and go on blind dates, you expect me to be single? Jiang Li suddenly recalled that book tied with a pink ribbon. Is your girlfriend a classmate of yours? Song Chun appeared suddenly intrigued, pulling Jiang Li closer within the confines of the seat. What? Are you planning to steal my heart? The crisp scent of masculinity enveloped Jiang Li, his gaze profound, as if it could draw her in. Her heart raced, and, after a moment of hesitation, she managed a smile. To know oneself and one's opponent is the key to victory. Song Chun did not respond, but continued to focus intently on her. Despite her anxiety, Jiang Li refused to show any signs of retreat, maintaining their standoff for a time. Suddenly, Song Chun chuckled softly. Jiang Li, momentarily taken aback by his laughter, quickly pinched his cheek. Let me drive you back. As Song Chun remained silent, Jiang Li, her mind racing, drove him back to campus. She was unsure why she felt compelled to clarify to Song Chun that she was not what he presumed. Yet each time she opened her mouth, the words eluded her. Moreover, Song Chun gazed lazily out of the window, seemingly disinterested in conversation. After Song Chun departed, Shun Ku emerged from the shadows. Boss, it's late. Your eyesight isn't great. Let me drive. Jiang Li settled into the passenger seat. Boss, we've been together for 5 years. Haven't we? Jiang Li, lost in thought, responded with a non-committal hum. Shun Ku cleared his throat. Today was your first time treating someone to a lavish meal. Despite his attempt to sound casual, Jiang Li could detect a hint of acidity in his tone. In truth, her income was quite respectable, totaling over $1 million annually, with various investments ensuring her financial security. A lavish meal meant little to her, especially in the company of someone as exceptional as Song Chun. However, having been raised by her grandmother after her parents divorced, she had developed a habit of spending judiciously. Shen Ku's words prompted reflection. Although she had known Song Chun for a short time, she had willingly spent tens of thousands on him. In Jiang Li's world, such an imbalance between effort and reward was inconceivable. A gentleman does not covet another's love. Yet, Jiang Li was no gentleman. Noticing Jiang Li's frosty demeanor, Shen Ku fell silent, uncertain of her thoughts. After a moment, Jiang Li chuckled. Don't be sour. Next time you bring your girlfriend out, I'll pick up the tab. Shen Ku's eyes brightened with the first half of her statement, only to dim once she completed it. I don't have a girlfriend. Don't you want to find one? You're handsome and capable. Don't waste your youth. Jiang Li was somewhat sociable in public, but in private, she was reserved and seldom ventured out. Today she had spoken more than usual, and Shen Ku felt a bit elated. Boss, do you really have feelings for that young man? Is there something wrong with that? P.S. Simply too young. There's no future. Then who do you think I should be with to have a future? Wang Zongza? He is quite commendable in many respects, has a good personality, and is a suitable marriage prospect. He genuinely cares for you. Hasn't he been doing well lately? Noticing Jiang Li's cold gaze, Shen Ku promptly ceased his words. I'm sorry, boss. Jiang Li reclined leisurely against her seat. Who said I wanted a future with him? I intend to seize the day. Song Chun stood before the mirror, the new sweatshirt accentuating his youthful physique. His roommate, Tao Ran, drenched in sweat, burst through the door, shoving a basketball beneath the bed and removing his boxing gloves. Another visitor? That outfit suits you well. Song Chun remained silent, directly opening the watch box. Its minimalist design well suited for contemporary students. Tao Ran stepped closer, tugging at the strap of the watch, attempting to put it on his wrist. However, Song Chun was quicker. Pinning Tao Ran against the wall, his wrist contorted awkwardly. Song Chun retrieved the watch, gently placing it back in a box. Tao Ran protested. What is the big deal? Can I take a look at my watch first? I haven't even scolded you for opening it without permission. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Tao Ran continued. You excel in your major and often participate in events with your professors, where they frequently gift you watches or clothing as tokens of appreciation. Yet, no matter how valuable, you never take notice, simply passing them on to me. But today, it seems you have no intention of sharing. Tao Ran, carefree and forgetful of past reprimands, rubbed his wrist and eagerly inquired, What is up? When did you start liking luxury items? Get lost. Song Chun snapped. Tao Ran's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Come on, tell me, is it from a girl? Initially unwilling to engage, Song Chun found himself unable to escape Tao Ran's relentless inquiries. Finally, he relented with a vague nod. Tao Ran instantly became animated. Is it Zhang Xianwan? I never realized you were into baby faces. Looks like the hearts of the girls at our school are about to shatter. Tao Ran sighed dramatically as Song Chun, watch in hand, turned to leave. To his surprise, Jiang Li had personally come to the school to escort him for an interview. Just as Song Chun exited the dormitory, Shen Ku respectfully greeted him and opened the rear car door. Good day, Mr. Song. Jiang Li flashed a mischievous smile at Song Chun. Does Miss Jiang extend such courtesy to all part-time candidates interviewing at the company? Not quite. It's primarily about cherishing talent. Jiang Li smiled as she handed over a paper bag containing hot coffee and a sandwich. You need not be so polite. You may call me Sister Li. Just like everyone else. Song Chun remained silent, accepting the coffee and taking a sip before placing it beside him. He retrieved a watch box from his backpack and offered it to Jiang Li. I appreciate the clothes, but the watch is too valuable and not suitable for me. Jiang Li refused to accept it, reassuring him, do not be so sensitive. It was a gift from a client, and it is not worth much. Keeping it here would be a waste. Just consider it a favor to me. Song Chun continued to observe Jiang Li in silence. A smile gradually emerged on her lips as she put away the watch. What can I say about you, my dear classmate? By the way, our company is also recruiting part-time female models. How tall is your girlfriend? If she is interested, she can come for an audition. The shift in conversation was seamless. Song Chun took a bite of the sandwich and replied, let's talk about it later. Upon arriving at the company building, Jiang Li took the exclusive elevator for higher floors. Shen Ku personally escorted Song Chun into the photography studio. It was not yet 8:30 but the staff in the studio had been working for quite some time already. Shun Ku led Song Chun to a short and stout photographer wearing a vest. Teacher Gua, this is the newcomer interviewing today. Teacher Gua's narrowed eyes instantly transformed into a sycophantic expression. He promptly ceased his work and welcomed Song Chun with a broad smile, gesturing for him to take a look around. He then stepped aside with Shun Ku, assuring him, "Rest assured, Miss Zhang's acquaintance will be well taken care of." Shun Ku replied with a faint smile, "Teacher Gua, please do not misunderstand. My boss is all about professionalism. Over the years, when have you seen her show particular concern for anyone?" After saying this, Shun Ku meaningfully patted Teacher Gua on the shoulder, waved goodbye to Song Chun from afar, and left. Those who worked here were all astute individuals. Teacher Gua stroked his chin, gradually grasping the situation. Jiang Li indeed maintained a professional demeanor, but her connections were extensive. The newcomer appeared youthful and handsome, potentially a pampered young man from a wealthy family, seeking a golden opportunity through Jiang Li. She had no choice but to give him face and let Shun Ku personally deliver him. Whether he could secure a position would depend on his own abilities. As for the young man, who had an owner, Teacher Gua knew well how to employ the tactic of flattery to bring about his downfall. After Shun Ku left, Teacher Gua's demeanor changed instantly. With his hands in his pockets, he addressed Song Chun. "Would you like to familiarize yourself with the environment while observing me shoot? Or shall we start directly?" Song Chun glanced at the models who had just finished their touch-ups and replied, "Let's start directly." Teacher Gua was taken aback but still handed him the camera. Song Chun took the camera and, without needing an assistant, communicated briefly with the model before commencing his shoot. Teacher Gua moved to the window, lit a cigarette, and took a puff, only to see Lao Huang, who had been reviewing sample photos, rise from his chair. Other staff members also gathered around, and the studio fell silent, save for the sound of the camera shutter clicking. Shun Ku entered with coffee, and Jiang Li looked up from a stack of documents. "Did you deliver it?" "Yes." "Did you greet them?" "No." Jiang Li raised her head, her eyes filled with surprise. Shun Ku took a deep breath. "Boss, you are always principled in your work. As your assistant, I feel it is my duty to remind you not to violate this principle regarding Mr. Song." Jiang Li's gaze sharpened. "Do you think I'm being partial?" Shun Ku involuntarily lowered his head. "I would not dare." Despite Jiang Li's modest height, sitting down, the towering Shun Ku still felt the weight of her silence. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. A staff member entered and nodded at Shun Ku in greeting. "Sisterly, the refreshments you wanted to send to the studio are ready. Should I take them now?" Jiang Li fixed her eyes on Shun Ku. "Let Assistant Shun handle it." Shun Ku blinked in surprise but nodded, of course. He followed Jiang Li with bags in hand. Inside the studio, the atmosphere was lively. Several models excitedly surrounded Song Chun, chattering incessantly. Teacher Gua and Lao Huang praised the sample photos. At that moment, no one noticed Jiang Li and Shun Ku's arrival. Just as Shun Ku was about to speak, Jiang Li interjected, "Why are you all chatting instead of working?" Lao Huang, usually so reserved, suddenly pushed aside the ingratiating Teacher Gua and rushed to Jiang Li with the sample photos, exclaiming, "Sisterly, this is remarkable. You've managed to recruit a prodigy like Pure Desire. Truly impressive." Jiang Li was taken aback. She had primarily been responsible for managing artists and had limited understanding of the photography world. However, she had heard of this Pure Desire, who had recently won a prestigious international award and remained shrouded in mystery, with no one having seen his true face. Could it be? Jiang Li glanced at Song Chun in the distance, realizing she had inadvertently discovered a genius. Finally breaking away from the models, Song Chun approached Jiang Li with his usual indifferent demeanor. His tall and striking figure cast a shadow over her as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Sister, I told you I'm quite valuable." Before Jiang Li could respond, he swiftly snatched the sample photos from Lao Huang, bit down on the capital marker, and elegantly signed his name. "Miss Jiang has a high-level meeting this afternoon, so I shall not disturb you." With that, he took the milk tea from a stunned Shun Ku, savored a sip, and departed. After the initial surprise, Jiang Li couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Her discernment was indeed commendable, and her luck had proven fortuitous, stumbling upon such a talent in the industry. Today's audience no longer settled for mere ornamental idols. If she could successfully sign Pure Desire, leveraging her marketing strategies would be akin to securing a rising star. Thus, as soon as Song Chun left, Jiang Li immediately picked up her phone and dialed the executive team. The meeting lasted a full day and night, underscoring the high-level executive's emphasis on securing Pure Desire. Wang Zongzi initially opposed the idea, citing the straightforward reasoning that transforming a photographer into a national idol had no precedent in the company. Given Song Chun's entrance in such a manner, it was evident he was waiting for the right offer. He argued that signing him with exorbitant terms would pose a significant risk. However, Jiang Li was well prepared. She presented a detailed PowerPoint outlining instances of industry luminaries transitioning into the entertainment realm. Song Chun's striking appearance was undoubtedly a remarkable advantage. The debate escalated, with both sides passionately arguing their points. The other executives, seasoned veterans, cared little about the personal details as long as profit was guaranteed. As Wang Zongzi found himself losing ground, he began to question Song Chun's identity. If Song Chun was indeed pure desire, why did he refuse to reveal his true identity? Was there an ulterior motive behind his sudden exposure? Ultimately, it was the president, Wu Xinghe, who made the final decision, entrusting Jiang Li with full responsibility for the matter. If Song Chun was indeed pure desire, then they would proceed to sign him. Jiang Li sat in her car, watching as Song Chun emerged from the classroom building. Still clad in the outfit she had purchased for him, paired with light gray jeans that exuded youthful exuberance. He was holding books as he exited, accompanied by a girl with a doll-like face who animatedly chatted away. Song Chun remained quiet, attentively listening amidst the surrounding noise, occasionally extending his arm to shield the girl from bumping into other students. Jiang Li's gaze landed on the doll-faced girl, and suddenly she felt a sense of familiarity. Instinctively, she pulled out her phone and snapped a photo. As soon as Song Chun returned to the dorm, he received a call from Jiang Li. "Hello?" Jiang Li's voice sounded somewhat fatigued, a hint of weariness evident. "I just finished a meeting. Let me treat you to a late-night snack." Song Chun glanced at the curious expressions of his friends and was about to decline when Jiang Li continued, "I know you're in the dorm. Come down. I'll wait for you." With that, she hung up briskly. After about 10 minutes, Song Chun finally emerged from the corridor. In the cool autumn weather, he had added a brown cashmere coat over his sweatshirt, exuding a sense of maturity to complement his youthful charm. "I thought you wouldn't call me until at least 3 days later." Song Chun fastened his seatbelt. Jiang Li started the car. "It seems you are quite concerned about me, knowing so much about my company's structure." Song Chun smiled. "Xinghe Media is a leader in the industry. It's hard not to know about it. What do you want to eat?" Jiang Li asked, feeling somewhat fatigued. From the perspective of business negotiations, she should not have come to see Song Chun at this moment. At the very least, she should have done her homework in advance, weighed her bargaining chips, and gauged her opponent's weaknesses to find a balance, striving for a swift and fruitful collaboration rather than appearing overly eager as she did now. Noticing her slightly pale complexion, Song Chun casually pointed to a hot pot restaurant by the roadside. "How about hot pot?" Despite this, Jiang Li drove around several times before finally stopping in a secluded alley, where a waiter quickly ran over to park the car. This was a private hot pot restaurant owned by a friend of Jiang Li's, adorned in an exquisite retro style, complete with pavilions and towers. A winding path led to a large lotus pond, where a few dining tables were nestled among the lotus flowers. Once seated, Jiang Li remarked, "There's no need to be so formal when discussing business." She feigned a frown. "Song, don't you understand? With such a beautiful view, who would want to discuss business? I want to talk about romance." Song Chun chuckled. "Romance? How would you like to discuss that?" Jiang Li unabashedly opened her photo album, revealing a picture of a girl with a doll-like face. "Is this your girlfriend?" Song Chun neither confirmed nor denied, lazily leaning back in her chair. "Are you stalking me?" "Not at all. Just a chance encounter," Jiang Li replied, maintaining a calm demeanor while secretly formulating a theory. Her avoidance of a direct answer was, in itself, an acknowledgement. The autumn wind carried a chill. Jiang Li had donned an autumn dress. It was fine during the day, but the evening brought a slight chill. After a while, Song Chun removed her coat and casually draped it over the back of a nearby chair. "I'm going to the restroom." Once Song Chun left, Jiang Li's gaze lingered on the brown coat. What significance could it hold? After all, she was young and inexperienced, seeking to wear Song Chun's coat while inventing excuses. Jiang Li sighed, pulling the coat over herself. Instantly, warmth enveloped her, invigorating her spirit. A large group of patrons arrived in the distance, and the waiter hurried to greet them. Among them, a blond man boisterously declared he would treat everyone, encouraging them to order freely. Jiang Li's attention sharpened as she recalled why the girl with the doll-like face seemed so familiar. When she first went to the teaching building to pick up Song Chun, She had witnessed that girl throwing herself into the arms of a blonde man. Jiang Li had a good memory, despite the passage of time. The blonde man's license plate number remained vivid in her mind. She swiftly sent the license plate number and the photo of the girl to Shenku. Shenku was highly efficient. Within minutes, he called back. The girl was named Zhang Xianwan, a classmate of Song Chun. It was uncertain whether they were in a romantic relationship, but they often sat together in class. Shenku also mentioned something quite interesting. The blonde man's car belonged to a rental company, and he was not a wealthy heir, but merely an employee of the rental service. Jiang Li's fingers lightly tapped the railing, a smile gradually emerging at the corners of her lips. Soon after, she called Shenku to relay the information. When Song Chun returned from the restroom, her eyes immediately found Jiang Li, who was leaning against the railing. Her slender figure was enveloped in the spacious coat, her fingertips playing with a slender white cigarette, yet remained unlit. With an air of nonchalance, she seemed oblivious to the world around her. The warm glow of the lotus lamps elongated her silhouette, resembling a solitary oil painting. Several male patrons deliberately altered their paths to gaze at her, but lacked the courage to approach. Song Chun, unable to resist, took out her phone. Just as the waiter arrived with the dishes, she cleared her throat softly and walked over. Jiang Li placed the cigarette in the ashtray. Don't worry, it's unlit, so it won't stain your coat. Song Chun slightly turned her head, indicating her indifference. Jiang Li, in truth, did not have a smoking addiction. Rather, the myriad tasks in the entertainment industry often compelled her to rely on cigarettes for a quick boost. Earlier, she had almost lit one, but recalled that she was wearing Song Chun's coat. The refreshing scent would be tainted by smoke. Thus, if she had to smoke, she would need to remove the coat, which she was reluctant to do. Jiang Li had stated that they wouldn't discuss work, and indeed, they did not mention it throughout the meal. The clear sound of a guzheng occasionally wafted from the depths of the lotus flowers, harmonizing with the soft singing of a girl, making it an inappropriate atmosphere for work-related discussions. The two enjoyed their late-night meal for over 2 hours, with the steam from the hot pot enveloping them. Song Chun ate heartily, and Jiang Li also had a healthy appetite. By the time they exited the restaurant, it was already deep into the night. As they returned to the car, Song Chun received a phone call. The background noise was chaotic, and someone shouted Zhang Xianwan's name, causing Song Chun's expression to change abruptly. After hanging up, she asked Jiang Li, "Can you take me somewhere?" Jiang Li nodded. Of course. The address Song Chun provided was a renowned KTV, and Jiang Li was well acquainted with the route, arriving swiftly. Before the car had even come to a complete stop, Song Chun pulled open the door and exited. Jiang Li inquired if she should wait, but Song Chun replied that it was unnecessary and strode up the steps into the KTV. As Song Chun departed, the smile on Jiang Li's face gradually faded, her bright eyes sharpening with intensity. The clientele at this establishment were either wealthy or influential, and the valet routinely drove away luxury cars. Soon, Song Chun emerged, gripping the blonde man with one hand while securely holding on to someone with the other. Even from a distance, Jiang Li immediately recognized the girl with the doll-like face. She glanced at the coat she had just shed, now draped around another girl, her brows furrowing slightly. The force with which Song Chun held the blonde man made several security guards hesitate to approach. A manager, attempting to defuse the situation, smiled nervously. "Sir, please don't be angry. Let us talk this out." Song Chun's face darkened as she glared at the manager. "Once you step outside, this is no longer your concern. Get lost." The manager found himself in a difficult position. The blonde man shouted indignantly, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you hit me? I'll make a call and make you regret it." Before he could finish, Song Chun delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. A long arc traced through the air, revealing a bloodied front tooth. The blonde man struggled to rise, but Song Chun denied him the opportunity, pressing his head into the filthy ground, towering over him. "Apologize." Zhang Xianwan, nestled in Song Chun's embrace, was already in tears. The blonde man spat out blood, unwilling to relent. "You're insane. She came onto me." However, Song Chun disregarded his defense, pressing down harder until the sound of cracking bone echoed. Finally, the blonde man relented. "I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't see her worth. I apologize." At that moment, a group of unruly individuals stumbled out of the KTV, presumably the blonde man's friends. Each bore some injury, and upon witnessing the scene, they hesitated to approach. Song Chun paid them no mind, focusing instead on Zhang Xianwan in her arms. What do you say? Zhang Xianwan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Let us go home. Song Chun shot the blonde man a fierce glare, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, which instinctively took a step back. Supporting Zhang Xianwan, the two climbed into a taxi. Jiang Li sat quietly in the driver's seat, watching the blonde man being helped up as he continued to curse. A subordinate approached. Brother, should we call the police? The blonde man kicked him in anger. Call the police? You must be out of your mind. Amidst the blonde man's shouts, the crowd dispersed. Once again, tranquility enveloped the KTV. Soon after, Shun Ku arrived, gently tapping on the car window. Boss. Jiang Li turned her head. Get in. The car sped away. Jiang Li firmly grasping the steering wheel, remaining silent. Shun Ku, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from speaking. It was only when the car stopped at Jiang Li's building that Shun Ku began to reflect. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't handle it well. That girl, Zhang Xianwan, is quite the actress. She even turned the tables, claiming that Song Chun had just arrived when she threw herself at her, saying the blonde man had harassed her and that she hadn't consented. Mr. Song, known for his fiery temper, unexpectedly unleashed his wrath with considerable force, catching everyone off guard. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, his strikes were both heavy and ruthless, leaving his companions, a dozen or so with bleached hair, unable to restrain him. As Shank spoke, Jiang Li maintained a calm and inscrutable expression, lost in her thoughts. Once Shank finished speaking, silence enveloped the air. After an indeterminate period, Jiang Li finally retrieved a cigarette from her bag, prompting Shank to hastily light it for her. As the wisps of smoke curled upward, Jiang Li's delicate features took on an enigmatic quality, stirring something within Shank. Slowly, she exhaled a puff of smoke, declaring, It's wonderful to act. You should sign her. Indeed, Shank replied, without hesitation, exiting the vehicle and vanishing into the thick night. Chapter 10. The Battle for Love in a Secluded CAF at Southeast University. Shank sat before Zhang Xianwan, his expression devoid of emotion. Zhang's face reflected disbelief as she questioned, Are you truly from Xinghe Media? Will I really become a star after signing? Shank clarified, You'll merely be a trainee. Upon completing your training, we will provide resources based on your capabilities to assist in your debut. Remember, while popularity can propel you, it ultimately relies on your own destiny. Zhang Xianwan, brimming with excitement, nodded vigorously. I understand, I truly do. Shank placed a thick stack of documents in front of her, stating, Miss Zhang, we can afford you ample time to consider this. You may take the contract to your lawyer for thorough examination. There's no rush. Eagerly, Zhang flipped through the terms. The conditions for signing with Xinghe Media were exceedingly stringent. Trainees would receive only a meager stipend, and failure to adhere to company regulations could result in severe penalties, with breach fees reaching 7 figures. Zhang's expression remained unchanged until she reached the stipulation prohibiting romantic relationships for 5 years, at which point her fingertips trembled slightly. Shank, sipping his coffee leisurely, inquired nonchalantly, Miss Zhang, do you have any concerns? Her complexion paled as she stammered. No issues. So, will you sign now? Shank pressed further. With a forced smile, Zhang replied, May I have a day to consider? Shank set down his coffee cup, of course, but I must remind you that our trainee slots are limited this year, so time is of the essence. Zhang Xianwan bowed in gratitude. Thank you, I'll be quick. She then hurried towards the staircase. As Zhang's figure disappeared at the stairway, Shank picked up his phone, which had remained connected. Jiang Li's soft voice came through, Come back. All right, boss. Do you think this girl will sign? Of course. Do you have plans tonight to invite Mr. Song for dinner? I can invite him any time, but why today? Shank remained silent. Jiang Li chuckled. Are you thinking that Zhang Xianwan will confront him, leaving Mr. Song heartbroken, allowing me to step in? Shank neither confirmed nor denied, maintaining his usual silence. What can I say? Have I wasted these years with you? Or have you seen me exploit a weakness? Despite the playful reproach, Jiang Li's tone was unmistakably joyous. Just as Shank was about to respond, she continued, That girl is clever. I assure you she won't breathe a word to Mr. Song. Then what you're doing is... Jiang Li cut him off, stating whimsically, taking advantage of an opportunity? I quite like that phrase. True to Jiang Li's anticipation, the following morning, she received a call from Zhang Xianwan, agreeing to sign. As a mere trainee, she lacked the standing for Jiang Li to personally intervene. When Song Chun knocked, Jiang Li was buried in a pile of documents and absent-mindedly responded, Gumin, it had been nearly a week since they last dined together. and during that time, they hadn't even spoken on the phone. In front of the company's executives, Jiang Li had firmly committed to signing Chunyu. But with Song Chun, she was not in a hurry. This time, she invited him under a different pretext. The esteemed photographer Su Ong had recently returned to the country and was hosting a small exhibition, inviting only a select few friends. After considerable effort, Jiang Li managed to secure 2 tickets. She sent a photo to Song Chun and waited from morning until evening for his response. Which finally came, he would attend. Jiang Li gestured to the refrigerator. Help yourself to a drink while I finish these documents, and then we can leave. Song Chun nodded in agreement. Jiang Li's office was spacious, and as the evening lights began to twinkle, the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of the cityscape. Dressed in a cream-colored professional suit with a black undershirt, her sleeves casually rolled up to reveal her delicate, fair elbows, she exuded an air of elegance. A slender platinum necklace adorned with a diamond sparkled subtly under the lights, further highlighting her porcelain complexion. As she focused intently on the documents, her long hair cascading beside her, she absent-mindedly brushed it aside. Song Chun quickly opened a bottle of cola, took a sip, and wandered to the window. After 5 minutes, Jiang Li finally looked up, apologizing. I'm truly sorry for the wait. I've been quite busy today. Song Chun smiled. No worries, I just finished class. Jiang Li nodded. Please give me 2 more minutes to change. Song Chun agreed. Just then, Shank knocked and entered, greeting Song Chun politely. Good day, Mr. Song. Hello. Assistant Shank. After exchanging pleasantries with Song Chun, Shank placed a thick file on Jiang Li's desk, saying, Boss, this is the list of newly signed trainees for the year that needs your review before tomorrow's executive meeting. Jiang Li's face fell slightly as she glanced at Song Chun. In that case, please send the document to my email, and I will review it tonight. Understood, Shank replied. And Jiang Li flashed a warm smile at Song Chun before stepping into the inner lounge. As Shank began organizing Jiang Li's desk, he accidentally dropped the stack of files, causing several documents to scatter at Song Chun's feet. Out of courtesy, he bent down to assist, and suddenly, Zhang Xianwan's bright smile appeared in the folder. Thank you, Mr. Song. Shank expressed his gratitude, calmly retrieving the documents from Song Chun. Not at all, Song Chun replied, maintaining a natural demeanor. These are our company's newly signed trainees. Shank continued. Song Chun nodded silently. Shank, somewhat reluctant, added, our company offers the best trainee conditions in the industry. Aside from the 5-year relationship ban, the other requirements are quite relaxed. If you know anyone suitable, you could introduce them to us. There's a commission involved. Song Chun met Shank's gaze, his eyes filled with curiosity. Shank felt a pang of guilt, instinctively averting his gaze and returning to the documents. After a moment of silence, Song Chun's clear voice broke through. All right. Chapter 11. Special privileges. When Jiang Li emerged again, she had changed into a crescent white dress, draping a taupe trench coat over her arms. Her seaweed-like long hair cascaded down, partially obscuring her petite face. Although her attire remained simple and professional, it exuded considerably less overt aggression. Jiang Li tilted her head with a smile at Song Chun. Shall we go? Shank carefully presented a gift box to her, which she accepted with a smile, saying, There's nothing urgent. You may leave work early. Shank glanced at Song Chun, hesitating momentarily. Jiang Li patted his arm and turned to leave. Song Chun noticed that Jiang Li favored wearing flat shoes. Standing at 185 meters, he found Jiang Li at approximately 170 meters, relatively tall for a woman. As they stepped into the bustling elevator lobby during peak hours, they encountered Mrs. Song and Wang Zongza from afar. In the presence of company employees, the two maintained a deliberate distance. Yet Mrs. Song's gaze remained fixated on Wang Zongza. Jiang Li pausa momentarily, then turned to walk in the opposite direction. Song Chun, smiling knowingly, inquired, What's the matter? I have something to show you, Jiang Li replied, quickening her pace. What is it? You'll find out when you see it. Jiang Li led Song Chun to a dark and secretive door. A secretary-like individual promptly approached, respectfully opening the door for Jiang Li. Miss Jiang, please. It was the exclusive elevator for the president of Wu Xinghe, a special privilege granted to her, which she rarely utilized. As they stepped into the elevator, Jiang Li looked up at Song Chun, her eyes gleaming like amber. Don't blink. The vertical, sightseeing elevator descended swiftly, the dazzling expanse of countless lights fading below them, whisking them into a dreamlike realm from the heavens to the earth. Jiang Li, however, was not gazing at the scenery. Her gaze remained fixed on Song Chun. She recalled the first time she had entered this elevator with Wu Xinghe, 3 years into her tenure at Xinghe Media. The artists under her management had surged ahead, securing the company's top performance. At that moment, she had been utterly awestruck by the breathtaking view, so much so that she had failed to respond when Wu Xinghe doubled her salary as a reward. Wu Xinghe had smiled. "Do you like it?" Jiang Li had nodded foolishly. Wu Xinghe had then declared, "In that case, I shall grant you another great gift during your performance period. You may use this presidential elevator an unlimited number of times." This was an unparalleled honor reserved for the upper echelons of the company. As the youngest executive, Jiang Li understood the implications of being in a high position, and thus, she had never used this presidential elevator again until today, breaking her own rule for Song Chun. Yet, at this moment, Song Chun appeared completely at ease, devoid of the slightest hint of discomfort amidst the dazzling allure. He leaned casually against the railing, his long legs crossed, the rapidly changing light enhancing his aloof and cool demeanor. Jiang Li felt an odd illusion that he was born amidst this opulence. Noticing Song Chun's gaze fixed upon her, he turned slightly, asking, "What are you looking at?" With a mischievous smile, Jiang Li playfully recited, "A traveler on the road. As exquisite as jade, a gentleman unmatched in the world. Though we cannot be born together, let us seek the same resting place." Song Chun remained silent. The elevator doors chimed open, and a cold draft rushed in. Jiang Li shivered and quickly donned her coat. A soft chuckle seemed to emanate from behind her, and when she turned, she found Song Chun's lips curled in a perplexed smirk. Jiang Li retrieved her car keys, and Song Chun naturally took them, saying, "I'll drive." Jiang Li said nothing, her face aglow with infatuation as she climbed into the passenger seat. Unbeknownst to them, an SUV quietly lingered in the corner, where Wang Zong's authoritative visage was barely contained. Mr. Su Ang's photography exhibition was as unconventional as his character. Rather than a mere exhibition, it resembled a small gathering. On a modest stage, for young musicians played, their exquisite string quartet softly resonating through the gallery. Guests, holding elegant glasses, mingled and exchanged hushed conversations. Jiang Li, who only knew how to use a beauty camera, found it hard to appreciate Mr. Su Ang's aesthetic of capturing the beauty marks on the faces of Eastern women. Yet, Song Chun was thoroughly engrossed. Photography was not permitted, but he had brought a small notebook and occasionally focused intently, jotting down notes, pausing before each photograph. It was said that men who worked diligently possessed the most charm, and at that moment, Jiang Li longed to capture the essence of Song Chun. Wishing to relive this moment at home, Jiang City was not large, and encounters with acquaintances were inevitable. Even if they were not familiar, Jiang Li could easily turn a stranger into an acquaintance. Much of her time was spent navigating polite exchanges. After making the rounds and distributing her business cards, Song Chun had seen enough. The style of the performance shifted gradually. The melodious string quartet was replaced by the clear notes of a piano. As a graceful girl sang softly into the microphone, Jiang Li handed Song Chun a glass of juice and pulled him toward a booth. "I want to introduce you to someone." Song Chun glanced at the wine glass in Jiang Li's hand, his brow slightly furrowing. Jiang Li had a modest tolerance for alcohol, often becoming flushed at the slightest sip. At that moment, her lips glowed, and the small mole at the corner of her eye, enhanced by the wine, became a rosy hue, drawing the attention of several men around her. Jiang Li was clearly aware of this, yet she not only did not restrain herself, but rather reveled in it. Regardless of who raised a glass to her, she responded with a smile, sipping graciously yet elegantly. Song Chun felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. A circle of people surrounded their booth, led by an elderly gentleman with white hair and a spirited demeanor. Upon spotting Jiang Li, Su Ang's eyes brightened, and he enthusiastically waved her over. "Miss Jiang, come sit with us." He smiled warmly, cradling a vintage yet well-maintained camera, eagerly introducing it to the crowd. "This is a 1995 EOS, the first generation of single-lens reflex cameras. I once owned one, but my grandson accidentally broke it. I didn't expect Miss Jiang to be a fellow camera enthusiast. Today, I have truly found a kindred spirit. Mr. Su, you flatter me. I'm just a novice. I know little about photography. No matter how precious a camera is in my hands, it merely gathers dust. I uncovered it while cleaning a few days ago and was pondering where to place it when I fortuitously encountered you, which signifies a connection, doesn't it?" Su Ang chuckled lightly, gesturing towards Jiang Li. You, my dear girl, have a silver tongue. Well, maybe a dusty object in your hands is a rare treasure in mine. Haha, what a fate. I shall take it, but I must say up front, I won't take something for nothing. If you find any photographs from today's exhibition that catch your eye, let them be taken down for you to keep. Immediately, envious glances were cast at Jiang Li by those around her. Chapter 12. A charismatic presence, the exhibited pieces were few but exquisite, some being early works of Su Ong, each of which was of considerable value. However, more precious than the works was Su Ang's evident favoritism towards Jiang Li. Given Su Ang's prestige and status in the industry, the artworks served merely as a fade. The underlying intent was to offer Jiang Li a connection with him. Thus, describing this painting as invaluable would not be an exaggeration. Behind Song Chun, two men whispered while holding their glasses. I heard that Miss Jiang hadn't even met Mr. Su Ong before today. Indeed, the tickets for the exhibition were acquired through a friend's connections. In less than 2 hours, she is already receiving artworks from Mr. Su Ong. I used to think she was just a pretty face, but it seems she is quite the formidable character. A top agent surely requires a certain finesse, right? I heard she is single. Such a woman, I wonder what kind of man could win her over. Win her over? A man can't be subdued in work. But there are other areas to explore. Another man chuckled suggestively. Indeed, just then, Song Chun accidentally tilted his glass of juice, splattering the orange liquid onto the two men. Their tailored suits were effectively ruined. Annoyed, they looked up and met the gaze of the instigator. Song Chun muttered apologies, but his expression bore no trace of regret, his dark, deep-set eyes radiating coldness. The waiter promptly arrived with towels to assist them. Though the two men felt frustrated, they were deterred from expressing their anger by the chilling atmosphere and retreated begrudgingly. Su Ong and Jiang Li observed the commotion, but paid it no mind. Jiang Li raised her glass, teasingly saying, I think you're being rather stingy, Mr. Su. Stingy? Su Ong chuckled at her words, placing the camera back down and clinking his glass against Jiang Li's. How could you say that? So many people wish to possess my works, yet I am selective. Jiang Li took a delicate sip. Isn't it better to teach a person to fish rather than simply giving them fish? Surely, you understand this principle? Su Ong burst into hearty laughter. You, little girl, are quite cunning. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have no interest in photography. Everyone remembers that. How is it that you've changed your mind? Jiang Li naturally linked her arm with Song Chun's and declared, Who says I have to learn on my own? Today, I shall play the role of a mentor. Upon hearing this, Su Ang's smile faltered. The others present perceived Jiang Li's actions as quite off-putting. It is customary, even among longtime friends, to find a suitable context for introductions. One does not simply thrust another person forward, as Jiang Li had done. Nevertheless, Su Ong, maintaining his dignified demeanor, refrained from making things awkward for Jiang Li and politely regarded Song Chun, saying, a young man. Their gazes met, and Su Ong was momentarily taken aback. He slowly lowered his camera and rose from the sofa, fixated on Song Chun. Is it you? He inquired. Song Chun nodded slightly, respectfully approaching him. Hello, Mr. Su. My name is Song Chun. Child, do you not remember me? Su Ang's eyes sparkled with joy. Song Chun, however, shook his head in confusion. Su Ong, filled with excitement, urged him to sit beside him. Please take a seat. I truly never expected to see you here. You have no idea how hard I searched for you. Jiang Li's gaze discreetly shifted between Su Ong and Song Chun, while Song Chun remained somewhat dazed. Su Ong patted Song Chun's shoulder, recalling, 3 years ago, during my photographic expedition in Africa, you rescued my arm from the jaws of a leopard. Song Chun smacked his forehead, incredulous. It was you? Of course it was me, Su Ong exclaimed, thumping his chest like a gorilla. I was nearly fainting from the pain, yet I still remembered your face. It is entirely understandable that you do not recall me. I was wearing a mask. Jiang Li, glancing between Song Chun and the exuberant Su Ong, interjected, What on earth happened? Before Song Chun could respond, Mr. Su continued, 3 years ago, I went to Africa to photograph leopards. I spent an entire day squatting in the desert, and while I did manage to capture some photographs, my arm was nearly consumed by a leopard. Fortunately, a group of young people happened by and saved me. When I woke up in the hospital, the ones who rescued me had long vanished. I feel terribly ashamed for having damaged your lens. Song Chun chuckled lightly. Oh, how much is a lens worth, really? Mr. Su warmly engaged Song Chun in conversation. They both appeared delighted as they chatted for a while longer, until Su Ong suddenly pointed at Jiang Li and asked Song Chun, This clever girl, who is she to you? Before Song Chun could speak, Jiang Li eagerly interjected, I am his agent. Agent? Su Ong blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. He playfully poked Song Chun with his finger, exclaiming, then you must be cautious. This girl is quite cunning. Song Chun was taken aback by Jiang Li's bold claim, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Li, however, rolled her eyes at Song Chun out of Su Ang's view. Song Chun maintained his composure, while Su Ong noticed their subtle exchanges and merely smiled knowingly. Mr. Su, you're not pulling my leg, are you? How could someone of his stature possibly save your arm from a leopard? Jiang Lizui. Ah, do not underestimate him, Su Ong retorted enthusiastically, vividly recounting the events. The leopard had a firm grip on my arm. The pain was so intense that my senses dulled. Yet, the metallic scent of blood from the leopard's mouth penetrated my nostrils. Just as I was about to give in, the wounded leopard emitted a whimper. Its artery had been pierced by a dagger, and blood sprayed all over Song Chun. He held the leopard's head tightly, driving the dagger deeper again and again until it lay still. However, the leopard, cunning and fierce, was not yet defeated. Even gravely injured, it still possessed formidable strength. Bloodletting takes time, and it was merely baiting me. Exhausted, I crouched on the ground to rest, only for the leopard to suddenly pounce on me, aiming for my neck. I desperately sought something to shield myself, and in that moment, Su Ang's camera was tragically caught in the fray. Amidst the swirling sands, I was engaged in a fierce battle with the leopard, and though Su Ang's vision grew hazy, he distinctly remembered my bloodied yet resolute face. Jiang Li shuddered at the thought, vividly imagining the harrowing scene. Song Chun listened quietly, and Jiang Li found it hard to reconcile the refined and elegant man before her with the image of him battling a solitary and fierce leopard in the desolate desert. Suddenly, she recalled the day at the KTV entrance, where Song Chun had embraced Zhang Xianwan while single-handedly handling a group of ruffians. He was undeniably dashing and impressive. Jiang Li's gaze toward Song Chun brightened considerably. Chapter 13. The offensive. Once Mr. Su and Song Chun began conversing, they seemed to lose track of time. The guests in the exhibition hall gradually departed, leaving only a handful behind. The singer on the small stage performed one song after another, their voice tinged with evident fatigue. Jiang Li wished to create some space and time for Su Ong and Song Chun, so she rose gracefully from the sofa. Song Chun inquired with his eyes where she was heading. Jiang Li smiled softly and whispered in his ear, I'm going to make my move. Su Ong scrolled through his phone to find photographs from his leopard shoot, excitedly sharing them with Song Chun. Noticing that Jiang Li had merely wandered toward the small stage and had not strayed too far, he returned his attention to Su Ong, whose previously respectful demeanor gradually became more relaxed and casual. As Jiang Li took a seat at the piano, she began to sing. Could you not linger so within my gaze? You will realize I am utterly restless. The sounds of voices and traffic faded, replaced by a silent struggle of emotional entrapment. Jiang Li's voice was soft and melodious, singing a song originally performed by a male artist, imbuing it with a unique charm. Su Ong ceased his incessant chatter, and Song Chun also turned his attention away from him. The lights cast upon the photographic works enveloped Jiang Li in a kaleidoscope of colors, rendering her both mysterious and unpredictable. Singing a song that had once echoed through her rebellious high school days, Jiang Li found herself momentarily out of practice, her fingers fumbling on the keys. Perhaps it was the enchanting red wine of the evening or the captivating Song Chun that prompted her to sing a song for him. Despite her lack of practice, the melody was etched deep within her soul. As she sang, her gaze remained fixed on Song Chun, whose eyes were as clear as water, shrouded in an intoxicating mist, even more alluring than the moonlight. As Jiang Li lowered her gaze to the piano keys, Song Chun swiftly reached for the camera on the table, capturing a moment without adjusting the focus or angle, simply pressing the shutter. When Jiang Li lifted her gaze again, she found Song Chun lounging with his arm draped lazily over the armrest of the sofa, the interplay of light and shadow obscuring his expression, leaving her unaware of the tumultuous emotions within him. Engrossed in her song, Song Chun was suddenly jolted when Su Ong playfully tapped his arm. No longer maintaining his serious facade, he stroked his beard and asked, Can you defend against this? How disrespectful. Song Chun scoffed lightly, downing the juice from the table in one go. Don't forget to send me the photos. As Jiang Li finished her song, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, calling for an encore, urging her to sing once more. Several men, glasses in hand, were eager for more. Song Chun casually gathered Jiang Li's coat and bag, leading her outside amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Jiang Li protested, "But I haven't finished singing. It's too late. You should go home. But I need to say goodbye to Mr. Su. It would be rude to leave without a proper farewell. You've already said goodbye. Were you just taking pictures of me?" "No, I wasn't. I saw you. You must have seen wrong." The night breeze was gentle. Song Chun, without further ado, wrapped Jiang Li in her coat, half embracing her as he shoved her into the passenger seat and sped off. Jiang Li, having had a few drinks, felt somewhat sobered by the night air. "Did you defend against that?" she queried. "What?" Song Chun was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Li replied earnestly, her fingers gesturing animatedly before her. "I am on the offensive." Finally, unable to contain himself, Song Chun burst into laughter. Jiang Li then realized how charming Song Chun looked when he smiled. As the car entered the tunnel, Jiang Li rolled down the window, and the howling wind rushed in instantly. Song Chun was startled and exclaimed, "Hey, be careful." Just as he was about to pull up the window, Jiang Li cupped her hands around her mouth, resembling a trumpet, and shouted, "Song Chun is looking exceptionally handsome today." Song Chun was left in a state of bemusement, struggling to comprehend why someone who usually exuded calmness and composure could become so childish and even a tad adorable after a drink. Until that moment, he had never considered that such words could be applied to a woman older than him. Suddenly, he froze as Jiang Li swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. A gentle fragrance enveloped him, and he felt as though a feather had grazed his right cheek. The delightful, tingling sensation spread like wildfire from his cheek to his entire body, nearly causing him to lose grip of the steering wheel. Jiang Li observed everything but chose not to reveal her awareness. She gently pulled up the window while her gaze remained fixed on Song Chun's flushed face, the teasing smile slowly fading and replaced by an unwavering determination. After a brief silence, Song Chun cleared his throat and asked, "Where do you live? I'll take you home first." Jiang Li hesitated for a moment before smiling softly, "No need, just drive to your school. Shenku is waiting for us there." Song Chun understood. Jiang Li was being cautious. The chaos of the entertainment industry was notorious, and someone as guarded as Jiang Li would not easily divulge personal information. Indeed, her feelings for him were not as intense as she portrayed. Song Chun refrained from probing further and focused intently on driving. Even without words, the rapid retreat of the blush on his cheeks and the drooping of his eyelashes hinted at his unsettled emotions. Jiang Li wanted to explain that her reluctance to disclose her residence was purely a matter of professional necessity, but when she opened her mouth, she found herself at a loss for words. She silently resolved in her heart that once Song Chun took charge, the first thing he must do is acquire another apartment. A wise rabbit has 3 burrows, after all. When Song Chun parked the car, Jiang Li anticipated he would ignore her. To her surprise, he engaged the handbrake and turned to look at her earnestly, saying, "Thank you for today." Jiang Li shook her head. "You two are old acquaintances. I didn't really help much." Song Chun shook his head, hesitating to speak. Jiang Li, ever perceptive, watched him intently, fearing he might swallow his words again. Indeed, Song Chun's throat moved slightly as he said, "Drink some honey water when you get home." "The words, "Are you concerned about me?" lingered on Jiang Li's lips, but she quickly swallowed them back, replying, "I understand. Thank you, and do rest early. Good things often take time. Rapid progress is not always favorable." Moreover, Jiang Li was well aware of Song Chun's character. As long as Zhang Xiaowan's matter remained unresolved, she could not move forward without proper justification. After Song Chun left, Shenku emerged from the shadows by the roadside, handing Jiang Li a thermos. The warm aroma of honey pomelo tea wafted up as she took a sip. "Boss, I made a follow-up call. What did they say?" "As you suspected, the girl claims she is single." Jiang Li did not respond. Shenku, unable to contain his impatience, asked, "What about you? Has it been confirmed? Is Mr. Song a student of Mr. Suong?" "They do know each other and are quite close, but whether they are teacher and student is still uncertain." "Boss, aren't you being overly sensitive? There are many masters with similar photography styles. How can you conclude that Mr. Song and Mr. Suong are in a teacher-student relationship? Besides, Mr. Suong has never publicly taken on students. Viang, le rubit hertemples. I merely stumbled upon this while researching Pure Desire works. There is no concrete evidence." Shenku adjusted the air conditioning and hesitated to speak. Jiang Li encouraged him, "Speak your mind. I have noticed quite a few shortcomings lately, as if I am not giving you the opportunity to voice your thoughts. Shun Ku held the steering wheel. It's you who have changed. How have I changed? Jiang Lizui, exasperata. You used to prioritize maximizing company profits when signing talents. Jiang Li, feeling fatigued, was amused by Shun Ku's sarcastic demeanor. Do you think I'm investigating Mr. Song's relationship with Mr. Suong for personal reasons, to inflate Mr. Song's value and secure a lucrative contract? Shun Ku dared not affirm. You dare not. I see you've become quite bold and foolish lately. Are you also curious why I have not simply signed Mr. Song after he threw out the bait, but chose to investigate his professional background instead? Shen Kiskiviko nodded honest. You're still too naive. Think back. Aside from handing me a signed piece of work last time at the studio, has Mr. Song shown any inclination to be signed by me? Shinka pondered seriously. Actually, no. Then there you have it. Do you think I can just sign him whenever I want? The wisdom of knowing both oneself and the enemy is crucial in every battle. Have I not taught you this? Shunka nodded, then shook his head in confusion. Jiang Li's eloquence left him speechless, and she leaned back, closing her eyes to rest. Yet, she herself was uncertain of her true intentions. Perhaps it was simply a desire for Song Chun to be a little more exceptional. Boss, are you only investigating Mr. Song's professional background and not his family situation? It's just a romance. No need for complications. Indeed. By the way, boss, today I probed Mr. Song using the contract signed by Zhang Xianwan as you instructed, and he displayed no unusual reaction. Noted, Jiang Li recalled Mr. Song's demeanor at the photography exhibition. He did not appear heartbroken. Had she misjudged? Did Zhang Xianwan already communicate with Song Chun, choosing to risk hefty penalties for breach of contract rather than break up with her boyfriend? Jiang Li took out her phone and sent Song Chun a good night sticker. He did not reply. Until bedtime, she received no message from him. Truly ungrateful. The next day, upon arriving at the company, Song Chun finally responded. Sorry, I didn't TC your message last night. Jiang Li's heart, which had felt empty all night, finally lifted a bit. No worries, I was just resting after sending it. By the way, do you have time tonight? I have something for you. Undoubtedly. Her message sank into silence once more. Fortunately, the multitude of tasks she had to handle in the morning left her no time to feel disheartened. Each year, the company signed a considerable number of trainees. The contracts for trainees were quite inexpensive. If just one out of dozens became popular, the company would profit. Moreover, many trainees terminated their contracts midway, incurring hefty penalties for the company. Therefore, as long as the trainee slots were confirmed, the upper management meetings would not reject them. After the meeting, Jiang Li exited the conference room only to be called over by Wang Zongzi in front of everyone. Xiao Li, can we talk? The senior management was well aware that Jiang Li had been brought in by Wang Zongzi against the odds, and Wang Zongzi was also her senior. Everyone enjoyed teasing Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi. Wang Zongzi did not clarify, but Jiang Li felt the need to explain. Yet, the more she tried, the worse it seemed. Over time, she had grown weary of the matter. The previous high-level meeting, where Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi had argued passionately over signing Song Chun, was still fresh in everyone's minds. They assumed Jiang Li was still upset with Wang Zongzi over the issue. Now, Wang Zongzi was publicly showing weakness in front of everyone, the glances between them carrying a hint of ambiguity. As Wu Xinghe departed, he even patted Wang Zongzi on the shoulder sympathetically, saying, "A good chat." A female executive leaned in closer to Jiang Li, advising softly, "It's all for the company's benefit. Let it go." In the office, only Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi remained. Holding a folder, Jiang Li adopted a professional stance. "Mr. Wang, please speak directly." Wang Zongzi, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "Xiao Li, why do you always avoid me?" Jiang Li interrupted. "Regarding work matters, I have already addressed everything in the meeting. As for personal matters, there is nothing of significance to discuss with you, General Wang." Wang Zongzi gazed intently at Jiang Li. Her demeanor had always been calm and composed. Even when reprimanding subordinates, she maintained a gracious smile. It was only in his presence that she occasionally revealed her girlhood innocence and capriciousness, which had made Wang Zongzi feel quite pleased for a while. However, at this moment, her obstinacy irritated him. "Xiao Li, we are adults now. You cannot continue to be so selfish. Consider me, consider our future," he urged earnestly. "I am an outsider in this city, with no roots whatsoever. Everything I possess is the result of my own hard work. The project in Madame Song's hands is of utmost importance to me. Can you refrain from being so emotional? Jiang Li was filled with resentment, regretting her previous blindness in failing to see Wang Zongzi's true nature. She had no desire to hear another word and turned to leave. Wang Zongzi stepped forward, blocking her path. Shaoli, I have thought carefully, and I cannot agree to your last suggestion. Jiang Li looked bewildered. What suggestion? Wang Zongzi hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate before continuing. Is about you seeking someone else. Of course, I understand you merely wish to provoke me. You would never truly diminish your self-worth. Moreover, I believe there is not a single man in this world willing to accept an incomplete wife. Wang Zongzi spoke at length, but Jiang Li felt a tightening in her chest, absorbing none of his words. Finally, he concluded, Shaoli, do you understand what I mean? Are you finished? Jiang Li. Upon his nod, she took a deep breath and said, General Wang, let us consider this matter closed for today. If I hear such word from you again, do not blame me for accusing you of sexual harassment. Shaoli, don't say that. You know how I feel about you. Wang Zongzi raised his hand, attempting to touch Jiang Li's shoulder. She recoiled with disdain, her eyes glinting with a sharp coldness. Wang Zongzi was taken aback. He had always believed Jiang Li's recent resistance was merely a display of modesty and attitude. He thought that by lowering his guard and charming her as he would with other women, she would naturally return to his side. Yet in this moment, he realized he was gradually losing his hold over her. Feeling a surge of panic, he opened his mouth to speak again, just as there was a light knock at the office door, and a bright, youthful face appeared. Chapter 15. Flattery. Zhang Xianwan gently pushed the door open. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was sent by Assistant Shun to find Miss Jiang. Wang Zongzi, somewhat irritated, gestured for her to enter. Even without prior experience in the workplace, Zhang Xianwan immediately sensed the tense atmosphere. She had been diligently studying workplace dynamics over the past few days, naturally imagining the scenario between Wang Zongzi and Jiang Li as a corporate power struggle. Both Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi understood that Shun, a seasoned assistant, would not have carelessly allowed a newcomer to barge in. His intention was to provide his boss with a reprieve. With an outsider present, Wang Zongzi refrained from uttering another word, simply nodding before turning to leave. Jiang Li exhaled sharply. Assistant Shun will handle the contract matter with you. You may go now. Relaxed, Jiang Li seemed exceedingly amiable. Zhang Xianwan, having secured a contract with Xingha Media, was determined to achieve fame. Before coming, she had done her homework and knew that. Although Wang Zongzi held a higher rank than Jiang Li, he was in management, while Jiang Li wielded significant resources. As the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as influential as the current administrator. Moreover, newcomers in the company were not entitled to agents. Only after completing their training and officially debuting would they be assigned one. Yet, agents varied in rank. Ordinary agents had to mutually choose their artists. Agents of Jiang Li's caliber possessed absolute authority. She could decide whom to sign and whom to dismiss, and apart from the president, few would dare to intervene. If Zhang Xianwan could secure a contract with her, her path to stardom would be unobstructed. Feeling a rush of excitement, Zhang Xianwan began to ingratiate herself. Sister Li, you can trust that I will practice diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Jiang Li nodded, lifting her leg to exit. Zhang Xianwan, being astute, respectfully held the door open for her. Jiang Li cast a surprised glance at Zhang Xianwan. The latter's heart leaped with joy. Sister Li, if I can sign with you, it will be my greatest fortune. Jiang Li did not pause. Although Zhang Xianwan's flattery felt somewhat forced, her youthful face was distinctive. And due to her connection with Song Chun, Jiang Li felt inclined to impart a few words of guidance. Our company has over 30 agents, each exceptionally talented. If you learn well, you need not worry about finding a suitable agent. The implication was clear. As long as one was sufficiently outstanding, there would be no shortage of opportunities. Zhang Xianwan felt a twinge of disappointment. But I only wish to sign with you. You are my idol. Jiang Li remained unmoved. Zhang Xianwan, growing anxious, insisted, Sister Li, I truly mean it. Jiang Li replied, if you want me to sign you, you must show me your strengths. Strengths? Zhang Xianwan rushed forward, exclaiming, I am loyal. I am loyal. You can rest assured that if you sign me in this company, no, in my world, I will only heed your commands. If you tell me to go east, I will go east. If you tell me to go west, I will go west. You are my guiding light. She desperately sought to express herself, but Jiang Li frowned. Employees occasionally passed through the corridor. Swiftly, Jiang Li returned to her office. Zhang Xiaowan naturally followed her inside. Jiang Li resumed her seat, quietly observing Zhang Xiaowan. Believing her words had touched Jiang Li, Zhang Xiaowan felt a surge of triumph, swearing, "Sister Li, you can trust me. I have always been obedient, and from now on in the company, I will only listen to you. I am your soldier. Even Chairman Wu Xinghe's authority cannot sway me." Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the office door. Enough. Jiang Li's pen slammed forcefully onto the desk. "You naive creature, do you think you are? Everyone here serves the company, including you and me." Jiang Li's demeanor shifted abruptly, leaving Zhang Xiaowan bewildered, her confidence wavering. "I understand, but as an agent, you and your artist achieve mutual success. The more outstanding your artists, the more status you hold within the company. Is that not so? Status?" Jiang Li lifted her gaze, her bright eyes causing Zhang Xiaowan to feel a pang of anxiety. "Let me tell you, status is earned through genuine ability, not through self-serving cleverness. Stop fixating on absurd workplace conspiracy theories. The most important factor for an artist is character. If one lacks integrity, even an intern agent would not want them. Consider this carefully." Zhang Xiaowan felt utterly humiliated, her face alternating between shades of blue and white. Had she not been a newcomer, she would have realized that the walls have ears. Jiang Li's stern interruption of her words was not only to assert her stance and attitude, but also to protect her. Yet, Zhang Xiaowan did not comprehend this. Having been a top student throughout her life, she had rarely faced harsh words, and thus she naturally took Jiang Li's comments as reprimands. With her head bowed, her face flushed, Jiang Li picked up the phone on her desk. "Assistant Shun, please come in." Shun Ku escorted Zhang Xiaowan out. Before leaving, Jiang Li called after her. "Miss Zhang, let me emphasize once more. Our company strictly prohibits relationships among trainees. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaowan timidly replied, "I understand. I am single." Jiang Li exchanged a glance with Shun Ku, who promptly led her away. Jiang Li opened her phone, and a message from Song Chun appeared. "Not tonight. I have something to attend to." Shun Ku entered with Jiang Li's coffee cup. "Boss, have a cup of coffee. That Zhang Xiaowan is just a foolish girl. She may not heed your warning. Even without you, it is only a matter of time before she discards Mr. Song. You need not extend special consideration for her." Jiang Li nodded wearily, disliking the term abandon. "Vice President Fu from Donglai Group has arranged a meeting for tonight. Please book a decent restaurant." Shun Ku's eyes flickered. Understood. Jiang Li had a habit of visiting a nearby fast food restaurant for a bowl of rice noodles before any drinking engagements, ensuring she had a little something in her stomach. Business occasions required a certain level of decorum. Instead of driving her own car, she opted for the company's Phantom. Upon stepping out, she noticed two individuals seated behind the transparent glass window. Zhang Xiaowan was crying profusely, while Song Chun handed her a tissue, whispering something that prompted Zhang to bury her face in his chest, sobbing even harder. Jiang Li paused momentarily. Shun Ku inquired, "Boss, shall we continue dining?" Jiang Li turned to retrace her steps. "Never mind, I'm not particularly hungry." The driver approached to open the door for her, and Jiang Li signaled to Shun Ku with a glance. Shun Ku understood and pulled out his phone, snapping photos of the two through the window. Once back in the car, Jiang Li did not instruct the driver to depart. Instead, her fingertips lightly tapped her knee. Shun Ku seized the moment. "Boss, I just remembered there's a mobilization meeting for the trainees tonight. It seems the planning department forgot to inform Zhang Xiaowan. Should I remind her?" Jiang Li replied casually, "You may decide on work matters yourself." Shun Ku quickly dialed Zhang Xiaowan's number without hesitation. Chapter 16. Protecting and shielding. Zhang Xiaowan lifted her tear-streaked face from Song Chun's chest, her voice on the phone light and airy. "Hello, this is Shun Ku." Zhang Xiaowan's expression shifted, and she beamed brightly at Song Chun before hastening to the bar to ask, "Assistant Shun, hello. Shen Kiskiviko Butasid please entres." Stating the time and place of the meeting before hanging up. With only 10 minutes until the meeting commenced, Zhang Xiaowan hurriedly spoke to Song Chun and dashed out. Song Chun remained by the window, illuminated by the warm glow of the display, appearing forlorn and solitary. Shun Ku thought to remind Jiang Li that time was of the essence, but to his surprise, Jiang Li opened the car door and stepped down. "Are you still hungry?" Shun Ku hurriedly followed her. Jiang Li, without looking back, instructed, "Since it's a mobilization meeting for the trainees, it should be more ceremonious. I cannot leave. You go in my stead." Shun Ku regretted his earlier choices. Had he known, he wouldn't have mentioned the fan mobilization meeting. He could have simply summoned Zhang Xianwan to the office for a few hours under some pretext. Seeing that he had not left, Jiang Li urged, "Why aren't you going yet?" Shun Ku grit his teeth, gazing at Song Chun in the window, suddenly realizing that his presence was no longer needed for Jiang Li's social engagement tonight. Jiang Li entered the restaurant, radiating confidence. Her striking appearance and designer attire naturally drew attention. The bustling fast food establishment soon buzzed with excitement as she strolled past the gazes of onlookers. Making her way to Song Chun, "What brings you here?" Song Chun sipped his soy milk, just finished eating. Jiang Li feigned ignorance of the other bowl on the table. "Is this all you're having for dinner? At your age, you can't just eat this. Come on, let me treat you to something delicious." Without waiting for a response, she grasped Song Chun's arm and began to pull him away. "No, I've really eaten." Song Chun stammered, caught off guard, his words faltering. The sleek phantom before them shimmered softly, its smooth lines and enchanting starry interior reflecting off one another. The driver, dressed in a black suit and white gloves, respectfully opened the door for both. "Is this yours?" Song Chun inquired, his eyes bright and piercing. Jiang Li suddenly recalled the first time she had driven him home. Amidst a line of cars vying for his attention, he had paused only at the one from Qilin. Jiang Li sidestepped the topic. "Do you like it?" Song Chun said nothing, bending to enter the vehicle. As the car sped away, Jiang Li quickly calculated whether she could afford a phantom. Vice President Fu from Donglai Group was a benefactor of Jiang Li's protege, Jingyu. Having gained a sense of independence with support behind her, Jingyu sought to break her contract prematurely. Jiang Li, with her magnanimous nature, usually did not make things difficult as long as the penalty for breach was sufficient. However, this young woman seemed oblivious to the implications. Not only did she refuse to pay the penalty, but she also adopted an attitude of arrogance, neglecting her responsibilities. Jiang Li commanded her to be sidelined. In his 60s, Vice President Fu, with a large family, regarded Jingyu merely as a diversion. Reluctant to lose face by seeking help from Wu Xinghe or to spend significantly to terminate the contract, he sought Jiang Li's assistance. After several attempts to arrange a meeting, Jiang Li had deflected with other commitments. Yet in such a close-knit industry, one could not afford to burn bridges. Jiang Li maintained her posture while still preserving face, and she initiated the invitation, which Vice President Fu promptly accepted. When Jiang Li and Song Chun arrived, Vice President Fu and the artist had already been waiting for some time. As Jiang Li entered the private room, she removed her coat and handed it to the waiter while apologizing. "I sincerely apologize, Vice President Fu. I just came from a meeting that ran late." Vice President Fu rose, patting his ample belly, and shook her hand. "Miss Jiang, you are busy with important matters, unlike me, who has grown old and lacks the energy to compete. Ha ha ha." Jiang Li warmly responded, shaking his hand. "Vice President Fu, you are too modest. According to our nation's current labor classifications, you are in your prime. Besides, with your impressive demeanor, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say you look just over 40. Vice President Fu relished the compliment, his heart swelling with joy as Jiang Li's words flattered him, gripping her hand tightly. Jiang Li remained unhurried. Turning to Song Chun, "Song Chun, come over to meet Vice President Fu." Song Chun extended his hand. "Greetings, Vice President Fu." The smile on Vice President Fu's face widened even more as he quickly released Jiang Li's hand to shake Song Chun's. "Hello, hello. Miss Jiang truly has a discerning eye. This young man is quite impressive." Jiang Li simply smiled gently, allowing Song Chun to remain silent. Vice President Fu was accustomed to navigating the entertainment industry, where a capable female superior maintaining one or even several young proteges was commonplace. Moreover, Jiang Li and Song Chun appeared age-appropriate, almost like a perfect match. Song Chun engaged in small talk with Vice President Fu while Jingyu awkwardly approached. Before she could speak, Jiang Li expressed surprise and concern. "Jingyu, what brings you here? I heard from the staff that you are unwell. How are you feeling now?" Jingyu faltered. Jiang Li possessed an uncanny ability to turn the tables and remain composed. It was clear she had sidelined Jingyu for being insubordinate. Now, she feigned concern. Jingyu began, intending to state she was fine, but Vice President Fu discreetly gestured for her to express gratitude. "Jingyu, why not thank Miss Jiang for her concern?" Jingyu's cheeks flushed. "Thank you, Miss Jiang. I'm feeling much better now." "Oh, there's no need to be polite," Jiang Li said, patting Jingyu's shoulder. Although you've paused work, your contract is still in effect, so you remain under my care. Just call me sisterly like before. Jingyu reluctantly complied. Sisterly. Please sit down, don't just stand there. Jiang Li urged Jingyu, naturally guiding Vice President Fu to the main seat. Vice President Fu, needing Jiang Li's favor, was unwilling to argue. Ultimately, after much insistence, he allowed the waiter to remove the main seat, and they sat side by side. Song Chun took a seat beside Jiang Li, with Jingyu next to Vice President Fu. The four of them sat comfortably at the round table, and Jingyu, glancing up, noticed Song Chun and couldn't he help but steal several glances. Mr. Song, you seem new. Did you just sign? Song Chun quietly enjoyed his tea, remaining silent, while Jiang Li smiled brightly. We haven't even started yet. I'm in the process of recruiting him. Jingyu managed a weak smile. The table was lavishly laid out with an abundance of dishes. Vice President Fu poured wine from the waiter's hand into 4 glasses, filling them generously before placing them on the lazy Susan. Jiang Li turned to Song Chun. Would you like to have a drink? Song Chun languidly rested her arm on the edge of the table, expressing her disinterest in drinking. Jiang Li, in response, merely placed a glass in front of herself. President Fu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, remarking, Miss Jiang, you cannot be so protective. Chapter 17. Drinking games. Jiang Li smiled gently. President Fu, it is my friend's first outing with me. Please show some understanding. Then we must drink, President Fu declared, waving his hand to set a glass before Jingyu, pouring another for himself, and pushing the final glass towards Jiang Li. Miss Jiang, if you truly cannot bear to handle it yourself, we have no objections, do we? Jingyu harbored deep resentment towards Jiang Li. They were of similar age. Jiang Li, basking in her success, commanded respect in their circle while also enjoying the company of the stunning Song Chun. In contrast, Jingyu merely sought to dissolve a contract and found herself nearly erased from the social scene. Now, she was forced to cater to this corpulent old man just to share a table with Jiang Li. How could she not harbor hatred? Aware of Jiang Li's moderate tolerance for alcohol, Jingyu thought that if she could manage to get her to drink just one more cup, or even get tipsy, it would provide her with a sense of satisfaction. Thus, she smiled sweetly. Sisterly, I know your drinking capacity well. 2 cups are nothing for you. Even 4 would be manageable. See, Jingyu understands you, President Fu said, affectionately patting Jingyu's hand, the meaning behind his gesture unmistakable. You still have a bit of conscience, remembering me. Jiang Li responded with a graceful smile, calmly placing another wine decanter in front of her. It was evident she intended to protect Song Chun. Song Chun glanced over, but said nothing. The group raised their glasses. Jiang Li offered a few pleasantries before everyone drank their first cup. For the second cup, Jiang Li raised her glass. President Fu, today is a wonderful day. I toast to you and Jingyu. Haha, likewise, President Fu chuckled, rubbing his ample hands together as he observed the juice in Song Chun's glass. Mr. Song, you must not indulge too much. Jiang Li leaned slightly against Song Chun's shoulder. That cannot be. He still has to drive me home tonight. The four shared another harmonious drink. President Fu, being a man of the world, understood the unwritten rules. It was clear that Jiang Li was drinking for 2, and if he were to propose another toast alongside Jingyu, it would be rather inconsiderate. Moreover, should Jiang Li become intoxicated, the subsequent discussions would be futile. Thus, after this round, he allowed everyone to proceed at their discretion. Jingyu gracefully approached Jiang Li, holding her glass aloft. Sisterly, I toast to you. Jiang Li stood up, honoring her with respect. Jingyu, it seems your health has improved significantly. When will you return to work? I have several projects awaiting your expertise. Jingyu bit her inner cheek, cursing the pretense in her heart, yet she maintained a sweet smile towards Jiang Li. I will do, as Sisterly says. Splendid. I shall call Shun Ku immediately to arrange your work, Jiang Li declared, pulling out her phone. Jingyu had no intention of returning to work. She was resolutely determined to terminate her contract. Yet, Jiang Li displayed no hint of insincerity, leaving Jingyu at a loss for how to respond. She could only glance helplessly at the side. President Fu had also left his seat, moving beside Song Chun, engaging in casual pleasantries. One was vibrant with youth, while the other was waning with age. Jingyu felt a burning sensation on her face, as if she had been slapped several times. President Fu was exceedingly cordial with Song Chun. In such gatherings, the more enthusiasm shown towards the guest companions, the greater the respect conveyed to the guest. Noticing that President Fu completely ignored her presence, Jing Yu playfully clung to his arm. Old Fu, sisterly insists I return to work. Miss Jiang, please hold on. President Fu interjected, pinching Jing Yu's slim waist as he approached. I must confess, I have a favor to ask of you, Miss Jiang. Oh. Jiang Li promptly set her phone down, attentive to his words, encouraging him to speak freely. President Fu, with his considerable bulk, returned to his seat and gestured to the waiter, who immediately brought him a bottle of wine. He filled his decanter to the brim and raised it towards Jiang Li. Miss Jiang, I toast to you. Please feel free to enjoy at your leisure. Jiang Li recognized that his casual invitation meant she was obliged to drink, even if it were a cup of poison. The Donglai group maintained frequent collaborations with their company. Even if Wu Xinghe were to come personally, he would still show President Fu a degree of respect. The reason he approached Jiang Li directly was partly due to a desire to avoid unnecessary scrutiny, and partly because he believed it more prudent to deal directly with the one in charge. Thus, Jiang Li, with a radiant smile, lifted the full glass that had been poured for Song Chun. President Fu, this is quite an insult. You seem to underestimate me. President Fu laughed heartily. Miss Jiang, you are a remarkable woman. How could I possibly look down upon you? Let us make a toast. He exchanged glances with Jing Yu, who, not wishing to be the first to get drunk, pouted and protested. Old Fu, I become quite unattractive when inebriated. Jiang Li laughed heartily. Who dares to say our Jing Yu is unattractive? She's the nation's goddess. Haha, such keen insight from Miss Jiang. President Fu joined in the laughter. Fear not. No matter how you appear, it matters not. Song Chun raised his juice glass and stood. Jing Yu, unable to refuse, lifted her decanter, though she did not refill it completely, holding only a small amount. Jiang Li seemed unconcerned. Meanwhile, Song Chun casually picked up a nearby juice pitcher and filled his glass to the brim. Both President Fu and Jiang Li paused, surprised. All three had full glasses, while only Jing Yu held a half-filled one. Feeling embarrassed, she turned to President Fu with a playful pout. He smiled gently. Look at Mr. Song. He is filling his glass. You should do the same. Jing Yu glanced at Jiang Li, who understood that despite Song Chun's apparent nonchalance, he was indeed protecting her. Realizing this, her thoughts were captivated by Song Chun, leaving her little time to consider Jing Yu's predicament. With no other option, Jing Yu pouted and filled her decanter to the brim. President Fu smiled at Jiang Li. Miss Jiang, this round, Jing Yu and I toast to you and Mr. Song, wishing both of you an everlasting union. Jiang Li beamed brightly, casting a flirtatious glance at the nearby Song Chun. Very well. Let us heed President Fu's words. As she raised her glass, Jiang Li stole a glance at Song Chun. He wore a lead-gray hoodie, his hair sleek and dark, his expression serene with a hint of a smile, and his eyes sparkled like a bottomless lake. It was most enticing. The decanter held a little over 2 ounces. President Fu poured himself to the brim, downing 2.5 ounces in one go. Jiang Li felt her throat ignite with heat, yearning for a sip of warm water to cool the fire within. Instinctively, she reached for the teacup before her. To her surprise, it was filled with sweet honey grapefruit tea. She glanced around. The other three had bright, rich pu'er tea in their cups, with no one else present. The only reasonable explanation was that Song Chun had specially requested the waiter to prepare this for her. Jiang Li looked up, meeting Song Chun's calm gaze. He was listening to President Fu while effortlessly placing a custard bun on the plate in front of Jiang Li. Without hesitation, she picked up the custard bun with her fingers, savoring it alongside the honey tea. The sweetness enveloped her mouth, spreading warmth deep within her heart. Chapter 18. The Toast of Unity. President Fu observed all of this keenly, and, once Jiang Li finished her treat, he smiled as he broached the main topic. Miss Jiang, I must confess, I have a favor to ask of you. Jiang Li immediately set down her teacup. President Fu, you flatter me. Please feel free to ask, and I shall assist you without hesitation if it is within my power. At that moment, Jiang Li was in high spirits and agreed readily. President Fu nodded. You see, Jing Yu is a spirited young lady. She has navigated this circle alone for several years and has matured considerably. Now, she wishes to take on her own challenges. Jiang Li listened intently as President Fu spoke. Only after he finished did she respond. President Fu, you present me with a dilemma. Ordinarily, a talent like Jing Yu would be highly sought after by our Xinghe media. Jing Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Yet President Fu remained unperturbed. As Jiang Li shifted the conversation, she remarked, however, since General Manager Fu has spoken, I must reluctantly let go. Jingyu was overjoyed and quickly raised her glass. Jiang Li gestured for her to calm down, saying, "But you know, General Manager Fu and Jingyu, I am merely an agent. The decisions are made by the higher-ups of the company." Understood, understood. General Manager Fu hastily lifted his glass. "Miss Jiang, rest assured, as long as you agree to let her go, we will handle the rest according to the contract." Such dinners often revolve around a delicate exchange of words, where one sees through the fade, yet refrains from voicing it. General Manager Fu, a cunning old fox, had been observing since Jiang Li entered the private room with Song Chun. Firstly, Jiang Li clearly had a request, yet she willingly made an appointment, indicating that there was something to discuss. Secondly, her openness in bringing her little puppy demonstrated her awareness of the relationship between herself and Jingyu, and her utter trust in Fu. As for Jiang Li's show of importance towards Jingyu at the table, it was merely a gesture of reciprocity. Since Jiang Li agreed to let Jingyu go, the breach of contract fee was merely a formality, the amount entirely at her discretion. By suggesting they follow the contract, she effectively relinquished control to Jiang Li, compelling her to reveal her bottom line first. General Manager Fu even had a premonition that Jiang Li's offered price would be lower than he had anticipated. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Li suggested, "Since you trust me so much, let's say, old Fu." But before she could finish, Jingyu, with her intoxicated gaze, interrupted, "That contract of mine is exorbitantly priced. Even if I were sold, I couldn't afford it." Lacking General Manager Fu's subtlety, Jingyu panicked upon hearing they would proceed according to the contract. With her outburst, Jiang Li instinctively withdrew her statement. Song Chun, visibly displeased, pushed the okra Jiang Li had placed on his plate towards the edge. Jiang Li smiled and said, "Jingyu, what are you saying? Can't you just arrange for a payment plan with General Manager Fu?" Jingyu, confused, replied, "What do you mean by a payment plan?" Jiang Li, not in a hurry to explain, fixated her gaze on the okra before Song Chun. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkled like stars. She seemed harmless, yet exuded a formidable presence, as if nothing in the world could escape her grasp. Song Chun frowned, swiftly picked up the okra, and swallowed it whole without chewing. Only then did Jiang Li smile in satisfaction. "That breach of contract fee is but a trivial matter for General Manager Fu. You could simply forfeit your deposit." "Sisterly." Jingyu's cheeks flushed. "Old Fu, look, Sister Li is teasing me again." General Manager Fu, ever the sly one, raised his glass and looked at Song Chun with a glint of mischief. "Miss Jiang is so experienced. Hasn't Mr. Song deposited something with you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Li laughed heartily and raised her glass. "I would certainly welcome it." General Manager Fu joined in. "Mr. Song, since Miss Jiang has spoken, you mustn't hold back." As General Manager Fu sought to steer the conversation back to the breach of contract fee, the three of them harbored their own intentions, all eyes now on Song Chun. Throughout the evening, Jiang Li had been subtly teasing him. Song Chun seemed to have loosened up as he lazily lifted his juice glass. "I'll remember." With General Manager Fu and Miss Jing as witnesses, "Miss Jiang, you cannot go back on your word." Jiang Li's heart soared, and she hastily assured, "How could I?" With half a gene of white liquor consumed, Jiang Li felt a slight buzz. General Manager Fu, a veteran in the world of indulgence, immediately surmised their current state and suggested, "Since we are to bear witness, Mr. Song, you cannot drink like this." "How else should I drink?" Jiang Li feigna ignoranza, her eyes mischievously glancing at Song Chun. "Of course, we should drink from each other's cups." General Manager Fu elongated his tone. "Ah, this." Jiang Li pretended to hesitate. Song Chun, tired of her innocent act, turned and grasped her wrist. Jiang Li felt enveloped by a shadow, the crisp and pleasant scent of him surrounding her. Due to his height, Song Chun had to bend slightly, his large hand resting on her shoulder, creating an illusion of being cherished in an embrace. She felt a bit lightheaded, sipping her drink slowly. Song Chun seemed unhurried as his lips brushed against the rim of the wine glass, his throat moving as the orange juice flowed into his mouth. Jiang Li could almost envision that warm sensation. To avoid losing her composure, she quickly swallowed her white liquor. The heat in her throat finally restored her sanity. After sitting down, Song Chun's hand lingered on Jiang Li's shoulder. As the strong liquor burned her throat, she stifled a cough. His hand instinctively slid from her shoulder to her back, offering a reassuring pat. Jiang Li found it quite enjoyable, leaning against Song Chun's shoulder under the pretense of seeking comfort. General Manager Fu clapped enthusiastically. "I envy you, Mr. Song, for embracing such beauty. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? Song Chun raised his juice glass. I thank General Manager Fu and Miss Jing. I toast to both of you. Jiang Li instinctively reached for a glass, only to find it had somehow ended up with Song Chun. His figure was impressive, and even through the fabric, she could feel the warmth and firmness of his physique. Reluctant to let go, she thought that even if she didn't drink, it wouldn't matter. At worst, the breach of contract fee would be reduced. Jingyu, lacking enthusiasm, lifted her glass. Cheers to Mr. Song. The three of them sat down again, and General Manager Fu cleverly redirected the conversation. Let me guess, Miss Jiang. The payment plan must be more than just one glass of wine, right? Jiang Li, nestled in Song Chun's embrace, indicated with her fingers, one glass? Surely, it must be at least a pot. Wouldn't you agree? After saying this, she playfully poked Song Chun's cheek with her finger, eager to test the bounce of his skin. A chance she had long awaited. General Manager Fu was elated when Jingyu signed the document in Jiang Li's hand. The breach of contract fee was set at 10 million, with a 10-year period. Within 10 years, if Jingyu defaulted, she would owe the company 10 million. Now, 5 years had passed. General Manager Fu assumed that no matter how much Jiang Li might sell her goodwill, she would still owe 2 or 3 million. But to his surprise, Jiang Li was willing to settle for just 1 million, which was entirely unexpected. 1 million? Jingyu was momentarily stunned. She exchanged glances with General Manager Fu before promptly raising her glass, standing respectfully. Thank you, sisterly. Jiang Li nestled her head against Song Chun's shoulder, smiling without a word. Chapter 19. Sleep, you big-headed ghost. General Manager Fu understood. Jingyu, you should thank Mr. Song. Song Chun's natural good looks outshone those surgically enhanced stars by a wide margin. Jingyu, eager to get closer to him, had long sought an opportunity. With Jiang Li and General Manager Fu both encouraging her, she dared not delay and immediately poured herself a full pot, saying, Thank you, Mr. Song, leaning against Song Chun. She found him unable to rise, so he sat and drank Jingyu's wine. Jiang Li continued to gaze at Song Chun with a bright smile. Once he finished drinking, she lazily shifted away from him. General Manager Fu raised his glass. Miss Jiang, allow me to toast you and Mr. Song once more. I'll buy a horse. Jingyu chimed in eagerly. Jiang Li lifted her glass. To you, let us wish Miss Jing a bright future, and may we continue to see each other often. With the formalities concluded, the remainder of the evening was solely for enjoyment. Although General Manager Fu had a good tolerance for alcohol, being older, he was cautious and needed to excuse himself to the restroom frequently. Jiang Li, having arrived on an empty stomach, gradually found it hard to keep up. Jingyu was completely intoxicated, tapping her chopsticks against her soup bowl and humming a tune. Having been a singer, her voice was clear and melodious, quite pleasant to hear. After her song, she leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on General Manager Fu's shiny forehead, and emboldened by the liquor, she attempted to kiss Jiang Li. Jiang Li, feeling disdainful yet not wanting to appear too obvious, sought an excuse to avoid taking what General Manager Fu cherished, cleverly transforming the kiss into an embrace. After embracing Jiang Li, Jingyu naturally turned to give Song Chun a big bear hug. General Manager Fu pulled out a cigarette case. Miss Jiang, would you like one? Jiang Li nodded, and the two stepped out onto the terrace to smoke. General Manager Fu excused himself to the restroom once more. Jiang Li, cigarette in hand, looked through the large glass window, taking in the lively scene inside. A tipsy Jingyu was causing quite a ruckus, singing and playfully challenging Song Chun to a game. Song Chun was unwilling, yet she stubbornly clung to him, her alabaster arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her delicate bosom pressed against his arm. Smiling charmingly, as if seeking his contact information, Song Chun did not take out her phone, but uttered a few words instead. Jingyu, with a slight pout, felt a twinge of disappointment. In a flash, Jiang Li discerned the young lady's ulterior motives, realizing her intentions extended far beyond mere inebriation. As President Fu emerged from the restroom, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Li, her eyes sharp and focused, fixated intently on Jingyu through the transparent glass window. Having navigated the complexities of the business world for years, he sensed the imminent danger reflected in Jiang Li's gaze, instinctively warning him of impending misfortune for Jingyu, though he could not comprehend the reason behind it. Over the course of the past 2 hours, President Fu had come to recognize that, while Jiang Li appeared gentle, she possessed an overwhelming possessiveness. Was it possible that her interest in Song Chun was the cause? However, Song Chun and Jingyu were merely conversing, maintaining appropriate boundaries. Furthermore, Jingyu had always adhered to the rules throughout the years and had never acted inappropriately. While President Fu pondered this perplexity, Jiang Li extinguished her cigarette, greeting him with her usual calm and serene smile. "President Fu, you've been gone for quite a while. We've been waiting for you." Her warmth and friendliness seemed to dispel any earlier tension, which President Fu thought had been his mere illusion. Jingyu, seeing Jiang Li and President Fu head inside, eagerly linked her arm with Jiang Li's. "Sisterly, avoiding drinks isn't your style. Come on, let us have another round." She had already consumed quite a bit and was swaying unsteadily. Jiang Li, wishing to leave but feeling it inappropriate to suggest it since she had invited President Fu, gently pressed down on Jingyu's hand that was reaching for the wine. "No rush. President Fu, shall we find another place to continue our drinks? Let us indulge tonight." President Fu chuckled heartily. "I can't drink anymore. I'm getting old." Jingyu, unwilling to accept this, stamped her foot. "Old Fu, come on." President Fu waved his hand. "Go have some fun with Miss Jiang." Jingyu blurted out, "Sure, I'll head back a bit later then." President Fu remained silent, and Jiang Li found it difficult to refuse. Song Chun naturally accepted his coat from the waiter. "I want to be joining. I have class in the morning." Jingyu's eyes sparkled. "Mr. Song, are you still a student? Which university?" Song Chun remained silent, and Jiang Li followed suit. President Fu shot a disapproving glance at Jingyu. Realizing her faux pas, Jingyu hurriedly added, "Mr. Song has a distinguished demeanor. He hardly looks like a student." Jiang Li smiled. "Graduate student. No wonder." Jingyu let out a small burp. President Fu, ever courteous, insisted on seeing Jiang Li and Song Chun off to their vehicle. The driver respectfully opened the door for them, and once inside, Jiang Li instructed the driver to take Song Chun back to school first. Song Chun did not refuse. The air conditioning in the car was comfortable yet slightly stifling. Jiang Li, inebriated, appeared a bit disheveled. Song Chun, concerned, wanted to suggest taking Jiang Li home first, but suddenly recalled the previous incident and redirected. "If you're tired, you can head back. I could take a taxi." Jiang Li tilted her head. "You care about me?" The scenery outside rushed by, the enchanting starlit sky casting a dreamy glow upon Jiang Li. She tilted her head back slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Song Chun felt a momentary breathlessness, instinctively wanting to avert his gaze, but Jiang Li's gaze, as deep as autumn waters, held him captive. "Are you going to say something?" The driver, perfectly attuned to the situation, remained silent, deaf and blind to the unfolding tension. Song Chun, feeling parched, struggled for conversation. "This car?" Jiang Li replied impulsively. "If you like it, I can buy you one in an instant." The driver's hand trembled slightly against the brake. Song Chun stammered. You really don't have to go to such expense." Jiang Li leaned closer. I insist, as Song Chun retreated, Jiang Li advanced. After several exchanges, he found himself with nowhere to retreat. Their eyes locked. Both could distinctly sense each other's breathing. The car's temperature rose steadily. Song Chun questioned his sanity. Otherwise, why would he not shy away when Jiang Li's lips approached? Instead, he felt a desperate urge to meet her halfway, even when his phone vibrated. His initial reaction was not relief, but a vague irritation. Slowly, he retrieved his phone. "I have a message." Jiang Li instinctively stepped back. Taking a sip from a water bottle, Jiang Li felt her dizziness subside somewhat. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Song Chun's phone. It was not WeChat, but a text message. In this day and age, who besides spammers would use SMS? Jiang Li paid close attention, noticing the unmistakable digits that matched the number she had just sent to Song Chun. "Hey there, are you asleep?" "Sleep? Not a chance." Jiang Li scoffed internally, quickly noting down the number. The driver announced, "Miss Jiang, Mr. Song, we have arrived at Southeast University." Chapter 20. Cheesy pickup lines. Jiang Li suddenly recalled something, but maintained her composure. As soon as Song Chun exited, the smile vanished from her face. She pulled out her phone and dialed Shunku. "Please send me Jingyu's current phone number." "Certainly, boss. Do you need me to deliver the contract?" "No need. Get some rest." "Yes." After hanging up, Jiang Li's phone vibrated. She stared intently at the 11 digits on her screen. Since childhood, she had been an academic prodigy with an exceptional memory, instantly recognizing that the number on her phone was the same one she had just texted to Song Chun. "Shunku, having just settled down, was jolted awake by another message. He had been working with Jiang Li for many years. Her decisive and efficient nature meant that if she told him to rest, he would not be disturbed again. This was the first time, not daring to be negligent. He promptly answered, "Boss." Jiang Li's voice was soft, infused with a hint of fatigue. "Could you work a bit late to gather some dirt on Jingyu?" Shinko was taken aback. Over the years, Jiang Li had indeed employed some unorthodox methods to achieve her goals, but she had never actively sought to trouble anyone, especially someone like Jingyu, who had nearly faded from the entertainment scene. Shocked yet understanding the gravity of the request, he replied, "Understood." Jiang Li hung up. After washing up, she lay in bed, unable to sleep. She recalled the camera she had intended to gift to Mr. Suong, having acquired an identical one later. Originally, she had planned to present it that evening, but upon receiving the text from Song Chun, she was so irritated that she intentionally withheld it, thinking she would use it as an excuse to meet him another time. As Song Chun emerged from the shower, a white towel wrapped around his damp hair, Tao ran. Lounging with legs crossed while scrolling through Weibo, remarked, "Song Chun, your phone is ringing." "Okay." The message was from Jiang Li. "Sorry, I forgot to give you the items today. Are you free tomorrow night?" Song Chun chuckled. Did this person not have work? Tao Ran, intrigued, stole a glance. A gentle expression washed over Song Chun's face as he read the message, his brows and eyes relaxing. His gaze focused on the screen with a clarity akin to freshly washed glass. Tao Ran had only witnessed such a look once. After Song Chun had trekked through mountains for several days to finally produce an award-winning piece, a complex blend of joy in achieving his goal and the melancholy of reaching the finish line. Tao Ran chuckled. "Would you like to indulge in a long phone conversation? Just treat me like air." Sun Chun replied. Tao Ran nodded, his eyes filled with pride. "Isn't it wonderful? My little sister-in-law is about to become a big star." "Who?" Sun Chun asked, puzzled. "You're just a month older than me. Who could my little sister-in-law be?" Tao Ran smacked the edge of the bed, wincing in pain. "Of course it's Zhang Xianwan." Sun Chun, seemingly uninterested in Tao Ran's words, set his phone down and continued drying his hair. Tao Ran sat up, exclaiming, "Come on, you must know. My little sister-in-law has been accepted as a trainee at Xingha Media. Isn't she planning to surprise you?" Assuming Sun Chun was unfamiliar with Xingha Media, Tao Ran eagerly explained, "Xingha Media is a benchmark in the industry. That skyscraper next to the television station belongs to them. Let me put it this way. If someone signs with Xingha Media, they're already halfway into the entertainment circle. In terms of human lifespan, you've practically stepped into the grave." Sun Chun replied irritably. Tao Ran, at a loss for a comeback, grabbed a bottle of premium mineral water and threw it at him. Sun Chun caught it effortlessly, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. Just then, his phone chimed again, and he opened WeChat with one hand. Jiang Li messaged, "I don't want to be baited either, but you keep smiling at me," accompanied by a crying emoji. Sun Chun couldn't help but chuckle, causing Tao Ran to shake his head in disbelief. Jiang Li fixated on her phone screen, her message lingering in the chat, sinking into the void like countless previous ones. Earlier, she had internally berated Jingyu for her lowly flirting skills while reviewing her own messages to Sun Chun. Soon, she realized her own methods were hardly sophisticated. "Have you eaten? Sleep early. Dress warmly." It was practically a collection of cringe-worthy lines. Jiang Li was not only adept at self-reflection, but also enthusiastic about improvement. So she searched for flirty phrases online. The first suggestion that popped up resonated with her and Sun Chun's current situation, leading her to swiftly copy and paste it. Although Sun Chun didn't respond, Jiang Li remained confident. She compiled an extensive list of cheesy pickup lines in her notes for future use. After reconsidering, she decided to save them directly in WeChat, setting up to organize hundreds of corny lines for daily automatic sending. Outside, the dawn light began to illuminate the sky. Chapter 21. Jingyu seeks trouble the following morning. Sun Chun awoke to Jiang Li's cheesy pickup line. "Could you watch where you're walking? You keep bumping into my heart." Sun Chun was utterly speechless. How much longer would this continue? He replied, "Not tonight, I have class." Finally responding, Jiang Li opened her phone, ready to smile. When Sun Chun knocked and entered, "Boss, here is all the information on Jingyu." Jiang Li nodded, "Just leave it there." "Sure, but Jingyu called earlier, saying she wants to meet you today to sign the termination contract." Jiang Li paused for a moment. "Tell her I'm busy today and to wait." Understood. Jiang Li's intention was to give Jingyu another chance. If Jingyu ceased her pursuit of Jiang Li, she would let her be. However, Jiang Li did not expect Jingyu to come charging in herself. Not long after Shun Ku left, Jingyu burst in. Jiang Li lifted her gaze slightly, and Shun Ku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Boss. Jiang Li did not scold him, instead saying, "Go, bring Miss Jing a cup of coffee." Yes. As Shun Ku exited, Jiang Li smiled at Jingyu. "Please hold on a moment. I need to reply to an email." In truth, she was merely perusing Sunshin's moments on social media. Sunshin's posts were sparse and indifferent, often featuring a photo without any caption. Nevertheless, the quality of the images was exceptional. The photo he posted today appeared to be a casual snap, showcasing a budding flower with a crystal-clear droplet of water clinging to it, bathed in the gentle morning light, exuding an indescribable warmth. It was evident that Sunshin was in high spirits today. Perhaps her cheesy line had contributed to his mood? This thought made Jiang Li's heart flutter with joy. Jingyu, who had been patiently waiting on the couch, stood up as the coffee cooled completely and approached Jiang Li. Jiang Li was magnifying the water droplet on her screen, curious if there were any traces of the photographer. Suddenly, the light above her was blocked, and she felt a surge of irritation upon meeting Jingyu's furious gaze. Jiang Li quickly flipped her phone face down on the table. "Sorry for the wait. Please, have a seat. What brings you here?" Jingyu's expression was already quite unpleasant. "Sisterly, you certainly have a short memory. It's only been one night, and you've forgotten so soon?" Jiang Li feigned ignorance, appearing slippery. "I've just been busy. Your matter doesn't have to be rushed. Have you arranged the studio personnel? If not, I can recommend. No need to trouble yourself. Old Fu has already arranged everything for me." Jingyu's tone was laced with evident arrogance. Jiang Li remained silent. Jingyu crossed her arms, looking down at Jiang Li. "If Sisterly doesn't want to terminate our contract, just say so. There's no need to make it a convoluted affair. You know old Fu's temper. If he starts causing trouble, I can't rein him in." The threat was unmistakable. After Jingyu spoke, Jiang Li's expression remained unchanged, but a frosty glint filled her eyes. Jingyu was all too familiar with this look. It was identical to the one Jiang Li had when she initially sidelined her. However, Jingyu was unafraid. She believed she had the upper hand now, confident that Jiang Li wouldn't dare to retaliate against her. Jiang Li had always kept her under control, but now that Jingyu had finally climbed the ranks, she sought to step on Jiang Li. Yet, she found herself unable to find solid footing, instead feeling the pressure from Jiang Li. Despite knowing her words were inappropriate, she could not hold back. As she mentally prepared herself, facing Jiang Li's ambiguous gaze, Jingyu's heart remained tumultuous, and she feigned calmness. The atmosphere grew tense. Their eyes locked in a standoff. Moments later, Jiang Li suddenly burst into laughter, playfully poking Jingyu. "You haven't changed a bit. Your fiery temper is still intact." Jingyu felt a sense of victory, her pride swelling, and she followed Jiang Li's lead. "I'm not in a hurry, but old Fu is. He called me early this morning to hurry me along." The moment the words left her mouth, she realized her blunder. If old Fu was calling her, it meant they weren't living together. Jiang Li seemed unfazed. "Please tell old Fu that this matter cannot be rushed. I have so many artists under my management, hundreds of contracts, and your endorsement projects too. It's impossible to sort everything out in a day. How about this? You head back for now, and I'll work late tonight. You can come to my office tomorrow morning to sign the contract." Jingyu felt reluctant, but she remembered old Fu's instructions to absolutely avoid offending Jiang Li. With a deep sigh, she replied, "Then I'll wait for your news. Go on, go on. You should work on calming that hot temper of yours." "All right." As Jingyu left, Shun Ku entered once more. Jiang Li poured the contents of her teacup into a nearby porcelain flower pot without a drop remaining. Shin Ku winced at the sight. The world is going downhill. It seems anyone who climbs into the bed of a wealthy patron feels emboldened. "Boss, you needn't be soft-hearted. I'll expose her dirt. Let's see how her patron handles that." Jiang Li tapped her fingers lightly on the table. "No need to rush. But she has coming to sign the contract tomorrow morning. Can we afford to be slow?" Jiang Li leisurely washed her teacup. Once the contract is signed, she won't be an artist of Shinga Media anymore. It won't matter if she loses face. Isn't that going to offend old Fu? He is. Jiang Li smila. Isn't Madam Fu's birthday approaching? Yes, it's in half a month. I've already received the invitation. Jiang Li nodded. You may go about your business. Shin Ku dared not inquire further and turned to leave. The following morning, Jingyu arrived punctually with her small bag in hand. She anticipated that Jiang Li would once again attempt to evade the situation, and thus she had prepared a multitude of words to express However, to her surprise, the company's legal counsel was already waiting in the conference room, and she did not even catch a glimpse of Jiang Li before receiving the termination contract. Exiting Xinghe Media, Jingyu was filled with joy as she began to prepare for her studio. In order to demonstrate to President Fu that she was not merely a woman motivated by monetary gain, she personally paid the 1 million yuan penalty. She also refrained from seeking President Fu's assistance in setting up her studio. Given his age, he had witnessed countless tricks. Jingyu's pretense of high-mindedness would not be challenged by him. After all, no one's wealth comes without effort, and President Fu had a family to support. With flirtations beyond Jingyu's singular pursuit, he would be more than pleased to indulge in such opportunities. In today's entertainment circle, which is akin to a marketplace of fame and fortune, Jingyu's high ambitions left her with few connections. Additionally, as she had fallen out of favor and lacked marketability, establishing her studio proved to be an arduous task. After considerable effort, she managed to assemble the studio, yet business remained elusive. Unable to swallow her pride and solicit help from President Fu, she was taken aback when Jiang Li, upon learning of her predicament, proactively introduced her to an advertising opportunity. Although the project was modest, it marked her first venture. Rather than expressing gratitude towards Jiang Li, Jingyu reveled in her own triumph, frequently boasting to others about her status as a premier agent and a matriarch of the entertainment realm, mere embellishments masking her true nature as a superficial, opportunistic individual. Now that she had found herself in a position of success, others flocked to curry favor with her, while she proclaimed her steadfast refusal to bow to Jiang Li's entreaties, asserting that she had secured the advertising business through her own network and capabilities. Shin Giskiviko, upon hearing these remarks, was incensed. Jiang Li, however, remained unfazed, instructing Shun Ku to always treat Jingyu with utmost courtesy and respect. She emphasized that regardless of external gossip, it was imperative not to engage in defense, but rather to allow others to spin their tales. Although Shun Ku was perplexed, he dared not disregard Jiang Li's directive. After the social gathering that day, Jiang Li and Song Chun had not crossed paths. Jiang Li had reached out several times, yet Song Chun consistently declined, citing her busy schedule. Indeed, Song Chun was genuinely occupied, accompanying Professor Li on a public welfare photography project that documented the living conditions of the most marginalized laborers. Each day, she trailed behind, capturing the essence of their struggles. Nonetheless, Jiang Li's daily barrage of playful banter remained unyielding. Today's message read, "My love for you is as fervent as a tractor ascending a hill." As Song Chun received the message while traversing a winding path with her professor, the golden rice fields in the distance shimmered, rippling with the autumn breeze, while the sound of harvesters roared in the background. Inspired, she pulled out her phone to take a picture and sent it to Jiang Li. Professor Li, donning a sun hat, glanced back, inquiring about her evident delight. Recalling the previous matchmaking event, Song Chun felt a twinge of guilt, responding, "A friend. Is it Tao Ran?" Professor Li guessed. "No. Have you made new friends?" he asked, patting her shoulder appreciatively. "Making friends is good." Indeed, Song Chun nodded. Professor Li handed her the camera, requesting a full-body shot. "For what purpose?" Song Chun queried casually. Professor Li, unable to contain his excitement, revealed, "Miss Jiang, the one from the matchmaking event? She just posted on her social media, saying she wants to see a tractor." Song Chun paused, her hand halting over the camera. Professor Li removed his hat, adjusting his hair. "Make sure to make me look handsome, and capture the harvester in the background as well." "All right. Song Chun, is it ready?" Professor Li asked, rubbing his cheeks to ease a stiff smile. "Done." She returned the camera to him. Professor Li joyfully accepted it, only to exclaim, "Oh no, you have a talent for capturing scenery, but your portrait skills leave much to be desired. Are my legs truly this short?" Feigning ignorance, Song Chun strode away with purpose. Professor Li crouched down to sift through the photos, while she opened Jiang Li's social media. There was no accompanying image, only a line of text. "I want to see a tractor with my own eyes." Judging by the timestamp, it was posted shortly after Song Chun had sent her photo. Song Chun could almost envision Jiang Li's impatience. Indeed, upon opening the chat, a flurry of messages bombarded her. "Where was this taken? It's beautiful. Is it in Jiangsheng? Are you free tonight? I'll treat you to hot pot." Often, Song Chun found Jiang Li to be charmingly versatile, yet in certain matters, she could be quite naive and stubborn. The prospect of hot pot genuinely tempted her, but considering the watchful presence of her professor, she dismissed the thought and tucked her phone back into her pocket. Professor Li finally selected a photo he deemed flattering and sent it, then began the anxious wait. As dinner approached, Song Chun opened the chat with Jiang Li to reply, "I'm out photographing. Want to be back tonight?" Jiang Li instantly responded with a disappointed emoji, followed by, "Then let us plan for next time. I'll wait for you to join me." "Sure," Song Chun replied. Having checked her phone too frequently, Professor Li noticed Song Chun's gaze upon him, prompting a bashful admission. "Miss Jiang is quite busy with work. It's not uncommon for her to go a whole day without checking her phone." Song Chun nodded. Jiang Li then visited a luxury lingerie store, where the chief designer awaited her with enthusiasm at the entrance. As she entered, she unexpectedly encountered Zhang Xiaowan and several trainees from the company, who were distractedly browsing. Young and playful, Jiang Li understood their youthful exuberance, but time management was essential. It was crucial to note that the instructors responsible for training the trainees were industry elites, and the company had invested significantly in them. Jiang Li harbored a profound disdain for the trainees' lack of professionalism in skipping lessons. She exchanged a knowing glance with Shun Ku, who approached the girls, revealing his presence. Upon seeing Shun Ku, the trainees immediately recognized the impending consequences, and two of the timid ones burst into tears, exclaiming, "What should we do?" "What now?" "Xiaowan, you're the most resourceful. Think of a solution." Zhang Xiaowan gestured for silence among them. "What is there to panic about? Assistant Shun is here. Jiang Li must be nearby. During work hours, it's uncertain who might get caught, but she is the leader. What does a leader have to fear? Doesn't she have someone above her?" The girls hesitated to approach, yet Zhang Xiaowan boldly moved closer. Inside the opulent lingerie store, Jiang Li was surrounded by several attendants presenting an array of exquisite lingerie. While she continued to select pieces with great enthusiasm, even discussing customization with the designer. The prices at this luxury store were exorbitant. Zhang Xiaowan's monthly allowance wouldn't suffice to purchase even a single pair of underwear. Overcome with jealousy and recalling Jiang Li's previous reprimands, she felt her anger boil within her. On the way home, she vividly recounted tales about Jiang Li to the other trainees, transforming the luxurious lingerie into salacious intimacies. The other trainees gasped in shock. Thus, the narrative of Jiang Li shopping for intimate apparel during work hours spread throughout the company. Typically indifferent to office gossip, Jiang Li was unaware of the rumors escalating from her mere lingerie selection to illicit rendezvous with a mysterious man. Upon hearing the rumors, Wang Zongzi confronted Jiang Li in the parking garage, his frustration palpable. Shen Ku attempted to intervene, but Jiang Li gestured for him to wait in the car. "Did you give in to him?" Wang Zongzi gripped Jiang Li's shoulders tightly. "What?" Jiang Li was taken aback. "Are you truly involved with that pretty boy?" Wang Zongzi's jealousy flared as he misinterpreted her silence as guilt. Consumed by rage upon hearing the rumors, he had struggled to focus on work all day, and as Jiang Li had been avoiding him, he finally cornered her in the garage after a day of torment. He could hardly fathom that the person he cherished as dearly as his own eyes, the one he had safeguarded as a potential future wife for the past 5 years, was entangled with another man behind his back. If it were someone of Wu Xinghe's caliber, he might have accepted it, but it was instead a frivolous figure like Song Chun, whose outward charm masked a hollow core. Why should he accept this? Why should this happen? Though the parking garage in the executive area was secluded, there were still occasional passers-by. Jiang Li felt a surge of irritation. "Let go of me," she said. "I want to let go. I refuse to." Wang Zongzi's chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a wounded beast. Internally scarred yet stubbornly unyielding, he had always been composed, and Jiang Li had rarely witnessed him in such a state, causing her heart to soften. "Did you hear something?" she asked. "I'm not with him yet." "Really?" Wang Zongzi's eyes lit up like a withered tree encountering spring. Chapter 23. Underhanded Tactics. Jiang Li sighed in resignation. "It's true, but..." Wang Zongzi hesitated. "Please, let go of me," Jiang Li implored softly. Since that incident, she had not treated him kindly, and his sudden gentleness gave Wang Zongzi a fleeting illusion of clarity. Unable to help himself, he released her hand. "People in the company are discussing." "Discussing what?" Wang Zongzi gritted his teeth. "Nothing. I believe you, Xiao Li. I trust you." Despite her impatience, Jiang Li recognized that Wang Zongzi's behavior was unusual. She didn't want to complicate things further, so she nodded. "All right, I'll head back now. Wait. Wang Zongzi seized the opportunity to grasp Jiang Li's hand. Xiaoli, don't go. I miss you. In the distance, the elevator dinged as it opened, and several acquaintances approached, casting ambiguous glances at Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi. Jiang Li took the chance to pull her hand away and strode towards her car. Once she was driving away from the company, she dialed Shun Ke's number. Haven't there been rumors circulating about me lately? Shun Ke replied, Boss, you just found out? Cut the chatter, what is going on? Only then did Shun Ke tentatively explain. Upon hearing, Jiang Li immediately understood. Prepare for tomorrow's trainee assessment. I'll participate personally. Understood. The severity of the trainee assessments at Xinghe Media was almost appalling, with evaluations held monthly, and anyone finishing in the bottom 2 consecutive rounds would be eliminated. As the head of this cohort of trainees, Jiang Li possessed a veto power. The assessment room had an entire wall of one-way glass, with an observation room on the other side. Thus, many eliminated trainees would never know which influential figure they had offended. However, when Jiang Li arrived, she did not sit in the observation room, but boldly positioned herself in the center of the assessment room. The trainees were instantly filled with trepidation, and Zhang Xiaowan, in particular, was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Jiang Li's sudden presence caused quite a stir, but the examiners remained composed and, after receiving Jiang Li's consent, promptly commenced the assessment. Today's task was to convey the essence of crying through 3 emotions: sorrow, joy, and astonishment. The remaining trainees were all exceptional performers, having excelled through the earlier rounds, each showcasing their unique strengths. When it was Zhang Xiaowan's turn, she wore a simple white shirt and black jeans, appearing demure and lacking any aggressiveness. She bowed gracefully and took her seat. The mentor called for the start. Zhang Xiaowan's eyes went blank, her pupils rapidly constricting before gradually brightening, and finally a single crystal tear dropped from the corner of her eye. Jiang Li had to admit that she indeed had a talent for this craft. Unlike other trainees who relied on props or scene changes, she maintained a poised posture throughout her performance. The entire act flowed seamlessly, with not a single alteration in her makeup or hairstyle, and her facial expressions were minimal. She vividly conveyed the 3 emotions solely through her eyes. The mentor couldn't help but applaud. However, out of respect for Jiang Li's presence, he tempered his enthusiasm. Everyone looked on expectantly at Jiang Li. Unhurried, she retrieved a cigarette case, and the mentor immediately lit it for her. The delicate, pale fingers of Jiang Li released wisps of white smoke as she took a shallow puff and exhaled slowly. Amidst the swirling mist, her eyes shone with a captivating brilliance, as if no specter of the world could escape her grasp. Zhang Xiaowan's heart raced. Previously, after each trainee's performance, Jiang Li would objectively point out strengths and weaknesses, followed by encouraging remarks. As the last performer, Zhang Xiaowan awaited Jiang Li's feedback with bated breath. Jiang Li smiled faintly. Your imitation was commendable. Zhang Xiaowan's face turned ashen. The mentor opened his mouth, intending to defend her. It was permissible for trainees to draw from classic cinematic moments during their performances. Yet, Jiang Li paid no heed. She squinted slightly, her pearly white teeth gently biting into the slender cigarette as she casually flipped through the assessment topics. The room fell silent, broken only by the soft rustle of paper as Jiang Li perused the material. After a pause, she returned the cigarette to her fingers, busily offering the ashtray, and then nonchalantly declared, crying, Please interpret sorrow, joy, and astonishment in your own understanding. Are you illiterate or suffering from memory loss? Can't comprehend the topic? Please. Dear girl, even imitation requires precision. Did Natasha cry in that scene from the film? Zhang Xiaowan stammered. Natasha didn't cry. I was merely paying homage, just homage. Homage? Jiang Li scoffed, slamming the paper down onto the table. If I recall correctly, this scene is from Natasha's breakout role in Return, which does not convey sorrow, joy, or astonishment, but instead serves as a tribute to the past and a declaration of resolve against darkness. As soon as Jiang Li finished speaking, applause erupted. The mentor immediately lauded her. I've long heard that Miss Jiang is an expert, and today's meeting certainly proves that to be true. Jiang Li smiled blandly. Zhang Xiaowan swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. Jiang Li's cold gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaowan. Our company aims to cultivate future cinematic luminaries, the backbone of the film industry, not mere imitation artists. This is something everyone must remember. I hope similar incidents do not occur again. Each word Jiang Li uttered struck Zhang Xianwan like a series of resounding slaps, inflicting humiliation and indignation upon her. After Jiang Li concluded, she stood up, surrounded by a throng as she exited the assessment room. Zhang Xianwan, feeling utterly drained, collapsed onto the floor. She was acutely aware that Jiang Li had come specifically to assert her dominance today. The rumors had spiraled out of control, entirely beyond her reach, and these days, she felt like a bird with a broken wing, carrying a ticking time bomb. After the initial shock, her mind settled into a calm state. All she could do was pray that after today, Jiang Li would cool off and cease her vendetta. Indeed, for several days following this encounter, Jiang Li did not inquire about the trainees. However, she underestimated human nature. Following this debacle, nearly everyone in the company was aware of Jiang Li's disdain for Zhang Xianwan. Not only had she publicly humiliated her, but she also subtly hinted to other managers not to extend Zhang Xianwan any kindness. The tides had turned dramatically. Those trainees who had previously befriended Zhang Xianwan now avoided her at all costs. Even the mentors, who had once favored her, began to adopt a more nuanced attitude, often dismissing her performances for the most trivial reasons, demanding she redo them. Zhang Xianwan found herself in a lamentable position with nowhere to voice her grievances. The most infuriating part was when she tearfully recounted the situation to Song Chun. Initially, Song Chun scoffed at the supervisor for targeting a trainee, but upon learning it was Jiang Li, she asked if there might be some misunderstanding. Zhang Xianwan yearned to confide her thoughts, yet hesitated, fearing the discomfort of being too overt. Thus, she merely mentioned having witnessed Jiang Li purchasing intimate apparel, refraining from commenting on the rumors circulating within the company. She mused that a single woman buying such items without cause could either suggest indiscretions with men or something equally questionable. Her narrative, a mix of truth and fabrication, was delivered with conviction. Song Chun, upon hearing this, uttered not a word and turned away, leaving Zhang Xianwan fuming, unable to find solace for several nights. Chapter 24. Illness. Jiang Li's latest cheesy pickup line was, "Do you know the difference between you and the stars? The stars are in the sky, while you reside in my heart." Song Chun had grown accustomed to checking his WeChat first thing every morning to read the daily dose of Jiang Li's playful banter. Initially curious about her seeming leisure, he later discerned a pattern in her messages, which consistently arrived between 6 and 7 in the morning, precise to the second. Week after week, puzzled, he wondered why Jiang Li opted for a scheduled routine rather than sporadic messages that would allow him a more leisurely discovery. For days, he had scarcely acknowledged her, but last night, Jiang Li had suddenly posted on her moments, "Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw," accompanied by an image of cold medicine. Staring at his phone, he pondered briefly before opening his laptop, swiftly locating a starry night photograph to send her. Typically, Jiang Li would respond instantly, but this time, her silence lingered. After completing his morning routine, there was still no word from her. He checked her moments, finding the same post as before. "Song Chun, can you sign in for me?" "I'm too tired," murmured Tao Ran, who had just rolled over. "I can't go either," replied Song Chun, tossing his phone onto the desk. Today was a crucial class, and Professor Li had strict rules against using devices during lectures. "Oh," Tao Ran lazily acknowledged, suddenly sitting up, eyes wide in shock. "What did you say? You're skipping class?" Song Chun mumbled, fiddling with his computer. "Yeah." Tao Ran, fully awake now, was astonished. The top student was skipping class for the first time, a moment worthy of historical record. He suppressed the urge to share the news and maintained a calm demeanor. "Buddy, are you sick? Can a cold be cured just with cold medicine?" Song Chun inquired. Taken aback, Tao Ran reached to touch Song Chun's forehead, exclaiming, "Damn, you really are ill." "Don't touch me," Song Chun protested, pushing his hand away. "It should be fine," Tao Ran exclaimed, concern etched on his face. "You should lie down. I'll ask the teacher for a leave and grab some cold medicine for you. What do you want to eat?" Tao Ran hastily dressed and prepared to leave, but reconsidered. This was Song Chun's illness, and given Professor Li's regard for him, he would undoubtedly check in after class. His room, resembling a chaotic nest, was hardly presentable. Quickly tidying up, Song Chun sent a photo of the cold medicine to Tao Ran. "Get this." "Sure, you just rest," replied Tao Ran. After he left, Song Chun stared at his phone screen, but Jiang Li still had not responded. He contemplated calling her, but felt it might seem too deliberate. After some deliberation, he He typed cold care tips into his browser, only to be bombarded with ads. Clicking through, he found nothing but platitudes about drinking water and resting. Frustrated, he closed his phone and decided to message Zhang Xiaowan. "How's it going today? Has that agent bothered you again?" Zhang Xiaowan replied promptly. "Haven't seen her, so I should be in the clear." Tao Ran soon returned, bearing cold medicine and a bowl of fragrant millet porridge. "Why aren't you lying down? Come on, I'll mix the medicine for you." "Thank you, but no need," Song Chun replied, taking the cold remedy and mixing it with water. The taste was unpleasant, and he sipped slowly. Over time, he had discerned Jiang Li's character. She appeared carefree and unconcerned about matters, yet was quite sensitive and picky with her food. He wondered if she would actually drink the bitter medicine. Tao Ran insisted he lie down, and reluctantly, Song Chun complied. Throughout the morning, he remained restless, unable to find sleep. Jiang Li had yet to reply, and Tao Ran, noticing his unusual alertness, remarked, "When I had a cold last time, I was completely out of it. How are you not sleepy? Is it really possible to sleep all day?" Song Chun asked. "Yes." Tao Ran wanted to head out for basketball, but was hesitant to leave Song Chun alone in the dorm, so he played with his basketball, switching it from hand to hand. "You don't have to worry about me. Go have fun," Song Chun urged. Tao Ran shook his head. "I'm not going anywhere. Oldly will be out of class soon, and if he finds me missing, he'll definitely nag." Song Chun remained silent, wanting to message Jiang Li, but she had not responded to his starry photo. Although he had her phone number, he had never called. Would it seem too deliberate now? Just as he pondered this, his phone rang. His delight faded upon seeing the caller ID. Professor Li, panting heavily. "Song Chun," Tao Ran said, "You're sick? What's going on?" "It's nothing serious. Just a cold. I've already taken medicine." "That's good to hear. Make sure to rest. I'll visit you another day." Song Chun intended to agree, but hesitated, asking, "Is there something urgent?" "No," came the reply, accompanied by the sound of an engine starting. "A friend is sick. I'm going to check on them." Song Chun was momentarily taken aback, blurting out, "Which friend?" The line crackled with a blaring horn as someone shouted, "What are you doing? Do you even know how to drive?" Professor Li said something else, but Song Chun couldn't catch it, only hearing him say, "All right, I'll hang up." The line went dead with a series of beeps. Song Chun understood that with Jiang Li's cautious nature, she wouldn't casually share her home address with others. However, during their initial meeting, Professor Li had mentioned knowing Jiang Li's grandmother. Given that connection, visiting her while she was unwell seemed entirely reasonable. Perhaps even an invitation from Jiang Li's grandmother herself. Song Chun's mind raced, and sleep eluded him entirely. He could no longer hesitate and dialed Jiang Li's number for the first time. No answer. He texted Jiang Li, "Are you free tonight? Let us have dinner together?" Silence ensued. Unwilling to relent, he added, "Didn't you have something for me? You would go back on your word, would you?" Jiang Li, however, was not intentionally ignoring Song Chun's calls. Having recovered from her cold after a nap, she was preoccupied with addressing a pressing issue. Early that morning, Mrs. Song had entered Jiang Li's office demanding an explanation. Initially, Jiang Li presumed Mrs. Song sought her out due to the previous day's altercation with Wang Zongzi, witnessed by many executives. As she contemplated her response, Mrs. Song abruptly flung a tablet onto Jiang Li's desk, declaring, "Miss Jiang, if you cannot manage your subordinates effectively, inform the board in advance. There are plenty of people in the company who could take your position." Chapter 25. Zhang Xiaowan climbs into bed. Mrs. Song's words left Jiang Li bewildered. Upon viewing the content on the tablet, she couldn't help but chuckle. The previous night, company executives had booked a hotel for team-building exercises. With familiar faces all around, the evening lacked excitement. Someone had suggested inviting the newly recruited trainees, presumably to entertain and distract the higher-ups. If any of the trainees caught the eye of an executive, they could find themselves in a precarious yet potentially rewarding situation. Jiang Li found herself embroiled in a rather distasteful situation and decided to excuse herself under the pretense of having caught a cold. In the video, a slender girl, clad in a bathrobe, stealthily entered a room, followed shortly by Wang Zongzi, impeccably dressed. Moments later, an irate Wang Zongzi burst through the door, while the girl, covering her mouth, bowed repeatedly before retreating, glancing back thrice. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the girl in the photograph was none other than Zhang Xiaowan. After Jiang Li had previously reprimanded her, Zhang Xiaowan had made a concerted effort to diminish her presence in Jiang Li's sight. She had become considerably more subdued at the company, and Jiang Li thought that as long as the girl ceased her antics, she could let her be. After all, as an artist, her primary value lay in generating profit for the agency. However, to Jiang Li's astonishment, Zhang Xianwan audaciously set her sights on President Wang. Lady Song proved to be quite resourceful, having installed surveillance at Wang Zong's door. The situation had become increasingly lively. When Lady Song encountered Jiang Li, her expression bore no trace of anger. Rather, it was tinged with a sense of schadenfreude, swiftly shifting to indignation. "Miss Jiang, what do you mean by this?" Suppressing a laugh, Jiang Li replied, "I apologize, but I'm not entirely clear on the details of this matter, and besides, it pertains to President Wang's private affairs, which I cannot inquire into." The mere mention of Wang Zongzi seemed to infuriate Lady Song. She confronted Wang Zongzi with the video, to which he dismissively referred to the girl as merely an ignorant child. Jiang Li, although perplexed by Zhang Xianwan's audacity, found some satisfaction in seeing the haughty Lady Song rattled. In her mind, Jiang Li silently commended Zhang Xianwan. Lady Song, with her overly tightened visage, glared at Jiang Li. "Miss Jiang, are you attempting to shield her? Or is this little vixen acting under your instructions to seduce Zongzi?" "Oh dear, Lady Song, you flatter me. I am currently preoccupied with my own sweetness. I have no time to seek out such misfortune. Perhaps you should not overcomplicate matters. After all, President Wang has already expelled her. Furthermore, it's entirely possible that the girl simply wandered into the wrong room. You think that excuse holds any weight? Do you truly believe such a far-fetched explanation? What do you do if I don't believe it?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Lady Song, you seem to lack a more compelling strategy yourself." Lady Song was rendered speechless by Jiang Li's retort. Jiang Li was confident that Lady Song would neither dare nor be able to escalate the matter. With the entire upper management present the previous night, Wang Zong's predicament was hardly a significant issue. Should Lady Song choose to make a scene, it would only serve to publicly expose the underhanded dealings within the upper echelons of Xinhua media. She would not be foolish enough to offend the entire executive board. Furthermore, with her husband's recent passing, only a few were privy to her connection with Wang Zongzi. If the matter escalated, she would find herself in an embarrassing position. Jiang Li mused that Wang Zong's desire to downplay the situation likely stemmed from similar reasoning. Lady Song, visibly agitated, could hardly remain seated. Having played the role of the antagonist, Jiang Li transitioned to a more conciliatory tone. Slowly, she took a coffee cup from Shun Ku and placed it before Lady Song. "Lady Song, as a fellow woman, I can empathize with your feelings. However, you must understand that I was unwell last night and not present. Allow me some time to investigate. If that girl is indeed up to no good, I shall not be lenient." With no avenue left for confrontation, Lady Song stood reluctantly. "Miss Jiang, you would do well to clear your house of any filth. Otherwise, I shall not rest until this matter is resolved." Jiang Li agreed readily, returning the tablet to Lady Song. Yet, Lady Song did not take it. Instead, regarding Jiang Li with a bemused expression, "Aren't you going to keep this for yourself, Miss Jiang?" Jiang Li paused. "You are investigating me?" Lady Song, pleased with herself, casually tossed her hair. "Not at all." Initially, Jiang Li had presumed that Lady Song's early morning visit was due to her role as the leader of this batch of trainees. However, it became clear that Lady Song indeed had reasons to suspect Jiang Li had orchestrated Zhang Xianwan's actions. After all, Zhang Xianwan was clearly aiming for the illustrious Wang Zongzi rather than the inexperienced Song Chun. Jiang Li shook her head. "Such despicable tactics are beneath me." "Despicable?" Lady Song scoffed, as if hearing an absurd joke. "Surely, you jest, Miss Jiang. Who would believe such words coming from you?" Jiang Lizui pauja. While she had indeed sought to provoke Song Chun, her intentions to drive a wedge between him and Zhang Xianwan were genuine. It was Zhang Xianwan's own choice to distance herself from Song Chun, seduced by temptation. Jiang Li had never intentionally sought to undermine her. Lady Song's observation was astute. Jiang Li had never been a paragon of virtue. In her past dealings with artists, she had employed far more ruthless strategies without a hint of mercy. Yet, when Lady Song suggested sharing the video with her, Jiang Li felt an instinctive reluctance to let Song Chun see it. In that moment, Jiang Li understood she did not wish to hurt Song Chun. After all, no man could bear to witness his girlfriend emerging from another man's room in such a manner. She desired to win Song Chun over with warmth and tenderness. Lady Song scrutinized Jiang Li's expression, refraining from taking the tablet, and with a cold chuckle, she departed. Shinku approached. "Boss, Jiang Li inhaled deeply. Find out what exactly transpired. Understood. Jiang Li sank back in her chair, rubbing her temples. Perhaps the complexities of relationships between men and women could not be simplified to mere public relations. She reassured herself, distractedly fiddling with her phone, inadvertently opening the chat window with Song Chun. Her earlier despondence lifted momentarily upon seeing his invitation. All right, what do you want to eat? Song Chun replied almost instantly with the location of a restaurant, conveniently close to her company, a private establishment specializing in health-conscious porridge. Jiang Li responded, Great, see you tonight, as she took a moment to admire a photograph of the vast starry sky. After indulging in the view, she noticed that Song Chun had not only messaged her, but had also called. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Why was Song Chun suddenly so attentive? Did he know something? If he was aware of Zhang Xianwan's actions, what did this dinner invitation signify? Was he seeking her intercession, or was it merely a means of self-soothing? Jiang Li, of course, hoped for the latter. Yet, she found herself at a loss for how to face a melancholic and forlorn Song Chun. Conversely, if he was indeed seeking her intervention on Zhang Xianwan's behalf, how should she respond? Regardless, she needed to ascertain why Zhang Xianwan had suddenly sought to climb into Wang Zong's bed. Chapter 26. Fool, I was deceiving you. Shun Ku was diligent in his work, quickly uncovering the truth behind the matter. Jiang Li inquired, what exactly happened? Shun Ku replied, do you remember Olgua? The one from the photography studio? Yes. Jiang Li was puzzled. What does he have to do with this? Shun Ku then recounted the entire sequence of events. Ever since Olgua learned that Song Chun was indeed Chun Yu, he had become a fervent admirer of Song Chun. Deeply impressed, but hindered by the company's confidentiality policies from revealing Song Chun's true identity. By coincidence, while out running an errand, he encountered Song Chun near the company. Just as he was about to greet him, he saw Zhang Xianwan, like a joyful rabbit, leap into Song Chun's embrace. Olgua, who frequently photographed trainees, had become acquainted with Zhang Xianwan. Seeing their interaction, he quickly deduced their relationship. Consequently, he felt compelled to extend his kindness to Zhang Xianwan, who had been shunned by everyone else. He approached her with sincere concern. Miss Jiang has never been one to intentionally trip up newcomers. Xianwan, have you inadvertently offended her? If so, it would be best to apologize. There is no need to put yourself through this. Zhang Xianwan, brimming with defiance, retorted, what has she to me? I refuse to believe she wields that much power. Olgua immediately gestured for silence. Silly girl, you mustn't speak so freely. Walls have ears. Zhang Xianwan, being astute, recognized Olgua's genuine concern for her welfare. After some contemplation, she decided to confide in him. Upon hearing her mention the dispute between Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi in the office, Teacher Guo assumed it was a political struggle among the upper echelons and immediately chuckled. You silly girl, you appear so astute, yet you fail to grasp the situation. Vice President Wang is not only Jiang Mrs. Senior, but also her mentor in the industry. How could there be political strife in such a relationship? Zhang Xianwan scratched her head, somewhat bewildered. Guo candidly elaborated. Vice President Wang has feelings for Miss Jiang. Though it remains unspoken, everyone in the company is aware. They are merely having a quarrel. What nonsense do you let your mind dwell on? At this revelation, Zhang Xianwan found herself momentarily at a loss. On the surface, she feigned submission to Jiang Li, yet deep down, she felt a sting of resentment. Wang Zongzi was tall, handsome, and wielded significant power. If Jiang Li truly ended up with him, her own future would appear bleak. Zhang Xianwan was unwilling to accept this. Coincidentally, the upper management's team-building event required their company to accompany them, and on that day, she covertly observed. After Jiang Li departed, Wang Zongzi's demeanor turned quite peculiar. He accepted drinks from anyone, seemingly drowning his sorrows. Why should Jiang Li monopolize all the favorable circumstances? Anger surged within Zhang Xianwan, and in a fit of determination, she resolved to pursue Wang Zongzi. Once successful, even if he were reluctant to have her, she could leverage the situation to secure resources and expedite her own career. Zhang Xianwan's plans were meticulously laid, yet she was oblivious to the lurking consequences, for on that day, Mrs. Song had also discreetly attended the team-building event. To thwart any infidelity, she not only booked a room across from Wang Zongzi, but also installed surveillance at the door. Upon hearing Shun Ku's account, Jiang Li felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had intended to let the matter slide, yet here was Mrs. Song, overstepping bounds. Shun Ku, visibly anxious, asked boss, "What about Mrs. Song?" Jiang Li stood up, replying, "Speak the truth." However, Shun Ku hesitated, voicing concerns about Mr. Song's potential intercession. Jiang Li playful interjecta. "Are you Yang Xiao? If I were Chow Chow, I would have you executed." Shun Ku, taken aback, fell silent. When Jiang Li arrived at the restaurant, Song Chun had already ordered the dishes. She frowned. "Am I going bankrupt?" A table full of plain congee and side dishes, with no meat in sight. Song Chun remained unperturbed, stating, "Today, I'm treating you." Jiang Li had little appetite for the food, yet Song Chun, seated across from her, was undeniably captivating. Jiang Li understood. Song Chun had initiated the call, clearly seeking something from her. But Jiang Li was no fool. If Song Chun had a scheme, she had her own means to counter it. Accepting gifts would make it difficult for Song Chun to plead for her assistance. Jiang Li swiftly interrupted Song Chun's attempts at conversation, sliding a finely crafted wooden box toward him. "Let us make this clear. If you treat me to a meal, I won't refuse, and if I gift you something, you cannot decline." "What is this?" Song Chun inquired, puzzled. Jiang Li, almost anxiously, picked up a slice of cucumber and ate it. "The first model of a DSLR camera. When I was looking for one for your teacher, I ended up with two." "Teacher?" Song Chun's brows furrowed in surprise. "Did you investigate me?" No. Jiang Li shrugged in exasperation. "I only confirmed it now." As Song Chun raised his gaze, Jiang Li's smile was mischievous. "Silly boy, I'm just teasing you. At the photography exhibition, I noticed your close interactions with Mr. Su, and upon observing your works, I found many similarities. It led me to deduce your relationship must be significant, perhaps a teacher-student dynamic given your age difference. Based on your reaction, I must have guessed correctly." Song Chun smiled wryly. Jiang Li quickly raised 5 fingers in assurance. "Rest assured, I haven't had the chance to tell anyone else. You still have time to bribe me." Song Chun shook his head. His connection with Mr. Su was known to very few within their circle. Yet, there was nothing shameful about it. Since he hadn't concealed it from Jiang Li, he had nothing to hide. He chose not to elaborate further and instead focused intently on the camera. "Do you like it?" Jiang Li asked, her large, sparkling eyes wide with curiosity. Song Chun nodded. "Actually, I have one too. Did it get broken by your grandson?" Jiang Li teasa. Song Chun chuckled. "Not at all. It's safely stored away at my hometown." As Jiang Li picked up another slice of cucumber, she found it surprisingly palatable, realizing that the enjoyment of food often depended on the company. A modest potted cactus adorned their table, already in bloom, with vibrant red flowers and 2 plump white fruits. Jiang Li lifted the pot. "Could you take a picture of me with this?" Song Chun raised his camera. Jiang Li struck a playful pose. Song Chun pressed the shutter. "Let me see." Jiang Li reached out. Song Chun leaned back. "No." Jiang Li, feeling anxious, stood up hastily. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Song Chun evaded her reach. Suddenly, Jiang Li exclaimed, covering her eyes. The cactus fruits burst open, sending fluffy seeds swirling through the air. Song Chun quickly handed her a wet tissue. "Did the seeds get in your eyes?" Jiang Li pressed her eyes shut. "It hurts." "Don't use your hands. They harbor bacteria." Song Chun attempted to pry her hands away. Jiang Li shook her head defiantly. Yet, he was no match for Song Chun. Chapter 27. Blow on it for me with gentle force. Song Chun managed to remove her hands without causing her pain, stepping back slightly. Jiang Li squinted, her eyes reddened, and her damp eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterflies. Her breath was fragrant, and her moist lips were tantalizingly close. Though he hadn't consumed any alcohol, Song Chun felt a lightheadedness. Timing her move, Jiang Li planned to bite his chin the moment he lifted her eyelid. Yet, her hopes were dashed when a bright, lively voice shattered the tension. "Good afternoon, sir." "Miss, is there something in your eye?" Song Chun nodded eagerly. "Do you have a solution?" As Jiang Li opened her eyes, she saw a young waitress with expressive features rolling up her sleeves. Not a problem at all. Jiang Li felt a wave of panic wash over her, envisioning countless expressions of retreat flashing through her mind. The waitress smiled cheerfully, producing a cotton swab and expertly prying open Jiang Li's eyelids to examine. "Miss, are you mistaken? There's nothing in your eye. Is that so?" Jiang Li blinked, desperately signaling her to leave, but the discomfort lingered. The young waitress, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Nowadays, young people tend to overstrain their eyes, which can lead to fatigue. Just to the left as you exit our establishment, there's a pharmacy where you can purchase a bottle of eye drops. Just a drop will suffice." Observing Jiang Li's grimacing face, Song Chun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he retained a composed exterior, saying, "I'll fetch some eye drops for you." Jiang Li, feeling disheartened, rose to her feet, insisting, "No need, I'll go myself." The attentive waitress interjected, "Sir, miss, would you like to settle the bill? Your total comes to 207 yuan. You can give me 200. In an apparent attempt to showcase her unmatched sense of humor, she flashed a dazzling smile, adding, "Hee, it's 200 yuan, not 280. Song Chun lowered his gaze and smiled as he made the payment via scanning. Jiang Li could no longer contain herself and nearly ground her molars in frustration, inquiring, "What is your employee ID number?" The waitress, taken aback, replied, "Miss, it's all part of my duty." Jiang Li persisted, "Your employee ID number." The waitress, her spirits lifted, opened her tablet, explaining, "Sir, miss, we receive rewards for positive feedback from customers. My ID number is 3838. You can click here for a good review." Jiang Li snatched the tablet from her grasp, expressionless as she pressed for a negative review, leaving the waitress dumbfounded as she strode away. As they exited the restaurant, the waitress, with a sorrowful expression, hurried after them. Jiang Li continued walking, while Song Chun, exhibiting patience, inquired, "What is wrong?" The waitress, shrinking slightly, pulled out her phone. "Sir, I must clarify. It's 200 yuan, not 500. I'll return the change." Song Chun shook his head. "No need, consider it a tip." The waitress, momentarily stunned, then bowed slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, sir. Please take care and have a good life." As Jiang Li and Song Chun descended the escalator, the waitress's cheerful voice resonated from above. "Good night, sir." Jiang Li, infuriated, rolled her eyes upward, causing the waitress to shudder and cover her mouth as she fled. With his hands tucked in his pockets, Song Chun coolly trailed behind Jiang Li, his cap pulled low, the smile at the corner of his lips lingering. Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Li turned and playfully punched his chest. The impact reverberated through the air. Flustered, she quickly rubbed his arm, asking, "How was that? Did it hurt?" Song Chun remained upright, his laughter suppressed within his chest. "Sister, if you want to take advantage of me next time, just say so. No need for such roundabout ways." Jiang Li felt her cheeks flush, realizing how her skin had thickened over the years. Yet, in that moment, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Time was still on their side, and unwilling to leave just yet, they walked towards the parking lot at a leisurely pace. Song Chun didn't appear rushed either. The commotion caused by the waitress had left them both unsatisfied with their meal. Jiang Li proposed, "Let us go for barbecue. I know a fantastic place not far from here. We can walk there and return a drive afterward." After a moment's hesitation, Song Chun nodded in agreement. The barbecue restaurants in the area were mostly outdoor venues, and the night air was chilly. However, Jiang Li assumed he was concerned about the noise and crowds, making it difficult to discuss Zhang Xianwan. So she suggested it's a friend's place indoors, with a private atmosphere and live music. Indeed, upon hearing this, Song Chun readily agreed. Jiang Li wasn't exaggerating. The restaurant boasted a pleasant ambience and delectable fare, merging the qualities of a bar and a dining establishment, creating a vibrant atmosphere. They dined for nearly 2 hours, with Jiang Li having quite an appetite, insisting on ordering ice-cold beer. Song Chun refused, opting instead for a mint-flavored sparkling water. Jiang Li frowned, but accepted it nonetheless. She then suggested that Song Chun should have a drink too, as bottling up feelings wasn't advisable. To her surprise, he declined and ordered a lemon-flavored sparkling water instead. When a mint-flavored drink arrived first, Jiang Li eagerly took a sip through her straw. After the lemon-flavored sparkling water arrived, she playfully asked to try Song Chun's drink. He handed her the cup, and with a bright smile, she inserted her straw into his drink, exclaiming, "This is really good. I want to swap." With that, she placed her clean straw into the lemon-flavored drink and pushed it toward him. Song Chun remained silent, yet throughout the evening, he did not touch the cup of lemon-flavored mint water. Jiang Li, however, was unconcerned, enjoying her meal without a hint of guilt. She couldn't discern whether Song Chun was merely patient or refrained from discussing her camera, but he never broached the subject of Zhang Xianwan. Since he didn't bring it up, Jiang Li was certainly not foolish enough to mention it herself. Their meal passed without incident, and as they parted ways, Jiang Li handed Song Chun an envelope. "What is this?" he inquired. "There's a banquet next week where I need a male companion." "Do you still lack a male companion?" Jiang Li teased, lightly poking him on the shoulder. "Little brother, you ought to have some conscience. Ever since I met you, I've only wanted you as my company. Song Chun opened his mouth, and Jiang Li, momentarily delighted, anticipated his acceptance. To her dismay, he coldly replied, I'm not going. Chapter 28. A change of heart. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how someone who had just been amicable could so suddenly turn hostile. Yet Song Chun seemed unwilling to elaborate, turning on his heel and striding away. The autumn wind howled, and he angrily removed his jacket, throwing it over Jiang Li. As she began to protest, he firmly grasped her arm, pulling her forward without a word. Jiang Li was bewildered, allowing him to lead her onward. Song Chun's expression was somber, leaving her at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she remained oblivious to the imposing figure lurking in the shadows, watching everything unfold. After they had walked away, Wang Zongzi furiously discarded his cigarette, but once inside the car, Song Chun spoke, Call Assistant Shun to drive you home. Jiang Li, still feeling wronged, pressed the ignition button, retorting, I can find my way. You don't need to worry. Song Chun, surprised by Jiang Li's childlike stubbornness, felt his earlier anger dissipate. It's too late. It's unsafe for a girl to drive home alone. Jiang Li's previously dimmed eyes sparkled in the darkness. Are you concerned about me? With a resigned sigh, Song Chun acknowledged her question. Jiang Li instantly beamed, her delight radiating from her eyes. Naturally beautiful, she appeared even more enchanting without her guard up, resembling an earnest university student. In that moment, her eyes sparkled with mirth, her deep dimples inciting smiles from those around her. The wind swept in through the car window, tousling a few strands of her hair across her fair complexion. Song Chun averted his gaze, his fingers curling slightly as he struggled to suppress the urge to tuck her hair behind her ear. Still grinning, Jiang Li gazed at him, prompting Song Chun to lower the window. Drive carefully. I need to get back before my dorm closes. Oh. Jiang Li playfully elongated her response. Having never been naive, she was well aware of the tactics some female celebrities employed to captivate men and understood her own allure. Thus, Song Chun's earlier awkwardness had not escaped her notice. With a gleeful press of the accelerator, they merged into the vibrant night. The city of Jiangcheng nestled between river and mountain, its terrain complex. The elevated highways towered majestically, and with the late hour, the roads were nearly deserted. The chilly autumn wind rushed past, carrying Jiang Li's fragrance with it. Song Chun occupied himself with his phone for a moment, but as Jiang Li's confidence surged, she accelerated, prompting him to put his phone down in concern. Slow down. I'm not in a hurry. Jiang Li shook her head. I want to drive even faster. What? Song Chun asked, puzzled. Jiang Li, with utmost seriousness, replied, to pull you into my heart. Song Chun. This person truly believes they can open a dyeing workshop with just a little color. He immediately resolved to teach her a lesson. What's wrong? Bianc, these slugit herpes. Her face a mask of concern. Song Chun, I forgot to buy you eye drops. Jiang Li. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she fell silent for the remainder of their walk. Upon reaching the entrance of Song Chun's school, she could no longer hold back. Song Chun. Despite having spent the entire evening with her, Song Chun had not mentioned Song Xianwan, and Jiang Li felt a pang of guilt. What? Song Chun turned around, hands still in his pockets, exuding an air of coolness. Jiang Li blurted out, Don't you have anything to say to me? Song Chun appeared to smile slightly. Sorry, I really can't make it to your gathering. That's not what I meant, Jiang Li replied. Song Chun waved his camera playfully in front of Jiang Li. Thank you. Jiang Li. At that moment, her phone rang. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she quickly adopted a sleepy tone. Professor Tian, why are you still awake at this hour? On the other end, Professor Tian snapped back. You little rascal, stop pretending. Aunt Wang saw your car. You're staying over tonight. So hurry up. Just as Jiang Li was about to protest, Professor Tian hung up strategically. Professor Tian was a distinguished elder at Southeast University, having devoted his life to the institution's educational endeavors. Now retired, he still enjoyed the benefits of a charming villa. Jiang Li held deep affection for this villa, as it had cradled her entire childhood. Thus, even after moving out, every return filled her with warmth. She parked her car and swiftly ascended the stairs. The wooden steps creaked pleasantly beneath her feet. Aunt Wang poked her head out from inside, warmly greeting Jiang Li. Little Li, you're back? I ran into your grandmother this afternoon while she was grocery shopping. She really worries about you. Jiang Li shivered at the thought and steeled herself to continue upstairs. Upon reaching her own corridor, she caught a whiff of a peculiar medicinal scent. Having grown restless in retirement, Professor Tian now spent his days shuttling between the market and home. Perhaps the dark, nourishing soups he prepared had sharpened his senses. Jiang Li slipped off her shoes, pinching her nose as she cautiously opened the door crack. Just then, Professor Tian emerged joyfully from the kitchen, a bowl of dark soup in hand. "Little Li, you're back. Come, taste the soup Grandma made." "Professor Tian, I've already eaten." Jiang Li frowned, letting out a perfectly timed burp. Professor Tian's face fell in disappointment. "Oh dear, I've spent all day preparing it. Just take a small taste." Every fiber of Jiang Li's being screamed in protest. She could never forget the horror of finding half a centipede in a bowl of soup. As Professor Tian brought the spoon closer, Jiang Li quickly grabbed both the bowl and spoon. "It's too hot. I'll drink it later." Professor Tian's kind expression turned more relieved. All right, drink it later." Jiang Li felt a chill run down her spine. A more terrifying topic was about to emerge. Sure enough, Professor Tian shifted the conversation. "Little Li, how has Professor Li been since we last met?" "Which Professor Li?" Jiang Li asked, recalling how Professor Tian's matchmaking efforts had escalated from weekly to 4 times a week, with potential suitors ranging from 25 to 45 years old, their hairlines receding with each encounter. After meeting a widowed professor sporting a Mediterranean haircut, Jiang Li had finally protested, leading to 3 days of Cold War between her and Professor Tian. Assuming Professor Tian was referring to the Mediterranean professor, she hurriedly shook her head. "Professor Tian, you understand the importance of good genetics, don't you? We must consider the future, right? It's fine if he is shorter than me, but he is only in his 30s and already bald." Before Jiang Li could finish, Professor Tian gently poked her forehead. "Stop trying to deceive me. I've seen Professor Li with my own eyes. He is cultured and handsome." Jiang Li suddenly understood that Professor Tian was speaking of Song Chun's teacher. She shook her head vigorously. No. "Why not?" Professor Tian insisted. "No means no," Jiang Li retorted. Professor Tian's expression shifted dramatically, standing up from her chair, dramatically clutching her chest like a character from a Qiong Yao romance. "I can't control you anymore. You've grown wings and no longer heed your grandmother's words. How many more years do I have left? If I were to pass away?" Professor Tian's tactic was Jiang Li's greatest fear, prompting her to quickly coax her back into her seat, fabricating a story. "It's not me. It's that he wasn't interested." "Really?" Professor Tian's eyes glistened with tears. "He even brought fruit and snacks yesterday, claiming he wanted to see me. But I can tell he was really coming for you." Jiang Li was taken aback. It seemed that Professor Li had indeed called her yesterday. But by the time she noticed, several hours had passed, and she thought he must not have been in a hurry since he hadn't called back. She tugged at a tissue to dab at her reddened eyes, feeling wronged. "I swear, it's not a lie. He must think I'm too old. He even deliberately brought a student on the day of the matchmaking." Professor Tian was furious. "This is outrageous. I couldn't care less about his visit." Just when Jiang Li thought the conversation had finally turned a corner, Professor Tian suddenly asked, "Since this 1-1 do, tell me what kind of man you like. Grandma will arrange it for you. We don't want any unworthy suitors." "What do I like?" Jiang Li's mind was filled with images of Song Chun as she rummaged through her thoughts. Young, charming, and capable of fighting. Professor Tian sighed repeatedly. "Historically, heroes have always favored the young. I understand your feelings, but men who are too young are unreliable." Jiang Li hardly cared if Song Chun was reliable. She just needed to get him. So, she absent-mindedly agreed while casually taking a spoonful of soup, finding it not so difficult to swallow after all. "What soup?" "All soup. For good luck." Chapter 29. The demise of Wang Zongzi. Perhaps Professor Tian's owl soup indeed had a calming effect. In any case, that night, Jiang Li slept exceptionally, awakening to the morning light and the clamor of students attending early classes with a uniquely pleasant experience. Professor Tian had gone for her morning exercises. Fearing another round of peculiar culinary surprises, Jiang Li quickly washed up and tiptoed downstairs. From a distance, she could hear Professor Tian's laughter as she chatted on the phone. The other party must have said something amusing. As she scoffed, "Tell that surname Li not to contact us again. Our little Li already has a boyfriend." "What kind of boyfriend?" "Naturally, he was young, handsome, and capable of fighting." Jiang Li stifled a giggle, her face alight with triumph, only to unexpectedly encounter Wang Zongzi in the elevator, looking as if he had been drained of vitality by a vengeful spirit. A female colleague in the elevator asked with concern, "Mr. Wang, didn't he sleep well?" Wang Zongzi merely nodded. He and T just slept poorly. He and T slept at all. Last night, he had been trailing Song Chun and Jiang Li, desperate to uncover the nature of their relationship. The seemingly gentle explanation Jiang Li had provided earlier gnawed at him. The mere thought of her with Song Chun set his heart ablaze with discomfort. However, during a turn at a traffic light, he had lost sight of Jiang Li's car due to an unexpectedly appearing truck. After furiously pounding the steering wheel, he resolved to wait outside Jiang Li's place. He ended up waiting all night, only to discover that Jiang Li had spent the entire night with that pretty boy. This realization drained him of all resolve. He returned home, hastily changed clothes, and came to the office to wait for Jiang Li. Seeing her radiant demeanor only fueled his anger. If not for the presence of others in the elevator, he would have relished the opportunity to grasp Jiang Li's neck and inquire whether she had become entangled with that pretty boy. Jiang Li, unaware of his suspicions, merely perceived that Mrs. Song had exerted undue pressure on Wang Zongzi. The moment Jiang Li entered her office, Wang Zongzi followed closely behind. Shunku attempted to intervene, but was easily disregarded by the towering Wang Zongzi, who barked, "Get lost." Shunku stood his ground, and Wang Zongzi spat out. "You impertinent fool! Have you forgotten who brought you here and placed you beside Shaoli?" Shunku's expression shifted, yet he met Wang Zongzi's gaze without trepidation. Jiang Li waved her hand, instructing, "Please fetch Mr. Wang a cup of coffee." Only then did Shunku leave at a leisurely pace. The office was left with just Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi, who sneered, "It seems I have not wasted my efforts over the years. You have indeed mastered the art of subjugation. I recall when I assigned him to you, you remarked that his disposition was too obstinate to be a good assistant. Yet now you have trained him to be steadfastly loyal." Jiang Li did not favor the term trained. While she did not oppose the appropriate objectification of certain weaker individuals, it felt inappropriate in Shunku's case, as he was her assistant. Over the years, they had forged a profound bond. Wang Zongzi, with his unpredictable temper, was not someone Jiang Li wished to dispute over trivial matters. "Mr. Wang, is there something you need?" Wang Zongzi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that he bore no anger toward Jiang Li. She maintained a demeanor of calmness, yet only Wang Zongzi understood the profound distance hidden behind her gentleness. He felt a pang of sadness. "I have broken up." "What?" "I have split with Song He." Jiang Li recalled that Mrs. Song's name was Song He. "By the way, I owe you thanks. It was you who informed her about Zhang Xianwan, wasn't it? She came to confront me, demanding I take action against Zhang Xianwan. I refused, and she threatened me with a breakup, to which I acquiesced. Shaoli, I only agreed for your sake." Jiang Li nearly laughed in exasperation. He cursed the heavens, wishing a bolt of lightning would strike Wang Zongzi dead. From Wang Zongzi's tone, it was clear he had long intended to end things with Mrs. Song, yet he remained silent, intentionally provoking Mrs. Song with the matter of Zhang Xianwan, forcing her to bring up the breakup. It was utterly shameless. A chill suddenly ran down Jiang Li's spine. Wang Zongzi had been in the industry far longer than she. He was always meticulous in his actions. How could he not know that surveillance had been installed outside his door? And as for Zhang Xianwan, did he truly give no hint at all, allowing her to rush into his room clad only in a bathrobe? If this was indeed Wang Zongzi's scheme, what role had she played in it? Was she his accomplice, or merely a despicable woman seeking revenge? Jiang Li was not a saint, but in that moment, she could not help but feel a twinge of pity for Zhang Xianwan. Given Mrs. Song's character, even if she refrained from dealing with her now, she would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to ruin her in the future. Jiang Li had facilitated Zhang Xianwan's entry into the industry, intending to support her as long as she behaved properly and did not cause trouble. But Zhang Xianwan had failed to understand that jealousy could completely distort one's character. She had brought this upon herself and was not worthy of pity. As long as Song Chun remained silent, Jiang Li would never intervene on her behalf. Zhang Xianwan's career was irrevocably ruined. Jiang Li raised her gaze to Wang Zongzi. "Did you deliberately suggest that Zhang Xianwan enter your room?" "I did," Wang Zongzi admitted unabashedly. "That girl is too foolish, attempting to seduce me to undermine you. She deserves it, and you need not feel guilty." "I certainly do not feel guilty. It was her choice. But what of you? She has not wronged you. Yet you, knowing what kind of person Mrs. Song is, chose to involve her deliberately. Does your conscience not stir?" "Conscience?" Wang Zongzi's agitation grew. "Shaoli, you speak of conscience? From the moment you entered this industry, I warned you that we operate solely on interests, devoid of conscience. Xiaoli, do not forget that it is under my wing that you have retained your so-called conscience. Jiang Li regarded Wang Zongzi quietly, as if she had never truly known him. Wang Zongzi continued, Xiaoli, it has always been my wish for you to maintain an innocent heart. In fact, I have succeeded, and you cannot abandon me at this juncture. Jiang Li's eyes began to glimmer with coldness. What do you desire? Wang Zongzi stepped forward eagerly. Marry me. Xiaoli, believe me, I will be a devoted husband, showering you and our children with unparalleled love and indulgence. Jiang Li scoffed derisively, is that so? And what of Mrs. Song? She will not agree to the breakup. Wang Zongzi shook his head. I know she is difficult. After we marry, you can resign and return home to be a full-time wife. She will be unable to touch you, and once her patience with me wears thin, she will naturally relent. A hint of disdain flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. You mean to say that you will provide me with no legal standing, and I should quietly resign? It's merely a temporary delay. She will not pursue you for long. Trust me. Jiang Li suddenly laughed. Wang Zongzi, who do you think you are? Let me tell you, even if you were to formally marry me with great fanfare, I would still refuse. She did not give Wang Zongzi the chance to be dumbfounded. She continued resolutely, Wang Zongzi, since we have reached this point, let's clarify everything. I acknowledge that my entry into this industry was indeed influenced by you, but more importantly, it stems from my own passion and commitment. I once entertained thoughts of a future intertwined with you, but since your involvement with Mrs. Song, that desire has been utterly extinguished. I have expressed to you more than once that I will never engage in any relationship beyond friendship with you. This understanding will never change. As Jiang Li spoke, Wang Zongzi gazed at her, his expression shifting from fervor to obsession. Rationally, he understood that Jiang Li was severing their ties, yet emotionally, he clung to a flicker of hope. Thus, he numbly nodded. So, Xiaoli, are you saying you wish to break up with me? Jiang Li's face remained as serene as ever. Mr. Wang, I would like to correct your wording. We have never truly begun, so how can there be a breakup? Wang Zongzi's eyes bore a wounded look. Xiaoli, will you never consider me again? Jiang Li nodded. Never. Wang Zongzi still could not believe it. He reached out to embrace Jiang Li, pulling her into his arms. The faint fragrance emanating from her intoxicated him. Xiaoli, you cannot be so cruel to me. I have liked you since the first time I saw you at Southeast University. You said being a manager was cool. So I maneuvered to secure a position for you at the company, defying the odds to make you a manager despite your lack of experience. Of course, you excelled. I believe you could also fulfill the role of a wife. Trust me once more, Xiaoli, believe in yourself again. Just as you did back then. He murmured, leaning in to kiss the crown of Jiang Li's head. Suddenly, Jiang Li felt a wave of nausea and raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Wang Zongzi's face. Wang Zongzi was momentarily stunned. He had always held a sense of pride before Jiang Li, but despite his repeated attempts to please her, he was met with such resistance. How could he accept that? Especially when he recalled her laughter with that pretty boy the previous night. Anger surged within him as he seized Jiang Li's arm and hurled her onto the desk, bending down to lift her skirt. Is your rejection because of that pretty boy? I assure you, even if I were to commit a crime, I would never allow him to possess you. You belong solely to me. Jiang Li, both furious and anxious, seized the scalding coffee cup beside her and hurled it towards Wang Zongzi with great force. Get lost. The office door was abruptly flung open, and Shen Ku kicked Wang Zongzi to the ground, deftly shedding his trench coat to envelop Jiang Li. He then stood in front of her with a stern expression. Two security guards peered into Jiang Li's office. Miss Jiang, Vice President Wang, do you need assistance? The remnants of Wang Zongzi's rationality slowly returned as he observed the trembling Jiang Li hiding behind Shen Ku. Realizing he had caused trouble, he opened his mouth to defend himself. Xiaoli. However, the only response he received was Jiang Li's anguished roar. Make him go away. I never want to see him again. Half an hour later, the entire company was aware that Wang Zongzi had emerged from Jiang Li's office early in the morning, disheveled with coffee stains adorning his face. In the pantry, Shen Ku warned two gossiping women. Mind your words. President Wang accidentally bumped into Miss Jiang's coffee cup. Our Miss Jiang has always been gentle and kind. How could she possibly commit such a barbaric act as splashing coffee on someone? Concerned for Jiang Li's emotional state, Shen Ku ensured that breakfast was excessively lavish. Jiang Li gradually calmed down, beginning to enjoy her soup dumplings when her phone rang. It was Mrs. Song. Shen Ku, being considerate, offered, "I'll answer it for you." Unbeknownst to him, he assumed Mrs. Song was coming to question Jiang Li about Wang Zongzi. Jiang Li shook her head. "I'll take it myself." Shen Ku set down his food, ready to step away, but Jiang Li called him back. "No need." Shen Ku felt a pang of sorrow, thinking Jiang Li was frightened. "Don't worry, boss. I'll stand guard at the door to ensure no one enters." Jiang Li, however, playfully winked. "Don't you want to hear some gossip?" Shen Ku instantly chuckled, nimbly placing a sea urchin bun onto Jiang Li's plate. Jiang Li cleared her throat, her voice suddenly weak. "Hello, Mrs. Song." Mrs. Song's tone was unexpectedly gentle. "I heard that Wang Zongzi caused a commotion in your office." Jiang Li fell silent, only letting out a tactical sigh. "Miss Jiang, please tell me honestly, is this all because of that little vixen?" "Mrs. Song." Jiang Li's voice was faint with annoyance. "You've put me in quite a predicament. I asked Shen Ku to inform you of the truth, not to make things difficult for me." Jiang Li's words amounted to an admission. Mrs. Song nearly ground her teeth. "Miss Jiang, rest assured, I won't allow that little wretch to run amok for much longer." After hanging up, Jiang Li exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Ku, and they both erupted into laughter. Jiang Li's phone rang again. It was Song Chun. Jiang Li's playful message read, "Can you teach me how to make boiled dumplings? I'm a bit clumsy, and I tend to spill things easily, even my feelings for you." Song Chun responded with a picture of the blue sky and white clouds. Recently, he had been replying to Jiang Li's playful messages with images, but most of the time, he simply sent a picture. Jiang Li envisioned him tilting his head to capture the sky, his long neck elegantly arched, his narrow eyes slightly squinting, an essential movement of his Adam's apple. She couldn't help but smile. Shen Ku cleared his throat. "Boss, the company's investigation team has arrived and wishes to look into the earlier incident." Jiang Li beckoned him over. Shen Ku promptly handed her the computer, and she swiftly typed away on the keyboard before tossing the device into Shen Ku's arms. "Print this out and have Wang Zongzi sign it." Upon reading the document, Shen Ku couldn't contain his laughter. It was a settlement agreement stating that Wang Zongzi could not, for any reason, meet Jiang Li alone from that day forth. Otherwise, Jiang Li would truthfully report Wang Zongzi's inappropriate behavior to the investigation team. If Wang Zongzi agreed to Jiang Li's terms, he would publicly acknowledge that he accidentally bumped into Jiang Li's coffee cup. After laughing, Shen Ku looked puzzled. "Boss, what if he refuses to sign?" "He won tea." Jiang Li took a sip of milk, leaving a ring of froth on her upper lip, which she wiped away with a napkin. "I know Wang Zongzi's character best. His career is everything to him. With his desire for face, no matter how outrageous my conditions may be, he will sign. But boss, are you truly willing to let him off so easily?" "Of course not. Don't forget, Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet is approaching, and all the prominent figures in Jiangsheng will be in attendance. Boss, do you intend to use him as a scapegoat?" "Indeed." Jiang Li smiled slightly, her enchanting eyes sparkling mischievously. As expected, she set down her milk cup. "I plan to wield Wang Zongzi's sword against that lunatic Jing Yu." Shen Ku suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Jing Yu had repeatedly provoked Jiang Li, who had refrained from retaliating, intending to settle the score at Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet. However, such an action would undoubtedly offend Mr. Fu. Yet, if Wang Zongzi were to be thrown under the bus as the scapegoat, then none of it would reflect back on Jiang Li. The mere thought of Wang Zongzi and Jing Yu facing misfortune filled Shen Ku with delight, and his efficiency soared. Without a moment's delay, he took the agreement and headed out. Jiang Li called after him. "By the way, add one more clause at the end. I want to take my vacation the day before Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet. Aren't you attending in person?" Shen Ku seemed somewhat disappointed. Jiang Li chuckled. "How could I miss it? Who says taking a vacation means I can't attend a banquet?" Shen Ku instantly understood. Jiang Li's intention behind taking a vacation was to avoid cleaning up Wang Zongzi's mess. Chapter 31. The birthday banquet. Wang Zongzi's assistant knocked on the door for Shen Ku. Wang Zongzi had already washed his hair and changed his clothes, returning to his usual imposing demeanor. When Shen Ku entered, he acted as if nothing had transpired. "Assistant Shen, please sit, please sit. Is Xiao Li trying to convey something to me? What happened earlier was impulsive. Please tell her not to take it to heart. I can handle the investigation team." At that moment, Shen Ku felt his inexperience. He had yet to reach the level of composure exhibited by his boss and Wang Zongzi. He did not take a seat, but instead pushed the agreement toward Wang Zongzi. The The boss instructed me to present this to you. There's no need for documents. We can speak face-to-face, ISNT that a bit. Wang Zongza's smile gradually faded. His lips twitched, and, after a moment of hesitation, he signed his name. Once Shen Ke's figure disappeared from view, Wang Zongza tightened his grip, snapping the pen in his hand. Feeling that this was insufficient release, he swept his hands across the desk, sending office supplies crashing to the floor. Returning to Jiang Li's office with the agreement, Shen Ke found her finishing up with the investigation team and resuming her work. He placed the agreement into her private encrypted filing cabinet and began clearing the leftover food from the coffee table. Jiang Li beckoned him. In a moment, I need you to do one more thing for me. Of course, boss, what can I assist with? Find a way to send a ticket to Zhang Xiaowan and let her know to bring a male companion. It doesn't have to be someone from the circle. Understood. Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet was extravagantly lavish, with waitstaff in tuxedos gliding gracefully through the crowd, holding trays. Guests were adorned in finery, mingling and toasting with great delight. Jiang Li was not mistaken. Zhang Xiaowan indeed brought Song Chun along. The gown Song Chun wore had been custom-made by Jiang Li. The day before the banquet, she had instructed Shen Ke to give it to Zhang Xiaowan, claiming it was a gift from sponsor. The well-tailored, deep brown dress hugged Song Chun's tall, yet not overly thin frame, perfectly complementing his youthful charm while exuding the aura of a mature man. Among their peers, Zhang Xiaowan maintained a respectful distance from Song Chun to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Instead, it was the other women in the room who frequently cast admiring glances at Song Chun, particularly in the corner. Jing Yu's eyes were glued to Song Chun the moment she spotted him. If looks could ensnare, Song Chun would have been left bloodied and torn. Jiang Li today opted for a stunning mermaid-style off-shoulder dress in a soft, creamy hue. Such a color and design is indeed a challenge for many, causing numerous female celebrities to shy away from it. Any hint of excess flesh is rendered utterly visible on the wearer. However, Jiang Li, with her delicate and shapely figure and skin so fair it appears almost translucent, wears this gown to perfection. The tassels at her shoulders sway gracefully with her movements, making her the most radiant sight wherever she goes. Song Chun has evidently noticed Jiang Li, yet he remains inscrutable, showing no inclination to greet her. In contrast, Zhang Xiaowan's makeup and attire come across as particularly haphazard. It is evident that her dress has been borrowed and fits poorly. Despite her doll-like face, she is burdened with heavy makeup, creating a dissonant impression, akin to a child who has whimsically donned her mother-esque clothing. Numerous women, holding wine glasses, approach Song Chun to engage him in conversation. As Song Chun's companion, Zhang Xiaowan is almost entirely enveloped by disdainful and insidious glances throughout the evening, especially from a young woman named Jing Yu. When she approaches to strike up a conversation, Zhang Xiaowan is so flustered that her hands tremble. Yet to her dismay, Jing Yu does not even spare her glance, merely clinking glasses with Song Chun. Zhang Xiaowan, summoning her courage, introduces herself as a trainee from Xinghe Media. Jing Yu gives her a cool glance, then looks toward the distant Jiang Li, her gaze finally resting on Song Chun. Is this batch managed by Miss Jiang? Zhang Xiaowan nods, somewhat dazed. Jing Yu's response is a burst of laughter, leaving Zhang Xiaowan bewildered, yet she can unmistakably sense the malice in Jing Yu's eyes, which makes her feel extremely embarrassed. As she observes Jiang Li effortlessly mingling among the crowd, her delight outweighs her jealousy. She pulls Song Chun, stumbling toward Jiang Li. Sister Li, you're here. Jiang Li had already noticed Song Chun, but had been waiting for an opportunity to speak. Now that Zhang Xiaowan has approached, she sees no reason to turn down this ripe opportunity, quickly summoning a radiant smile. Xiaowan, you've arrived. Zhang Xiaowan feels a surge of gratitude for Jiang Li's demeanor and eagerly introduces Song Chun. Sister Li, this is my friend Song Chun. Song Chun, this is our company's star agent, Miss Jiang. She deliberately emphasizes the word friend. Mr. Song, hello. Jiang Li greets him with a smile. The three engage in small talk, while Zhang Xiaowan remains distracted, glancing around in awe. This is her first time attending such a lavish event, and she is eager to meet affluent individuals. However, those who notice her with a male companion seem less inclined to converse with her. She begins to regret bringing Song Chun along. Jiang Li, perceptive to her discomfort, smiles. Are you feeling unwell, Xiaowan? Zhang Xiaowan nods immediately. Yes. I need to visit the restroom. Could you please keep an eye on Song Chun for me? Jiang Li, more than happy to oblige. Of course, go ahead. Song Chun remained silent. Zhang Xiaonuan quickly scurries away, and Jiang Li teasingly glances at Song Chun. It seems your little girlfriend is rather restless. Song Chun offers her a sidelong glance, but does not respond. Sister, won't mind if you come along for some fun? Jiang Li casually takes a champagne glass from a server and hands it to Song Chun. He lazily cradles the glass and sinks into a chair, not interested. His demeanor exudes a nonchalant elegance. Jiang Li, undeterred, links her arm with his. Now that we're here, let us go. Zhang Xiaonuan emerges from the restroom, spotting Jiang Li warmly linking arms with Song Chun, laughing and greeting those around them. The crowd responds to them with enthusiasm and respect, and their striking presence makes them the center of attention. Zhang Xiaonuan feels a moment of daze, perceiving the pair not as mere acquaintances, but as a couple deeply in love. However, she cannot dwell on that now. She takes a glass of red wine from a server and plunges into the opulence around her. Jiang Li intentionally introduces Song Chun to some influential figures in the photography industry. It is only tonight that she realizes Song Chun possesses not only profound knowledge, but also a remarkable ability to navigate social interactions with perfect balance, neither obsequious nor aloof. He effortlessly wins people's favor, should he choose. Naturally, some individuals approach him regardless of Jiang Li's introductions. To overshadow the esteemed Mrs. Fu, Jingyu is dressed in ostentatious luxury, adorned with a set of exquisite jade jewelry gifted by Mr. Fu, whose full name is Fu Qianzi. Although Mrs. Fu is of an advanced age, she still exudes grace and elegance. Interestingly, Jingyu bears a striking resemblance to Mrs. Fu, which she seems to take as a cue to elevate her own spirits. Upon seeing Mrs. Fu, Jingyu straightens her posture, her smile a blend of flattery and mockery. As Mr. Fu, noticing the situation, casts a sharp glance at Jingyu, she deflates like a punctured balloon and retreats awkwardly. Gossip is an inherent trait among women. As Jingyu distances herself, Mrs. Fu leans in to chat with Jiang Li. Miss Jiang, I've heard that Jingyu was once under your wing? Jiang Li smiles lightly. Mrs. Fu, you flatter me. It's my fault. She has since ventured out on her own. Mrs. Fu recalls Jingyu's haughty tone and quickly understands. Jingyu's audacity stems from having a powerful backer. While she may not know the specifics of Jingyu's connections, she has certainly heard whispers of the rumors circulating online about Jiang Li. I wonder which benefactor supports Miss Jingyu, as she seems to disregard Miss Jiang entirely. Oh dear, Jiang Li feigns helplessness. In our circle, who isn't exceptionally gifted. Each person has their own unique talents. Even with a keen mind, it's hard to fully grasp the intricacies at play. As they converse, Mr. Fu appears increasingly tense. Jiang Li offers him a reassuring glance, signaling her discretion. Mrs. Fu, the center of attention, is surrounded by admirers. Jiang Li, well-liked herself, soon finds herself encircled by a group of ladies. Song Chun, recognizing the situation, relinquishes his seat and finds a quiet corner to sit. Mr. Fu approaches with a raised glass, clinking it with Song Chun's, and quietly remarks, Mr. Song, good to see you again. You look even more handsome. Much appreciated, Mr. Fu, Song Chun replies, maintaining his calm demeanor. Mr. Fu, aware that the women's chatter shows no signs of abating and with numerous obligations to attend to, makes a brief visit before moving on. In the distance, Jingyu seized the opportunity and sauntered over to sit beside Song Chun, her demeanor flirtatious. Young man, shall we share a drink? Song Chun's expression remained indifferent and aloof. My surname is Song. Ah, dear sir, why the reluctance? There are countless flowers in the world, she continued. Miss Jiang hasn't marked you as her own. So why cling to a single tree? Furthermore, I observe that Miss Jiang doesn't seem to take you seriously. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pushed you towards that girl who can't even afford dress, would she? Song Chun said nothing, taking a sip of champagne. Jingyu thought she had struck a chord and lowered her head. Don't overthink it. Where there's milk, there's a mother. With her sultry glances. How about you come with me? Song Chun scoffed, his words laden with double meaning. With you? Miss Jing, do watch your step. Jingyu looked down, angered to find not Song Chun's long legs, but rather a glossy black rubbish bin. You, she exclaimed in frustration, while Song Chun nonchalantly lifted his glass. A captivating smile gracing his lips. Unable to vent her anger, Jingyu brought her glass closer. Song Chun lightly tapped her glass with his, downing the contents. Meanwhile, Jiang Li was engaged in conversation with the ladies, observing everything. In the distance, Wang Zongzi noticed the scene and thought to himself, "Heaven is aiding me." After Song Chun finished his drink, Jing Yu finally wore a smile. Just as she prepared to fetch more wine for him, Song Chun slammed his glass on the table and stood up. Jing Yu stamped her foot in frustration. At that moment, a tall figure approached. Wang Zongzi smiled. "Jing Yu, long time no see." Jing Yu replied lazily, "Vice President Wang, indeed." Wang Zongzi brushed off her indifference. "You've really made a name for yourself. Yet you can't handle a little puppy? Whatever happened to your past charms?" "Charm?" Jing Yu scoffed. "Vice President Wang, you two are enacting the tale of the farmer and the snake, aren't you? If you can't speak, no one will take you for mute." Wang Zongzi retorted coldly, raising his glass. Jing Yu felt a pang of unease. "Vice President Wang, you didn't come all this way just to exchange barbs with me, did you? Please speak your mind." Wang Zongzi retrieved a small pill from his bag. "I just saw Song Chun enter room 1314 next door. Tonight." Jiang Li shone brightly, leaving Song Chun listlessly in a corner, his gaze fixated on her. The prominent gentlemen present were all captivated by her, and even the wealthy ladies showered her with admiration. Song Chun found it perplexing. These ladies, who typically loathed starlets, seemed completely at ease with Jiang Li, who surpassed them in allure. Song Chun had keen hearing. Despite the distance, he caught Mrs. Fu expressing her admiration for Jiang Li's exquisite lingerie. Initially, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the revelation, ignoring Jiang Li and even feeling irked at the sight of Wang Zongzi. However, with the truth now clear, his spirits lifted. As the banquet entered its later stages, Mrs. Fu went upstairs to change, allowing guests to mingle freely. The entire hotel belonged to the Fu family and was closed to the public for the event. A select few esteemed guests received keys for an overnight stay. Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi had one, as did Song Chun and Zhang Xianwan. Though Song Chun had consumed quite a bit of alcohol, he had no intention of sharing a room with Zhang Xianwan. Thus, he sought a secluded room to rest. Chapter 33. Intoxication. The banquet hall buzzed with activity. Jiang Li glanced at her watch and strolled towards the courtyard, clutching a cigarette case. The first-floor private rooms surrounded the courtyard, featuring elegantly curved glass windows that swayed gently, creating a picturesque scene. "Miss Jiang, you are here too?" Fu Tianzi approached with a smile. "Thank you for today. My spouse can be quite the trouble." Jiang Li did not turn around. Raising her elbows slightly, wisps of white smoke curled upwards from her fingers. Her eyes narrowed. A playful smile danced on her lips, yet it did not reach her eyes, vanishing instead against her fair cheek. Fu Tianzi felt a chill run down his spine, following her gaze, which abruptly silenced him. The room Jiang Li was fixated on had its curtains drawn. Being night, it was impossible to see inside from the courtyard, but those within could clearly observe everything outside. Song Chun lounged on the sofa, arms crossed, his head comfortably resting against the backrest, evidently tipsy and dozing. A glass of water sat on the table. Jing Yu sashayed in, and upon sensing a stranger's approach, Song Chun furrowed his brow but remained silent. Jing Yu uttered something, but Song Chun ignored her. Growing bolder, she playfully lifted his chin with her finger, prompting him to turn his head away. Fu Tianzi, having witnessed this, cleared his throat awkwardly. "Jing Yu has had too much to drink. Please, Miss Jiang, do not take offense." Jiang Li smiled faintly. "Mr. Fu, you flatter me. Jing Yu is simply spirited. You are fortunate." Fu Tianzi was momentarily taken aback. Inside the room, Jing Yu, emboldened, lifted her skirt and sat on Song Chun's lap. With a flick of her delicate fingers, she dropped a small pill into the glass on the table. The coldness in Jiang Li's demeanor was unmistakable as she addressed Fu Tianzi with a curt smile. "Shall I go personally, or will you handle that scoundrel?" Fu Tianzi's face turned grim, realizing he had no choice but to act. "No need for Miss Jiang to concern herself. I will take care of that wretch." In a swift motion, Song Chun stood and forcefully pulled Jing Yu off him. She stumbled and fell to the ground, unperturbed, clutching at his clothing and speaking fervently. Jiang Li surmised she was insisting that Song Chun drink another glass before leaving, unwilling to let him go without it. Despite his annoyance, Song Chun found himself unable to shake her off completely. He begrudgingly lifted the glass of water. Jing Yu smiled sweetly, raising her glass in a toast. Ignoring her, Song Chun took a small sip and slammed the glass back down on the table. Disgust etched across his face as he regarded her grasping hand. Yet, Jing Yu remained tenacious, unwilling to release her hold. Although Jiang Li understood Wang Zhong's intentions and knew the pill posed no real threat to Song Chun, her heart raced with anxiety. Unable to maintain her composure, she followed Fu Tianzi into the room. Fu Tianzi kicked the door open, and Jingyu, oblivious to the danger, clung to Song Chun. "Young man, let us drink one more." With a powerful kick, Fu Tianzi sent Jingyu sprawling to the floor, nearly causing her to choke. Clutching her abdomen in shock, the sudden fright sobered her considerably. Seeing the menacing expression on Fu Tianzi's face and the icy demeanor of Jiang Li made her tremble. "Old Fu!" The table shook, and the water glass shattered, spilling its contents everywhere. Observing the amount of water, Jiang Li realized Song Chun had only taken a small sip, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Fu Tianzi's expression was already dark, but with Jiang Li present, he felt restrained. Song Chun did not immediately lose consciousness. He merely felt the intoxication weighing heavily upon him, rendering him dizzy and uncomfortable. Jiang Li supported Song Chun. "Mr. Fu, it's getting late. Let us take my companion upstairs to rest." "Of course, Miss Jiang, please do." Fu Tianzi was courteous. Now realizing the gravity of her misstep, Jingyu panicked, understanding that offending Jiang Li was one thing, but having Fu Tianzi on her side was far worse. She lunged to grasp Jiang Li's arm, but Fu Tianzi firmly held her back. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Song, good night." Jiang Li nodded, taking Song Chun's arm as they departed. As the two individuals stepped out of the private room, a sharp sound of clapping echoed behind them. "You audacious woman! How dare you flaunt your tricks in front of me? Do you wish to court danger?" Jingyu's muffled voice was met with another round of slaps. Song Chun, tall and statuesque, struggled as Jiang Li exerted considerable effort to usher him into the elevator. "Don't move. I can walk by myself." Despite his protests, Song Chun staggered, leaning heavily against the elevator wall. Jiang Li reassured him, "Rest assured, dear sister, I will not take advantage of your state." Yet, when Song Chun finally lay on the expansive bed, Jiang Li found herself momentarily taken aback. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol were clouding her senses, as she felt her own steps wavering. She fetched a cold towel to wipe Song Chun's face. His skin was pale and radiant. Quickly flushing under the influence of the drink and medication, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, while an unnatural crimson hue crept across his cheeks and neck. By the time Jiang Li returned with a fresh towel, Song Chun had already removed his suit jacket. This hotel room was the epitome of luxury, equipped with ice and towels aplenty. Balancing an ice bucket in one hand and a cold towel in the other, she pushed the door open, only to find Song Chun tugging at his tie forcefully. His rough motions sent 2 buttons clattering to the floor. The sensual rise and fall of his Adam's apple and the hint of his collarbone were tantalizing. His white shirt hung loosely, having been pulled free from his belt. With tousled hair and a dazed expression, he appeared both innocent and desirous. Jiang Li, momentarily speechless, placed the cold towel on her forehead and took a few deep breaths before entering. "What are you doing up? Is your head still spinning?" She tried to avoid his gaze, but he beckoned her closer with a finger. "Sister, come here." As long as he still recognized her, that was a relief. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Li set down the ice bucket and hurried over. "How are you feeling? Would you like some water?" Song Chun lifted her chin with his fingertips. Their eyes locked, and as he leaned closer, Jiang Li felt her throat tighten as if ignited by a flame. Reason whispered that this was wrong, yet her emotions surged forth. "It's just a kiss. What could it hurt? I've been longing for Song Chun for ages." Torn between her thoughts, she was just about to feel his lips graze hers when her phone audaciously rang. With difficulty, she pushed him away. "Wait, let me take this call." However, Song Chun, transformed from his sober self, leaned in closer, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. Feeling helpless, Jiang Li bent down to grab an ice cube and popped it into his mouth. "What is this?" he exclaimed, shivering from the cold. "It's sugar," she replied, patting his cheek gently. "Sugar?" He frowned, chewing on the ice. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li slipped from his grasp. "The call was from Shunko boss. It's all set." Jiang Li acknowledged him. After hanging up, she heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Song Chun's clothes lay scattered across the floor. Hesitation began to creep in. She had seen him unclothed before, but the last time had left her with no memory, waking up to think she had been set up. She chuckled softly, feeling a mix of amusement and confusion. Shinka's call had brought her back to reality. While intimacy with Song Chun was undoubtedly important, it should occur when they were both fully aware. Moreover, she had another significant task to attend to that evening. Thus, she promptly called Shen Ke, requesting that he deliver a change of clothes for Song Chan. Chapter 34. Framing today marked Mrs. Fu's birthday celebration, and Fu Tianzi was keen to keep matters subdued. Consequently, he vented his frustration by delivering a few hard slaps to Jingyu and issued stern warnings before departing. Jingyu, terrified, stifled her sobs as she struggled to breathe. Yet, as a public figure, she could not afford to leave the birthday celebration in such a disheveled state. The media would undoubtedly twist her predicament. After regaining her composure, she took her room key and headed upstairs to rest. Upon opening the door, she felt a pang of confusion. She was well acquainted with this hotel and vaguely recalled that her room key did not belong to the finest suite. Overwhelmed with exhaustion, she disregarded her concerns, shedding her clothes and diving beneath the covers. Fu Tianzi seethed with anger. He could hardly believe that Jingyu had the audacity to flirt with another man right before his eyes. Rabbits typically do not eat from their own burrows. Yet Jingyu dared to cast her sights on Jiang Li, the young woman who commanded respect in the entertainment industry. Did she not realize the implications of her actions? Many attendees were aware of his status as Jingyu's benefactor. If word got out about her infidelity, how could he ever face anyone again? Resolute, Fu Tianzi decided that once the night was over, he would confront Jingyu and repair his relationship with Jiang Li. The memory of how he had once humbly sought Jiang Li's favor for Jingyu filled him with distaste. However, despite his anger, he had responsibilities to fulfill. Mrs. Fu had maintained her beauty over the years, and their enduring relationship was built on a solid foundation. Emerging from the bathroom post-shower, Fu Tianzi found no need for modesty with his longtime partner. The bedside lamp cast a dim light, and the silk quilt was slightly rumpled. "You must be exhausted. You didn't even wait for me," he chided, lifting the covers to join her, wrapping his arms around the figure nestled underneath. Unbeknownst to Mrs. Fu, chaos was unfolding downstairs. After changing, she descended to find that most familiar faces had already departed, leaving others to sing and revel in drunken antics. She, ever mindful of her health, detested staying up late and soon retreated upstairs to rest. As Mrs. Fu ascended, she suddenly realized her room key was missing. Fortunately, the hotel staff recognized her and quickly assisted her. Meanwhile, Fu Tianzi, having indulged in drink, became overly animated, calling out affectionately to his companion. Jingyu, unsure of the scene, remained silent, permitting Fu Tianzi to carry on. Just as they were entangled in their passionate embrace, the room was suddenly flooded with light. Squinting through his glasses, Fu Tianzi finally recognized the furious woman at the door, Mrs. Fu. Panic surged as he glanced down, only to discover that the person in his arms was none other than a disheveled Jingyu. Mrs. Fu let out a piercing scream, discarding her shoes and charging toward the couple. "Honey, please let me explain," Fu Tianzi pleaded, desperately grasping at Mrs. Fu's hand. However, his nakedness only incited her fury further. With a fruit knife in one hand and her phone in the other, she compelled Jingyu to reveal herself from under the covers. Under Mrs. Fu's relentless guidance, Jingyu was coerced into performing an impromptu photo shoot that would surely send shockwaves through the entertainment industry. The commotion grew too loud to ignore. Guests in adjacent rooms, despite their reluctance to intervene, discreetly contacted the duty manager. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the manager feared the consequences of inaction and summoned Mrs. Fu's son, Fu Yuan. Now a family man himself, and well aware of his father's indiscretions, he had initially intended to avoid involvement in his parents' tumultuous relationship. However, upon receiving the manager's call, he rushed over without delay. Upon opening the door, Fu Tianzi was found sprawled on the floor, stark naked and lying in a pool of blood. His mother, an elegant woman adorned in high-end luxury attire who insisted on using her tiger-clawed fingers to indulge in caviar, was mercilessly beating a disheveled woman. The cacophony of her voice was unbearable, filled with vitriol that would make even a grown man like Fu Yuan feel shame, let alone the guests surrounding the room. The Fu family's reputation had suffered a devastating blow. Nevertheless, as the sole heir of the Fu family, he had to clean up this mess. He decisively removed his coat and draped it over Fu Tianzi, checking for signs of life before instructing those behind him to summon a doctor. He then entered the bedroom, covering Mrs. Fu's mouth and hoisting her out to throw her onto the sofa. "Mother, if you continue this ruckus, you will become a widow." It was only then that Mrs. Fu seemed to comprehend, her gaze falling upon Fu Tianzi, and she erupted into a heart-wrenching wail. Heavens! Why is my life so miserable? It's all that wretched woman's fault. Son, don't stop me. I will kill her. Jingyu was already on the verge of death. At the sound of those words, her body involuntarily twitched. Fu Yuan approached with a glass of water, splashing it all over Jingyu's form, causing her to jolt awake. Jingyu, sensing the gravity of her situation while facing the imposing man before her, realized her life was spared. Get dressed and come out, Fu Yuan commanded. She nodded vigorously. The doctor arrived promptly. Fu Tianzi's injuries were superficial and not life-threatening. The doctor expressed his helplessness at the patient's reluctance to awaken, as one cannot rouse a person pretending to be asleep. Recognizing the unfavorable situation, Fu Tianzi chose to surrender the aftermath to his son. Although Mrs. Fu was incensed by her husband's cowardice, she was powerless to change the circumstances and could only weep in silence. In comparison, Jingyu bore far more severe injuries, albeit in places that were not visible and not fatal, prompting the doctor to show little concern. Despite Mrs. Fu's loud outbursts, she was in truth devoid of any real plans. Fu Yuan warned her that if she wished to see the Fu family's stock plummet and become the laughingstock of Jiang City, she was free to continue her antics. After laying out the implications, Mrs. Fu immediately deflated, with tears glistening on her face and her eyes redder than a rabbit's. She glared fiercely at Jingyu, who was trembling on the floor. It's all because of that wretched woman. I want her to be utterly disgraced. Fu Yuan sneered. This wretched woman is not worth mourning, but we must clarify what transpired tonight. I doubt she would dare to provoke us directly. The Fu family cannot simply be made pawns by others. At this, Jingyu felt a wave of panic wash over her. Fu Yuan demanded, Speak. Who incited you to do this? Incited? No one incited me. Jingyu scrambled through her thoughts, perhaps. I just walked into the wrong room. Fu Yuan's hawk-like gaze bore down on her, unyielding. So you refuse to speak the truth? Very well, mother, let us release those photos from earlier. No, Jingyu cried, overwhelmed with despair. I truly thought this was my room. You can check the surveillance. I came in with my room card. Fu Yuan pondered momentarily before a bodyguard behind him nodded in agreement. Fu Yuan leaned closer, speaking gently, If you entered with your card, then consider the possibility that someone swapped your card. That must be it. Someone must have switched my card. And who would that be? Have you recently offended anyone? Jingyu racked her brain. Suddenly her eyes lit up. It was Jiang Li. It must be her. Chapter 35. Resolution Jiang Li from Xinghe Media? Yes, it's her. I used to be an artist under her management, but when I disobeyed her, she got angry and put me on ice. Later, Jingyu glanced at Mrs. Fu, instinctively shrinking back. Later I moved out, and when Fu made her end the contract, she must have been furious that I was pursuing her little pet. She must be seeking revenge against me. Jingyu's disjointed speech contained a wealth of information. However, Fu Yuan comprehended swiftly, piecing together the narrative. Jiang Li indeed had a motive. Meanwhile, Mrs. Song's face turned crimson with rage. It was no wonder that whenever she had mentioned Jingyu, Jiang Li had skillfully evaded the topic. Now it became clear that she herself was the true fool in this scenario. Enraged, she wished to tear Jiang Li to shreds. Go fetch that little wretch, Jiang Li, for me. Song Chun had been in the shower for over half an hour. Despite the chaos next door, Jiang Li had no interest in the unfolding drama. Her focus was entirely on a few square feet of space. She pondered whether Song Chun would emerge wrapped in a towel or a robe, or perhaps, Boss, why are you drooling? Shenke handed her a tissue, puzzled. Jiang Li jumped. What are you doing? When did you come in? Shenke replied earnestly. Didn't you ask me to bring clothes for Mr. Song? Jiang Li frowned. Go away. Mr. Song is in the shower. After dismissing Shenke, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Li slapped her forehead in frustration. Why must they come now of all times? Reluctantly, she approached the door, gesturing for Shenke to keep an eye on Song Chun. A bodyguard clad in black stood politely before her. Are you Miss Jiang? I'm the bodyguard of young Master Fu. He wishes to inquire about something. Jiang Li, attired in a bathrobe and slippers, with a towel on her head, followed the courteous bodyguard into the room. Fu Yuan stood up, extending his hand. Miss Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Young Master Fu, the pleasure is mine. Jiang Li smiled alluringly, casting a sidelong glance at the quaking Jingyu on the floor. What is this commotion? Mrs. Fu scoffed. Don't put on an act here. You live next door. How could you not know what is happening? I thought you were my friend, but I must have been blind. Ignoring Mrs. Fu, Jiang Li directed her inquiring gaze at Fu Yuan, who smiled apologetically. Miss Jiang, please don't take offense. My mother can be a bit impulsive. We invited you here because Miss Jing Yu claims you swapped her room card, leading her to mistakenly enter my parents' room. You swapped her card? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. What was your motive? Silence enveloped the room as Mrs. Fu Yuan, and the kneeling Jing Yu all fell quiet. Jiang Li then understood that Jing Yu had thrown all caution to the wind. However, she had anticipated this. She never expected Jing Yu to possess any backbone. Maintaining her graceful smile, she continued, Young Master Fu, I'm sure you've already conducted your investigations prior to this. In my years in this industry, I have always been straightforward. I only accepted a 1 million yuan penalty from Jing Yu as a favor to your father. As for her alleged seduction of my person, I must admit I haven't found the time to devise a response. But since Mrs. Fu and the young master have taken action, she has brought this upon herself, and I shall not pursue it further. Fu Yuan smirked. Miss Jiang, you truly are forthright. However, may I be so bold as to ask why you haven't found the time? Jiang Li pressed her lips together, satisfaction radiating from her smile. That is a question for Miss Jing Yu. Suddenly, her gaze hardened, glaring fiercely at Jing Yu on the floor. I have yet to ask which of your claws administered the drug to my person, and here you are attempting to sully my name? Drugged? Mrs. Fu and Fu Yuan exchanged glances, realizing that Jing Yu had kept silent on this sordid detail. Fu Yuan abruptly shifted his focus to Jing Yu. Who gave you that drug? Mrs. Fu, too, grew agitated. Even she, though slow on the uptake, began to connect the dots. The individual she raised had taken medication, and in her state of bliss, she had no time to concern herself with Jing Yu. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If it is not Jiang Li, it must be someone else. The audacity of this person to administer drugs to Jing Yu suggests ulterior motives, prompting her to bark sharply. Who provided you with that medicine, you wretched creature? Speak, or I shall tear your mouth apart. Jiang Li, yawning, appeared disinterested in the outcome. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, please continue your business. I shall return to rest. Fu Yuan, ever courteous, personally escorted Jiang Li to the door of her room, stating, Miss Jiang, you were startled. Tonight's incident was a misunderstanding, and I shall inform you as soon as I ascertain the truth. With a slight smile, she replied, I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Fu. Fu Yuan presented his business card with both hands, admitting, to be frank, my wife is also involved in the entertainment industry. I hope you will guide her in the future. Is that so? Jiang Li feigned surprise as she accepted the card. I was unaware that Mrs. Fu is also in the industry. My ignorance is rather embarrassing. You are too modest, Miss Jiang, Fu Yuan chuckled. It is only natural that you do not know me. Jiang Li, a touch apologetic, replied, I regret that I left in haste and did not bring my own card. Not a problem. It is the same for me in this instance. But you must not go back on your word, Mr. Fu, Jiang Li said with a smile. Certainly, certainly. As soon as Jiang Li departed, Song Chun emerged from the shower, wrapped in a bathrobe and looking somewhat distracted. He searched the room for Jiang Li. No amount of persuasion from Shun Ke seemed effective. He worried that in his dazed state, Song Chun might inadvertently harm Jiang Li and later blame him. He also feared that upon Jiang Li's return, the two alone in a room might lead to something igniting. Song Chun's unpredictable nature meant that if he regretted his actions upon waking, it would be Shun Ke who faced the consequences. Thus, Shun Ke resolutely placed a towel around Song Chun's neck and, seizing the moment, knocked him unconscious. Upon returning, Jiang Li found Song Chun asleep and scathed and though slightly disappointed. She could do nothing about it. Shun Ke poured a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Li. Did you see Mr. Fu? Jiang Li took a sip. I did. Shun Ke sighed. Boss, was it worth all this trouble you went through for Mr. Song? Jiang Li paused, tapping her finger on Shun Ke's forehead. Did I not say that Yang Xiu deserve his fate? Why do you presume to understand my intentions? Trust those you employ and distrust those you do not. You are 100 times wiser than Xiaomenda. Flatterer, Jiang Li retorted. Boss, tell me, was this all premeditated? Shun Ke asked, sitting upright. Jiang Li nodded. Chapter 36. Jiang Li achieves resounding victory. Mr. Fu and his wife share a bond that has blossomed from childhood sweethearts to married partners. To avoid divorce, they discreetly wed in a country where divorce is prohibited. Post-marriage, The couple displays profound affection while maintaining a low profile. Outsiders know only that Mr. Fu married Young. Yet no one knows who his wife is. Jiang Li exerted considerable effort to uncover that Mr. Fu's spouse is a semi-transparent starlet in the entertainment industry. Despite decent acting skills, her refusal to engage in kissing or intimate scenes has rendered her largely inconspicuous over the years. Meanwhile, Mr. Fu remains reclusive, rarely appearing in public, and he possesses a strong desire for control, coupled with an inflated sense of self-worth. He once declared he would not collaborate with those without weaknesses. Jiang Li this evening revealed her own vulnerability driven by desire to protect, and Mr. Fu took the bait. She even had a plan in mind. She had subtly informed Mr. Fu that Song Chun is under her protection. After signing an agreement with Mrs. Fu, she intended to pair them as a couple in the limelight. While she possessed the skills, she lacked the financial backing. Shun Ku could not help but exclaim, "The old Mr. Fu has made quite a spectacle of himself." For the time being, the company will rely on Mr. Fu's decisions. A bit of funding to support his wife is a trivial matter, no? Indeed, you have not mentioned one crucial aspect, Jiang Li replied. What might that be? Shun Ku inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, with Wang Zongzi shouting angrily, "Let go of me. This is slander. You're infringing on my personal freedom. I will call the police." Then, his mouth was silenced by something. Someone knocked on Jiang Li's door. She opened it to find the same bodyguard from earlier, who nodded slightly. "Miss Jiang, I apologize for the interruption. Mr. Fu has asked me to inform you that the medicine was administered to Miss Jingyu by Vice President Wang. Additionally, we found Miss Jingyu's original room key in Vice President Wang's quarters, and the hotel surveillance confirms he passed by Our Lady. Did he admit to it? Our Mr. Fu said it does not matter whether he admits it or not. He has informed your president Wu Xinghe, who will be coming to address the situation." Jiang Li had not anticipated Wu Xinghe's arrival. Now, yes, Mr. Fu also mentioned that you should rest well. Regardless of what transpires, he will ensure you are not disturbed. Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Fu. Of course, Miss Jiang. Good night. Good night. Once the bodyguard left, Jiang Li gave Shun Ku a thumbs up. Well done. Shun Ku shrugged. Obtaining the room key for Mrs. Fu and slipping it into Vice President Wang's pocket was remarkably easy. After reveling in his success, Shun Ku turned serious, fixing his gaze on Jiang Li. "Boss, what did you mean when you mentioned there was still one more thing?" Jiang Li, with some leisure, decided to impart a lesson to him. Wang Zongzi is notorious for being a smiling tiger. My agreement effectively extinguished his ambitions. Tell me, what would happen if I insisted on signing with Song Chun? He would surely sabotage you in various ways, venting his resentment towards Mr. Song. Precisely. His means of retaliation would involve financial and resource constraints. I am not worried about the money, thanks to Mr. Fu, but resources can be circumvented. My main concern is his potential to use his power to undermine my collaboration with Mr. Fu. Thus, you must leverage tonight's events to firmly position Vice President Wang against Mr. Fu. You are quite instructive. Mr. Fu is obstinate and self-important. After this incident, he will not believe a word Wang Zongzi says. By dealing with Jingyu, Jiang Li would avenge herself against Wang Zongzi, while also securing a pathway for her debut through Mr. Fu. This was a masterstroke, achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. Yet, Shun Ku felt a twinge of concern. After years of following Jiang Li, he had never seen her invest so much effort into elevating someone. Song Chun, while seemingly harmless, was not easily manageable. Moreover, with Wu Xinghe arriving, a man who tolerates no nonsense and is exceedingly perceptive, would he catch on to Jiang Li's schemes? As their conversation concluded, night had deepened. Jiang Li sent Shun Ku on his way. He glanced back at the slumbering Song Chun, realizing there was little he could do. Jiang Li had maintained her integrity throughout the years, with Song Chun being the only exception, so he left it to her. Before departing, Shun Ku asked Jiang Li if they would expose Jingyu scandals. Jiang Li affirmed, "Why not? We must not only reveal them, but do so with great fanfare." Did she not publicly claim that I was merely flattering her? Jiang Li instructed Shun Ku to locate the head of the advertising company and unveil the truth. It became clear Jiang Li was using Jingyu as a cautionary example to warn her restless artists, while simultaneously signaling to the industry that she, Jiang Li, is benevolent but not to be trifled with. Shun Ku felt a mix of pride and satisfaction. This was the decisive, formidable leader he recognized. After Shun left, Jiang Li sat on the edge of the large bed. The sight of Song Chun in slumber was indeed pleasing. His long, raven-like eyelashes cast a delicate shadow on his cheek. As the flush of heat subsided, his complexion returned to its normal fair and lustrous clarity. With a thick and dense hairline, Jiang Li envied Song Chun's abundant hair. She mused that Song Chun must not be troubled by hair loss. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently dozed off at the head of her bed. In her dreams, it felt as though someone had lifted her onto the bed, but she was so fatigued that she quickly fell back into slumber. The following morning, when Jiang Li opened her eyes, she was astonished to find herself nestled in Song Chun's embrace. The golden sunlight illuminated his handsome features, highlighting the fine hairs on his nose. Unable to resist, Jiang Li reached out to poke his eyelid, tracing along his prominent nose, full lips, and the alluring Adam's apple, finally resting her gaze on his deep collarbone. Unable to move further, Song Chun had already extended his large hand, enclosing Jiang Li's mischievous fingers. "Stop it." Jiang Li couldn't help but feel infatuated. Song Chun's voice was slightly hoarse from a hangover, yet he kept his eyes closed. The words that escaped his lips were laced with an alluring tenderness. Jiang Li relished this sensation, her bright eyes roaming over Song Chun's figure. Sensing her burning gaze, he slowly opened his eyes to meet her teasing smile. He was finally fully awake. Initially stunned, he then let out a yelp, tumbling out of bed with both himself and the covers. Jiang Li tied her bathrobe and crawled to the opposite side of the spacious bed, resting her chin on her hands, thoroughly enjoying Song Chun's flustered state. He resembled a giant silkworm, his tousled hair and panicked expression failing to conceal his undeniable handsomeness. What? How are you up here?" he stammered. Jiang Li blinked innocently. "This is my room. I should be the one asking you that." Song Chun furrowed his brows deeply, his temples throbbing as fragmented memories began to flood his mind. Jiang Li patiently remained silent, her interest piqued as she observed him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Chun instinctively lifted the covers to glance underneath, realizing his underwear had been changed. Despair washed over him as he shut his eyes. Jiang Li beamed with satisfaction. "What are you afraid of? It's not like it hasn't happened before." Song Chun. Suddenly, Jiang Li assertively sat up. "Now, I present you with two choices. Either I call the police to arrest you, or you sign a contract with me as a pure and innocent person. What if I choose neither?" Song Chun seemed to regain his composure. Wrapping himself in the blanket as he attempted to stand, Jiang Li pretended to kick him with her bare feet. Agilely, Song Chun spun around and stood upright, bouncing towards the coat rack to retrieve his clothes. Jiang Li was determined to thwart his intentions, lunging at him to yank the blanket from his grasp. Song Chun dodged left and right, but Jiang Li's movements were rather expansive, revealing her long, fair legs beneath her bathrobe. Her unkempt hair cascaded freely, and her bare skin glowed with an almost porcelain-like translucence. Song Chun felt a tightening in his throat. As he momentarily lost focus, Jiang Li lunged at him once more. With the coat racked behind him, he couldn't dodge any longer and pulled Jiang Li's wrist towards him. The force was too great, and they both tumbled onto the spacious bed. Jiang Li's forehead collided with Song Chun's chin, instantly leaving a red mark. The blanket scattered, and the tie of Jiang Li's bathrobe came undone, their skin brushing against each other extensively. Song Chun pressed his hand over Jiang Li's eyes, his voice low and strained, as if suppressing something. "All right, Jiang Li, stop it." Chapter 37. "Sister, are you a dog?" Though just a fleeting moment, Song Chun keenly sensed Jiang Li's retreat and confusion as their skin met. He couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Li appeared to be flirtatiously carefree, but in reality, she was a paper tiger, all bluster and no bite. After a brief pause, Jiang Li defiantly bit down on Song Chun's chin. He winced in pain. "Sister, are you a dog?" Jiang Li beamed, revealing her pearly white teeth. Song Chun found her childish display amusing. "Forget it. I'll let it slide," he said, pulling the blanket over Jiang Li's head and striding towards the bathroom. "Sister, business requires sincerity." Trapped in the blanket, Jiang Li struggled for a while before calling out in a muffled tone, "Little brother, I assure you, I am very sincere." By the time she managed to free herself and chase after him, Song Chun had already slammed the bathroom door shut. Jiang Li fumed, only to hear Song Chun casually respond from within, "Please drop the little." Jiang Li defiantly pulled a chair and sat at the bathroom door. Bantering with him, If I don't call you little brother, then I'll just call you little handsome. Song Chun. The bathroom was filled with steam as he glanced down. Am I really that small? Jiang Li stood guard at the bathroom door, but to her disappointment, when Song Chun emerged again, he had already changed into his regular clothes. Recently, Jiang Li had developed a fondness for buying clothes for Song Chun. Whenever brands sent samples for her artists, she instinctively checked for anything suitable for him. If she found something, she would purchase it without hesitation. As a result, her office was now filled with clothes perfect for Song Chun. The outfit he wore that day was a collaboration with a high-end brand, priced astonishingly high. Jiang Li couldn't comprehend why a plain gray hoodie and a pair of ordinary jeans would cost tens of thousands. Although she was somewhat materialistic, she spared no expense when it came to spending on Song Chun. Yet, this seemingly ordinary ensemble exuded an air of luxury when worn by him. Jiang Li mused that this must be what they referred to as a clothes hanger. With a smile, she gazed at Song Chun. My taste is impeccable, isn't it? Song Chun nodded. Indeed, it's good, but the quality leaves much to be desired. What do you mean? Jiang Li inquired. Song Chun chuckled helplessly. Do you remember the hoodie you gave me last time? Tao Ran wore it to play basketball, and it got torn. Jiang Li's heart raced with alarm. Tao Ran? Who was this person who could wear Song Chun's clothes so casually? Their relationship must be quite special. She cursed Shun Ku for failing to acquire such crucial information. Jiang Li's displeasure was evident on her face. He's my roommate, Song Chun explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Jiang Li's kufa. But Song Chun chose not to elaborate further, diverting the topic. I just heard you call for food. Has it arrived? If not, I'll head back to school. I have classes today. Jiang Li felt a pang of disappointment, but couldn't express her frustration. It should be here soon. I'm going to take a shower. Wait for me to drive you. Song Chun nodded nonchalantly. Jiang Li angrily strode into the bathroom. A notification chimed on Song Chun's phone. It was Tao Ran. The latest message read, Are you coming back for class today? There were several messages from last night. Come on, it's just a piece of clothing. Is it really worth getting this upset? I'll buy you a new one to make up for it. Okay? Dude, I asked Baidu, and that hoodie is a collaboration piece. Quite expensive. Can I pay you back in meat? Dude, don't stay out all night. I'll bow to you. A barrage of messages. And Song Chun couldn't be bothered to read any further, replying, I have class. Don't touch my things in the future. Tao Ran responded instantly. Understood. Your humble servant takes his leave. The doorbell rang. It was the waiter delivering breakfast, a lavish spread of both Chinese and Western dishes. When Jiang Li emerged from the bathroom, she found Song Chun seated at the dining table, his long legs crossed, engrossed in his phone. Not a single bite had been taken from the food. Jiang Li remarked, I didn't expect you to be quite the gentleman. Song Chun snorted lightly. Taking a bite of his sandwich, I didn't think you'd be so quick. It works out, as I'm not hungry either. Jiang Li had changed into a casual pullover sweater paired with a light brown A-line skirt. Her long hair was casually tied into a ponytail, and she wore a hint of makeup, exuding a relaxed and lazy charm. Song Chun couldn't help but steal a few glances. So stubborn. Jiang Li extended her hand. Irritated, Song Chun handed her the milk cup in front of him while picking up a nearby cup of soy milk. Do you women never wash your hair when you shower? Jiang Li. What do you mean by we women? Honestly, how many women have you seen come out of the bathroom? Song Chun feigned ignorance to Jiang Li's tone, laced with bitterness. I've encountered countless women, but none as troublesome as you. Troublemaking? Jiang Li protested. A refined woman like me has her hair washed outside, you know? She truly wasn't troublesome. To avoid making Song Chun wait too long, she had merely cleaned up a bit, changed her clothes, and applied light makeup, not even having time to wash her hair. Yet, this oblivious man not only failed to express gratitude, but even mocked her. How utterly unreasonable, not wishing to dwell on the topic. Song Chun lowered his head and focused intently on his meal. Jiang Li couldn't help but admit that Song Chun was the epitome of a handsome man, looking good no matter what he did. Even his manner of eating was elegant and refined, truly remarkable. How could a young man be so handsome? Jiang Li couldn't resist exclaiming. Song Chun, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively in front of Jiang Li. Unyielding, she pressed on. Are you feeling shy, young man? Let me peel an egg for you. But you must remove that young from your title, all right? Otherwise, I might think you're as greasy as Jingyu. Jiang Li furrowed her brows, taking a deep breath before slowly exhaling, finally managing to muster a gentle smile. All right then. Jiang Li happily ate her egg. So, what shall I call you? Song Chun, whatever you like. Brother? Jiang Li imitated a little girl's coy tone. Song Chun. After breakfast, Jiang Li drove Song Chun back to school. In a hurry, Song Chun accepted her suggestion to drop him off directly at the teaching building. Upon exiting the car, Jiang Li suddenly rolled down the window. Brother? Jiang Li's car was quite impressive, and with her beauty and melodious voice, she immediately drew a crowd of curious and envious classmates. Song Chun frowned. What do you want? Jiang Li's eyes sparkled mischievously. Break up with Zhang Xianwan and come on my side. Song Chun. The onlookers had never witnessed such a blatant attempt to woo someone and erupted in applause. Song Chun chose to ignore Jiang Li, striding away. Jiang Li remained unfazed, casually shrugging at the gathered classmates. The revolution has yet to succeed. I must work harder. A bold male classmate stepped forward. The school heartthrob is too aloof. Sister, consider me. Just as Jiang Li was about to respond, Song Chun's message arrived. Aren't you leaving? Are you staying for lunch? Jiang Li quickly replied. That works too. Chapter 38. Claiming sovereignty, Jiang Li closed her phone, only for Shun Ku to call. Lazily, she answered, I've only taken 1 day of my vacation, and you want me back at work already? Shun Ku quickly clarified that was not the case. He was merely calling to share some gossip. Jiang Li feigned disinterest. Shun Ku continued unabated. Last night, Fu Yuan's bodyguard discovered Jing Yu's room key in Wang Zong's room and immediately detained him. Wu Xinghe was summoned overnight. The relationship between the Fu group and Xinghe media had always been strong, and Wang Zong's actions had thoroughly angered Wu Xinghe. Not only did he slap Wang Zong on the spot, but he also insisted that, given Wang's years of service to the company, he should resign voluntarily. Seeing Wu Xinghe's unwavering stance, Fu Yuan could only remain silent, and the matter ended there. Jiang Li guessed Wu Xinghe would demand Wang Zong's resignation. But the public slap was unexpected. In terms of age, Wu Xinghe was only slightly older than Wang Zongza. Wang Zongza had always been proud. This was likely the biggest setback of his career. Shun Ke lowered his voice. Boss, I think it's best you don't take your vacation and return to the office early. There are whispers that once Wang resigns, the vice president position will be yours. Jiang Li retorted. Stop that right now. Don't even think about it. Why not? Let us not forget that Wang Zongza has Mrs. Song behind him. Wu Xinghe has always prioritized the company's interests, as long as Mrs. Song can manage the little vice president. He wants to make things difficult for Wang Zongza. Haven T, they broken up? Just wait and see. Jiang Li inquired if there was anything else. Yes, Shun Ke replied. It concerns Jingyu. After the advertising agency's CEO exposed her, public opinion has turned overwhelmingly against her. They now label her a thankless wretch, and her reputation is utterly ruined. It seems her path ahead is completely blocked. Jiang Li nodded. What about the other artists? They are behaving quite well. Upon hearing you were on leave, they all called to pledge their loyalty, assuring that they would absolutely comply with arrangements during your break. Jiang Li acknowledged this and hung up. Because of Jiang Li's last 2 words, Song Chun found it hard to concentrate throughout his morning classes. Waiting for someone in front of the teaching building was precisely the sort of thing Jiang Li would do. Thus, as soon as the class bell rang, he stood up promptly, fearing that Professor Li would engage him in endless conversation if he lingered. Just as he reached the door, Professor Li called out to him in front of the entire class. Song Chun, wait a moment. With no choice but to stop, Song Chun replied. Teacher, what is it? A date, perhaps, with a male or female classmate. Professor Li's curiosity was palpable. Song Chun shot a glance at Tao Ran, who dreaded Professor Li and hesitated to approach. Song Chun frowned. It's nothing, please go ahead. Professor Li launched into a discussion about the last assignment on light and shadow usage, a conversation that could last for days. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they walked out of the teaching building side by side. Song Chun hesitated slightly. Teacher, please go ahead. I need to visit the restroom. Alright, Professor Li raplia. Given Jiang Li's personality, if the 3 of them were to meet, she would undoubtedly assert that she was looking for Song Chun. Though Song Chun didn't mind, it would still be somewhat awkward. Upon entering the restroom, Song Chun immediately took out his phone. Jiang Li hadn't called, and their WeChat conversation had ended with her usual cheesy lines. He lingered for a few minutes before finally emerging, only to be met by Jiang Li's beaming gaze. She was still dressed in the same outfit from the morning, but her hairstyle had changed. Had she merely stepped out to wash her hair and spent the rest of the time waiting here? Song Chun asked. How did you get in? Jiang Li waved her phone. I have a green code. You've been here the whole time? Although it was just a fleeting moment. Jiang Li still detected the surprise in Song Chun's eyes. With her hand behind her back, she beamed. Of course. Song Chun scoffed lightly. Striding ahead, I haven't heard of any haircut salons on campus. Jiang Li bolta. With his tall stature, Song Chun's long legs made it difficult for Jiang Li to keep up. As they descended the stairs, Song Chun suddenly slowed his pace, whether intentionally or not. Miss Jiang, don't you have work? Jiang Li quickened her pace to catch up. Asking you to sign a contract is my current job. I said signing requires sincerity. Song Chun seemed to chuckle. Jiang Li asserted earnestly. What more sincerity do you want? I've already offered myself, all right? To sign a contract, one must offer themselves? Miss Jiang, can you manage that? A few girls emerged from the nearby cafeteria, unable to resist stealing glances at Song Chun. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Leaning closer to Song Chun, her intention of claiming her territory unmistakable. Through the girls' disappointed expressions, Jiang Li could almost hear the sound of hearts shattering. Delightful. So engrossed in the girls' reactions, Jiang Li failed to catch the sarcasm in Song Chun's voice. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll treat you. She suddenly recalled her university days, particularly her fondness for the deep-fried rice cakes from the third canteen. The exterior was a crisp golden brown, while the interior was softer and whiter than tofu, and when dipped in honey and sugar, each bite released an enticing aroma. It was simply delightful. Song Chun replied in a detached tone, I have class in the afternoon. I'm not going. Jiang Li paused for a moment, surprised by how quickly this little one could change her demeanor. Fortunately, she was already accustomed to it. Then treat me. You've had so many meals courtesy of me. It's only fair to reciprocate. Song Chun. Jiang Li added, don't use being a student as an excuse with your abilities. You want to be impoverished. Song Chun. Without waiting for Song Chun's response, Jiang Li strode towards the canteen, declaring, I've made up my mind. I'm having the deep-fried rice cakes for lunch. You're missing out. No. Then I'll have stir-fried rice noodles. Not that either. What else is there to eat? Nothing at all. Jiang Li finally turned back. The autumn breeze was refreshing, and leaves danced in the air as the two stood silently facing each other. After a while, Jiang Li subdued her irritation. Hey, are you just going to sulk? Missing one meal won't ruin you. Song Chun sighed. I didn't bring my meal card. Jiang Li. Meal card? I have mine. I'll lend it to you. A male voice called out from a distance. At the same time, an object whizzed towards them. Song Chun instinctively raised her hand, and with a sharp sound, she caught the basketball with one hand. A tall, dark-skinned boy grinned and draped his arm over Song Chun's shoulder. Jiang Li, still shaken, asked, Is he your classmate? Song Chun, no. Tao Ran, yes. The two spoke in perfect unison. Chapter 39. Finding the right path. Your greeting style is quite unique, Jiang Li chuckled. Tao Ran, feeling a bit bashful, scratched the back of his head. Hello, I'm Tao Ran, Song Chun's roommate. Which college are you from? You look a bit unfamiliar. Your classmate has quite the discerning eye. I like him, Jiang Li thought, feeling a sense of joy. I graduated many years ago. Tao Ran flattered her. You look even younger than I do. Too kind, too kind. Jiang Li maintained her enthusiastic tone, but upon learning he was Song Chun's roommate, her mood soured. How dare this little brat wear Song Chun's clothes? She would have to give him a good talking to. Song Chun, uninterested in Tao Ran's flattery, shoved the basketball into his arms and expressionlessly extended her hand. Tao Ran readily placed his meal card into Song Chun's palm, saying, Feel free to swipe it. Don't hold back, it's on me. As Song Chun accepted the meal card, she bit down hard on her molar, thinking, ISNT, this my meal card? Tao Ran, oblivious to the disdain in Song Chun's gaze, continued to fawn over Jiang Li. This way, miss, watch your step. Tao Ran led Jiang Li to a secluded spot and gallantly pulled out a chair for her. Please, sit down. Jiang Li politely replied. You don't need to call me miss, just Jiang Li will do. That one T do. It's too disrespectful. Jiang Li, exceptionally beautiful and fashionably dressed, stood out among the plain-faced female students, drawing envious glances from the boys around. Tao Ran, feeling buoyant, grew even more eager to please. Is Miss a friend of Song Chun? Currently, yes, Jiang Li nodded, watching Song Chun's retreating figure, deliberately elongating her tone. But that may not always be the case. Tao Ran, quick-witted, immediately grasped her implication. It seemed unfair that Song Chun was so fortunate, with all the girls at school infatuated with him, while even attractive young ladies from outside were harboring feelings for him. After all, Song Chun already had the promising Zhang Xiaonuan. He likely wouldn't mind if Tao Ran tried to edge in a little, right? So, Tao Ran cleared his throat and asked, with a hint of mischief, "Oh? Has Miss not confessed yet?" "Not yet." "Oh." Tao Ran drew out his response. "What is the matter? Is something wrong?" Tao Ran sighed wistfully. Song Chun has always been immensely popular with girls, but he never flirts around. He is fiercely loyal to his girlfriend. Their relationship is quite solid, having been his roommate for so many years. Last night was the first time I saw him stay out late. So I advise you to refrain from confessing. With Song Chun's temperament, you might end up losing even his friendship. With your qualities, you should be choosy. The implication was clear. He already had a girlfriend, and he hoped Jiang Li would consider him instead. Song Chun never flirts? The first time he stayed out late, Jiang Li felt a thrill of delight, though she feigned disappointment. So many girls like him. He has never felt anything for them? I swear, absolutely not. In all my years at university, the only girlfriend he has had was just recently. Jiang Li sighed. I truly envy his girlfriend. Do you know her? I do. Tao Ran straightened his shoulders. Zhang Xiaowan, a trainee at Xinghe Media, a rising star. You know Xinghe Media, right? It's the cradle of celebrity dreams. Tao Ran continued to embellish, while in the distance, Song Chun approached with his meal. Jiang Li finally smiled. Xinghe Media? That is not possible. What do you mean? Our company has a rule. Signed trainees cannot date within 5 years. Miss, you work at Xinghe Media? Tao Ran's expression turned incredulous, as he worried he might have caused trouble for Zhang Xiaowan and Song Chun. Jiang Li remained calm, as she pressed a napkin to her lips. The Zhang Xiaowan you mentioned, I know her too. Tao Ran closed his eyes in despair, wishing he could slap himself. However, out of respect for Song Chun, he decided not to expose her. But please, do talk to Song Chun and help him clarify things with Zhang Xiaowan, so he can be with me instead. Otherwise, as far as I know, Zhang Xiaowan won't be able to afford the astronomical breach of contract fees. Jiang Li said this leisurely, and Tao Ran nearly fell off his chair. His worldview was profoundly shaken. He could not fathom how someone could deliver such a threatening message so gently. Jiang Li was quite pleased with Tao Ran's reaction. She lightly tapped the table. Tao Ran, is it? Please don't wear Song Chun's clothes again. Why? He stammered. Because I bought them, and it makes me unhappy. Tao Ran was so startled, he could only nod in response. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled as she beckoned him closer. And let me share a secret with you. Tao Ran swallowed hard, leaning in. Jiang Li smiled faintly. Last night, when Song Chun didn't come home, he was with me. There will be many more nights like this. You'll need to help cover for us. The two sat closely together, the faint fragrance of Jiang Li enveloping Tao Ran. The words femme fatale floated through his mind as he shivered, ultimately collapsing onto the ground with a loud thud. The commotion drew the attention of onlookers, including Song Chun, who quickened his pace. Jiang Li feigned annoyance. Oh dear. Tao Ran, what happened? Get up. Tao Ran struggled to sit back down, and Jiang Li showed concern. Are you all right? And no. Me fine. That is good. I'll count on you to talk to Song Chun. Jiang Li's tone was sweet yet persuasive. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Song Chun stuffed a braised egg into Tao Ran's open mouth. Song Chun had not been particularly focused on whether the third canteen had deep-fried rice cakes. In his mind, such sweet delicacies were typically favored only by girls, so he searched for a while. Observing Tao Ran lost in conversation with Jiang Li, he anticipated Tao Ran's misfortune. Sure enough, not only did Tao Ran take a tumble, but he also appeared quite shaken, his face pale. Song Chun asked Tao Ran, have you finished eating? Tao Ran swallowed the last bite of the marinated egg, remarking on its saltiness. Song Chun then inquired, aren't you supposed to be meeting someone for basketball? Tao Ran glanced at the double portion of food on Song Chun's plate, realizing that she was subtly urging him to leave. Under normal circumstances, he would have resisted vehemently, but today was different. He was eager to escape this place of conflict. So he bent down to pick up the basketball that had fallen to the ground. Yes, I have an appointment. Miss Jiang, please enjoy your meal, he said, fleeing before Jiang Li could respond. What did you tell him? Song Chun asked, handing Jiang Li a piece of fried rice cake. Jiang Li took a blissful bite and replied, I told him to persuade you to reconsider and break up with Zhang Xiaowan to be with me. Is that all? Song Chun questioned. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. What else could it be? Chapter 40. I don't want my sister to offer herself. Jiang Li savored a bite of the rice cake, its soft and sweet flavor reminiscent of cherished memories. I thought you would ask if I ran into Professor Li first. Song Chun replied indifferently. It doesn't matter. Jiang Li nudda. Noting that Song Chun seemed concerned she wouldn't have enough to eat, he ordered her a serving of fried rice noodles accompanied by cabbage and tofu soup, which Jiang Li devoured in one go. Song Chun finished even faster than she did. After drinking the last spoonful of soup, Jiang Li suggested, "It's quite noisy here. Let's find a place to talk." Song Chun shook his head. "There's nothing to discuss." Jiang Li exclaimed, "You really are unrecognizable when it comes to certain matters. After all, we did share a bed last night." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, but just enough for the two girls across from them to overhear, causing one to drop her cup of milk tea in surprise. Song Chun appeared unfazed and replied nonchalantly, "It's true we shared a bed, but whether anything happened, I cannot say." Jiang Li was taken aback. Song Chun stood up. "I'm heading back to the dormitory. I have classes this afternoon. Feel free to stay." "Song Chun," Jiang Li called, "I hope you seriously consider the contract. I am genuinely sincere." Song Chun pursed his lips, his breath brushing against Jiang Li's ear. "I don't want my sister to offer herself. I seek tangible benefits." Watching him walk away, Jiang Li rubbed her forehead in frustration. This little troublemaker was indeed difficult to handle. Tao Ran was quite intimidated by Jiang Li, losing all interest in basketball. After returning to the dormitory on an empty stomach, he anxiously awaited Song Chun's return. Truthfully, he was at a loss for how to advise him. Any previous envy he had felt for Song Chun vanished in an instant. It was indeed unfortunate to be entangled with such a bewitching sorceress. After a long wait, Song Chun finally entered, expressionless, tossing a bucket of instant noodles at Tao Ran. Losing his appetite, Tao Ran exclaimed, "Dude, Song Chun, I've been waiting for you." "What did Jiang Li say?" Tao Ran continued. "That Miss Jiang, while seemingly kind-hearted, is quite formidable." "No longer calling her Miss?" Tao Ran ignored Song Chun's teasing and pressed on. "She mentioned working at Xingha Media. Is that true?" "Indeed," Song Chun confirmed. "She claimed to know Xiao Xiaozi. Which is Zhang Xiaowan? Perhaps, I'm not sure. Can you just get to the point?" Tao Ran implored, kneeling before Song Chun dramatically. Song Chun, accustomed to this display, kicked him playfully on the knee. "Speak properly." Tao Ran quickly stood up. "I accidentally let slip about your relationship to her." Song Chun remained silent, and Tao Ran, with a mournful expression, continued. "Miss Jiang said." Song Chun, now irritated, lifted his foot again. "She said that Xingha Media's trainees are prohibited from dating for 5 years. If you don't end things with Xiao Xiaozi and pursue her instead, she will expose your relationship and demand compensation from Xiao Xiaozi." After listening to Tao Ran's lengthy explanation, Song Chun couldn't help but chuckle. This sounded just like something Jiang Li would do, first sending that foolish assistant to probe, and now using Tao Ran for an overt threat. Tao Ran, surprised by Song Chun's laughter, asked, "Hey, you're not seriously considering this, are you? I know your family is well off, but that's a breach of contract. Look at those stars who break contracts. What is their penalty? It's always astronomical." Song Chun waved him off, "I understand." Tao Ran, growing increasingly anxious, pressed on for the entire afternoon, while Song Chun simply donned his headphones and lay down for a nap. Despite not having rested, Tao Ran was still lost in thought at his desk when Song Chun's alarm rang. He propped himself up. "Class is starting. Aren't you going?" "Yes, I'm going," Tao Ran responded, standing up like a wandering spirit. "I have a bold idea to resolve your dilemma." "What idea?" "I don't think Miss Jiang is a woman of deep affections. She likely only fancies your looks. Why not use your charm to divert her attention?" Song Chun paused mid-brushing. "Charm? You?" Tao Ran straightened his shoulders. "People are judged by their appearance. Let me try on the outfit you wore this morning." "Get lost." Jiang Li's suspicions were confirmed. The morning gossip in the office suggested Wang Zongzi was resigning. As a likely successor, she could hardly sit idly during her vacation. By the afternoon, the narrative shifted. The HR department released a statement denying that Wang Zongzi had submitted his resignation. Near noon, Wu Xingha's secretary delivered signed documents to Wang Zongzi's office as usual. Even the afternoon meeting noted Wang Zongzi was on leave. Shunke promptly reported this news to Jiang Li. While packing her bags with 18 days of vacation remaining, she had initially planned to take Professor Tian to Sanya for some sun. However, given the current circumstances and limited flight options, she decided to explore nearby attractions instead. Professor Tian, having retired, had plenty of time, but Jiang Li had grown tired of the places she found interesting. Thus, she unilaterally resolved to take Song Chun along. While it would be challenging, her determination was unwavering. "Boss, are you listening?" Shen Ko asked. I am. Jiang Li replied. How is Wu Zong's demeanor? Quite normal. Jiang Li, preoccupied with her plan to whisk Song Chun away, asked a rather foolish question. Who is Wu Xinghe? Unfazed by Wang Zong's trivial matters. He wouldn't be troubled by such a situation. After hanging up, two messages simultaneously appeared on Jiang Li's phone. One was from Wang Zongzi. Xiao Li, I heard you're on vacation. It seemed aimless, yet was laden with meaning. Jiang Li understood that Wang Zongzi was testing whether she would take advantage of his predicament for her own gain. Her response was simple. Mr. Wang, unless there is something particularly pressing, I prefer to address it after my vacation. The meaning was clear. As long as you don't stir up trouble, everything remains as is. Wang Zongzi understood perfectly. All right. The other message was from Fu Yuan. Jiang Li had planned to contact him after discussing matters with Song Chun. But he reached out first. I heard Miss Jiang is on vacation. I recently developed a stargazing resort at Mumu Mountain. This is the perfect time to observe the stars. If Miss Jiang is interested, perhaps we could take Mr. Song along for a couple of days? Jiang Li's interest was piqued. This was indeed a splendid destination. She recalled the stunning starry image Song Chun had sent her previously. It was breathtaking. The thought of witnessing Song Chun capturing stars was particularly enticing. She quickly replied, That sounds wonderful, though I fear it might be too much of an imposition on you, Mr. Fu. Not at all. I will send you some information about the resort. Just let me know when you decide on a date. Fu Yuan responded promptly, his tone sincere. For someone of his stature, such consideration was indeed commendable. Jiang Li expressed her gratitude once more, and Fu Yuan promptly sent over the information regarding the Starry Sky Manor. Chapter 41. Do you have a goal? Jiang Li briefly skimmed through the materials on the manor and forwarded them to Song Chun, only to receive no response, as if her message had sunk into the abyss. There's a saying that only those who are favored can be fearless. Song Chun embodied this sentiment perfectly when in Jiang Li's presence, oscillating between warmth and coldness, smiling when pleased and sulking when not. Jiang Li felt similarly. The more indifferent Song Chun was towards her, the more she felt compelled to draw near. Though eager to finalize their trip to the Starry Sky Manor, Jiang Li understood that Song Chun would not readily acquiesce. She was perpetually busy, like a whirlwind, and it was not fair to monopolize her limited leisure time. In the industry, Jiang Li adhered to the principle that business is akin to warfare. She appeared to connect with everyone, yet had few true friends. Huang Xiangxiang was an exception. Technically, she did not belong to the entertainment circle. She was a leading host on a shopping platform, often proclaiming that the end of the universe was merely for selling goods and constantly urging Jiang Li to send her artists to earn money. Jiang Li, however, was extremely cautious. Earning quick money in the short term could deplete a star's popularity, making it unwise for long-term development. Her reason for seeking Huang Xiangxiang was twofold: to reminisce and to gain insights. Huang Xiangxiang was not only the queen of sales, but also renowned for attracting young, handsome men. Given Song Chun's elusive nature, Jiang Li sought a remedy. Huang Xiangxiang, in her early 30s, was both beautiful and affluent, yet lacked free time. Surrounded by countless young men, she managed their affairs with ease, claiming she could easily gather a few tables for mahjong at any moment. Huang Xiangxiang's assistant, Jiang Chao, warmly welcomed Jiang Li. Miss Jiang, Sister Xiangxiang will be off air in half an hour. She asked me to invite you to wait for her in her office. Jiang Li nodded. The assistant opened the door for her. By the way, Sister Xiangxiang asked me what you would like for lunch. I can order takeout. Jiang Li understood the necessity of this arrangement. Huang Xiangxiang often streamed for 6 to 7 hours daily. Being able to share a meal during her precious lunch break was indeed a high honor. With a favor to ask, Jiang Li hesitated to impose on Huang Xiangxiang. No need. I've ordered roast duck from Zhe Xianju. It will arrive shortly, and everyone can share. Jiang Chao, being a longtime aide to Huang Xiangxiang, was familiar with Jiang Li and did not stand on ceremony. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Would you like coffee or tea? Tea. Jiang Li raplia. All right, Jiang Chao said, stepping out. Huang Xiangxiang was rather careless, but maintained a surprisingly tidy office, clearly thanks to Jiang Chao's efforts. The food from Zhe Xianju arrived promptly. Just as Jiang Chao set the meals for Jiang Li and Huang Xiangxiang, the latter finished her broadcast. Jiang Li smiled as she leaned against the office door, awaiting her. Huang Xiangxiang swept in with a gust. It smells delicious. Have we started eating? Did everyone thank Miss Jiang? The assembled staff rose in unison. Thank you, Miss Jiang. The display was overwhelming, making Jiang Li somewhat bashful. And she laughed. As long as you all enjoy it, there's no need to fuss over me. Huang Xiangxiang wasted no time and immediately grabbed a piece of roast duck, devouring it eagerly. Jiang Chao sighed and offered her a warm towel without hesitation. Huang Xiangxiang showed no modesty, allowing Jiang Chao to wipe her hands without a care. Jiang Li cleared her throat and used a wet wipe to clean her own hands. Once Huang Xiangxiang was attended to, Jiang Chao bid farewell with a serious expression. Jiang Li observed Jiang Chao's tall figure departing. Really? A rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. How do you plan to conduct business like this? Huang Xiangxiang donned disposable gloves. What do you know? If I don't understand him comprehensively, how can I proceed? By the way, your assistant. Do you want to keep him? If not, I can. Jiang Li was aware that Huang Xiangxiang had no good intentions. Stay away from me. If you dare to set your sights on Shan Ku, beware, I will tear you apart. Oh, look at you, truly a waste of talent. Now tell me, what brings you here? Is it not permissible to seek you out without a specific reason? Cut it out. I know you too well. Whenever I invite you, you're always evasive. Today, you rushed over to this chaotic place, even offering me such expensive roast duck. You must have a favor to ask. I'm on vacation and bored. Well then, you can stay here this afternoon, and after my broadcast tonight, I'll take you out. Bring your assistant if you wish. But if you don't want him, you can choose from my young friends here. Not going. It's annoying. Jiang Li picked up a piece of roast duck. Noticing she wore only one glove, her gaze occasionally darting toward her phone, clearly distracted. Huang Xiangxiang sensed something was amiss and smiled teasingly. You wouldn't happen to have a goal, would you? Jiang Li took her time to savor a bite of roast duck, tacitly acknowledging the inquiry. Huang Xiangxiang, as if discovering new territory, quickly removed her gloves and grabbed Jiang Li's phone to peruse. With little appetite, Jiang Li also removed her gloves and awaited Huang Xiangxiang's feedback. Indeed, Huang Xiangxiang soon latched on a Song Chun. I knew it. You changed your profile picture recently. Something must be brewing. You lied to me, claiming it was a cartoon character. No cartoon character looks that handsome. Show me the real deal. Jiang Li touched her nose in the album's favorites folder. Huang Xiangxiang scrolled through the photos. Wow, your luck is incredible. Where did you find these stunning young men? They're not signed. They're students of my blind date. Jiang Li decided to be forthright, as honesty was the best policy when seeking advice. A younger man? Huh? Impressive. Huang Xiangxiang remarked, giving Jiang Li a thumbs up before opening WeChat and meticulously reviewing their chat history, bursting into laughter midway. What is so funny? Jiang Lizui. Is my approach incorrect? Your approach isn't wrong. It's just shameless. However, the process is quite flawed. What do you mean? Look at you, charging straight ahead without any subtlety. Song Chun is unlike those young pups. I might be indirect, but he won't initiate contact either. You don't know that in all the time we've spent together, he has only called me once. He replies on WeChat when he's happy, but I always have to message him first. Oh, his name is Song Chun? True to his name, he is quite pure. I didn't expect you to be into this type. You should have said so earlier. Huang Xiangxiang, still amused, returned the phone to Jiang Li. You're quite the conversationalist. I didn't see that coming. Jiang Li sighed in exasperation. I came to you for help. With your skills. What do you still need help with? Jiang Li leaned back against the sofa, somewhat troubled. I'm not particularly anxious. I understand the wisdom of patience. However, my vacation is limited to just over 10 days. A friend of mine has a Starry Sky Manor, and I want to take him there for a few days. But I can't get him to agree. Given your experience, do you have any effective strategies that could work immediately? Chapter 42. Only visible to Song Chun, are you seriously considering signing him? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Is it not the same for you, nurturing a whole entourage? I've weathered many storms. Can you truly compare? Jiang Li's impatience was palpable. Will you speak or not? All right, I will. Huang Xiangxiang quickly surrendered, arranging their chopsticks neatly. She seized Jiang Li's phone and snapped a picture of Xiao Ji. First, we must instill a sense of urgency in him. Make him realize he is not irreplaceable. Hey, don't act rashly, Jiang Li protested, reaching for the phone, but Huang Xiangxiang had already uploaded the photo to her moments. A simple image, devoid of any caption. Leaving him a guess. Jiang Li was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. That heartless fellow won't care. Huang Xiangxiang teased, I doubt that. Just then, Jiang Chao entered. Sister Xiangxiang, Miss Jiang, let me refill your tea. Thank you, Jiang Li smiled, appreciating Jiang Chao's attentiveness, remembering even her preferences. As Jiang Chao bent to pour, his toned waistline was nearly perfect. Huang Xiangxiang showed no modesty, boldly reaching out to touch. Although Jiang Chao felt a bit shy, he did not evade. After Huang Xiangxiang seized her opportunity, she suddenly said, "I'll lend him to you." Jiang Li was taken aback. Jiang Chao's hand trembled, spilling hot water. Jiang Li barely dodged, her hand immediately reddening. Huang Xiangxiang's temper flared. "Do you have no eyes? Are they merely for show?" Jiang Chao, frightened, repeatedly apologized. "Miss Jiang, I'm truly sorry. It was unintentional." Jiang Li, feeling the sting on her hand, forced a smile. "It's fine, I don't blame you." Jiang Chao hurriedly fetched a first aid kit. He grabbed burn ointment, ready to assist Jiang Li, but she was about to decline when Huang Xiangxiang interrupted. "His skills are commendable. Let him bandage your hand." Jiang Li had no choice but to smile politely at her assistant. "Thank you." Huang Xiangxiang lounged beside them, fiddling with Jiang Li's phone. Jiang Li's injury was not severe. Jiang Chao's technique was indeed proficient, and the ointment brought a refreshing relief, significantly dulling the pain. He meticulously wrapped Jiang Li's hand in layers of gauze, advising her to keep it dry for the next few days before putting the kit away. After Jiang Chao left, Jiang Li turned to Huang Xiangxiang, somewhat annoyed. "What was with your tone earlier? He didn't T do it on purpose, and besides, doesn't he have any pride? Pride. He consumes my food and drink. What pride does he need?" Huang Xiangxiang calmly placed Jiang Li's phone on her side, adding, "How about we make a bet? Within an hour, that little puppy of yours will definitely contact you." "Why?" Jiang Li responded, bufflet. Huang Xiangxiang merely smiled enigmatically. Before noon, Song Chun habitually scrolled through his moments. To his surprise, Jiang Li had posted an update. On a finely crafted small table lay 2 takeout boxes. Song Chun thought nothing of it. Jiang Li visiting her artist was perfectly ordinary. However, his perspective shifted when, moments later, Jiang Li shared another image. She sat gracefully on a matte leather sofa, a tall, handsome man kneeling before her, gently holding her delicate hand. Light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind her. A smile graced her lips, her gaze softer than the crushed sunset. Song Chun abruptly pressed his phone into the pillow, a wave of irritation washing over him. He lay with his eyes closed, yet found sleep elusive, memories of their time together flashing through his mind like electric sparks. Based on his recent understanding of Jiang Li, she was not the type to lead a chaotic private life, flitting from one person to another. Reluctantly, he reopened the image, magnifying the part where the man held Jiang Li's hand. He soon noticed her hand appeared slightly reddened compared to its usual hue. Unfortunately, the photographer had focused on Jiang Li's face, obscuring other details. He retrieved photo editing software from his computer. Stealthily, he rose and began to enlarge the image, discovering that Jiang Li's hand was indeed red and swollen, resembling a burn. Frowning, he thought, what is wrong with her? Is she perpetually ill or injured? With his sleep entirely vanished, he opened their chat. Jiang Li's latest flirtation read, "The moments you've liked for me are called donuts." Suddenly, Song Chun recalled that he had never liked any of Jiang Li's posts. As the thought crossed his mind, he instinctively opened her moments and liked her most recent update. After a moment's consideration, he felt it inappropriate and almost retracted it, fearing Jiang Li might suspect his intentions. Resolutely, he decided against it. Knowing Jiang Li's nature, she would likely frantically contact him upon seeing the like. Yet she did not. Song Chun felt a twinge of concern. Was Jiang Li's injury truly severe? Or had that young man truly ensnared her? He reopened the chat, lingering over the information Jiang Li had shared about the starry orchard. After finishing her meal and sipping a pot of digestive red tea, Jiang Li still received no news. With less than 10 minutes left in the hour, she felt despondent. "Pass me my phone." Huang Xiangxiang opened Jiang Li's moments and burst into laughter. "Wow, your social circle is impressive. So many greetings. What is it?" Jiang Li sensed something amiss. Upon glancing at her phone, she nearly lost her composure. While others were inconsequential, if Professor Tian caught wind of this, she would find it impossible to explain herself. Instinctively, she reached to delete the post. "Are you sure you want to delete the first dynamic that Song Chun liked?" Jiang Li paused, realizing Song Chun's small avatar was nestled among a sea of likes. Not the most prominent, but distinctly unique. After a brief moment of joy, disappointment overshadowed her. "I told you he wouldn't care. What do you know?" Huang Xiangxiang remarked. "He liked any of your previous posts but chose to like this one." What does that signify? What does it signify? It means he doesn't care. On the contrary, Huang Xiang winked. Hand over your dumpling-like hand. For what? Just give it to me. Without waiting for response, Huang Xiang seized Jiang Li's hand for a close-up shot, posting it to her moments. Oh no, don't be reckless. Relax. I said it to be visible only to Song Chun. In chapter 43, what have you done? Song Chun incessantly swiped on his phone screen. Opposite him, Tao Ren also struggled to sleep. Hey, it's Friday. Any plans for the weekend? None. Tao Ren sat up. Come play basketball with me. You have no idea how arrogant those boys from Jiangbin are without you. Song Chun tossed his phone onto the table. Not going. Moments latte. He reopened Jiang Li's moments, noticing yet another update. Her hand was wrapped in layers of gauze like a dumpling, accompanied by the caption, just my luck. Song Chun, why do you look so lost? Tao Ren inquired. Doi. Song Chun responded. You do. A friend got burned. Oh, that's serious. What friend? Aren't you going to visit? Is a visit necessary? That depends on the nature of your relationship. If you're merely acquaintances, a phone call suffices. But if it's a relationship like ours, you must go in person. In the final 3 minutes of the hour, Jiang Li finally received a call from Song Chun. Huang Xiang wore a mischievous grin as she watched Jiang Li. Unabashedly, Jiang Li answered the call in front of her, adopting a weak tone. Song Chun. What happened to your hand? Song Chun's voice retained its usual coolness. Jiang Li spoke in a low tone. It's just a minor burn. Aside from being unable to drive, eat, and being somewhat immobile for a few days, it's nothing serious. Song Chun responded with silence, prompting Jiang Li to continue. Do you have time this weekend? I need your help. What do you need? He inquired. I need to go to Misty Mountain, the starlit manor I sent you about. But I can't drive right now. Without waiting for a response, Jiang Li added, I can't use the company vehicle during my leave. And Shinka must remain at the office. She hesitated. If you're too busy, it's all right. After a moment of contemplation, Song Chun asked, when do we leave? Huang Xiang immediately gestured to Jiang Li, urging her to bring Song Chun over for her to see. However, Jiang Li ignored her request, stating now, I'll send you my location. She decisively hung up the phone and grabbed her car keys, ready to leave. Southeast University is quite nearby. We can arrange another day. Huang Xiang insisted on accompanying Jiang Li downstairs. Aware of her ulterior motives, Jiang Li chose to tolerate her presence. At the door, they encountered Jiang Chao, who handed Jiang Li a package of burn ointment. Once Jiang Chao was out of earshot, Jiang Li chided Huang Xiang with someone so attentive by your side. Why are you still being picky? I haven't paid him for 3 months, and you see how considerate he is, right? I'm not criticizing you, but you should keep an eye on Song Chun. No need to be that unfortunate farmer. Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. There is nothing to worry about yet. Song Chun arrived promptly. By the time Jiang Li bought 3 cups of coffee at the CAF downstairs, he had already shown up. Song Chun, this is Huang Xiang. Huang Xiang extended her hand enthusiastically. Hello, handsome. Song Chun responded coolly, shaking her hand briefly. The razor from your live stream broke after 2 uses. Huang Xiang remained cheerful. That is no problem. Let us add each other on WeChat. I'll replace it with an upgraded version for free. Jiang Li gritted her teeth in frustration. Unexpectedly, Song Chun did not take out his phone, but naturally received the car keys and coffee from Jiang Li, saying, no thanks, I suspect it's a counterfeit product. I've already reported it to Jiangsheng 12315. They'll be in touch. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh, while Huang Xiang turned pale. Mr. Song Jiang Li patted Huang Xiang's shoulder, relishing her misfortune, and gave her a look that suggested she should fend for herself. I'll be on my way. Once in the car, Jiang Li struggled to fasten her seatbelt, trying several times without success. Finally, Song Chun could no longer watch her struggle and leaned over to help her. The scent of his freshly washed hair filled the air, sending a tingling sensation through Jiang Li as his tousled hair brushed against her cheek. Jiang Li squinted slightly, and Song Chun's deep voice broke the silence. What's going on? Feeling a bit defeated, Jiang Li replied, I burned myself accidentally. I need to stop by the office first. What for? Song Chun asked. Realizing he was already in the car with her, Jiang Li felt emboldened. I need to grab some things. We'll be staying there for 2 days and returning Monday morning. Don't say you have class. I've seen your schedule. And you have no classes on Monday morning. Song Chun shook his head. I meant that I didn't bring anything. You don't need to. I prepared everything for you. Oh, we need to turn left. Why are you going right? Are we in a hurry? Song Chun asked. Yes, extremely. It takes 4 to 5 hours to get to Misty Mountain from here. Without further comment, Song Chun soon pulled up in front of a well-known private hospital. Public hospitals have long wait times for appointments, and in a rush, they opted for a private one. This realization warmed Jiang Li's heart, recognizing his concern for her well-being. The doctor examined Jiang Li's burn, complimenting her on her care, but suggesting that since the weather was too hot, she didn't need such thick bandaging. He removed the heavy dressing and applied a thin layer of gauze, making the injury appear less severe. Jiang Li worried that Song Chun might think her injury was minor and hesitate to be her chauffeur, but he said nothing. He drove directly to her office, where Shinka awaited them downstairs. He handed Song Chun 2 large suitcases, one black and one white. The black one is yours, Mr. Song, and the white one belongs to the boss. Song Chun accepted the bags, and Shinka then handed him 2 brand new coats. The weather at Misty Mountain is chilly. You and the boss should keep warm. Song Chun nodded and placed the coats in the back seat. As he opened the trunk to stow the luggage, Shinka stood by the passenger seat, concerned. Are you sure your hand is all right? Perhaps I should. Jiang Li, apprehensive that he might want to accompany them, quickly interjected. While I'm away, keep a close watch on things at the office and inform me immediately of any developments. Understood, Song Chun said as he got in the car. Let us go. Jiang Li waved to Shinka. You should head back up. Song Chun drove smoothly, the scenery outside rushing by. The light filtered through the car windows, casting reflections on Song Chun's handsome profile, giving Jiang Li an almost surreal sensation. Her trip to the Starlit Manor was initially a spontaneous decision, and inviting Xiao Fu for the weekend felt somewhat impolite. However, since it was a commercial venue, it was acceptable for her and Song Chun to visit for leisure. Jiang Li sent a message to Xiao Fu, inquiring about his availability. By coincidence, Xiao Fu responded that he and his wife would be arriving on Thursday and planned to stay through the weekend. He warmly invited Jiang Li to join them for dinner. Chapter 44. Do you need assistance? Jiang Li sustained a burn on her right hand. As the ointment began to wear off, a sharp sting returned, prompting her to roll down the window. The cold air rushed in, causing her to sneeze heavily. Song Chun, remaining silent, pulled the window up, only for Jiang Li to roll it back down. They went back and forth a few times until Song Chun finally pressed the lock button in frustration. Jiang Li chuckled mischievously. Are you concerned about me? Song Chun replied with an indifferent expression. We're about to hit the highway. Jiang Li's phone vibrated incessantly in her lap. Song Chun, exasperated, remarked, if it's inconvenient for you to answer, I can turn back. It's Huang Xiangxiang calling. I didn't want to disturb you. Perhaps it was just Jiang Li's impression, but she felt that although Song Chun remained quiet, his expression softened slightly, summoning her courage. Jiang Li pressed the answer button, and Huang Xiangxiang's voice burst forth from the speaker. You're something, Jiang Li. After I helped you get that young guy, you're just going to turn your back on me? Song Chun frowned slightly as he drove. That is not it. I just went back to the office, and didn't here am I with Song Chun right now. The warning in her tone was unmistakable. She urged Huang Xiangxiang not to speak out of turn. Huang Xiangxiang subdued her enthusiasm. Jiang Li, I don't care how you do it, but you must ensure that your young man withdraws my complaint in the next few days. How can that be? Reporting counterfeit products is a citizen's right. If your quality control is lacking, can you blame others? I warn you, don't come at me with these excuses. If you can't handle it, I'll expose your tricks, all right? All right, I understand. Content. Huang Xiangxiang ended the call. Jiang Li sheepishly put her phone down. To alleviate the awkwardness, she tried to make conversation. Why is this tunnel so dark? Because you're wearing sunglasses? How could it not be dark? Song Chun replied. Is that so? Did that dubious streamer ask you to persuade me to drop the complaint? Jiang Li touched her nose. What is dubious about it? It's normal for a product to have quality issues occasionally. Normal? From what I've seen in her live stream, nothing seems normal. Jiang Li suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. Who would have thought that the aloof school heartthrob would also indulge in the allure of beautiful live streamers? The vehicle ahead abruptly decelerated, prompting Song Chun to activate the hazard lights. It's not me, it's that fool Tao Ran. He purchased a heap of junk, but has nowhere to voice his complaints. Out of pity, I helped him lodge a complaint. Her items lack even complete instruction manuals. Calling them counterfeit is a gross exaggeration. Was that razor not purchased? Of course not. I refuse to pay the tax on ignorance. Jiang Li began to feel a flicker of sympathy for Huang Xiangxiang. Is there really no negotiation? Song Chun remained silent. As they exited the tunnel, Jiang Li's right hand throbbed painfully, compelling her to lean back and close her eyes for a moment of respite. Unobtrusively, Song Chun adjusted the cabin temperature to a comfortable level. The interior of the car was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle hum of the engine. Wang Zongzi stood alone before the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking. The magnificent skyscrapers below emerged from the mist, lofty and inscrutable. The bathroom door swung open, and he hastily extinguished his cigarette. Despite his efforts, Mrs. Song frowned slightly, choosing not to comment, but instead silently activated the fresh air system. This residence had been left to Mrs. Song by Mr. Song during his lifetime. Its European style, once popular over a decade ago, exuded opulence and antiquity, revealing meticulous craftsmanship in every detail. The fresh air system had aged, releasing an unmistakable odor upon activation. Wang Zongzi felt a heaviness in his chest. "I apologize. I will be more mindful next time." Mrs. Song, barefoot and clad in a bathrobe, held a facial massager, leisurely attending to her face. "No need to worry. Feel free to smoke if you wish." Despite her words, Wang Zongzi refrained from smoking, consciously taking the ashtray to the kitchen sink to clean it thoroughly. Upon returning to the living room, Mrs. Song sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching television. She patted the seat beside her, beckoning Wang Zongzi to join her. Wang Zongzi obliged and sat down next to her. "Song-hee, thank you for your help with this matter. But please believe me, I did not swap the room card for Jingyu. I have no grievances with the Fu family." Mrs. Song, seemingly disinterested, extended her hand. "Is there something of great importance?" "It's all in the past." Wang Zongzi felt a twinge of awkwardness. Mrs. Song gently touched the bruise at the corner of his mouth, smiling as she leaned against him. "But truly, you must remember to call me at the first sign of trouble. Seeing you suffer pains my heart." Wang Zongzi opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words, merely nodding in vague agreement. Mrs. Song's long fingers traced circles on his chest. "And please, refrain from casually mentioning breakups. Our future is still long, and we cannot simply part ways." Wang Zongzi remained silent this time. Mrs. Song was unbothered, pulling his hand toward her waist. Wang Zongzi instinctively withdrew his hand. "No, we can't do this here." The bathrobe fell to the floor, and Mrs. Song laughed softly. "What is there to fear? That old man is long gone. Everything now belongs to me, including you." She pulled Wang Zongzi's head down, compelling him to kiss her. However, he turned away from her crimson lips, almost roughly flipping her over. Mrs. Song was unfazed. "Although Xiao Fu claims not to mind, we must still be considerate. We should pay a visit to apologize." Wang Zongzi nodded in agreement. Mrs. Song sighed. "Let's go tomorrow. We will visit Twilight Mountain together." Wang Zongzi's movements froze. Jiang Li, Jiang Li." Song Chun gently shook Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li sluggishly opened her eyes. "Have we reached the service area?" Song Chun nodded. "Then I'll go refuel," Jiang Li stated, preparing to exit the vehicle. "I've already refueled. Do you want to step out for a bit?" "I need to use the restroom," Song Chun replied. Jiang Li shook her head. "I won't go. I'll wait for you in the car." Song Chun nodded. "Just don't want her off. I'll be back shortly." Jiang Li agreed. This was the last service area before their 2-hour journey through the mountains. Once the engine was off, Jiang Li realized how much the temperature had dropped. Having sat for an extended period, her legs felt somewhat numb. Deciding to stretch, she opened the car door, retrieved her coat from the back seat, and lazily draped it over her shoulders without putting it on. A sudden sharp pain shot through her hand, prompting her to rummage in the glove compartment for a cigarette. The service area was small and remote. Golden rays of sunset enveloped Jiang Li, her long hair blowing in the wind, her fair face bearing a hint of fatigue. She held a slender white cigarette between her delicately crafted lips, creating a strikingly beautiful image. However, the wind was too strong. Her lighter failed to ignite multiple times. Tossing her hair back, she struggled to shield herself from the wind while attempting to light the cigarette. Just then, a brazen voice broke the silence beside her. "Beautiful lady, do you need assistance?" Chapter 45. Lift high. Jiang Li turned towards the voice. A man draped in black mink, adorned with a golden watch and a chain around his neck, approached. From a distance, he resembled a glimmering black bear. Following the bear were several scruffy-looking underlings. He flashed a grin revealing a gold tooth, igniting a shiny lighter and holding it out to Jiang Li. "Beautiful lady, are you alone?" Jiang Li momentarily froze, not moving. One of the underlings, displeased, piped up, "Hey lady, my big brother is offering to light your cigarette. How dare you refuse?" Before Jiang Li could respond, the black bear slapped the underling across the face. "You blind fool! Who gave you the right to speak here?" The underling immediately retreated, wearing a forced smile, looking fearful. The black bear reignited the lighter. "It is my honor to serve a lady." Jiang Li graciously accepted, elegantly exhaling a smoke ring as she glanced at the luxurious vehicle behind the black bear. "Nice car." The black bear beamed, rubbing his hands together. Accustomed to disingenuous women who were clearly after his wealth yet reluctant to admit it, he put on an air of superiority. Despite his impressive possessions, he hesitated to offer a compliment. From the moment Jiang Li spoke, he sensed her straightforwardness, which only heightened his admiration. "Oh, that's nothing. If you like it, I can get you one in no time." Jiang Li felt a sudden jolt in her heart. She recalled a time when she had drunkenly shared a rooftop with Song Chun, making a similar offer. Had she truly come across as such a sleazy character before Song Chun? Jiang Li dared not dwell on the thought. The black bear continued. "Are you also heading to Twilight Mountain? The road is quite treacherous. If you don't mind, you could ride with me. And I'll have my underling drive your car behind us. We can chat comfortably." He reached out with his dark, claw-like hand, as if to grasp Jiang Li's shoulder. Jiang Li discreetly stepped back. "Sorry, but I—" Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Song Chun rushing over, hastily hanging up the phone. A vivid memory flashed in her mind of Song Chun protecting Zhang Xianwan from a fight with Huang Mao outside KTV. In an instant, she called out, "Don't come over." The black bear was taken aback. "I mean no harm. I just wanted to talk." Before he could finish, a pain scream escaped his lips as Song Chun seized him by the collar, flinging him aside like a rag doll. The black bear stumbled and crashed into a nearby trash can, becoming drenched in its contents. Jiang Li winced, pinching her nose, seeing their leader in such a predicament. The underlings lost their composure and lunged towards Song Chun. Jiang Li screamed in fright, gripping the hem of Song Chun's shirt. Song Chun pulled Jiang Li into his embrace, shielding her head with his hand. "Don't be afraid." Dazed, Jiang Li could barely register Song Chun's movements as the underlings fell into chaos, sharing in their leader's disgrace. Jiang Li was tightly wrapped in Song Chun's coat. "Did I not instruct you to wait for me in the car? Why did you come down?" He lifted the coat slightly, and Jiang Li wrapped her arms around his chest, her large eyes glistening like freshly washed grapes, fixed on him without blinking. The reproachful words that were on Song Chun's lips transformed into gentle comfort. "It's all right." After finally getting a chance to embrace, Jiang Li was unwilling to let go. She wrapped her legs around him, resembling a sloth clinging to a tree, nuzzling her head into the crook of his neck. "You took too long. I was bored waiting alone." Song Chun felt a ticklish sensation from her nuzzling. "I understand. Let's head to the car. It's quite windy here." Jiang Li neither agreed nor disagreed. At that moment, a little girl from a service area ran over to Song Chun. "Sir, your milk tea is ready." Reluctantly, Song Chun removed his coat to wrap around Jiang Li, lifting her with one arm as if cradling child, freeing one hand to accept the milk tea from the little girl. The girl blushed. "Sir, we also have freshly cooked corn. Would you like some?" "No, thank you," Song Chun replied, adjusting his hold on Jiang Li as he turned to walk to the car. Jiang Li rested her head on his broad shoulder. "I want to eat." Song Chun continued walking. Jiang Li tightened her grip around his neck and repeated, "I want boiled corn." With no other choice, Song Chun halted. "All right, give me two." "Okay." "Just a moment," the girl cheerfully replied as she dashed away. Song Chun stood there, one hand carrying Jiang Li, his gaze coldly locked onto a black bear that loomed nearby. The bear, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent, awkwardly got to its feet, gritted its teeth, and swiftly disappeared from the service area. On the other side, several girls witnessed the scene and only dared to comment once the bear had left. "Is this what they call being lifted high? Wow, I envy such boyfriend strength. The way he fights is simply amazing. That girl must be exceptionally beautiful. Just look at how well-dressed her boyfriend is. He must be wealthy. And she is not bad either. Her shoes are a limited edition. Being lifted by such a handsome boyfriend in public must be incredibly blissful. I truly envy her. Look, he is even holding milk tea. How sweet. Where can one find such a high-quality boyfriend?" Song Chun maintained a stoic expression while Jiang Li snuggled closer into his neck. "Fortunately, I captured this moment. I can savor it later," one girl said, gleefully waving her phone. Another fumbled to take out her phone. "I want to record this too, for later review." Song Chun subtly shifted his body to block the prying gazes and angles of the cameras. when a girl attempted to capture Jiang Li's face from the other side. Song Chun's brows furrowed slightly, an icy glare emanating from his eyes, causing the girl to tremble and nearly drop her phone. With an expressionless face, he commanded, "Delete the photos." His tone echoed the warning he had once given Jiang Li. The girl nodded quickly, and only after deleting the photos did he allow them to leave. The girls, feeling unsatisfied, murmured as they walked away. Could they be celebrities? Not even allowing photos. He is handsome, but so fierce. I can't handle that. What do you know? That S called favoritism. The girl selling snacks soon approached, and Song Chun scanned the payment. With one hand holding the food and the other placing Jiang Li in the passenger seat, she cradled the warm milk tea and fragrant corn, a picture of contentment. As Song Chun circled around to the driver's seat and started the ignition, Jiang Li's face still radiated joy. Don't get too smug. Many women have been held like this by me. Song Chun scoffed lightly. If you stop talking, no one will think you're mute, Jiang Li retorted. As Song Chun leaned down to buckle her seatbelt, he added, but you are indeed the most special. Jiang Li's spirits lifted slightly. Really? I'm so enchanting. Loved by all. How could those ordinary women compare? While saying this, she raised her milk tea towards Song Chun, signaling him to assist. I'm currently incapacitated. Song Chun smirked, taking the milk tea from her and forcefully inserting the straw, causing a loud pop. Before Jiang Li could celebrate, she heard him teasingly say, "You are the heaviest." Jiang Li fell silent. Song Chun laughed heartily, and the car executed a beautiful drift as it sped down the vast highway, causing Jiang Li's milk tea to lose its allure. Chapter 46. The affectionate couple Fu Yuan and his wife were exceptionally warm-hearted. The rugged terrain of Twilight Mountain made travel difficult, so he had sent bodyguards to wait at the foot of the mountain to guide Jiang Li and Song Chun. The bodyguard inquired if they needed assistance with driving. Jiang Li hesitated. Selfishly, she preferred not to have another person in the car. Yet she worried about Song Chun getting too tired. Unexpectedly, Song Chun shook his head. No need. It soon became apparent that he was not overestimating his abilities. He drove exceptionally well. With the fresh air on the way up, Jiang Li opened the sunroof, extending her injured hand outside to feel the wind's embrace. Be careful, Song Chun cautioned. Jiang Li paid little heed to his warning. The road was flanked by sprawling, vibrant plane trees, and as they ascended, the temperature dropped. The leaves transitioning from green to yellow, then to red, eventually falling to the ground that nourished them. They seemed to embody the passage of time. Witnessing the shift from late autumn to the chill of winter, Jiang Li's nose was frostbitten, her neck adorned with a fluffy, pale scarf. Her eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of a youthful high school student. She incessantly reached her hand out the sunroof, several times nearly attempting to unbuckle her seatbelt to stand up. Does your hand still hurt? Song Chun inquired. Before the ascent, he had adhered to medical advice and ensured Jiang Li change her bandage. Jiang Li shook her head. It doesn't hurt. It's south, just that this place is so beautiful. It feels like stepping into a fairy tale. Immediately after speaking, she regretted her words. Knowing Song Chun's personality, he would surely ridicule her again. Throughout the journey, he had consistently held the upper hand, leaving her at a loss for words. Surprisingly, Song Chun refrained from mocking her childishness, merely nodding slightly before closing the sunroof. Despite Jiang Li's protests, he remained unmoved. Fu Yuan's attentiveness was evident in every detail. There was even a shuttle waiting in the parking lot for Jiang Li and Song Chun. The Starry Sky Manor was vast, and the shuttle took another 10 minutes to reach their destination, the Big Dipper Palace. The Big Dipper Palace is the most luxurious area in the entire Starry Sky Manor, comprising 7 villas named after the stars: TNX, Tiansin, T New Jersey, Tinkyuin, Ying, Ki-ing, and Yoguing. The Big Dipper Palace also featured a lavish reception area that combined dining, accommodation, and leisure entertainment. Upon their arrival, the couple awaited them at the entrance of the Big Dipper Palace, beaming with smiles. As Jiang Li stepped out of the car, Fu Yuan approached her. Miss Jiang, I hope your journey was pleasant. Jiang Li, feeling a bit apologetic, showed him her right hand. Hello, Mr. Fu. Miss Jiang, please don't be so formal. Just call me Fu Yuan. This is my wife, Beixing. Jiang Lizui understood. Twilight Mountain is a scenic area, and the land is not easy to acquire. Constructing such a leisure and entertainment manor must have been costly. Given the consumption level in Jiangcheng, it would be challenging to recoup that investment in a short time. Jiang Li had been puzzled about why a businessman would undertake such a seemingly unprofitable venture. It was evidently an expression of love for his wife. At first glance, Beixing may not be considered a beauty, but her charm lay in her delicate features, making her quite pleasant to behold. With Jiang Li's right hand being inconvenient, Beixing awkwardly embraced her. "It's an honor to meet you, Miss Jiang." "You're too kind, Mrs. Fu. It's a blessing for you," Jiang Li replied with a smile. Mrs. Fu blushed slightly at the compliment and glanced at her husband. Fu Yuan smiled as he wrapped an arm around her shoulder. "And this must be Mr. Song?" "Song Chun, a friend of mine, the heir of the Fu group, little Fu," Jiang Li introduced casually. Fu Yuan extended a warm hand. "Mr. Song, it's a pleasure." Song Chun stepped forward. "Little Fu knows me?" Fu Yuan offered a coy smile, saying he had heard the news. Jiang Li, feeling a bit uneasy, touched her nose. The bodyguard pushed over the luggage belonging to Jiang Li and Song Chun. Fu Yuan inquired about their preferences. After a long journey, "Would you prefer to dine immediately, or take a moment to refresh yourselves?" Jiang Li glanced at Song Chun, who shrugged indifferently. "Let us change into some fresh clothes first," Jiang Li suggested. "Very well," Fu Yuan replied, as he received a room card from the manager and handed it to Song Chun. "I apologize, Mr. Song and Miss Jiang. The weekend has seen an influx of guests, and we only have the last villa, Yaoguang, available." Jiang Li and Song Chun quickly reassured him there was no problem. Fu Yuan exchanged a glance with Beixing. "Then we shall await you in the restaurant." Jiang Li agreed. Under the impression that Yaoguang was remote and farthest from the reception area, Jiang Li was pleasantly surprised to find it was, in fact, the closest. A brief walk through a small bamboo grove brought them there in just a few minutes. The location of Yaoguang was splendid, offering a near panoramic view of the entire Jiang city. Its unique design resembled an inverted crystal sphere resting on the ground rather than a villa. The intricately designed walls appeared as frosted glass, ethereal whether illuminated or not. After the manager opened the door for Jiang Li and Song Chun, he departed. Upon entering, they finally understood why Fu Yuan and Beixing had exchanged ambiguous smiles while handing over the room card. The house featured only 2 levels, with a remarkably simple and clear layout. The first floor housed the living and entertainment areas, while the second floor was dominated by a spacious king-sized bed, adorned with provocative heart-shaped rose petals that exuded a delicate fragrance. Surrounding the bed were various high-end stargazing devices, seemingly tailored for Song Chun. Jiang Li felt a surge of joy but restrained her enthusiasm. Fortunately, Song Chun appeared indifferent, engrossed in examining the stargazing equipment that Jiang Li could barely comprehend. Jiang Li explored the house, marveling at the breathtaking views. The 720-degree panoramic skylight allowed for an unobstructed view of the vast starry sky and the twinkling lights of Jiang City below. Shank had anticipated the weather and prepared several winter outfits for Jiang Li. She took a set into the bathroom. By now, night had fully descended, and the sky was clear, revealing the Big Dipper even to the naked eye. Song Chun carefully adjusted the telescope, magnifying the vastness of the starry sea before him. Ready to go, Jiang Li, having emerged from the bathroom, stood behind him, hands clasped, her expression radiant as she smiled at him. She had changed into a vintage wine-red cashmere coat, layered over a lotus-pink dress and a lavender beret that infused her with vivacity. Jiang Li had applied light makeup, enhancing her features to appear more vivid and three-dimensional. When she smiled, her eyes sparkled like a clear lake, bright enough to dim the starlight above and the lights below. Song Chun felt he must have looked like a foolish goose at that moment. Jiang Li, however, relished capturing every nuance of emotion on Song Chun's face. Only when Song Chun straightened up, releasing the telescope, did Jiang Li naturally link her arm through his. "Let us go." To his surprise, Song Chun did not push her away. As they stepped out, the manager respectfully led the way. The path was lined with flourishing greenery. Jiang Li, concerned about the dew wetting her stockings, tread carefully. To her astonishment, Song Chun unexpectedly offered, "Do you need help?" Jiang Li paused briefly before opening her arms. Instead of merely carrying her, Song Chun lifted her effortlessly, his solid frame contrasting with her delicate form. The manager remained oblivious to their age difference and identities, merely intrigued by the young couple who had garnered the utmost hospitality from his boss and his wife. As Jiang Li and Song Chun passed through the lobby, they encountered a middle-aged couple disembarking from the shuttle. The receptionist stood up politely. "Sir, madam, may I assist you in any way?" The man smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. We decided to come last minute and didn't book a villa. My wife particularly loves Beidou Palace. Are there any villas available? Yes, the receptionist replied skillfully, presenting a room card and brochure. Tianshu or Tianquan? Which would you prefer? Jiang Li strolled forward, as if she hadn't heard a word. Chapter 47. Jiang Li's cravings. Throughout the evening, the manager did not escort Jiang Li and Song Chun to the restaurant. Instead, he took them directly to the observation deck on the top floor via a scenic elevator. Though outdoors, heating devices at each corner ensured they felt no chill. Moreover, a roaring bonfire beside the dining table roasted a whole lamb, its golden skin glistening with juices. A massive astronomical telescope stood silently at the other end of the table. As soon as Jiang Li and Song Chun exited the elevator, Fu Yuan and Beixing greeted them. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Jiang Li could not help but exclaim, "This place is truly beautiful." Fu Yuan glanced at his watch. Beixing mentioned there would be a meteor shower tonight, so I thought it best to have dinner here. It's splendid that you like it, Miss Jiang. You are too kind, Mr. Fu, Jiang Li replied. Fu Yuan remarked that Jiang Li calling him Xiao Fu felt too formal, and since she was shy about addressing him by name, she opted for Mr. Fu. The chef began to carve the roasted lamb, and Beixing placed the first piece on Jiang Li's plate. Fu Yuan personally opened a bottle of white wine. White wine wards off the cold. Would you care for a little, Miss Jiang? Just as Jiang Li was about to nod, she caught Song Chun's warning gaze. With a sigh, she replied, "Never mind, I shall stick to red tea as prescribed." A kettle of steaming red tea simmered by the bonfire, and as soon as Jiang Li spoke, a server promptly poured her a cup. Fu Yuan did not press the issue and poured a glass for Song Chun instead. "Mister, Song can drink," he stated. Song Chun, in good spirits, raised his glass in front of him. "I can." Jiang Li was somewhat surprised to see Beixing, who appeared delicate, also pour herself a generous glass. Noticing Jiang Li's gaze, Beixing explained, "Miss Jiang, you might not know, but I am from Inner Mongolia. There are no girls in the grasslands who do not drink." Jiang Li was even more astonished. "Is that so? You don't seem like it at all. Mrs. Fu has such an elegant demeanor. I always thought you were from the Jiangnan region." Beixing smiled softly, her bright eyes filled with affection as she glanced at her husband. A hint of pride mingled with jest in her voice. "He said the same thing when we first met." Jiang Li and Song Chun exchanged knowing glances, instinctively directing their attention towards Fu Yuan. Indeed, back then, she could drink even more than now, and Fu Yuan fondly patted Beixing's hand, animatedly recounting. "The first time I met her was at a university welcome party. I was young and had never backed down from drinking, but unexpectedly, I was bested by a delicate woman. She had every boy there on the floor. Indeed, he was the one who drank the most." Beixing chuckled, her eyes brightening with delight. As the couple reminisced about their youthful encounters, they fell into sweet nostalgia, sharing stories over their meal for nearly half an hour. Jiang Li had often heard the term soulmates, and had used it to flatter couples whose connections felt superficial at various gatherings. Yet in that moment, Jiang Li believed such beautiful emotions indeed existed in the world. After finishing a pot of white wine, the three of them refilled their glasses. Even Jiang Li had nearly consumed half a pot of red tea, with her right hand unable to grasp food and her left hand unskilled with chopsticks. She resorted to using a fork. Song Chun played the role of her serving assistant, deftly cutting pieces of the roasted lamb into smaller portions and placing them on Jiang Li's plate while engaging in conversation with Fu Yuan. After Jiang Li finished the lamb, he added some vegetables and a selection of fruits, impressing her with his ability to read her preferences. Jiang Li realized that Song Chun was a maestro in discerning subtle cues. Regardless of whether she enjoyed a dish, she maintained a composed demeanor. Yet Song Chun always seemed to anticipate her likes, ensuring he added more of whatever she favored. Jiang Li is resolute in her preferences. Anything she dislikes will never grace her plate. Moreover, Song Chun's adeptness in balancing flavors and portion sizes is impeccable. Jiang Li's mouth is never idle, yet she feels no discomfort from overeating. Fu Yuan is an exemplary leader, not only skilled in managing every situation, but also considerate of everyone's feelings. Beixing is animatedly recounting her first date with Fu Yuan when he took her to the mountains to stargaze. Without missing a beat, Fu Yuan subtly redirects the conversation towards Jiang Li. "Does Miss Jiang enjoy stargazing?" Jiang Li sets down her fork. "I hold no interest in the stars above, but I possess considerable insights into the creation of stars. Fu Yuan recognizes that Jiang Li's candidness signifies the onset of serious discourse, promptly seizing the conversation. Indeed, in recent years, which of those rising stars does not have Miss Jiang's influence behind it? Bei Xing, upon hearing the mention of stargazing, becomes animated. While I am no astronomy expert, I have delved into the study of galaxies. If you're interested, I could share some insights. Jiang Li smiles as she raises her teacup. There's no rush. I can wait until you become the brightest star before you enlighten me. Fu Yuan casts an encouraging glance at Bei Xing. Song Chun also raises his wine glass with a smile. Even Bei Xing, usually slow to catch on, realizes that Jiang Li is subtly agreeing to support her. Yet, a flicker of disbelief remains. In the past, Fu Yuan has helped her make connections to bolster her career, but renowned agents had always politely declined upon learning of her reluctance to engage in intimate scenes. Jiang Li's proactive agreement raises questions about her true capabilities or her self-awareness. Her hand trembles slightly as she raises her glass. Miss Jiang may not be aware. Ya no le interrupts, resta surd, emerese. Fu, I shall not coerce you into anything against your will. Simply be yourself. Congratulations, Mrs. Fu, Song Chun adds, surprised by the ease of the situation. Bei Xing's Eis Python. Thank you, Miss Jiang. The four clink their glasses, with Fu Yuan sincerely expressing gratitude. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Song. Please do not thank me. I and Song Chun owe you gratitude for this delightful feast and scenery. Let's toast. They raise their glasses in unison. After setting down her wine glass, Bei Xing glances at her watch. The meteor shower is about to begin. Fu Yuan nods in acknowledgement. Bei Xing cheers and rushes towards the telescope. Jiang Li, aware of Song Chun's keen interest, smiles at him. Go ahead. I've finished my meal. Fu Yuan teases, Mr. Song, worry not. With me here, Miss Jiang shall not go hungry. After Song Chun departs, Fu Yuan produces a pack of cigarettes. Miss Jiang, would you care for a smoke? Jiang Li remains still, her gaze drifting towards Song Chun's wine glass. The exquisite wine lies before her, yet she cannot indulge. It has tempted her throughout the evening. Fu Yuan, understanding her unspoken yearning, raises his glass. Jiang Li directly takes Song Chun's glass, and without clinking, they gently tap their glasses against the dish before drinking. Jiang Li, feeling unsatisfied, continues the act, downing 3 glasses with Fu Yuan before she feels content. Chapter 48. Jiang Li, have you been drinking? After a few glasses, both Jiang Li and Fu Yuan find themselves regretting the time lost, unknowingly shifting their address from the formal you to the more intimate you. In the distance, Bei Xing is animatedly conversing with Song Chun, who peers into the telescope, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Aren't you curious to take a look? Fu Yuan prompts. Bei Xing mentioned this meteor shower is quite rare. She also said that wishes made during such events come true. I am a materialist, Jiang Li replies softly, and I fear you may find it amusing, but I cannot even discern the Big Dipper. Fu Yuan chuckles, his shoulders shaking. I fare slightly better, under Bei Xing's influence over the years. I can barely identify the Big Dipper. Fu Yuan retrieves his cigarette case. May I indulge in one now? Jiang Li, unaccustomed to smoking men's cigarettes, finds that Fu Yuan has an acute understanding of her preferences as he produces her favorite brand. Sure, she replies. Fu Yuan helps light her cigarette, and Jiang Li does not refuse. The delicate flavor of the lady cigarette prompts Fu Yuan to take a couple of puffs before exclaiming, I did not expect you to be so agreeable, Miss Jiang. His words ring true. He had anticipated some pretense or negotiation from her. I particularly detest the roundabout manners often employed in social settings. Sometimes, however, one has no choice. Jiang Li exhales a plume of white smoke. I see you share my sentiments, Mr. Fu. This revelation surprises Fu Yuan, who has long preferred to remain reclusive due to his disdain for social engagements. It astonishes him to discover that Jiang Li, with her polished demeanor, shares his aversion, bringing them closer together. In truth, I am indifferent to Bei Xing's fame. What concerns me is her own journey. After so many years in the industry without notable achievements. You know, setbacks can alter a person's character. She was much more vivacious in the past. Jiang Li nods. I understand. Rest assured, this time she will surely succeed. I have complete faith in your capabilities, Fu Yuan states, lighting another cigarette while observing Song Chun and Bei Xing in the distance. With 2 S-rank stars under contract, I wonder if President Wu Xinghe will approve? Jiang Li chuckles. Mr. Fu, nothing escapes your keen eye. Fear not. Our President Wu only rises early for profit. As long as your sponsorship keeps pace, my end will pose no issues. I shall await your good news. Fu Yuan raises his glass once more. Jiang Li swiftly downs Song Chun's drink. Once my vacation concludes, I can present this matter at the executive meeting. Once approved, we can finalize the contract. Fu Yuan, with a teasing smile, remarks, are you that confident that you can resolve matters with Mr. Song in just a few days? My goodness. Jiang Li playfully taps Fu Yuan's arm with her fingertip. You even discern that? Fu Yuan is unreserved. I had a casual chat with my father about you. I hope Miss Jiang does not mind. Jiang Li certainly does not. The moment she beheld the rose, petal-laden bed, she comprehended that Fu Yuan must have learned of her association with Song Chun from his father. Fortunately, the last incident with Song Chun was due to a drugging by Jing Yu. Otherwise, given Fu Yuan's suspicious nature, he would have delved deeper. Had he discovered that the chaos at his mother's birthday banquet was orchestrated by Jiang Li, she would not only have been denied a place at his table, but would have likely never had the chance to meet him. Jiang Li, feeling slightly embarrassed, smiles and lowers her voice. Forgive my indiscretion. This fellow has quite a fiery temperament. The only 2 times were when he was drunk or when he was drugged. I was left with no choice. Not to worry. Young wolves are not easily tamed. Fu Yuan chuckles knowingly, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Jiang Li does not harbor any aversion to viewing the weaker party as an object. In fact, her feelings for Song Chun lean more towards a desire for conquest. However, hearing the term tame used by another to describe Song Chun makes her uncomfortable. Fu Yuan winks. Are you satisfied with the villa? You could say that, but it seems I was caught. Caught? Fu Yuan appears surprised. No, I specifically alerted the front desk to inform Mr. Song that there were no available rooms. You instructed them to conceal the truth from Song Chun, but did you tell them to cease doing business? Jiang Li chuckles as she recounts the events from downstairs. Fu Yuan, bemused, can only smile. No matter. A fierce wolf avoids entanglements with women. I believe tonight will be a splendid evening. One can only hope. Jiang Li replies. A Yuan look? The meteor shower is beginning. Bei Xing exclaims joyfully. Song Chun bends over, intently observing through the telescope. Countless streaks of white light traverse the dark sky, carving radiant paths across the expanse. This marks Jiang Li's first encounter with a meteor shower. Strangely, at that moment, she finds little beauty in it. Instead, she ponders that if the sky were alive, it must surely be in pain at that instant. Bei Xing is utterly exhilarated, flailing her arms in delight, closing her eyes to make wishes with hands clasped together. Song Chun unexpectedly produced a camera, fully engrossed in capturing the meteor shower. Bei Xing let out a cheer, prompting Song Chun to glance at her instinctively. Jiang Li raised her phone and pressed the shutter. The resulting photograph was nothing short of breathtaking. Standing side by side, Song Chun and Bei Xing appeared as a perfect pair, with Bei Xing's radiant smile contrasting with Song Chun's modestly displayed profile. The dazzling meteor shower continuously streaked overhead, enhancing their ethereal presence. Had they already begun to set the stage so early? Fu Yuan joined them to view the photos, eager for Bei Xing to gain fame quickly. The process and manner of her rise to stardom were of little concern to him. Jiang Li spoke candidly, expressing her desire to share the photos online to generate buzz and lay the groundwork, as debuting as a couple was economically viable and expedient. Fu Yuan nodded, assuring her that Bei Xing would cooperate, but he was uncertain about Song Chun's stance. Rest assured, he will agree, Jiang Li replied, oblivious to the fact that Song Chun had not been watching the meteor shower, but was instead casting his gaze toward her. The meteor display lasted several minutes. When it concluded, Bei Xing excitedly rushed over to embrace Fu Yuan's neck, asking, Darling, did you make a wish? Fu Yuan, adept at deflection, replied, You are far more beautiful than the meteor shower. Song Chun approached with his camera, sitting beside Jiang Li. Would you like to see the photos? Absolutely. The professionalism is evident. The meteor shower in Song Chun's photographs was truly astonishing. The pure white meteors transformed into a vibrant spectacle through his lens, dazzling in their brilliance. Jiang Li couldn't help but exclaim, So beautiful. Song Chun nodded. Indeed, yet some are consumed by selfish thoughts, oblivious to everything else. Not at all. Jiang Li immediately retorted. My eyes are solely on you, understand? After saying this, she lowered her gaze to continue examining the photos. The flickering campfire illuminated her slightly flushed cheeks, her eyes sparkling like stars, a strand of hair cascading down to her ear, which she casually tucked away. The tip of her hair brushed against Song Chun's neck, causing a tightness in his throat, prompting him to lean in unconsciously. At that moment, Jiang Li happened to glance over, and their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback, yet unmoving. Jiang Li's soft breaths were tantalizingly close, and Song Chun felt a fleeting dizziness. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Jiang Li? Have you been secretly drinking? Of course not. How could I? Jiang Li shook her head vigorously. There isn't even a wine glass in front of me. Where would I drink? Song Chun remained skeptical. Jiang Li invoked Fu Yuan's name. Mr. Fu, Song Chun claims I drank. Did you see me drink? Fu Yuan shook his head, casually lifting his wine glass. Miss Jiang hasn't had any wine. It's you, Mr. Fu, who has been avoiding it. Song Chun felt slightly embarrassed by this comment and quickly raised his glass to clink with Fu Yuan's, saying, I apologize. Tonight's meteor shower is just too beautiful. I want to clink too. Beixing joined in, raising her glass. Jiang Li reluctantly lifted her teacup, and the four clinked their glasses. After taking a small sip, Jiang Li was taken aback. At some point, the red tea in her cup had been replaced with a sweet fruit wine, infused with goji berries. Its low alcohol content made it gentle and pleasant to drink. Jiang Li glanced at Fu Yuan, who smiled knowingly in response. Beixing, truly passionate about astronomy, became quite animated after drinking, engaging in endless conversation. Jiang Li frequently raised her glass, toasting with Song Chun and Fu Yuan. Her injured hand, unable to remain still, was either pinching Song Chun's waist or tugging at his clothes. Not wanting to embarrass her in front of Fu Yuan and Beixing, and fearing for her injury, Song Chun eventually took her cold hand into his warm grasp, tucking it into his coat pocket. Jiang Li struggled momentarily, but soon leaned her head against his shoulder. Beixing pulled Fu Yuan away to stargaze. With his beloved wife by his side, Fu Yuan had no interest in the stars, instead using the dim light and the cover of the telescope to embrace Beixing affectionately. Song Chun, feeling slightly tipsy, found Jiang Li's rosy face close at hand. The flickering campfire cast a warm glow, highlighting her long lashes and her slightly unfocused eyes, while her left index finger gently traced the rim of her fine porcelain teacup, creating an air of utter contentment. Song Chun suddenly noticed that Jiang Li seemed to be downing her tea much faster than before. His brow furrowed, and he reached out to snatch the cup from her grasp. To his surprise, Jiang Li was quicker, turning to down the remaining fruit wine in one go. Caught off guard, he only managed to grasp her wrist. Jiang Li leisurely swallowed the last sip, smacking her lips. Tonight's red tea tastes delightful. At that moment, Jiang Li's hands were firmly held by Song Chun, her body wedged between his solid chest and the chair's backrest. She tilted her face upward, beaming with satisfaction at him, her luscious lips glistening and her dark eyes reflecting his handsome features. The campfire crackled, and the mole at the corner of her eye flickered like the flames. Suddenly, Song Chun was reminded of how that mole looked when flushed. Jiang Li shivered slightly, resembling a flower petal drifting in the cold wind, blooming solely for him. Perhaps it was the exquisite taste of the fruit wine, or perhaps the proximity of their bodies tonight. When Song Chun's throat tightened, Jiang Li remained blissfully unaware of the danger, her smile growing more radiant instead. Song Chun, with deliberate slowness, tucked a stray hair behind her ear. Sister, do you think I can't find evidence of your secret drinking? How stubborn you are. This is red tea, not wine. Song Chun smiled softly, lowering his eyes. That may not be the case. What do you mean? Jiang Li had yet to comprehend when Song Chun leaned in to kiss her. Unfamiliar with kissing, she was momentarily flustered. When Song Chun released her, she felt dizzy and disoriented. Song Chun's expression remained calm as he repeatedly traced the embarrassment on her face with his gaze, his thumb caressing her lips while their foreheads touched. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? Jiang Li, ever the spirited one, quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of panic and turned the tables. Caught off guard, Song Chun felt a sharp pain as their teeth clashed. Well, it seemed that teaching her would be beneficial, given her lack of experience. After a while of seeing Fu Yuan and his wife being affectionate, he thought it was time to check on Song Chun and Jiang Li. So they made their way back to the dining table. Beixing, smiling, conversed with her husband, but they both abruptly halted. The campfire blazed brightly, with orange flames intertwining, eager to reach the starry sky above, while below, the The city of Jiang glimmered with distant lights. The kettle on the stove bubbled cheerfully. Yet, the warmth shared between the people by the campfire surpassed even that of the flames. The following morning, Mrs. Song and Wang Zongzi ascended the mountain, not returning until evening when they finally encountered Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan was somewhat aware of Jiang Li's relationship with Wang Zongzi and asked for her opinion on whether she was willing to meet him. Jiang Li was reluctant to see Wang Zongzi, especially after the kiss from the previous night, which had significantly improved Song Chun's attitude toward her. She attempted to broach the subject of a contract, and Song Chun seemed less resistant. Jiang Li planned to seize the moment and discuss the contract details with Song Chun that evening. Before leaving, she had asked Shun Ku to prepare a draft of the intended contract to have on hand. Fu Yuan assured her that it was not an issue. Since Mrs. Song and Wang Zongzi were unaware of Bei Xing and Fu Yuan's relationship, Bei Xing would not be present, allowing her to accompany Jiang Li and Song Chun for dinner. Not wanting Jiang Li to encounter Wang Zongzi, Fu Yuan made sure they would not cross paths. Thus, during the day, Fu Yuan and Bei Xing personally guided Jiang Li and Song Chun on a tour, leaving Wang Zongzi and Mrs. Song to stay indoors, exchanging glances. That evening, Fu Yuan casually reserved a private room to host Wang Zongzi. But to his surprise, Mrs. Song immediately inquired, "I heard Miss Jiang is also here. Why haven't we seen her? Has she gone back?" Fu Yuan found himself in a predicament, so he ambiguously replied, "I have only just heard about this. I have instructed the manager to make arrangements, but have yet to meet with the higher-ups. I initially intended to accompany the two of you before greeting Miss Jiang. That seems rather troublesome. Why not simply invite Miss Jiang to join us for dinner? After all, we are not strangers," Mrs. Song said casually, her tone familiar. Fu Yuan hesitated for a moment. "That might not be appropriate. I have heard they are a couple." Wang Zongzi paused as he lifted his teacup. "Forget it, Song He. Let us not intrude." Mrs. Song ignored Wang Zongzi entirely. "A couple? Is it the Mr. Song from last time? They seem to be progressing rather quickly, don't they?" Fu Yuan, to be honest, the previous incident with Zongzi caused Ms. Jiang quite a bit of trouble. Since we are all here today, wouldn't it be fair to give us a chance for an apology? Mrs. Song adopted a very humble stance. Her late husband had been a prominent figure in the industry, and although he had passed, the two companies still maintained significant business interactions. Fu Yuan found it difficult to rebuff her request and instructed the waiter beside him, "Please find out in which private room Miss Jiang and Mr. Song are located." "If it is convenient, Mr. Wang Zongzi and Mrs. Song." Fu Yuan hesitated, initially intending to address Mrs. Song, but reconsidered to avoid offending Wang Zongzi. However, the fine lines at the corners of Song He's eyes made addressing her as Miss impossible, so he opted for, "Mrs. Song, we would like to invite them for a drink." The waiter promptly complied and departed. Chapter 50. Dear brother, please yield to me. After spending an entire day shopping with Jiang Li and Song Chun, Bei Xing was quite fatigued, so during dinner, Jiang Li did not ask her to accompany them any longer. Jiang Li saw this as an opportunity to discuss the contract with Song Chun. His attitude had always been rather ambiguous. He had emphasized that Jiang Li needed to demonstrate sincerity, yet despite her inquiries, he had not mentioned any conditions. Thus, Jiang Li decided to lay her cards on the table. Given that there were two of them, the private room was not particularly spacious. Jiang Li pushed the proposed contract across the table towards Song Chun. "Let me explain the levels of contracts our company offers, and you will see my sincerity." Song Chun remained non-committal, casually resting his arm on the back of the adjacent chair, gently swaying his wine glass, signaling Jiang Li to continue with his gaze. Jiang Li was utterly captivated by his aristocratic demeanor, yet unwilling to squander this rare opportunity. She took a deep breath and spoke with the most rational and calm tone she could muster. "The signing contracts at Xinga Media are divided into 4 tiers. The standard trainee contract is categorized as Level C, with extremely stringent conditions, no romantic entanglements, no unauthorized outings, and even prohibitions against gaining weight. Over 100 such restrictions. Once signed, a trainee essentially sells themselves to the company for free. The contract duration ranges from 5 to 10 years, with the revenue share being as low as 9 to 1 or even less. Level B contracts are slightly more favorable. Artists in this tier are either minor internet celebrities or exceptionally qualified university graduates. The other terms largely mirror those of trainees, but the revenue share can be negotiated up to 80-20. Level A contracts present a greater challenge. Typically, These are awarded to artists with some renown or established talents. Most individuals in this category have contracts due to expiration and are poached by the company. The terms are considerably more lenient, with revenue shares sometimes reaching 60-40 or 50-50. For contracts in the ABC tiers, a top-tier agent like Jiang Lizui has the authority to make decisions without interference from the company. The highest level, known as Level S or the God contract, requires approval from the President's office. Artists enjoy substantial freedom in selecting scripts, advertisements, and collaborators. Provided they meet certain performance benchmarks annually, they may even take unlimited vacations, with the profit split maxing out at 80-20 in favor of the artist. S-level contracts at Xingha Media are exceedingly rare, and most of those who have signed have ascended to new heights, either becoming directors or producers, solidifying their roles as key players behind the scenes in the entertainment industry. The only currently active S-level contract in Jiang Li's hands belongs to the illustrious Grand Slam Best Actor, Qin Shilin. Qin Shilin was already a household name before signing with Xingha Media, boasting 2 Best Actor awards. He had enjoyed a pleasant collaboration with his former agency, and both parties were inclined to renew their contract. However, Jiang Li managed to orchestrate Qin Shilin's sudden signing with Xingha Media overnight, with his agent being the relatively unknown Jiang Li, which left the industry in shock. Jiang Li refrained from mentioning this incident to Song Chun, as it was during that time she had been retaliated against and nearly strangled at her own doorstep. She had just moved out to live independently. After recovering from her injuries, she quickly sold her house and relocated, ensuring that apart from her closest friends, no one knew her address. Moreover, she was determined to avoid public appearances unless absolutely necessary. As a result, while various media outlets frequently reported on Jiang Li, the public remained oblivious to her appearance. After explaining, Song Chun straightened his posture. "So you intend to offer me an A-level contract?" Song Chun possessed a keen self-awareness. Disregarding his accomplishments in photography, he was essentially still an amateur. For an amateur to secure an A-level contract would indeed reflect Jiang Li's utmost sincerity. Though Jiang Li craved the red wine, Song Chun had only ordered 1 glass. She pouted playfully, "If you let me have a taste, I'll tell you." Song Chun, however, was not easily swayed. "If you're unwilling to share, then so be it. I am in no rush." Jiang Lizui in exasperation. "An A-level contract hardly seems fitting for you." "What?" Song Chun was taken aback. Jiang Li stood up, approached him, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "Brother, what about an S-level God contract? Do I not show sincerity?" Seizing the moment while Song Chun was momentarily stunned, she effortlessly settled into his lap, wrapping her arms around his. Song Chun remained still, merely gazing at her. A small cut on Jiang Li's lip, due to a prior injury, was only partially concealed by her vintage red lipstick. A playful beauty mark nestled against her fair skin was barely visible, prompting Song Chun to instinctively bite his lip. Jiang Li flashed a mischievous smile, seizing the opportunity as Song Chun remained mesmerized, and swiftly drained the glass of red wine in 1 gulp. Song Chun coughed. Jiang Li had drunk too quickly and began to choke. Her shoulders trembled as a few drops of amber liquid met Song Chun's gaze, disappearing into her porcelain-like neck. Song Chun hurriedly offered her a tissue, wine enthusiast. Jiang Li did not take the tissue, instead wiping her neck with her hand, then produced a pen from somewhere and thrust it into Song Chun's hands. "Dear brother, please yield to me?" Song Chun was utterly charmed by her call of dear brother, feeling his resolve weaken, and readily agreed. Just as he was about to sign, a timid waiter knocked and entered, only to freeze upon witnessing the scene, fumbling, "Mr. Song." "Miss Jiang, I apologize for the interruption, but..." Jiang Li felt a surge of irritation, but restrained herself from displaying it overtly, slowly rising from Song Chun's lap. "What is it?" The waiter blushed deeply. "It's Mr. Fu." Being astute, the waiter succinctly relayed the situation in the private room. Jiang Li realized that if she did not attend, it would be awkward for everyone involved. "You go ahead. I will join shortly." The waiter exited, and Song Chun stood as well. "I'll go with you." "No need. Return to your rest. I can handle it." "Don't be stubborn. You truly cannot handle your liquor," Song Chun remarked, gently nudging Jiang Li toward the door. As Jiang Li and Song Chun entered, the 3 individuals in the room stood up. Mrs. Song warmly approached, enveloping Jiang Li in a hearty embrace. "Miss Jiang, it has been such a long time." Jiang Li opened her mouth to speak, but Mrs. Song teasingly glanced at Song Chun and Wang Zongza. "If you call me Mrs. Song again, I shall be displeased." Jiang Li smiled graciously. Miss Song He, it has indeed been a while. Song He was overjoyed, warmly pulling Jiang Li to take a seat. Wang Zongzi, however, felt a deep sense of unease. Jiang Li's continued reference to Song He as Mrs. Song was a deliberate jab, rooted ultimately in her own feelings. Now, even the embarrassment is deemed unworthy. Does this imply that in her eyes, I am no different from anyone else? Observing the intimate rapport between Jiang Li and Song Chun, Wang Zongzi irritably tugged at his tie. Song Chun nodded at Wang Zongzi and Fu Yuan, acknowledging them. Song He, overly enthusiastic, poured tea and water while tightly clasping Jiang Li's hands in conversation, causing Jiang Li to attempt to withdraw several times, feeling it inappropriate. Finally, when Song He inadvertently squeezed her burn, Jiang Li couldn't help but gasp. Wang Zongzi and Song Chun rose simultaneously. What happened? Chapter 51. She is just playing with you. Jiang Li quickly reassured, it's nothing, just a minor burn. It's almost scabbed over, so I didn't apply a bandage. Song He looked genuinely apologetic. I truly didn't notice. I'm so sorry. Wang Zongzi, feeling anxious, instinctively reached for Jiang Li's hand to inspect it. Song Chun, with a composed demeanor, took Jiang Li's hand first. He then retrieved burn ointment from his coat pocket, meticulously applying it around her injury. The entire process was not particularly gentle, yet was far from perfunctory. Jiang Li allowed Song Chun to hold her hand, lazily reclining against the chair's back while conversing with Fu Yuan, appearing quite at ease. Wang Zongzi bit his lip, turning his gaze away. Song He discreetly observed everything. Setting aside Wang Zongzi, she genuinely admired Jiang Li. Clear-minded and open-hearted, Jiang Li was unperturbed by trivialities. The reason she insisted on Wang Zongzi apologizing to Fu Yuan and required Jiang Li and Song Chun as witnesses was to gauge Jiang Li's feelings. If there was truly no possibility between Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi, she had plenty of ways to keep Wang Zongzi close. Having learned from the previous night's experience, Jiang Li knew that if she indulged in drinking again today, Song Chun would surely be upset with her. Their relationship had just begun to show promise, and Jiang Li was not foolish enough to jeopardize it. Thus, she declared at the table that she could not drink. With Jiang Li abstaining, it fell upon Song Chun, as her representative, to partake in the drinking. Given his relatively lesser experience, he ought to take the initiative to enliven the atmosphere. However, he did not. Although drinks were placed before him, he merely passively accepted them, refraining from proactive engagement. Whenever others toasted him and Jiang Li, he would take a sip, and when no one offered a toast, he would serve Jiang Li food or listen to Fu Yuan and Jiang Li's conversation. Jiang Li was the sort of person who, regardless of the setting, could ensure that there were no awkward silences whenever she chose to engage. Song He was equally adept, skillfully charming everyone at the table, prompting them to raise their glasses and toasts. After the meal, everyone had consumed quite a bit. Under the influence of alcohol, Wang Zongzi insisted on dragging Song Chun and Fu Yuan out to the terrace for a smoke. Only Jiang Li and Song He remained in the private room. Song He drew her chair closer, intending to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Jiang Li. As she reached out her hand, Jiang Li instinctively flinched. Song He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I got too excited. It's fine. Once I'm better, I'll hold your hand enough, Jiang Li joked. Song He teased back. That one tea do. If you hold my hand, your little puppy one tea be pleased. Don't think I didn't see it. Your hands have been intertwined under the table the whole time. I used to hear people say eyes can sparkle. I never thought I'd de-witness it today. Jiang Li smiled. It's not that exaggerated. I see you, and our President Wang, are quite cozy as well. Song He raised her glass toward Jiang Li. Good sister. I see you're quite straightforward. Can you let me in on a secret today? There is truly no possibility between you and Zongzi, right? Jiang Li lifted her teacup and gently tapped it against Song He's glass. Song He laughed heartily. Let us consider this a toast to bury the hatchet. Jiang Li smiled in return. Having been in the industry for years, she had always nurtured flowers, never thorns. With Song He showing goodwill, she wouldn't refuse it. By the way, what are you planning to do about that little vixen, Su Xiaowan, your little puppy's girlfriend? Song He refilled her glass. If you want me to be the villain, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. Jiang Li immediately discerned the ulterior motives within Song He. Song He was candid. We're both women, so I want to hide it from you. Last time, Zongzi wanted to break up with me over that little vixen. Now that we've finally reconciled, I don't want to jinx it, but if that little vixen isn't dealt with, I can't swallow this anger. You're clever. Give me some advice. Jiang Li shot Song He a glance. You're now an independent entrepreneur. Broaden your horizons a bit. Why concern yourself with a mere girl? Handling her would only invite ridicule. Besides, keeping her around serves a greater purpose. What purpose? Song He was puzzled. She has some looks, but she's a complete ingrate. Don't you fear raising a tiger that might bite you? Jiang Li slowly took a sip of tea. Who said I want to coddle her? As long as she's with me. Song Chun want tea be able to fly away. What? You've coerced this little puppy to your side? Jiang Li scoffed. Oh, he is quite stubborn. Song He clicked her tongue. I never expected this. You appear so gentle, yet you're playing the role of a seductress. Jiang Li glanced at Song He. By the way, he has a name. It's Song Chun. If you call him little puppy again, I might get upset. I'm sorry. I'll drink to that. Song He happily clinked glasses with Jiang Li. In her heart, Jiang Li reminded herself that for Song Chun's sake, this was her last chance to save Zhang Xiaonuan. Song He was ruthless. If Zhang Xiaonuan fell in her hands, she would surely face dire consequences. Jiang Li planned to secure a contract with Song Chun first, then give Zhang Xiaonuan a stern warning. As long as she refrained from causing trouble and promised not to associate with Song Chun in the future, she would find an excuse to let her go. On the terrace, Wang Zongzi pulled out a pack of cigarettes, while Fu Yuan took one and headed to the restroom. Song Chun shook his head, declining. Wang Zongzi took a puff, speaking to Song Chun. Congratulations, Mr. Song. Song Chun assumed he was referring to his relationship with Jiang Li and remained silent. Wang Zongzi, momentarily taken aback, chuckled. What are you thinking? I'm talking about the contract. Soon, Mr. Song will be one of our star river artists, right? Song Chun nodded. From now on, I hope to receive much guidance from President Wang. Naturally, I fully support Xiao Li's decision. Song Chun said nothing and turned to head inside. Wang Zongzi blocked his path. Don't you have anything to say to your future superior? Song Chun smiled faintly. You've mentioned the future. However, presently, there is truly nothing for me to say to you. I need to go inside. Jiang Li's hand is injured, and I worry she might sneak a drink. Sneak a drink? The very notion seemed inconceivable to Wang Zongzi when it came to Jiang Li. She had always exhibited remarkable self-control and never engaged in harmful behaviors. If Song Chun suggested such a thing, it must have occurred at some point. Contemplating how many sides of Jiang Li he had yet to see, Wang Zongzi felt a tumult of emotions and nearly blurted out, You can't possibly think she is serious about you, right? Song Chun continued walking. But Wang Zongzi grew anxious. She is just playing with you. Don't you see? If she were genuinely serious, why would she let you stir up a public relationship with another woman? What do you mean? Song Chun halted. Wang Zongzi sneered, pulling out his phone and showing it to Song Chun. Under the starlit sky, Song Chun was captured, gazing warmly at the North Star. He was well aware that this was merely a matter of perspective. In reality, he was looking at Jiang Li. Where did this photo come from? You needn't concern yourself with its origins, Wang Zongzi replied, glancing at his watch. In half an hour, this photo will be made public. How does the title The Unparalleled Little Fairy and Her Exclusive Photographer sound? Song Chun understood that if Wang Zongzi was not lying, this was undoubtedly Jiang Li's marketing strategy. Yet, his heart sank. Jiang Li was indeed quite strategic. Had that waiter not interrupted earlier, he would have likely signed that intention contract by now. Once the photo was released post-signing, regardless of his consent, he could not alter the course. Wang Zongzi was correct. If one truly harbored feelings, who would wish for their beloved to engage in a public relationship with someone else? Jiang Li's actions serve as a testament to his casual attitude towards himself. It is no wonder that I have been entranced by the sweet nothings he has showered upon me these past few days. Wang Zongzi was exceedingly pleased with Song Chun's reaction. Outsiders find it difficult to comprehend the intricacies of publicity stunts within the entertainment industry. At such a youthful and impetuous age, Song Chun's intense pride led him to perceive himself as insulted. Wang Zongzi nonchalantly flicked the non-existent dust from his tie, his expression rife with disdain and satisfaction. You needn't be surprised. This is how the industry operates. As long as one achieves fame, the notion of creating a faux couple is hardly rare. Many artists are eager for such arrangements. Mr. Song, consider yourself fortunate. Chapter 52. Do you wish to kiss me? Upon concluding his statement, Wang Zongzi took a slight step back, adopting a defensive posture. He anticipated that Song Chun, in his youthful fervor, would erupt in anger and confront him physically. This was precisely what Wang Zongzi hoped for. As today's host was Fu Yuan, should Song Chun lose Fu Yuan's support, Jiang Li's strategy would be rendered futile. Contrary to his expectations, Song Chun remained unperturbed, a smile playing on his lips. Fortunately, Vice President Wang is no longer managing artists. What do you mean? Wang Zongzi was momentarily taken aback. Song Chun replied with a soft grin. Your benefactor has already been taken under your wing. So what remains for the artists? You. Wang Zongzi gritted his teeth. You've ascended through women. What is there to be proud of? Tilting his head, Song Chun maintained an innocuous smile. Indeed, what is there to be proud of? Wang Zongzi. Before Wang Zongzi could retort, Song Chun turned on his heel and departed. Unwilling to concede, Wang Zongzi rushed forward, seizing Song Chun's shoulder, blurted out nonsensically. She fears the dark. She cannot sleep without the light on. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Song Chun's eyes. Wang Zongzi felt increasingly triumphant. The fact that Song Chun was unaware of this detail indicated that their relationship had not progressed to that level. Exhaling a deep breath, he declared, Song Chun, you cannot best me. No matter how I treat her, she will always forgive me. Do you wish to know why? With a voice as cold as ice, Song Chun grasped Wang Zongzi's wrist, compelling him to release his hold. I have no interest in the affairs of others. Wang Zongzi winced in pain, reluctantly relinquishing his grip, but his frustration was palpable. Because I save her life. Wang Zongzi's gaze bore into Song Chun's eyes as they engaged in a silent standoff. Ultimately, Song Chun smiled first. Wang Zongzi growled, what are you laughing at? Song Chun's expression was rife with mockery and contempt. Do you not find it despicable to bind her with such matters? As he watched Song Chun's retreating figure, Wang Zongzi crushed the cigarette but beneath his heel. If he could not possess her, he would destroy her instead. Song Chun was acutely aware that Wang Zongzi was not fabricating tales. Jiang Li indeed harbored a fear of darkness. She required light while sleeping and suffered from mild claustrophobia. During their recent drive through a tunnel, her demeanor was notably abnormal. She incessantly drank water and appeared pale. Wang Zongzi had a deep connection with Jiang Li, making his knowledge of her fears unsurprising. As Song Chun entered, Fu Yuan and Wang Zongzi followed closely behind, each taking their seats. Observing Jiang Li, Wang Zongzi treated Song Chun with exaggerated politeness. Song Chun's demeanor remained indifferent, as if nothing had transpired. Yet Jiang Li could still sense the shift in Song Chun's emotions. She leaned in and whispered, "What's wrong?" Glancing at his watch, Song Chun noted that less than 10 minutes remained until the half-hour mark Wang Zongzi had mentioned. Wang Zongzi raised his glass. "Shao Li, allow me to toast to you. You have worked hard alongside me for so many years." Reluctantly, Jiang Li lifted her teacup. "Thank you, President Wang." "Ah, do not be so formal. I prefer it when you call me senior brother in public. I recall, when you first joined the company, you called me senior brother both in and out of sight. To make you change your address, I even playfully tugged your nose, haha." Wang Zongzi, under the influence of alcohol, spoke without restraint, oblivious to Song Chun's feelings. Yet, Song Chun appeared unbothered. In her view, Wang Zongzi's current behavior would only alienate Jiang Li further. How could that be acceptable? At that time, he had been too young to comprehend. Wang Zongzi reminisced about their shared struggles, while Jiang Li nervously glanced at Song Chun. He was engrossed in his phone, seemingly oblivious to Wang Zongzi's words. While Jiang Li feigned interest in Wang Zongzi's small talk, she discreetly nudged her knee closer to Song Chun's leg. Song Chun made no move to disengage. Gaining a surge of boldness, Jiang Li boldly slipped her injured hand into Song Chun's pocket. He grasped it firmly, showing no intention of letting go. Fu Yuan and Song Chun observed this exchange. Conversely, Wang Zongzi remained oblivious. What a pity! She was so young and never even married. Song Chun offered no resistance, and Jiang Li's heart soared. She thought the Starry Sky Manor to be extraordinary. Since arriving, Song Chun had been exceptionally accommodating. She resolved to bring him here more often. With a smile illuminating her face, she inadvertently tuned out Wang Zongzi's speech, instinctively responding, "Indeed, such a pity." Wang Zongzi was taken aback. "Xiao Li." "Huh?" Jiang Li was bewildered. Song Chun lightly squeezed Jiang Li's hand. "Vice President Wang mentioned that your classmate died in a car accident last month." "Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. What happened?" As time ticked away, Wang Zongzi struggled to find conversation, casting ominous glances at Song Chun. Suddenly, Song Chun stood, taking Jiang Li's hand. "It's getting late. Shall we head back?" Fu Yuan, overwhelmed by the abundance of affection from Jiang Li and Song Chun, disdained Wang Zong's petty behavior and sought to return home to embrace Beijing. Thus, he hastily concluded the gathering. Wang Zongzi had anticipated a spectacle of discord between Song Chun and Jiang Li, yet Song Chun denied him that satisfaction. Though he felt a bitter pang of dissatisfaction, he was powerless to alter the situation. On their return to the villa, Song Chun did not relinquish Jiang Li's hand. However, she sensed a change in his demeanor. Did Wang Zongzi say something to you? After you signed a contract, how do you plan to package me? Song Chun countered with a question of his own. Jiang Li turned, wrapping her arms around Song Chun's neck, swiftly biting his chin. Of course. I'll elevate you to become the next Qin Shilin. Do not feign ignorance. I'm inquiring about the steps. Jiang Li suddenly felt an ominous premonition, her gaze flickering as she reluctantly met Song Chun's eyes. Deliberately rising onto her tiptoes, her balance faltering, she swayed slightly, prompting Song Chun to grasp her slender waist. Jiang Li gazed up into his eyes, her fingertips gently caressing his earlobe. What significance do the steps hold? What matters is the outcome. The moonlight, ethereal as silk, streamed through the swaying tree shadows, illuminating Jiang Li's already breathtaking visage, rendering it even more vivid and enchanting. Her slightly parted lips seemed to beckon, almost seductive. Song Chun had often heard that those with thin lips were heartless. It appeared that this notion held some truth. The woman before him was not merely indifferent. She seemed utterly devoid of compassion. Yet the woman in his embrace tightened her grip around his neck, her lips nearly brushing against his chin. Do you wish to kiss me? Chapter 53. Impatience having not witnessed any discord between Song Chun and Jiang Li, Wang Zongzi felt a twinge of disappointment. Song Chun, seemingly oblivious, walked side by side with Song Chun toward the villa. Midway, they suddenly heard rustling sound from the roadside. What noise is that? Jiang Li inquired. Wang Zongzi listened intently. In the stillness of the night, he could discern that it was likely the sound of unrefined revelry from those unable to afford a villa. Let us return. There's nothing worth hearing. Oh, how passionate! It must be those young ones. Come, let's take a lesson, Jiang Li declared, pulling Wang Zongzi toward the sound without hesitation. They stealthily crept along the path. As they rounded a corner, Wang Zongzi instantly recognized the vintage beret lying on the ground as the one Jiang Li had worn earlier. He picked it up and hurried a few steps, casting a fleeting glance, his heart sinking in terror. A pavilion is situated a few steps away, where the gentle sound of flowing water and the lush greenery create an enchanting rendezvous. Jiang Li leans against the dark glass wall, her slender waist firmly embraced by Song Chun. His broad back envelopes her entirely, with their thick coats offering no impropriety. The pair, strikingly attractive, exudes a certain aesthetic appeal. Despite the distance, Wang Zongzi can still see Song Chun's large hand wandering beneath Jiang Li's coat. He can vividly sense the graceful arc of that hand's movements. Song Chun's kisses are anything but gentle, descending upon Jiang Li's lips like a tempest. Yet, she feels no anger. Instead, she tilts her face upward to match his height. Her long, fair neck is illuminated in the moonlight as Song Chun's kisses grow increasingly fervent, trailing from her crimson lips downwards. When his lips brush against her neck, Jiang Li visibly flinches but does not resist. Wang Zongzi nearly loses his footing. After the attack, her neck has become a forbidden zone. In the early days following her release from the hospital, she developed a reflex that caused her to feel suffocated at the slightest touch to her neck. The first winter was particularly difficult. She could not wear scarves or even turtleneck sweaters. Now, while her condition has improved significantly with time, she remains reluctant to allow anyone to touch her neck. Wang Zongzi recalls a summer gathering last year, where Jiang Li donned a stunning diamond necklace. Strands of hair fell upon it, resembling starlit jade. Fueled by alcohol, he attempted to draw closer, carelessly reaching out to tuck her hair behind her ear. The look of disdain and fear in Jiang Li's eyes is etched into his memory. Yet now, there's a man who effortlessly kisses that very spot. How could he not feel jealousy? How could he refrain from madness? The dim lighting, coupled with his position behind, prevents Song He from noticing the despair and fury in Wang Zongzi's eyes. She tugged at his sleeve, remarking on Jiang Li's unexpected wildness at her age, suggesting they return before they attract unwanted attention. Wang Zongzi, however, remained stubbornly immobile, as if turned to stone. He even kicked a small stone into the stream, causing ripples to form. Jiang Li lightly nudged Song Chun's shoulder, urging him to stop, but he only pressed on, pulling at her shirt, emboldened by the concealment of their coats. Just as Song Chun was about to unfasten his belt, Wang Zongzi finally departed, bending to hang Jiang Li's bag on a branch before his heavy footsteps faded into the distance. Jiang Li finally kicked Song Chun away, demanding to know what he was doing, incredulous at his audacity. Fresh air rushed in, and she bent over coughing, panting and chuckling. Song Chun remarked that just the previous night she had been eager to sleep with him, so why the sudden change of heart? Jiang Li clenched her teeth in frustration, realizing that this insufferable brat knew everything. The kiss by the campfire had set the stage. Upon returning to the villa, she had been ready to take things further. But upon stepping out of the shower and changing into sleepwear, she found Song Chun fast asleep in bed. Extinguishing the incense she had lit and tossing the romantic rose petals aside, the thought of it ignited her anger. She shot him a glare and quickly adjusted her clothes, asserting that her desire to sleep with him was for a comfortable and dry bed, not here. Several buttons of her shirt had popped off, and she had to grab her coat to avoid looking too disheveled. With a mischievous grin, Song Chun helped her fix her appearance. In retaliation, Jiang Li kicked his calf, calling him a little rascal. He winced, but didn't get angry, casually draping his coat over her shoulders and teasing her about her weakness. Jiang Li snapped back, urging him to leave her alone. But as she spoke, her legs gave way, and Song Chun swiftly caught her, cradling her in his arms. Jiang Li, unable to escape, buried her face into his neck. As he strode back, she reached for the hat hanging from branch, but Song Chun sidestepped, leaving her empty-handed. He declared it dirty and unworthy. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li, the person who had just passed was Wang Zongzi, and she didn't grasp the source of Song Chun's ire. Assuming it was due to the recent photo exposure, she contemplated how to explain herself. However, such incidents often repeat. It was only her concern for Song Chun that compelled her to elaborate. In other cases, she would have found the matter tiresome. She resolved to clarify things with him, acknowledging that the contract was already signed. Had it been signed? Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat as she recalled that the waiter had entered just as Song Chun was picking up the pen. Was it signed or not? She was uncertain. Upon returning to the villa, Song Chun unceremoniously tossed Jiang Li onto the spacious bed and retrieved a bathrobe from the rack, instructing her to take a hot shower. His earlier encounter with Wang Zongzi had left him feeling unrestrained, and Jiang Li felt a chill on their return. Yet, she remained immobile. Song Chun pressed on, questioning her lack of interest in washing up while he intended to sleep once he was done. After he left, the sound of the bathroom door slamming echoed behind him, causing him to chuckle. When Jiang Li emerged, droplets of water clung to her face. Song Chun sat at the foot of the bed with his legs crossed, engrossed in his phone, teasing her about her haste and lack of skincare. Jiang Li finally wiped her face with a towel, confidently asserting that her natural beauty rendered skincare unnecessary. As Song Chun prepared to retort, he met her captivating gaze, and for a moment, words escaped him. Her skin glowed like polished jade, and the oversized bathrobe hung loosely on her slender frame. Jiang Li playfully blinked at him, challenging him to respond. He rolled his eyes in exasperation, calling her self-absorbed. She then sat beside him, the scent of her body wash enveloping him as her satin-like arm draped around his neck. "So why the long face?" she asked. Song Chun supported her waist, questioning her assertion of his unhappiness. With a teasing smile, Jiang Li leaned in to kiss the corner of his lips, but he tilted his head away. Irritated, she asked why he was avoiding her. He pinched her cheek, demanding, "Jiang Li, can you speak the truth for once?" "All right, I want to sleep with you," she replied, narrowing her eyes and adding, "It's especially true, more genuine than gold." Song Chun was momentarily speechless. Jiang Li chuckled, recalling their passionate encounter in the pavilion, wondering why he was so hesitant now. It took considerable effort for Song Chun to pry her off his lap. He handed her his phone, insisting, "Explain this photo to me." Without needing to look, she knew it had garnered significant attention. Yet, under his insistence, she feigned a glance and was astonished to find the buzz far exceeded her expectations. Song Chun, the epitome of male beauty, had achieved remarkable attention with just a profile shot and a hint of allure. The comments and shares soared, with netizens marveling at the ethereal beauty of Song Chun and Beixing, while also expressing curiosity about their backgrounds. This marked Beixing's first appearance on trending searches. Many media outlets began to delve into Song Chun, But Jiang Li was well prepared, having hidden all information about Song Chun online in advance. She waited for Wu Xinghe to finalize the contract before arranging for Song Chun's unexpected entry. Jiang Li casually tossed her phone onto the carpet and wrapped her arm around Song Chun's neck, saying, "Are you angry about this? Why else? I was just warming up the situation. Why must you make a fuss about it?" Jiang Li deftly sidestepped the main issue, asking for the contract to keep it safe from being lost. Song Chun slowly produced the contract, and Jiang Li felt her heart leap to her throat. Upon seeing the blank signature section, her mind buzzed, though she displayed no outward signs of distress. Jiang Li expertly opened the cap of the pen and handed it to Song Chun, saying, "Isn't this section missing a signature? We need 3 copies. 1 for the company, 1 for you, and 1 for me. Come on, quickly fill it out." However, Song Chun did not take the pen. Jiang Li pretended to search through the other 2 copies, only to discover that Song Chun had not signed any of them. "What's going on?" Song Chun leaned back, supporting himself with his hands on the bed, adopting a nonchalant posture. "I regret it. I want to sign with you." Jiang Li covered her forehead in confusion. "Why?" Song Chun was irritated by her demeanor and pulled her down onto the bed. "Stop pretending. Can't you see the issue?" Jiang Li continued to argue. "I was just trying to give you a heads up. The results speak for themselves." "Good results?" Song Chun interrupted. "Sister, can you be as honest with work as you are with me?" Jiang Li understood that Song Chun was currently upset and that anything she said would be pointless. So she fell silent. Fortunately, Song Chun was articulate enough to express his grievances. "Sister, do you really think I'm a child? Why involve Beishing in your warm-up? Aren't you worried about Fu Yuan causing trouble? They are a married couple, and Beishing won't even film intimate scenes or kisses with Fu Yuan." Jiang Li remained unfazed, replying, "Don't worry, I've already communicated with Fu Yuan. You and Beishing are merely a CP debut, and in terms of long-term development, it will eventually come apart. In this back and forth, Fu Yuan must have spent quite a lot, right?" Song Chun remarked. Jiang Li tapped his forehead lightly. "All right, enough of the fuss. Just sign the contract." The belt of Jiang Li's robe hung loosely around her, and with a gentle tug, Song Chun could glimpse the springtime colors within. Yet, Jiang Li was intent on teasing him. Anyone lacking self-restraint would have struggled to resist. Song Chun's gaze darkened, and he said, "Jiang Li, let me be frank. If you genuinely wish to sign me, you should focus on the essentials. If you're constantly preoccupied with frivolous distractions, then all discussions are off." Jiang Li wore a serious expression, though her tone remained dismissive. All right, I'll take it seriously. Can you please sign the contract first?" Song Chun replied earnestly, "I will sign the contract, but you must tell me how you intend to support me." Jiang Li's patience, though wearing thin, was still intact. "Song Chun, you don't understand this industry. Proper marketing is beneficial for stars. You're neither a trained actor nor a child star, and you lack a foundation in the entertainment circle. Since it's a face value era, why not make the most of your advantageous position? Besides, Beishing and Fu Yuan don't mind, so why should you?" Jiang Li continued, "It's merely online marketing for your persona. There may be future collaborations, but in reality, you can still go about your life as usual. What is there to be concerned about?" Song Chun looked at Jiang Li in disbelief. She felt slightly irritated under his gaze. "This industry is rife with both truth and deception. I assure you, at all times, I will stand by your side, doing everything possible to protect you from harm while ensuring your rapid growth." Jiang Li's tone was sincere, her words earnest. Song Chun was no fool. He saw through her intentions. He understood that Jiang Li wanted to sign 2 S-level stars simultaneously, which the company would likely oppose. However, if the company were to provide resources without financial backing, that was another story entirely. Ultimately, even if it failed, the company would not suffer significant losses. Song Chun possessed good looks, while Beishing had substantial funding, with the company providing the resources. Jiang Li's plan was astute, aiming to launch 2 individuals as a CP with a single investment, which she deemed the fastest and most cost-effective route to stardom. After finishing her explanation, Song Chun remained silent. Thinking he had agreed, Jiang Li softened her tone. "Don't overthink it. Trust me. I promise to make you the second Qin Shilin in the entertainment industry, and I will keep my word." "The second Qin Shilin?" Song Chun met Jiang Li's gaze. "I remember Qin Shilin's first award-winning work was a full L debut. Do I have to do that too?" Jiang Li's eyes showed no hint of wavering. "That depends on the character and director's requirements. However, the regulations are quite strict now, and such scenes, even if filmed, would not be aired. Directors are not fools. They won't waste their efforts. Song Chun's voice grew heavy. What about intimate scenes? Kisses? Jiang Li continued to instruct him gently, as a grown man. Why should you be concerned about such things? Moreover, discussions should be held with the director. If you are unwilling, I can represent you. To demonstrate her sincerity, Jiang Li moved closer, gently patting Song Chun's hand. The path of an actor is far more challenging than you imagine, but you must trust my judgment. I want to misjudge. Also, I've said I will protect you throughout this journey, and I will never force you to do anything you're not comfortable with. After a lengthy discourse, Song Chun finally spoke. Are you done? Chapter 55. Discussing male virtue. Jiang Li was perplexed. Despite her heartfelt openness, why was Song Chun becoming increasingly angry? What on earth was occupying his mind? It was one thing to refuse to expose himself, but to decline intimate scenes and kisses. Was he some relic from the past? Jiang Li had always believed in her verbal prowess, yet this time she felt she had faltered. She looked innocent as she said, I'm done. I'll be going to sleep now. With that, Song Chun pulled the covers over himself and lay down. Her instincts told Jiang Li that moments of intimacy were invaluable, and this was not the time for business discussions. Yet her rational side insisted that the contract matter was urgent and required a decisive approach. Observing that Song Chun was now lying in bed, seemingly ignoring her, Jiang Li stubbornly climbed onto the bed as well. Song Chun was tightly cocooned in the blankets. Jiang Li tugged at the corner of the blanket. Aren't you going to look at the stars? With his eyes closed, Song Chun appeared unwilling to engage. Jiang Li, undeterred, asked again, and only then did he reluctantly respond. No, the weather is splendid tonight. Don't waste it. Come on, just take a look. No, just a peek. No. Ugh. The mattress sank as Jiang Li's long hair, like ink, swayed gently. The sweetness of Jiang Li enveloped Song Chun, momentarily disorienting him. He instinctively took the lead. Without hesitation, Jiang Li loosened the tie of Song Chun's robe. Song Chun's body stiffened, and in a swift motion, he turned Jiang Li over. He pinned her hands above her head with one hand, careful not to apply too much pressure. Jiang Li's bandaged hands remained untouched. As Jiang Li leaned in for a kiss, Song Chun grasped her chin, his heavy breaths brushing against her face. He glared at her fiercely. Jiang Li, do you know what you're doing? Of course, I'm here to sleep with you. Jiang Li replied with a teasing smile, her sparkling eyes captivating. A bitter sensation spread in Song Chun's throat, and he steadied himself before asking, Sister, do you really want to sleep with me? Or do you want to sign me? If we were to consider Jiang Li's typical intelligence, she would undoubtedly grasp the implications of Song Chun's words and swiftly devise an appropriate strategy. However, she has always prioritized her work above all else. With the photo generating such buzz, she felt compelled to seize the moment and secure Song Chun's signature. She had even formulated a plan. If the pretense were to continue tonight, she would have Song Chun sign, and the following morning, she would return to Jiangcheng to meet Wu Xinghe, aiming to finalize the S-level deity's contract during Monday's executive meeting. She was acutely aware that with an arrow knocked, one must release it. Besides, the person before her was none other than Song Chun, whom she had long coveted. Thus, she caressed a certain part of Song Chun's body with her long legs, her eyes exuding allure. Of course, I desire both. Song Chun, looking down from his elevated position, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Li's eyes for a prolonged moment. If I can offer you only one thing tonight, or perhaps I should rephrase, your fervent desire to sleep with me, is it merely a means to secure my contract? His fingertips lingered on Jiang Li's cheek, tracing the curve of her ear before finally resting on her warm, moist lips. His touch was tender yet devoid of warmth, his expression icy. For reasons unknown, Jiang Li felt a sudden wave of anxiety. She instinctively wanted to explain, but found herself at a loss for words. She had never contemplated this question. To her, it was not a contradiction. Wasn't that simply how relationships between men and women functioned? Adults, if attracted, would inevitably end up in bed together. Was it truly so complicated? Jiang Li's silence did not endure for long, as Song Chun scoffed. Did you employ the same tactics to win over Kinsilin back in the day? With that, he clutched a pillow and retreated to the sofa downstairs, eager to escape Jiang Li, even neglecting to put on his slippers. Jiang Li composed herself, determined to pursue him. Yet, Song Chun had already shut off the downstairs lights with a decisive click, plunging the entire building into darkness. Only the bedside lamp in Jiang Li's room emitted a soft, warm glow, but the villa was too vast and empty for such a meager light to fill it. Ultimately, Jiang Li pulled the covers higher and curled up into a ball. When Jiang Li awoke the next day, she found that Song Chun had already packed his belongings. Out of the large box of clothes she had prepared for him, he had only worn one outfit. "I'm heading back now. I'll reimburse you for the clothes." Jiang Li was perplexed as to how things had escalated to this point. She felt a twinge of frustration, coupled with a sense of helplessness, about the contract. Song Chun interrupted her sharply. "You needn't say any more. I will not reconsider." Jiang Li hesitated, wanting to inquire if they could maintain contact in the future. But Song Chun's glare communicated his displeasure, warning her that further words would only exacerbate the situation. With a sigh, she conceded, "Regardless, I plan to return as well. Allow me to drive you." "No need," Song Chun replied curtly. "Don't argue with me. There is no public transport here, and it's already been troublesome enough with Yuan in these past few days. Are you really planning to have him send you? Furthermore, my hand is also inconvenient. A good deed should be seen through to the end." The car wound its way along the steep mountain road. Song Chun was entirely focused on the steering wheel, while Jiang Li attempted to speak several times, only to be thwarted by his icy glare. During breakfast, Jiang Li noticed Song Chun's phone vibrate. It was a daily notification she had set. The day before, when he had received it, he had laughed and shared it with her, teasing her for such childishness. Yet his eyes had betrayed a hint of affection. However, now, Song Chun did not even open the message. He simply pressed the delete button. Jiang Li meticulously recalled the events of the previous night, but remained bewildered as to why Song Chun had suddenly turned against her. The root of his discontent seemed to have begun with the photo that had sparked speculation about their relationship. A person who detests such publicity usually harbors a desire to shield the woman he cares for from distress. Was it possible that Song Chun genuinely liked Zhang Xianwan? Was he willing to remain celibate and forsake his career for her? As this realization dawned on her, Jiang Li felt a wave of clarity. If that were the case, it was manageable. With a gentle cough, she addressed him, "Song Chun." He remained silent. Jiang Li cautiously tugged at the hem of his shirt, her tone soft and innocent. "Song Chun, please hear me out." After several exchanges, Song Chun finally responded. "What is it?" Delighted, Jiang Li replied, "I've thought it over. If you do not wish to form a couple, that is acceptable. However, could you please limit your contact with Zhang Xianwan?" She had initially anticipated that this request would anger him. To her astonishment, he responded with unexpected gentleness. "Why?" Jiang Li paused, gathering her thoughts. Song Chun, seemingly impatient, pressed for an explanation. "Why?" "Well, our company has regulations against trainees dating, but rules are inflexible while people are not. I do not wish to use this as leverage against you and Zhang Xianwan, but as long as you both keep it discreet and do not let the higher-ups know." Jiang Li had not expected that her thoughtful and considerate words would not only fail to sway Song Chun, but instead incite his fury. Glaring at her, Song Chun spat. "Jiang Li, be quiet." Chapter 56. I implore you, grant me another chance. In truth, Jiang Li had never been known for her patience. Song Chun's repeated disregard for her feelings had indeed irritated her. She contained her smile. "What is it that you truly desire? I want you to keep your distance from me." Just then, a vehicle approached head-on, and Song Chun slammed the horn. "Is that acceptable?" Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. "Fine." Her acquiescence was sincere. No one understood better than Jiang Li the meaning behind the saying that no feast lasts forever. She desired Song Chun, but she also recognized that not every delightful thing in the world could be obtained. In truth, Wang Zongzi was correct. Although Song Chun was indeed remarkable, his temperament was elusive. Even if she managed to sign him, it would likely lead to constant troubles. After all, Qin Silin was still young, and a successor could be sought gradually. Song Chun seemed surprised by Jiang Li's straightforward agreement. His hand on the steering wheel faltered slightly. "Are you serious?" Jiang Li nodded, offering a smile. "When have I ever deceived you?" Her smile was captivating, her eyes bright like deep pools. Yet at that moment, Song Chun perceived a shadow of desolation within those depths. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation of dread washed over him. Just then, a large truck approached, veering dangerously due to a blind curve. The truck crossed the line, and on the passenger side lay a steep cliff. If they collided, it would spell disaster for Jiang Li. Instinctively, Song Chun jerked the steering wheel to the left. The truck collided with the front of their vehicle, the tires screeching against the asphalt and a cacophony of horns echoed through the valley. Jiang Li felt the world spin around her, the rush of wind deafening her. And then everything went black. When Jiang Li regained consciousness, she found herself suspended in the branches of a towering tree. The tree swayed precariously in the wind, and the sound of rushing water assaulted her ears. Below was a turbulent waterfall, leading to an unseen, deep emerald pool. A single glance sent chills coursing through her. She could not swim, and a fall would surely be fatal. To make matters worse, a searing headache struck, far worse than any hangover. Jiang Li, can you hear me? Song Chun's calm voice resonated from below. Memories surged back, and Jiang Li recalled that they had been in a car accident, plummeting into the ravine. Song Chun, I'm here. At that moment, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Song Chun was cautiously climbing up the tree trunk. The branch that held Jiang Li was too thin to support both their weights. He needed to find a sturdier branch nearby to rescue her. But this was no easy task. The side of the tree where Jiang Li hung was shaded with sparse foliage. As he climbed, he urged her, "Whatever you do, don't move. Wait for me to reach you." His voice mingled with the sound of rushing water, making it difficult for her to hear, yet it brought her immense comfort. "All right," Jiang Li replied, her voice thick with emotion. The branch was caught on Jiang Li's coat. Although she remained perfectly still and Song Chun was exceedingly cautious, the trunk was bearing the weight of two adults, causing the tree to sway dangerously. The biting cold wind swept through, and Jiang Li felt as if she were a leaf tossed about by the gusts. Song Chun was consumed by anxiety. Yet, Jiang Li gradually regained her composure. In an effort to distract herself, she feigned cheerfulness, asking, "Did my car fall?" "Indeed. What a pity, just shy of the warranty." Song Chun replied with exasperation. "At a time like this, could you be a little less materialistic?" "I cannot," Jiang Li retorted. "That money is the fruit of my labor. By the way, were you the one who unbuckled my seatbelt?" Song Chun confirmed. Jiang Li chuckled. "I didn't expect your reflexes to be so sharp." "Miss Jiang, can we cease the mutual flattery at this juncture?" "Then you should hurry. Are you in such a rush?" "I can't swim. Do you think I'm not anxious?" As the tree swayed, the branch holding Jiang Li creaked ominously, on the verge of breaking. Fortunately, Song Chun found a sturdy branch above her. He crawled along it, gripping it with one hand while carefully lowering the rope. "Hold on gently," he advised. Upon seeing the frayed end of the rope, Jiang Li burst into laughter. It was the luxurious belt she had gifted to Song Chun. "Is your pants still secure?" she teased. Song Chun, uninterested in banter, urged, "Less chatter, just grab on." Joking aside, Jiang Li understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously took hold of the belt, slowly shedding her coat. Song Chun instructed her further, aware that if she removed her coat, her entire weight would rest on that belt, and she did not wish to burden him. "Can that branch support the weight of both of us?" she questioned. "I can manage you and me, but with the branch on your back, it might be precarious." The branch had snagged the collar of Jiang Li's coat, now strained to its limits. She dared not delay. One by one, she unfastened the buttons of her coat, slowly withdrawing her right arm. With a sharp crack, the branch snapped partially, and Jiang Li plummeted a short distance, letting out a terrified scream. Thankfully, the belt was long enough. Song Chun gritted his teeth, gripping the belt tightly. "It's all right, try again." Jiang Li trembled as she raised her right hand to grasp the end of the belt, gradually removing the coat from her left side. Just as her arm slipped free, the branch could no longer bear the weight, and with a dull thud, it fell, taking her coat down like a kite into the waterfall below, disappearing amidst the mist and tumult. Panic surged through Jiang Li as her body dangled in midair, her hands clinging desperately to the belt. Song Chun, reassuring her, gradually tightened his grip. Perhaps it was the cold, or perhaps fear. Jiang Li's complexion turned ashen, her teeth chattering. "Jiang Li," Song Chun began. What is it?" she stammered. "You should lose some weight." Perhaps in response to Song Chun's remark, Jiang Li was caught off guard as the belt suddenly tore apart, leaving both of them shocked as their hands slipped away from each other. Fortunately, the belt had not completely severed. A thin connection remained. "Song Chun, you truly have a knack for misfortune," Jiang Li remarked. Song Chun dared not engage in further banter. He crawled closer to the end of the branch. "Give me your hand." With his muscles tense, he inched toward Jiang Li's hand, almost grasping it. A sudden gust of wind struck, and the belt strained again, tearing further, causing Jiang Li to descend another fraction. Taking a deep breath, Song Chun bravely crawled forward again. This belt you gave me, it's not a knockoff, is it? Why is the quality so poor? You fool, a knockoff will be better. Genuine products never match the quality of fakes. Jiang Li was too cold, her arms devoid of strength. Song Chun cautiously tugged at the belt a few more times. But Jiang Li's lack of cooperation thwarted his efforts. Yet he remained undeterred, planning to crawl further along the branch. The branch grew more fragile as he moved forward, and the mountain wind howled fiercely. Though he remained silent, Jiang Li could sense the difficulty in his movements. Jiang Li was not one to easily give up. But at this moment, she wished not to burden Song Chun any longer. Song Chun, don't move. Song Chun hesitated. Jiang Li smiled at him. Professor Tian from Southeast University. Room 18-1. His heart tightened, and he nearly shouted, interrupting her, "Stop talking nonsense, Jiang Li, stay calm. Trust me, I can save you. I will. Just give me one more chance." Jiang Li shook her head. "I'm sorry, I said I wouldn't trouble you." "No, Jiang Li. Please give me one more chance. I implore you." Emotions surged within Song Chun, and the branch beneath him creaked under the strain. What a pity. Jiang Li cast one last glance at Song Chun's handsome face, filled with regret. It seemed such a fine specimen should not be wasted in the realm of acting. Perhaps this was fate. Then, she closed her eyes and let go. The wind howled past her, mingled with the roar of the water, echoing Song Chun's anguished cries. Chapter 57. A Tragic Love? The moment cold water rushed into her nostrils, a searing pain exploded in her chest. Jiang Li knew that the river had invaded her lungs. In mere seconds, this agony would cease with the end of her life. In a daze, it felt as if a great hand had grasped her waist. Followed by a forceful kiss, fresh air flooded her lungs, and instinctively, Jiang Li craved more, yet the other party seemed reluctant, pulling her toward a faint light. Suddenly, memories of a night years ago resurfaced. When she was nearly suffocated by an assailant, teetering on the brink of despair, it was a similar sensation. But back then, Wang Zongza had saved her just in time. Wang Zongza? Would he be the one to save her again this time? Jiang Li struggled to open her eyes, only to see the face of Song Chun. She couldn't help but mock herself. Even at such a moment, she was still thinking of him. Truly, as the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a spirited ghost. The river flowed swiftly, but fortunately, there were no undercurrents beneath the waterfall. Although Jiang Li could not swim, she remained calm, not struggling, allowing Song Chun to pull her above the surface with relative ease. Jiang Li's complexion was pale, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Song Chun gently patted her cheek, but she did not respond. Not daring to delay, he leaned down to capture her icy lips. After a second round of CPR, Jiang Li finally expelled a mouthful of water and regained consciousness, coughing violently. Song Chun gently patted her back as Jiang Li's throat became hoarse from the effort, leaning weakly against him. "Is this the road to the underworld?" she quipped, still possessing the spirit to joke, indicating her injuries were not severe. Song Chun, unrelenting, shot back, "Is the road to the underworld? Didn't the soup nearly choke you to death?" Gasping for air, Jiang Li felt as though her throat was being sliced open. Yet the pain jolted her mind into clarity. If I die, someone is bound to shed tears. Song Chun ceased his retorts, allowing her damp hair to rest against his shoulder. The lack of oxygen from near drowning left Jiang Li's limbs numb and unresponsive. Song Chun remained patient, permitting her to lean against him in silence. After an indeterminate time, Jiang Li finally mustered the strength to sit up, and Song Chun adjusted her hair, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Jiang Li took a moment to collect herself. "I want to die." "You fool, jumping in after me. Were you seeking a tragic end?" Song Chun averted his gaze. The branch broke. Jiang Li chose not to confront the truth. She had observed carefully before her fall. The branch Song Chun clung to would not snap easily. Even if it did, with his agility, he could swiftly find another point of support, ensuring he would not fall with her. They had landed in a deep pool, and as the car tumbled, items from within had scattered outside. Blankets and a few articles of clothing hung chaotically from the trees. Song Chun retrieved a bamboo pole and began to poke down the clothing and blankets one by one. Jiang Li, feeling indignant, remarked, "Why is there not a single piece of my clothing?" Song Chun tossed his jeans and sweater toward Jiang Li. "Wear them if you want." "Of course, I will wear them. How could I not?" "Achoo!" Jiang Li had not finished her words when she let out a heavy sneeze. "I will go gather some firewood." Song Chun seized the opportunity to walk away. "Keep your distance. If I catch you peeking, you will be in serious trouble. Song Chun swaggered into the woods, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, I have no interest in you at the moment." Before falling from the waterfall, Jiang Li felt a twinge of regret for not having transformed Song Chun into the brightest star. But at this moment, gazing at his retreating figure and recalling their harrowing encounter, she made a sudden decision. To hell with the notion that all good things must come to an end. Whether Song Chun liked it or not, she would pursue him fervently. Since fate had allowed him to save her life, how could she not offer herself in return? Not only did she want to be with him, but she also intended to make him the most radiant of all stars, commanding others like a celestial body in a constellation, summoning the winds and rains at will. While Song Chun was present, Jiang Li managed to maintain her composure. Once he left, the tension dissipated, and she realized she was utterly drained of strength. She attempted several times to reach for the blanket on the ground, but her body remained rigid and unresponsive. As the cold wind blew, she trembled violently, hearing her teeth chatter audibly. Song Chun had not ventured far. He quickly changed into dry clothes and returned with some firewood, only to find that Jiang Li's condition was worse than he had anticipated. Her arm lay feebly on a rock, one corner of the blanket clutched in her hand, yet she lacked the strength to drape it over her shoulders. Jiang Li. Without hesitation, Song Chun pulled her into his embrace and gently patted her cheeks. "How are you?" After a pause, Jiang Li finally managed to open her eyes weakly. Without any idle chatter, Song Chun swiftly stripped her down. Jiang Li wanted to resist, but she was too drained of energy to utter a single harsh word. Song Chun, with an air of nonchalance, dried her body and dressed her in warm clothes, wrapping her in a thick blanket. The entire process was smooth and effortless, as if she were merely a pet he was tending to. Once he finished drying her hair, Jiang Li shibaring subsida. Although her body remained stiff, she could finally speak. "You better confess, was that intentional?" Song Chun piled the dry wood into a small heap and stuffed in some dry grass. "Don't make a fuss. I have seen every part of you." Jiang Li retorted, "You're taking advantage of me." "All right, I am indeed taking advantage of you. Now stop fussing and gather your strength, will you? If we don't start a fire soon, we'll either freeze to death or be devoured by wild beasts tonight. Why not go into the woods? It's more sheltered there. Your vehicle has a GPS system. It can transmit signals even from the water. If we go into the woods, what if the rescue team cannot find us?" "Hey, that's my car. How do you know?" Song Chun picked 2 stones with care. "It's common knowledge, all right?" Jiang Li looked at him. "I've heard of starting a fire by drilling wood, but not by striking stones. Sister, you have much to learn." With thick clothing covering Jiang Li, Song Chun wore only a thin sweater. His defined waist and broad shoulders moved rhythmically as he ground the stones, appearing like a poised beast ready to pounce. Jiang Li struggled to find words to describe his allure at that moment. Song Chun, though not looking back, sensed her gaze. "Move back a bit. Be careful not to catch your hair on fire when the flames flare up." Jiang Li felt dizzy, her legs heavy as if laden with lead. Yet, she obediently shifted back and hoarsely asked, "Are you all right?" Ignoring her chatter, Song Chun gritted his teeth, rubbing the stones until they became hot, yet failing to ignite even a spark. Jiang Li found his efforts amusing, though the pain in her chest prevented her from laughing too hard. She merely bit her lip to suppress it. After a considerable time, beads of sweat formed on Song Chun's brow, but he still made no progress in striking fire. Jiang Li finally spoke up, "If it's not working, don't force it." Frustrated, Song Chun tossed the stones aside and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Forget it. I see no immediate danger here. Perhaps the rescue team will find us before nightfall. We just need to endure a bit longer." His words lacked conviction. Setting aside the fact that they were in a primitive forest, even on flat ground, traversing such a distance without transportation would be arduous. Song Chun had expected Jiang Li to mock him again, but to his surprise, she remained silent. When he turned to look, he caught her stifling laughter. Confused, he watched as she slowly produced a silver stainless steel lighter from her pocket. "Step back a bit. Be careful not to catch your hair on fire." Chapter 58. "Don't go. I'm afraid of the dark." Song Chun. He stood in shock for a moment before flicking her forehead. "What's wrong with you? Why didn't you bring out the lighter sooner?" "I just found it in my pocket. I was going to tell you, but didn't you say I should learn?" Song Chun snatched the lighter from her. "You're something else." Jiang Li sniffled and remained silent, a foreboding sense creeping over her that her body might fail her, possibly signaling the onset of a fever. Using the lighter, Song Chun ignited the dry grass, and the flames quickly danced to life. In the warm glow, Jiang Li's face was flushed, even redder than a monkey's bottom. Song Chun touched her forehead. Can you hold up? Jiang Li grasped his hand decisively and nodded. I can. Is there any emergency medication in the car? Jiang Li shook her head. If there were, could you retrieve it? Song Chun replied earnestly. Cold medicine is sealed. It won't get wet. Jiang Li, genuinely concerned he might recklessly dive in to retrieve it, joked, if you have time to fetch medication, why not bring our phones back? Really not? Song Chun pressed on. Wouldn't your considerate secretary have prepared something for you in the car? Really not, Jiang Li replied, shaking her head. I'm in great health. I usually just tough it out when I catch a slight cold. If it gets unbearable, I take a couple of cold medicine packets. Besides, I don't travel often. Why would he leave that in my car? Oh dear. Jiang Li exclaimed suddenly. Salapink herteich. What is wrong? How could I be so foolish? I should have checked my pockets when I was hanging from the tree. Maybe my phone is in my pocket. Song Chun's expression remained stoic. Your phone isn't in your pocket. Then where is it? Jiang Li inquired. Song Chun shook his head. I saw you put it in the glove compartment during our argument. Argue? Who wants to argue with you? You were the one who started it with your sarcastic remarks. Jiang Li asked again, what about your phone? I don't know. I didn't see it when I fell. Noticing his distracted demeanor, Jiang Li merely responded with a soft "oh" and lapsed into silence. She couldn't help but wonder how Song Chun managed to maintain his balance while unbuckling her seatbelt as the car tumbled down the steep slope. From the distance they fell, they must have been thrown from the vehicle together. As Jiang Li regained consciousness, Song Chun already appeared composed and normal. Considering the time elapsed, he had either been unconscious for a long while or had searched for her extensively. Although she had many questions for him, the dimming light urged her to prioritize finding something to eat. Song Chun stoked the fire before standing up and wandering along the stream, hoping to find something to heat water or at least some warm clothing. However, he found nothing and returned with more firewood. The evening had passed, and the winds in the valley howled even more fiercely. Fortunately, the spot where they made their fire was backed by a massive rock, providing a meager shield against the wind. Song Chun fashioned a makeshift rack with a bamboo pole at the other end, placing their damp clothing atop it to dry by the flames. Jiang Li observed her undergarments strategically positioned near the fire, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You really, she stammered. Song Chun shot her an exasperated glance. Are you planning to leave it empty forever? Jiang Li cursed her lack of strength at that moment. Otherwise, she would have certainly grabbed a stone to knock him unconscious, just to see him stop his smugness. She muttered softly, as if you're not empty either. Song Chun evidently heard her comment and glared at her fiercely. Jiang Li merely pouted and fell silent. Their breakfast consisted of only a few hasty bites, and fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Jiang Li, burning with fever, was hardly aware of her hunger, while Song Chun's stomach growled in protest. With a furrowed brow, he pondered, prompting Jiang Li to speak up. You need to find some fish. Otherwise, we'll be starving tonight. Are you hungry? Song Chun inquired. A bit, Jiang Li sniffled. Song Chun slowly rose, extending his hand towards her. Hand me the dagger. Dagger? Where'd I get a dagger? You have a lighter, yet no dagger? Jiang Li weakly slapped his palm. Get lost. Song Chun gently brushed her cheek, asking, are you cold? In truth, Jiang Li was quite chilly. Yet, all the clothing Song Chun had provided her with left her snugly wrapped in the only blanket they had, while he wore only a thin sweater. She knew that if she admitted to feeling cold, he would unhesitatingly remove his sweater for her. Though she was curious to see his abs, neither of them was in the mood for frivolities while battling colds. Hence, she shook her head. I'm not cold. You go ahead. Song Chun nodded. Wait for me. Hey, Jiang Li called after him. What is it? The sunset cast a golden glow over Song Chun, illuminating him in a radiant light. Jiang Li grinat mischievously. You look just like a glimmering golden Buddha right now. Song Chun was at a loss for words. Jiang Li sniffled again. Really? Then why don't you bow to me? Song Chun frowned. Can you spear fish? She queried. Of course. Song Chun's voice echoed back. Jiang Li stifled a laugh beneath her blanket. It turned out Song Chun was indeed adept at spearing fish. He had sharpened a stick with a stone and skewered 3 plump grass carps onto it, like candied hawthorn. Jiang Li asked, can we eat all this fish? Song Chun remained silent, his expression growing more solemn after checking her forehead. Jiang Li felt as though her head was being pounded, yet she stubbornly resisted sleep. I'm fine now. I feel much better. Having watched countless dramas and films, Jiang Li had always seen protagonists lost in the wilderness enjoying hot water and fish soup, with grilled meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. But watching Song Chun prepare the food made her realize how challenging it actually was. Without a knife, they had no means to gut the fish, so they had to roast them whole. Lacking a grill, the fish received uneven heat, resulting in half-cooked portions without salt or flavor, truly far from delectable. Fortunately, the water quality here was good, and the fish did not smell foul. Song Chun insisted Jiang Li eat a couple of bites of the fish belly, but she resolutely refused to open her mouth any further. He wolfed down 2.5 undercooked fish in one go, and by then, night had fully descended. The valley was shrouded in silence, occasionally interrupted by the calls of distant birds. Jiang Li lifted a corner of the blanket, teasing, "Aren't you afraid of catching my illness?" Song Chun approached and wrapped her in his arms. "My health is robust. Feel free to infect me." Jiang Li felt like a furnace, and Song Chun held her palm. "Shall I fetch some cool water to place on your forehead?" Jiang Li shook her head. "Don't leave. It's too dark here, and I'm scared." Song Chun chuckled lightly. "You're scared?" Jiang Li nestled closer to him, her voice muffled. "I wasn't scared as a child. Then why are you afraid now?" Song Chun gently stroked her back. Perhaps it was the oppressive darkness of the night that made Song Chun unusually tender. Or perhaps illness rendered one vulnerable. In any case, at that moment, Jiang Li let down her guard entirely. "Weren't you always curious about how I managed to capture Qin Shilin?" Song Chun had initially spoken in haste, feeling a twinge of regret since descending the stairs last night. He had always known Jiang Li's first time was with him. His previous words had been a mere heat of the moment. Instinctively, he apologized. "I didn't mean it last night, so don't take it to heart." Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. "In my line of work, I've faced plenty of slander. Your outburst is insignificant." Chapter 59. Close to you to reduce fever. Song Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could respond, Jiang Li continued, "People often enjoy complicating simple matters. For instance, my signing with Qin Shilin astonished many. Most think I must have employed some crafty or unscrupulous means to secure that contract." Jiang Li nestled deeper into Song Chun's embrace. He caressed her feverish forehead. "So, what method did you use?" Recalling the past brought a smile to Jiang Li's lips. "It was quite simple. I had leverage over his rendezvous with a wild model." "Just that simple?" "Indeed, just that simple. No matter how famous or upright Qin Shilin is, he is still a normal man. As long as he is a normal man, he cannot remain self-sufficient in such matters. Initially, I suspected he was gay, but later realized he wasn't, so I paid close attention. He was very discreet, never stayed overnight, and would leave right after. Thus, even his agent was unaware, yet I discovered it. And then you threatened him?" Jiang Li responded shamelessly. "What else was I to do? I went directly to his house with the evidence." "He didn't retaliate?" Jiang Li. "Looking back, I was rather audacious back then. If it were now, who would dare threaten my artists? I have 1,000 ways to deal with them. But unfortunately, Qin Shilin was timid. He wasn't timid. He was innocent." "What do you mean?" Jiang Li nuzzled her fluffy hair against Song Chun's shoulder. "Due to ignorance, many describe our industry as chaotic or filthy. Of course, I won't deny that there are many unsavory aspects, but acting is a legitimate profession. Qin Shilin dove headfirst into this world before even graduating from university. And he was a true drama enthusiast with great resources. Every day of the year, he was nearly always on set. Even when he had personal time, being a public figure, he had no means to interact with the outside world, and his social experience was pitifully lacking. You tell me, after something like this, what could he do but compromise? Moreover, my terms were no worse than his old agency's." Song Chun remarked, "If I were him, my first act after signing would be to dump you. That's why I say you and he share a similar temperament. During his first month at the company, he incited fans to attack me, attempting to replace me." Jiang Li felt cold, while Song Chun exuded warmth, causing her to burrow deeper into him, her hands wandering to poke at his abs. Song Chun firmly grasped her wrists. "Stop fidgeting. Just let the sweat out and then what?" Jiang Li struggled free momentarily, rubbing her forehead against his chin. "Then I ended up hospitalized. He incited fans against you?" Song Chun's tone turned colder. "Not him," Jiang Li smiled. "It was later discovered that it was orchestrated by his old agency. I intercepted them, cutting off their financial flow, and they sent someone to deal with me, almost choking me to death outside my building. It was after that incident that I developed a fear of darkness and a slight claustrophobia. For reasons unknown, As Jiang Li recounted this, Song Chun fell silent, and after a long pause, he finally spoke softly. Wang Zongzi saved you? Jiang Li softly hummed in response. It was quite strange. After my discharge from the hospital, that company went completely bankrupt. With no way out, Kexelin naturally conformed. Moreover, I devoted myself wholeheartedly to him, elevating his career to new heights in no time. Thus, all these years passed peacefully. So, is there truly such a thing as eternal enemies in this world? Song Chun remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Jiang Li was about to drift into slumber, Song Chun's voice floated down from above. Did you see him save you with your own eyes? Jiang Li yawned. Not quite, before the ambulance arrived. I stirred briefly and caught a glimpse of Wang Zong's face. Song Chun kissed the top of her head. Silly girl, seeing is not always believing. Jiang Li slipped soonly, though she felt a bit hot at one point. Song Chun held her tightly, preventing her from moving about. By dawn, Jiang Li had perspired, and her body finally cooled down. Song Chun searched for dry grass in the forest, dampened it with stream water, and quickly lit it, sending thick smoke billowing through the valley. Jiang Li opened her eyes, momentarily dazzled by Song Chun's smiling face. Good morning. Good morning, Song Chun replied, tucking something into Jiang Li's blanket. Jiang Li looked down, surprised to find her own undergarments. Embarrassed, she stammered. Thank you. Song Chun said nothing and walked away. The night air was chilly, and the morning fog was dense. Jiang Li's sweater, hung on a bamboo pole, was still dripping with water. At that moment, she had no desire to ponder how her undergarments had dried so thoroughly. Wrapped in a blanket, she dressed herself neatly. Upon Song Chun's return, he handed her a bamboo tube. Jiang Li took a sip, discovering the water was both warm and sweet, with a robust fruity aroma. Where did you find this? Song Chun maintained his playful demeanor. Wild fruits from the forest. Try it first to see if it's poisonous. Jiang Li, aware of Song Chun's obstinacy, thought to herself, how easy is it to find wild fruits in early winter? She drank only half before extending the bamboo tube to Song Chun. No poison detected. Your Majesty, please indulge. Song Chun declined. I don't care for overly sweet things. We don't need to roast fish anymore. Let's conserve our energy. We should be able to leave today. How are you so certain? Jiang Li inquired. Visibility was low last night. The helicopter couldn't come, but the weather is favorable today, and it should arrive shortly. Song Chun extended his hand to her. Would you like to stand and take a look? It's quite beautiful here. Jiang Li suddenly remembered that after Song Chun had rescued her from the water, she had nestled behind a large rock and hadn't taken a stroll. She placed her palm in his, feeling the warmth and strength of his grip as he gently helped her to her feet. The wind was strong, so she wrapped herself up again. Song Chun draped the blanket over her shoulders. Indeed, it was a picturesque scene. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down, sunlight piercing through the mist, creating layers of vibrant rainbows. The crisp calls of birds echoed from both banks. Though it was early winter, the vegetation showed no signs of wilting. The leaves on the trees were either golden or deep red, reflecting in the clear stream, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Jiang Li had never witnessed such splendor before and found herself momentarily speechless. How did I not notice this yesterday? It's simply stunning. Song Chun teased her. Your complexion yesterday was far redder than the leaves. How could you have the energy to appreciate this? Jiang Li recalled her flushed cheeks and the intimate scene from the previous night, feeling suddenly bashful. Thank you for yesterday. Song Chun lowered his gaze. Locking eyes with her. What are you thanking me for? Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words. Song Chun continued to jest. Are you grateful for my risking life and limb to save you, or for my close proximity in helping you cool your fever? Chapter 60. Song Chun is not a serious person. Jiang Li had always known that Song Chun was not a serious individual. If it came to verbal sparring, she might not even be his match. Yet, with the atmosphere charged, how could she concede? Her eyes sparkled. Of course, I'm thanking you for not taking advantage of the situation. Song Chun scoffed lightly and turned his gaze elsewhere. Jiang Li took another sip from the bamboo tube. Why does it taste bitter now? Song Chun looked at her with suspicion. Jiang Li wiped her mouth. Really, why would I lie to you? Song Chun took the bamboo tube from her and tasted it, then shot a fierce glare at Jiang Li. She laughed as she went to refill the tube. Clad in Song Chun's oversized clothing, her top billowed like a skirt, and her pants were so long that she had rolled them multiple times. From a distance, she resembled a child playfully donning adult attire, both adorable and comical. Song Chun finished the water in the bamboo tube and walked over. Jiang Li asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Leaning against the haystack, enveloped in swirling smoke, she couldn't clearly see Song Chun's eyes. But since his demeanor was somewhat indifferent, "What do you mean? I'm not signing with you anymore. What do you intend to do?" Jiang Li pressed further. Song Chun paused. "I haven't thought that far ahead. I'm not a person who makes plans. During the college entrance exams, I simply chose the art major because I liked drawing. Then, upon graduation, I suddenly became enamored with photography, leading me to pursue a master's degree." Jiang Li had no doubt about Song Chun's words. His work possessed a certain spirit, and combined with his aristocratic appearance, ordinary families could hardly produce someone like him. Jiang Li envied Song Chun, not for his affluent background, but for his freedom to pursue his passions with abandon. Simultaneously, she felt satisfied with his response. A lack of planning was preferable, as it allowed her to lead him by the nose. After Song Chun spoke, he turned the question back to Jiang Li. "And you?" Jiang Li smiled. "As for me, I have but one goal, to earn money and achieve independence quickly." "A money grubber," Song Chun scoffed lightly. "Jiang Li raturta. Hey, you ungrateful person. Haven't I been generous to you? Which of your eyes saw me as a money grubber?" Song Chun chose not to engage in her banter. Jiang Li chuckled. "Is it that obvious?" While she did have a penchant for money, she had always presented herself as quite generous in front of Song Chun. Unbeknownst to her, she had revealed her vulnerabilities. Song Chun remarked, "You are indeed generous with me, but your assistant's pained expression every time you spend is quite amusing." Jiang Li burst into laughter. "So it was him causing the trouble? I'll deal with him when I return." As they conversed, Jiang Li steered the topic back. "Do you know what I was thinking when I fell from the tree earlier?" "What were you thinking?" "I was pondering how such a talented individual like you hasn't yet achieved fame. It truly makes me restless." Jiang Li wore a regretful expression, which made Song Chun laugh. "Is it really that dramatic?" Jiang Li nodded earnestly. "Of course. Don't you trust my judgment?" Song Chun shook his head. "I trust you. But I'm accustomed to a carefree existence. I dislike being confined by rules and regulations." Jiang Li initially intended to use this as a pretext to gauge Song Chun's thoughts, hoping that their shared experiences would soften his stance. However, his attitude clearly conveyed a polite refusal. Jiang Li subtly shifted the topic. "What about you? What were you thinking before you fell?" The wind tousled Jiang Li's hair, a strand sticking to her lips, which Song Chun gently brushed aside, his gaze tender enough to drown her. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. "Come on, tell me. What were you thinking?" Song Chun crossed his arms, gazing at the sky. "I was contemplating how to explain to the police if you died so that I wouldn't bear the blame." Jiang Li, "Does speaking normally put your life in danger?" Song Chun burst into laughter. Jiang Li squinted her eyes, joining in the merriment. At the moment the helicopter's rotor blades began to whir, Jiang Li felt a hollow sensation in her heart. Strangely, Song Chun didn't seem particularly elated either. "Jiang Li, do you have any kind words to share with me?" Jiang Li turned her head toward Song Chun, her smile gradually fading. "I'm sorry for bothering you during this time." Song Chun's gaze flickered momentarily before he casually chuckled. How melodramatic. Jiang Li refrained from retorting, merely tilting her head to meet his eyes. "And you? Do you have anything to say to me? It could be good or bad." Song Chun fell silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Li teasingly raised her chin towards him and said, "Zhang Xianwan doesn't count. Although that girl is annoying, as long as she doesn't provoke me, I won't make things difficult for her on your account." Song Chun opened his mouth, but no sound came out. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and managed to utter, "Thank you." Jiang Li beamed brightly. "You're welcome." As both Jiang Li and Song Chun were unhurt, the rescue operation proceeded smoothly. They finally understood why the rescue team had arrived so late. The truck driver responsible for the accident had fled the scene, but he had since been apprehended by the police. The first to discover that Jiang Li and Song Chun were in trouble was Fu Yuan. He had intended to check if Jiang Li had returned home safely. However, both her and Song Chun's phones were unreachable, so he inquired at the toll gate below the mountain. The staff there reported that they had not seen Jiang Li's car descend. Fu Yuan immediately sensed that something was amiss and reviewed the surveillance footage along the route, revealing Jiang Li's car had plummeted off the cliff. Quick to react, Fu Yuan called the police for assistance while mobilizing his bodyguards to track down Jiang Li using the car's GPS provided by the dealership. To Jiang Li's surprise, Wang Zongzi was also part of the rescue team. He looked worn out, his clothes wrinkled and disheveled, clearly having spent the night awake. Upon seeing Jiang Li safely descend from the helicopter, his eyes reddened. He rushed forward, grasping her shoulders and embracing her in front of everyone. Jiang Li discreetly pushed him away, instinctively glancing at the distant Song Chun. A doctor was performing a preliminary examination on him. He hung his head, seemingly lost in thought and oblivious to the scene. What Jiang Li had yet to realize was that Wu Xinghe had also arrived. The rescue team, along with police and medical personnel, surrounded Jiang Li, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Zongzi approached Song Chun, saying, "Mr. Song, you are indeed fortunate." Song Chun turned his face away, ignoring him. Wang Zongzi offered Song Chun a cigarette. Jiang Li is a person who knows gratitude. You saved her this time. She will certainly express her thanks properly. Song Chun did not accept the offer. Undeterred, Wang Zongzi lit a cigarette for himself. "Mr. Song, please don't rush off. Once Jiang Li is through this ordeal, she will surely present you with a grand gift." The rescue team sought Jiang Li's opinion on whether they should attempt to recover her vehicle. Jiang Li deemed the recovery a waste of public resources. They also mentioned that if she had any valuables, divers could retrieve them even if the vehicle itself was not recovered. After contemplating, Jiang Li realized her only valuables were her ID and phone. Replacing her ID was not a challenge, and she could easily obtain a new phone and SIM card. However, she was uncertain if Song Chun had any valuables, prompting her to inform the rescue team leader, "Please hold on a moment." As Jiang Li pushed through the crowd, Song Chun had already vanished. Wang Zongzi remarked that Song Chun had gone to the hospital ahead of her in the ambulance, adding, "Mr. Song is quite concerned about his health. I suggested he wait for you to go together, but he disregarded it." By the time Jiang Li arrived at the hospital, the doctor informed her that Song Chun's vital signs were normal and he had already been discharged. Song Chun had even asked the doctor to convey to Jiang Li that he had no valuables needing retrieval. Jiang Li understood. Song Chun was deliberately avoiding her. Chapter 61. Suspicion. Jiang Li was not as fortunate as Song Chun, as she developed mild pneumonia due to inhaling water and a fever. The doctor advised her to stay in the hospital for observation. Wu Xinghe urged Jiang Li to take good care of herself, assuring her that the days spent in the hospital would not count against her annual leave. Jiang Li inquired whether her grandmother had been informed of the situation. Wu Xinghe reassured her that he had not mentioned it, concerned that the elderly lady might not handle the news well. Jiang Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shun Ku replaced Jiang Li's lost phone and arranged for a new SIM card. Having grown accustomed to independence from a young age and living alone, Jiang Li often went days without contact, so Professor Tian did not suspect anything. Jiang Li managed to deflect his inquiries with a few words. Shun Ku escorted Wu Xinghe out, and they encountered Wang Zongzi, who was awkwardly holding a thermos. During work hours, Wang Zongzi felt uncomfortable and forced himself to greet Wu Xinghe. "Mr. Wu, hello." Wu Xinghe said nothing, merely casting a significant glance at Wang Zongzi before leaving. Shun Ku did not accept the lunchbox from Wang Zongzi. "There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Vice President Wang. The doctor said the boss's injuries are not severe, and she will be discharged in a few days. She isn't picky with food and can manage with the hospital meals." Wang Zongzi remained silent, his expression grim as he walked inside. Shun Ku blocked his path like a guardian. "Vice President Wang, the boss is asleep." Wang Zongzi knew Shun Ku was lying. Jiang Li could not possibly be asleep so soon after Wu Xinghe's departure. He felt irritated and attempted to push past Shun Ku. "Step aside. Do you really think I can't handle you?" Shun Ku, however, showed no intention of yielding. "If Vice President Wang wishes to deal with me, you must wait for the boss to wake up, don't you think?" "You." Wang Zongzi's anger flared as he raised his hand to strike Shun Ku, who deftly caught his arm. Just as they were at a standstill, a nurse approached. "What are you shouting about? This is a hospital." After a moment's hesitation, Wang Zongzi shoved the lunchbox into Shun Ku's arms and turned to leave. Once the nurse had finished adjusting the four and departed, Jiang Li asked Shun Ku, "Has he left?" "Yes, he was quite upset." "Shin Giskivi Goripleith. Boss, please don't think I'm meddling. Vice President Wang is genuinely concerned for you. He has been quite diligent in attending to matters following your incident. Allowing him to see you for a moment wouldn't be too much trouble, especially since he is your superior. It's not wise to leave things so tense." Jiang Li sighed. "What do you understand? It is precisely because he has been so attentive that I do not wish to see him. People often make poor decisions when they feel vulnerable. I want to avoid entangling myself further with him." Despite not fully grasping Jiang Li's meaning, Shun Kun nodded in agreement. Jiang Li beckoning closer. Come here. I need you to do something for me. As Song Chun stepped out of the dormitory building, Zhang Xiaonuan rushed towards him. Song Chun, why didn't you answer my calls? I lost my phone. Lost it? Where did it go? Zhang Xiaonuan's face was filled with concern. That phone wasn't cheap. If I remember correctly, it was the latest model. How could you be so careless? Song Chun did not pause his steps. Zhang Xiaonuan followed closely behind, matching his pace. Are you still angry with me? Song Chun remained silent. Zhang Xiaonuan grew anxious. Please don't be mad, okay? On Mrs. Song's birthday, I had too much to drink and left with some other trainees. I saw Miss Jiang taking good care of you, so I didn't think to say goodbye. Song Chun, tall and long-legged, found Zhang Xiaonuan struggling to keep up, especially as she attempted to ingratiate herself, drawing the attention of students nearby. Finally, Song Chun could no longer contain his impatience. Are you done talking? Zhang Xiaonuan was taken aback but nodded. If you're done, then go to class. I'm really not angry. Zhang Xiaonuan's face lit up with a smile. Then after class, I'll accompany you to buy a new phone, all right? No need. Yes, we do need to. After class, Song Chun emerged later than usual and spotted a black car parked in front of the teaching building. Shun Ku approached him respectfully. Hello, Mr. Song. Song Chun nodded. Assistant Shun, is there something you need? Shun Ku politely handed a paper box to Song Chun. The boss is unable to come in person and asked me to deliver this to you. After Shun Ku had walked away, Zhang Xiaonuan peeked out, curiously examining the box in Song Chun's hands. What is this? Without responding, Song Chun took the box and headed back to the dormitory. Zhang Xiaonuan followed, feeling somewhat conflicted. Such an expensive phone. Who sent it to you? Song Chun remained silent, and as he walked back, Zhang Xiaonuan trailed behind, feeling a mix of emotions. The dormitory supervisor shot her a fierce glare, prompting Zhang Xiaonuan to reluctantly halt her steps. As she gazed at Song Chun's retreating figure, her mind was filled with questions. She had clearly seen that the person delivering a phone to Song Chun was Shun Ku, a confidant of Jiang Li. Shun Ku's delivery of the phone must certainly be at Jiang Li's behest. Why had Jiang Li and Song Chun become so familiar? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. She had been too careless in allowing Song Chun to attend the last banquet. Just then, Tao Ran approached, cradling a basketball and swaying his head. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Xiaonuan thought perhaps Tao Ran might know something. Tao Ran wiped the sweat from his neck and hurried over. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Zhang Xiaonuan was pleased with his address. Why are you so obsessed with basketball? The teacher just called roll. What? Tao Ran immediately deflated like a chicken caught off guard. Did Song Chun not answer for me? He did, but he seemed rather upset. Did something happen? Tao Ran recalled Jiang Li's previous threats and speculated that Song Chun likely didn't want Zhang Xiaonuan to know. Thus, he laughed it off. Nothing, he seemed fine this morning. Really? Zhang Xiaonuan tilted her head slightly, her innocent eyes fixed intently on Tao Ran. Absolutely. How could I dare deceive you? Don't be so suspicious. Song Chun only has you in his heart. Zhang Xiaonuan pondered Tao Ran's last statement, growing increasingly pleased, even the doubts about the phone dissipating. Shun Ku was indeed diligent, having also reissued Song Chun SIM card. As Song Chun activated the phone, the first message that appeared was from Jiang Li. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? Are you feeling unwell? Song Chun replied. I had class and didn't want to disturb you since you seemed busy. Jiang Li responded almost instantly. Do you like the phone? Gently caressing the matte screen, Song Chun replied, thank you. His earnest gratitude made Jiang Li feel a bit bashful. You lost your phone because of me. It's only right to compensate you with a new one. Song Chun chose not to respond to that. After waiting for a while with no reply, Jiang Li's eyelids grew heavy, and she eventually fell asleep while cradling her arms. Upon returning to the dormitory, Tao Ran found Song Chun engrossed in his phone. Wow, a new phone. Cool. I checked yesterday, and they said there was no stock. Either pay an extra 5,000 or wait 3 months. How did you manage to get one? A gift from someone. A gift? Who is this generous friend of yours? Song Chun remained silent. Tao Ran, with an expression of barely contained excitement, exclaimed, It's that Miss Jiang, isn't it? Spill the beans. What's her ulterior motive? After failing to threaten you, has she now resorted to sweetening the deal? Song Chun disregarded him, focusing instead on the string of messages Jiang Li had sent him. Chapter 62. I want to see you. Jiang Li spent 3 full days in the hospital before being discharged. Her car was utterly wrecked, and the driver had fled the scene, with the insurance company refusing to cover the damages. The driver couldn't muster the funds needed, but fortunately, there was real estate involved. Jiang Li's lawyer initiated litigation to secure compensation, and it was only a matter of time before the funds would arrive. Wu Xinghe lent her a phantom from the company, assuring her that all expenses would be reimbursed. Jiang Li declined the reimbursement, asking Wu Xinghe if he could procure a Cullinan for her. Wu Xinghe was somewhat surprised and inquired why Jiang Li didn't choose the Phantom, remarking that a sports car suits young women perfectly. Jiang Li smiled lightly, feeling embarrassed to admit that the car was intended for Song Chun. She vividly remembered the first time she dropped him off at school. The lineup of luxury cars was met with indifference, except for a brief pause in front of a Cullinan. Wu Xinghe, not want to pry, immediately agreed. However, Shun Ku was taken aback. He wasn't typically chatty, but he couldn't hold back at that moment. As soon as Wu Xinghe left, he launched into a tirade. Boss, why waste this money? You could buy another property instead. There's a new villa project at Jade Lake with a reasonable down payment. Besides, real estate appreciates while cars are mere consumables. You're already using the Phantom. Be content with that. If not, we could just get a G-Class. Why drive a Mercedes or ride in a BMW? Are you instructing me on how to manage my affairs? Jiang Li Shuchen Ge a glance. Shen Ke gulped, I wouldn't dare. Noticing his dark circles, Jiang Li softened her tone. Is my life not worth a Cullinan? Shen Ku was astonished. So, this car is meant for Mr. Song? Jiang Li nodded. Shen Ku inhaled deeply. He's just a student. Such an expensive car. Jiang Li interrupted. I'll increase your salary by 10% straight from my private account. Shen Ku's face instantly lit up. Thank you, boss. Jiang Li beckoned him. By the way, there's one more thing I need you to handle personally. After completing his morning run, Song Chun encountered Tao Ran, who wore a look of utter disbelief. Aren't you playing basketball? Tao Ran dropped his phone and lunged to embrace Song Chun's leg. What a miracle unseen for ages. Let me hold you for a moment. Song Chun was amused by his antics. What is wrong with you? Get out of the way. I need to shower. Did you not check your phone? The school is going crazy. Wiping sweat with a towel, Song Chun replied, I went for a run early this morning. What is the fuss about? Our school has gone a bit mad. They've added a special scholarship from last semester. Tao Ran exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. If I recall correctly, that special scholarship was yours, right? Song Chun remained nonchalant. So what if they added it? What's so surprising? Do you realize how much it is? Song Chun showed little interest. As the top student from undergraduate to graduate studies, he had received the highest scholarship every year, amounting to a 5-figure sum. How much more could it possibly be? Tao Ran tugged at Song Chun's pants with fervor. 1 million directed to you. Song Chun was taken aback. Such a substantial directed scholarship was unprecedented, not just at Southeast University, but nationwide for graduate students. He was somewhat stunned. Do you even know where this funding comes from? Tao Ran shook his head. Why does it matter? It's already public knowledge. It's yours, no doubt. Song Chun kicked Tao, ran away. Get lost. Hey, where are you going? I need to ask Professor Li. Why ask him? This is the school's decision. You can't just act recklessly. Professor Li, like Tao Ran, was not particularly clear about the additional scholarship, stating it was a decision made by the department. In the end, he advised Song Chun to accept it graciously and not to overthink it. Song Chun, not being naive, connected Professor Wang Zhong's earlier comments to suspect that this matter involved Jiang Li. He subtly brought up Jiang Li in conversation. Upon mentioning her name, Professor Li's demeanor changed, revealing a shy expression, saying that Jiang Li had been too busy to be seen lately. Essentially, it was clear he harbored lingering feelings for her, while Jiang Li seemed to have disregarded him entirely. Feeling somewhat irritated, Song Chun noted that Professor Li mistook his agitation for excitement. With heartfelt sincerity, he congratulated him with a handshake. As soon as Song Chun exited Professor Li's office, he promptly called Jiang Li. The call was answered by Shen Ke, who maintained his usual courteous tone. Hello, Mr. Song. How may I assist you? Song Chun, not accustomed to calling Jiang Li, felt somewhat awkward. Is Miss Jiang at work yet? Boss is still on leave and cannot take calls at the moment. If it's urgent, I can relay your message. Song Chun pondered briefly. Then it's fine. I don't have anything pressing. Very well. Should I return your call? That works. After hanging up, Song Chun felt reassured. Jiang Li seemed to be feeling guilty. Shen Ku placed the phone down, exchanging glances with Jiang Li. Jiang Li frowned. I didn't expect him to be so perceptive. Has he grown suspicious? Boss, I mentioned earlier that Mr. Song appears to be someone who is not lacking in wealth, and he would undoubtedly be very cautious regarding ill-gotten gains. Before Shun Ke could finish his sentence, Jiang Li decisively tapped him on the forehead. Nonsense. What do you mean by ill-gotten gains? His impressive academic performance is a result of scholarship. Isn't it? Shun Ke shrugged. So what do we do now? If he declines, we would be too embarrassed to ask for it back. Wouldn't that be a waste? Waste? What waste? Jiang Li retorted, that is my alma mater. Consider it as my contribution to it. Shun Ke dare not argue further. I'll bring you a cup of coffee. Jiang Li irritably waved him off. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Li did not contact Song Chun, nor did he call her. The school had promised to directly transfer the scholarship into Song Chun's personal account. Jiang Li thought it best to wait until the public announcement period was over and the scholarship was in Song Chun's account. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, Song Chun called again. Shun Ke was absent, so Jiang Li had no choice but to answer. Hello? Why didn't you return my call? Song Chun inquired. She hurriedly laughed and explained. Sorry, I forgot. How have you been? Quite well, Song Chun replied softly. Hearing Song Chun's voice again after several days, Jiang Li felt as if she had been transported to another world. Both were at a loss for words, enveloped in silence, yet neither had the intention of hanging up. Ultimately, it was Song Chun who broke the silence first. A new bar is open near our school, and their cocktails are quite good. Jiang Li was indeed somewhat tempted. However, the sudden drop in temperature over the past few days had prompted her doctor to advise her to stay indoors. Furthermore, having just finished her medication, she still had a slight cough. Jiang Li pretended not to understand his invitation. Is that so? Yes. They fell into an awkward silence once more. After a while, Song Chun spoke again. Would you like to try it? Jiang Li truly wished to go. At that moment, she felt a surge of elation, a bewildering sense of being cherished. This was the first time since their acquaintance that Song Chun had extended an invitation to her. Yet, thinking about the conversation that might ensue, Jiang Li hesitated. To her surprise, Song Chun delivered a decisive blow. I want to see you. Chapter 63. The bones have softened. Song Chun's voice was low and alluring, laden with temptation. Jiang Li couldn't help but gasp inwardly, feeling as if her very bones had softened. Forget drinking. She would traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire to attend. Send me the address on my phone. Upon her arrival, Jiang Li found Song Chun seated alone at the bar, with an empty seat beside him. Nearby, several girls approached, inquiring if they could join him, but he politely declined each time. Jiang Li felt a surge of satisfaction at this. Shielded from the chill, she was clad in a mask and sunglasses. Song Chun had already ordered cocktails for her. In the delicate stem glass, layers of rainbow-hued drinks swirled enticingly. Jiang Li took a sip, the first layer bursting with peach flavor, precisely the sort of thing young people enjoy. Not to your taste? Song Chun asked. Jiang Li shook her head. It's quite delicious. To prove her honesty, she took another sip. Song Chun opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, lowering his gaze to sip his own drink. You were so eager to find me. Is there something on your mind? Jiang Li removed her sunglasses. Song Chun cut straight to the point. Is the scholarship from you? Jiang Li had anticipated this question. She had prepared a response beforehand and did not shy away. Haven't you always complained about me clinging to you? Consider this a token of my goodwill. Song Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was she trying to draw a line? Jiang Li smiled. Don't overthink it. I mean no harm. I just hope you're doing well. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you during this time. The bar was dimly lit, and Jiang Li's eyes glimmered softly. Song Chun could not discern her gaze, only sensing a bittersweet smile lingering on her lips. Just as Song Chun was about to speak, Jiang Li tilted her head back and downed her drink in one go, gently tapping the bar. A tattooed bartender smiled brightly. What can I get for you, miss? Whiskey. Certainly, please hold on. As the bartender busied himself, Jiang Li retrieved a cigarette case and waved it at Song Chun. He shook his head, indicating he did not mind. Jiang Li rummaged through her bag, only to realize she had forgotten her lighter. The bartender, displaying keen insight, swiftly produced a shiny lighter from behind the bar, lighting it and handing it to Jiang Li. She nodded and leaned closer to the small flame. The flickering light accentuated her rosy lips and pearly white teeth, exuding an air of gentle elegance. She lightly squinted, and after a moment, raised her chin to exhale a thin wisp of smoke. As the mist rose, her previously gentle and harmless demeanor transformed into a languid and alluring presence. The stark contrast left even the seasoned bartender momentarily speechless. Miss, your drink. Jiang Li thanked him and, without a glance, drained her glass. Then, she pulled out a stack of cash from her bag. distractedly pushing it toward the bartender. Please bring me 2 more drinks. The rest is your tip. Thank you. The bartender beamed, expressing gratitude while recommending a new drink. Whiskey is rather strong. We just released a new cocktail. Would you like to try it? Jiang Li, appearing disinterested, replied, No, I only want whiskey. Very well. Song Chun cleared his throat. Jiang Li languidly glanced at him. Rest assured, when I say I one tea cling to you, I mean it. As she spoke, the bartender handed over another drink. Unlike the previous one, this drink contained a slice of dried tangerine peel, the citrus aroma wafting pleasantly, with a delightful taste. Thank you. Jiang Li's delicate fingers traced the rim of the glass, the amber whiskey gently swaying within the crystal-clear glass, paired with her sorrowful, bewildered eyes, presenting a picture of someone wronged. The bartender shot several disdainful glances at Song Chun, feeling a tightness in his throat. Song Chun could not help but speak. Jiang Li. Only then did Jiang Li truly look at him. I'm going to the restroom. With that, she covered her mouth and hurried towards the restroom. Song Chun, feeling a heaviness in his chest, drained his cocktail in one go. Another drink, please. The bartender nonchalantly served him another. 150 yuan. Thank you. Song Chun widened his eyes. The bartender slowly closed the spray gun. Sir, you heard her. She just said that was for my tip. Song Chun. At that moment, a bright voice rang out from behind. Song Chun, what are you doing here? Zhang Xiaowan, always cheerful, linked her arm with Song Chun's. Didn't you say you had class tonight? Why are you here alone? The bartender pushed the payment interface toward Song Chun, who scanned the code and paid. The bartender immediately dropped his smile, sneering, Scoundrel! Song Chun. Oh! Zhang Xiaowan playfully nudged her cheek against his shoulder. You wanted to surprise me, didn't you? Song Chun. You were the best. The bartender rolled his eyes at the two. Just as Jiang Li stepped into the restroom, she was suddenly overtaken by a fit of coughing. She had not fully recovered, and her earlier feigned smoking had backfired. After a struggle, she managed to stop coughing, but her head began to spin. She hadn't anticipated that the colorful cocktail, which appeared innocuous, would pack quite a punch. She splashed some water on her face and reapplied a nude lipstick. Looking at her increasingly pitiful reflection in the mirror, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile. Song Chun, let us see how you reject me. As long as the public announcement period is sufficiently prolonged, the funds will transfer into Song Chun's personal account, and this matter will be settled. To her surprise, as she exited the restroom, she found Zhang Xiaowan seated in her original spot. With a beaming smile, Zhang Xiaowan accepted a cocktail from the bartender, the same one Song Chun had ordered for her. Zhang Xiaowan didn't rush to drink, but instead pulled out her phone, eagerly snapping pictures with Song Chun. Song Chun was at a loss for words as Zhang Xiaowan playfully shoved her phone into his embrace, retreating slightly to rest her petite face against his shoulder. Under the enchanting glow of the lights, they appeared to be a couple deeply in love. In the past, Jiang Li would have certainly marched over to disrupt their moment. However, today, she chose to endure. Patience is a virtue. One must sometimes bide their time to catch the bigger fish. Viank, li giritit hertit. Soothing herself as she walked outside. The biting cold wind made her shiver, but thankfully, Shun Ku was diligently waiting outside, promptly opening the car door for her. Jiang Li maintained a stern expression as she settled into the car, lingering in silence without instructing Shun Ku to drive. Shun Ku, somewhat bewildered, inquired, Boss, what's wrong? Jiang Li lightly tapped her fingers against the car window, producing an irritating scratching sound that set Shun Ku on edge, fearing misfortune awaited someone. Time passed slowly until Jiang Li finally lifted her head. Don't our trainees have dormitories? In that moment, clarity dawned on Shun Ku. He immediately understood. Zhang Xiaowan must have sneaked out today since there was no training. He quickly pulled out his phone, and within a few minutes, they spotted Zhang Xiaowan rushing out of the bar, wrapped in her coat, without even fastening her scarf, hailing a taxi to leave. Shun Ku softly reassured, 300 sit-ups, 200 squat jumps. Zhang Xiaowan should have no strength left to run tomorrow. Jiang Li's expression softened slightly, yet she still did not command Shun Ku to start the car. Shun Ku understood Jiang Li well enough to know she was not in a good mood. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. This was the Jiang Li he knew, hurt but instinctively retaliating, rather than mending her wounds. As for letting Song Chun off easy, that was merely a smokescreen she put up during her vulnerable moments, much like a venomous snake paralyzing its prey before devouring it. Approximately 10 minutes later, Song Chun emerged, holding his coat, his silhouette elongated beneath the dim streetlight. Even from behind the car window and across the broad road, Jiang Li could feel his captivating aura. Song Chun paused under the streetlight and began dialing a number. Jiang Li's phone rang, and she glanced at the screen, scoffing. Her girlfriend just left, and now she is calling me? How considerate. Observing Jiang Li's ire, Shan Ku was tempted to remind his boss who had initiated the flirtation, but he refrained. Jiang Li tossed her phone onto the seat. Drive. Chapter 64. The daily banter ceased. Annoyed, Song Chun ended the call. He had waited for quite some time without seeing Jiang Li, so he intended to check the restroom for a female companion. Unexpectedly, the bartender remarked sarcastically, "She left early." Startled, Song Chun asked who left. The bartender shrugged and replied, "The lady you were busy taking pictures with while cozying up to your new love." For several days thereafter, Jiang Li did not reach out to Song Chun. He contemplated calling her to explain, but was at a loss for words. What troubled Song Chun further was the abrupt cessation of Jiang Li's usual playful banter. He wondered if it was due to her changing phones, but ever since their accident, he had received none of her messages. The scholarship funds soon arrived, and his classmates clamored for him to treat them. Song Chun typically kept to himself, but with Professor Li's small class of about 10 students, it felt awkward to decline. Tao Ran was particularly enthusiastic about the gathering, having already arranged the restaurant and taken the liberty of inviting Zhang Xianwan. Song Chun had yet to determine how to manage the scholarship funds. He brushed off Wang Zhong's insults and was primarily concerned about Jiang Li's attitude towards him. From the incident at the bar, it appeared Jiang Li was prepared to use the money to sever ties with him. He felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. The classmates were in high spirits, and after dinner, they insisted on going karaoke. As Song Chun went to settle the bill, he discovered that Professor Li had already taken care of it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he heard Professor Li, with a jovial tone, pat him on the shoulder. "With a teacher present, there's no need for you to pay. Save that scholarship. It will serve you well in the future." Song Chun nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Professor." Professor Li smiled warmly. "I want to join you for singing later. Please be safe and return early." "All right," Song Chun replied. Professor Li looked at him with affection. "I heard you're in a relationship?" "Tao Ran, that rascal." Song Chun felt a pang of annoyance. "Actually, Professor Li patted Song Chun's shoulder, a teasing expression on his face. "Don't forget to introduce her to me next time. I'm off now." At the KTV, Song Chun was distracted, frequently glancing at his phone. Tao Ran, somewhat tipsy, plopped down beside him. "What's bothering you, man? You seem lost in thought." Song Chun took a sip of his drink, deep in contemplation. Tao Ran's eyebrows perked up, looking particularly jubilant. "Finally, the clouds have parted and the moon shines. With this scholarship, you need not fear Miss Jiang's threats. You and your little sister-in-law can embark on a brighter path, right?" "Threats?" Song Chun paused, then chuckled lightly. She only appeared formidable but lacked the capacity for such underhanded actions. "Is that so?" Tao Ran, skeptical, replied, "But last time she insisted I persuade you." "Was she just playing me?" Song Chun remained silent. The massive screen displayed Andy Lau's in the dark, as a male classmate sang softly, eliciting cheers. Yet, Song Chun felt an insurmountable gap between him and Jiang Li. He could vividly recall the expression in Jiang Li's eyes as she sang that song. He was puzzled. How could something so vast and profound vanish in the blink of an eye? Observing the revelry around him, Song Chun suddenly found it all rather tedious. He rose and asked Tao Ran, "Got a cigarette?" Tao Ran was taken aback. Typically aloof and laid back, Song Chun was remarkably disciplined, aside from his studies. He rarely stayed up late and maintained a rigorous exercise routine, being meticulous about his lifestyle. He avoided smoking and drinking whenever possible. Tao Ran fished out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to him. "Pure, what's going on with you?" Song Chun placed a cigarette between his lips. "Nothing. Enjoy yourself. I just need some fresh air." "Don't scare me, Pure." Tao Ran, uneasy, followed him outside. The establishment was an upscale, members-only venue, concerned for the safety of his students. Professor Li had arranged for them to gather here. The lobby was opulent, with a colossal crystal chandelier casting a mesmerizing, elegant glow. A dozen or so bodyguards in black stood respectfully along the sides of the lobby. A manager frequently checked his watch, seemingly awaiting an important guest. As Song Chun and Tao Ran past by, the bodyguards cast wary glances their way. The manager approached them with a broad smile. "Gentlemen, I apologize, but we are temporarily clearing the area. If you need to exit, please use the side door." Tao Ran was taken aback by the atmosphere. Song Chun shook his head. We're not leaving. Could you direct us to the smoking area? Upon hearing this, the manager relaxed and promptly summoned a server to guide them. Just then, headlights flashed outside the door. The manager dashed toward the entrance, and the bodyguards heightened their vigilance. Tao Ran halted. Holy crap, could it be a celebrity? Song Chun nudged him. Mind your own business. Let us go. The smoking area is straight ahead, then left. The server mechanically pointed toward the far end of the lobby before turning to leave. Tao Ran, intrigued, asked the server, is a celebrity coming? The server, unable to hide his pride, replied, this is the most upscale venue in Jiangsheng. It's not unusual for celebrities to visit. But today, a spectacle? It's either a top-tier star or an award-winning actor. Song Chun held no interest in celebrities, but Tao Ran, excited, grasped his arm and urged, come on. Let's check it out. At that moment, the club's main doors swung open. A group of bodyguards clad in black accompanied four elegantly dressed gentlemen into the venue. Tao Ran's eyes widened in astonishment, reminiscent of copper bells. Each of these four men was a luminary in the entertainment industry, renowned figures whose names resonated with the public. Tao Ran, momentarily dumbstruck, gasped, heavens, have we stumbled into a gathering of celebrities? Pure, I can't see clearly without my glasses. Could you check if that leading figure is the illustrious Oscar-winning actor, Qin Lin? Song Chun nodded affirmatively. Tao Ran trembled with excitement. My goodness, am I truly witnessing living legends today? Oh, who is that stunning beauty in their midst? She exudes an undeniable charm. Wait a moment, could it be? Song Chun also recognized Jiang Lizui, dressed in a simple black turtleneck sweater paired with a cream-colored professional skirt. The diamond necklace resting on her collarbone swayed gently with her poised stride. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, and her exquisite makeup accentuated her beauty. Surrounded by four tall male stars, each over 185 centimeters, her radiance was magnified, making it almost impossible to gaze directly at her. The bodyguards stood at the ready, escorting the group through the lobby, which was pleasantly warm. Qin Lin had draped Jiang Li's coat over his arm and was engaged in a conversation with her, while she wore a cheerful smile. Another rising young star carried her handbag, hastening a few steps to share a few words with her. Jiang Li turned her head to glance at him, her smile deepening, her gaze tender and affectionate, akin to fragmented starlight. Song Chun was not far from them, able to discern the small beauty mark at the corner of Jiang Li's eye. Yet, throughout the encounter, she remained focused ahead, strolling past Song Chun and Tao Ran without a sideways glance. As they brushed past, Song Chun caught a faint whiff of her unique fragrance. Chapter 65. Casting a wide net for big fish. Once Jiang Li and her entourage entered the exclusive VIP elevator, the manager approached with palpable relief. Gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the oversight. May I inquire which private room you are in? I would like to send a fruit platter as an apology. Song Chun lowered his head. No need. Tao Ran, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, my heavens, is Miss Jiang Li Qin Lin's manager? Song Chun replied with a simple affirmation and walked towards the smoking area. Tao Ran continued to marvel. She is indeed Jiang Li, the matriarch of the entertainment industry. Goodness, Song Chun cast him a disinterested glance. Did she not introduce herself previously? I never imagined she would be so young. Tao Ran mused. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. I always thought the matriarch of the entertainment world was simply too old to make public appearances. Yet here she is, looking utterly stunning. Tao Ran continued, his excitement undeterred. Song Chun, dismissing his chatter, gazed out the window. After finishing a cigarette, Tao Ran's enthusiasm waned slightly. He scratched the back of his head, pure. Try to look on the bright side. What do you mean? Song Chun momentarily failed to comprehend. Tao Ran shook his head. I was puzzled at first. Jiang Li is extraordinarily beautiful, immensely wealthy, and seems genuinely interested in you. Yet you remain unmoved. Now it all makes sense. Where does the problem lie? Song Chun pressed, extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray. Tao Ran gave him a thumbs up. I knew you weren't the type to bow for mere trifles. Speak plainly. All right, I shall be direct. But please do not take offense. Miss Jiang Li is simply captivated by your looks. After all, beauty is merely a novelty for someone of her stature in the industry. With Qin Lin himself offering her his coat, and did you notice the male star carrying her bag? By Mu Yang, the new sensation, has endorsements pouring in at this point. Tao Ran chuckled. Do you think Jiang Li might engage in some behind-the-scenes arrangements with them? Song Chun could bear no more. Shooting Tao ran an exasperated glare before striding towards the exit. Where are you going, Pure? Tao Ran called after him, unwilling to relent. Song Chun walked briskly down the street, his mind consumed by thoughts of Jiang Li. He felt a tumult of emotions, unable to find the words to encapsulate his current state. At the bar the previous time, Jiang Li had explicitly stated she would no longer intrude upon him. Just as he contemplated explaining himself, Zhang Xiaonuan suddenly appeared, and Jiang Li vanished completely from his world. Initially, Song Chun had assumed that Jiang Li would empathize with his recent struggles, even if her situation wasn't as dire. It couldn't be too far removed from his own. He even hesitated over whether to reach out to her regarding Zhang Xiaonuan. Yet, fearing a misstep that could jeopardize even the scholarship, he continued to drift through life in a state of confusion. He had envisioned their reunion countless times, calm, detached, perhaps even teasing. He was well acquainted with Jiang Li's various demeanors. What he had not expected was the stark distance that now lay between them. She seemed to be thriving, radiating brilliance. For the first time, he recognized that the vibrant, star-studded life belonged to Jiang Li, and that she was not dependent on him. This realization weighed heavily on Song Chun, leaving him with an oppressive gloom, his throat constricted with unspoken bitterness. As the wind brushed past him, a profound emptiness settled in his heart. Zhang Xiaonuan, having learned that Song Chun was treating, rushed over after training, but only caught a glimpse of his despondent figure retreating. She grasped Tao Ran's arm. What is wrong with Song Chun? Tao Ran's interest piqued. Little sister-in-law. Do you know Jiang Li? Zhang Xiaonuan nodded yes. Why? Then, you must also know Qinshi Lin. Zhang Xiaonuan shook her head. I'm just a trainee. I lack the qualifications and opportunity to interact with him. Tao Ran's expression fell in disappointment. Zhang Xiaonuan, perceptive as ever, quickly pieced things together. Did Song Chun encounter Jiang Li? Not just Jiang Li. There's also Qinshi Lin and Bai Muyang. Connecting the dots regarding Shun Ku gifting Song Chun a new phone, and seeing Song Chun's current demeanor, Zhang Xiaonuan's face pale, Tao Ran. Tell me the truth. Has Song Chun been in contact with Jiang Li all along? Ah well, Tao Ran stammered. Little sister-in-law, please don't blame him. This is entirely Jiang Li's doing, using your situation to threaten him. Tao Ran divulged everything before Zhang Xiaonuan, leaving no detail unspoken. Bai Muyang hung Jiang Li's bag on the coat rack and took her coat from Qinshi Lin. Brother Lin, let me handle this. Qinshi Lin sat beside Jiang Li, who scrutinized him. Why do you look thinner again? Is it the catering from the production team? If Xiao Quan isn't suitable, just switch assistants. That girl is so scatterbrained. I doubt she's up to the task. Qinshi Lin chuckled. No need to change. She may be a bit clumsy, but she's quite endearing. Jiang Li sensed an underlying tone, but chose not to address it directly, instead offering a veiled warning. Be careful. Qinshi Lin nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Li then turned to the others. You all enjoy the music. I'll have a word with Shilin. Mu Yang, please organize things. Her adeptness at managing her subordinates was evident, as the stars under her influence, each commanding their own fame, remained obedient and docile in her presence. Bai Muyang complied, while the others began selecting songs and pouring drinks, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Qinshi Lin pulled out a pack of cigarettes, but Jiang Li shook her head, indicating her disinterest. He lit one for himself. Was that person just now Song Chun? Jiang Li smiled wryly, that blabbermouth Shun Ku. Though Jiang Li appeared affable, her temperament was unpredictable, instilling a sense of wariness among the artists, including Bai Muyang. Yet Qinshi Lin was undeterred. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, Assistant Shun means well. Jiang Li nodded. What are your thoughts? The conditions seem decent. It's just a matter of their acting skills. Acting skills? That could be honed over time, Jiang Li remarked nonchalantly. Qinshi Lin raised an eyebrow. With such a grand setup, are you not concerned about scaring them off? Scaring them off? Jiang Li scoffed lightly. He is quite bold. He won T run away. Even so, men can be rather fragile and fear being discouraged. I merely intend to temper his enthusiasm. You have no idea how difficult this young man can be. Qinshi Lin took a sip of his drink, visibly intrigued. Oh, what a troublesome situation, Jiang Li exclaimed, raising her glass to clink with his. We had everything settled, just waiting for the contract to be signed. But this fellow suddenly turned against me for no apparent reason. You know, he saved my life in that valley. So I can't be too forceful. I have to use a softer approach to make him realize that I'm not entirely dependent on him. So you call this all back just to provoke him? Qinshi Lin asked, bemused. Jiang Li patted his shoulder. I really didn't want you to return from abroad. It was Shun Ku's idea. Qin Shilin's eyes flickered. Jiang Li, oblivious to the shadow lurking in his gaze, continued. It's good that you're back. I have a few days off, and I can show you around, treat you to some nice food. You've lost quite a bit of weight recently. Qin Shilin's face brightened instantly. Sounds great. Jiang Li then called over a few others. Su, stop hogging the microphone from Qian. Let him sing us a new song. Upon hearing this, the boy named Su immediately abandoned by Mu Yang and nestled up like a cat. Sister Li is so biased. Mu Yang has already sung several songs. Jiang Li understood that Su wasn't referring to singing. Last month, there was an endorsement opportunity, and the other party was keen on collaborating with Su, but Jiang Li had given it to Mu Yang instead. Jiang Li glanced towards Qin Shilin for help, but he merely raised his glass, enjoying the spectacle. Jiang Li gently ruffled Su's soft hair. I'm not biased. That brand is more mature, and you're too youthful to carry it. Su pouted, but didn't dare to argue further. Seizing the moment, Jiang Li changed the subject. By the way, how is your singing practice coming along? Would you like to be a guest at Qianyi's upcoming tour? Su straightened up immediately. Touring is exhausting, and I'd have to rehearse the choreography. I'm not going. You were trained in dance. Don't you think it would be a waste to let that go? Su had originally studied classical dance, his ethereal appearance in traditional garb being quite charming. Jiang Li had spent 3 years transforming him into a household name in historical dramas, with a significant portion of such roles on screen being played by him. However, Su had a critical flaw. He rose to fame too quickly, becoming restless and complacent, preferring to remain in his comfort zone rather than venture into new territories. Qian Yi, on the other hand, had his own perspectives but was somewhat stubborn, insisting on perfection. When he had just signed his contract, he was invited to perform at a show. While everyone else lip-synced, he insisted on singing live, causing the staff considerable anxiety. Fortunately, the outcome was splendid, and it was then that Qian Yi's name shot to prominence in the industry, receiving accolade from mainstream media. However, this also alienated many others, and Jiang Li had to exert considerable effort to smooth things over. Qian Yi was currently on a national tour, and things were going well. Su sulked and resumed competing with Qian Yi for the microphone. Jiang Li shook her head in resignation. Bai Muyang aprurochither. Sister Li, how about giving that advertisement back to Su? You and Shilin have been a great help, and my family matters are mostly resolved now. Jiang Li patted his hand. Don't think too much about it. If I give it to you, just take it. Qin Shilin cast an encouraging glance his way, and Bai Muyang nodded in agreement. Chapter 66. Have you experienced heartbreak? For quite some time, Jiang Li did not initiate contact with Song Chun. Since their chance encounter, Tao Ran had taken a particular interest in Jiang Li, seizing every opportunity to ask questions. Initially, Song Chun found it bothersome, but gradually, Tao Ran stopped bringing up Jiang Li as often. It was as if Jiang Li had vanished from Song Chun's world. Were it not for Jiang Li's unchanged WeChat profile picture, Song Chun might even have thought their meeting was but a dream. The academy had established an independent photography studio for Professor Li to facilitate student research and practice. The students were busily engaged, and Song Chun stood alone by the window with his camera, lost in thought for over half an hour. Professor Li entered, greeted by everyone, but Song Chun remained unresponsive. Curiosity piqued, Professor Li called out to him a couple of times, but Song Chun stood still. Tao Ran, unable to watch any longer, nudged Song Chun's arm and whispered, Song Chun, Professor Li is calling you. Startled, Song Chun turned from the window. Teacher, Professor Li, with a warm demeanor, extended his hand. What are you photographing? You seem so serious. Song Chun shyly handed over the camera, licking his lips awkwardly. Professor Li examined the camera, perplexed. What is this? Not a single shot taken? Are you slacking off? I deleted the ones I wasn't satisfied with. Song Chun replied nonchalantly. You can't expect to be satisfied with every shot. Professor Li waved his hand, returning the camera. Understood, teacher, Song Chun nodded. Tao Ren stifled a laugh nearby. Professor Li shot him a fierce glare. What are you laughing at? Have you completed this week's assignment? Or secured a job? You should learn from Song Chun's meticulous attitude. Tao Ran remained silent. After Professor Li left, he tossed down his camera and approached Song Chun. Seriously, is there no justice? Do you think Professor Li is oblivious to your obvious slack? Song Chun ignored him. Outside, the setting sun painted the sky crimson. A mother held a 3- or 4-year-old child, whose cheeks were rosy from the wind, clutching a lollipop while sniffling and licking it, joyfully dancing around. Suddenly, Song Chun recalled the evening he and Jiang Li were trapped in the valley. Jiang Li had a fever. Her cheeks flushed just like that childess, her eyelids drooping, yet she insisted she was fine. He quickly pressed the shutter and synced the photo to his phone. Before he realized it, his fingers had already opened the chat with Jiang Li, inserting the photo. Just as he was about to hit send, clarity washed over him. He set down his phone, exhausted, rubbing his temple. Tao Ran sat down beside him. "Brother Chun, tell me, what has been going on with you lately? You seem distracted." "Am I?" Song Chun asked. Tao Ran's expression turned serious. "Yes, very much so. If I didn't spend so much time with you, I might think you were heartbroken." "Heartbroken?" A chill ran through Song Chun. "Nonsense. How could it not be? Think back to how you were when you broke up in your senior year. Isn't it just like this?" Tao Ran paused, suddenly realizing. "Oh no, Brother Chun, is everything all right with the little sister-in-law?" Song Chun took a sip from the cup on the table. "Don't say such ridiculous things." Tao Ran felt a flutter of anxiety, convinced that Zhang Xiaowan's expression that day had been too strange. However, Zhang Xiaowan had sworn countless times that she wouldn't betray Tao Ran. Uncertain, Tao Ran hesitated on whether to share this with Song Chun. Jiang Li picked up her phone several times, noticing that Song Chun's chat window indicated he was typing. Her frequent glances at her phone caught Qin Shilin's attention. "What's wrong? Is Wu still trying to recruit you during your vacation?" "It's not Wu, it's Song Chun." "What happened to Song Chun?" Qin Shilin asked nonchalantly. Jiang Li presented her phone to him. "He seems to be in a dilemma." Qin Shilin chuckled upon seeing the chat window. "Does he qualify as someone even more troublesome than I am?" Jiang Li pondered for a moment. "Indeed, he does." Shen Ku, unable to contain himself, chimed in, "Boss, why not just find someone to get him drunk? Remember how it was with Qianyi?" Jiang Li shot Shen Ku a fierce glare, causing him to retract his head in silence. "What a splendid suggestion," Qin Shilin remarked, giving Shen Ku a thumbs up as he rose to grab the car keys. "What are you doing?" Jiang Li inquired. "It's getting late. Don't you have matters to attend to?" Jiang Li touched the tip of her nose. "I didn't mean to hide the matter regarding Qianyi from you. It's just that so much time has passed." Qin Shilin showed little interest in such topics and extended his hand towards Jiang Li. "There's no need for you to explain your working methods to me." Jiang Li briefly placed her hand in his palm before quickly withdrawing as she stood up. "Shilin." "I." Qin Shilin shook his head. "You seem to have more schemes than a pineapple. Don't you ever tire of it?" Jiang Li understood that his words were sincere and that he truly did not mind. In fact, Qin Shilin bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Li. Both were indifferent to the processes and means as long as their objectives were achieved. Just as he was at the peak of his career, he remained calm and composed, always confident in his success. Fully equipped with a mask, sunglasses, and a hat, Qin Shilin was nonetheless outpaced by Jiang Li, who quickened her steps to distance herself from him. Shen Ku approached Qin Shilin quietly. After walking alongside Shen Ku for a while, Qin Shilin unusually caught up with Jiang Li. Jiang Li, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Be careful not to get photographed. The more they capture, the better. It's a perfect opportunity for your public relations, and I just happen to be on a long vacation." Qin Shilin shrugged nonchalantly. Jiang Li found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Chapter 67. Jiang Li, I want you. After seeing off Qin Shilin, Jiang Li's expression darkened. Shen Ke stood anxiously behind her, hesitantly mumbling, "I'm sorry, boss. I was wrong." Jiang Li remained silent. Shen Ke continued his self-reproach. "I thought I hadn't concealed anything from Mr. Qin." Jiang Li quietly stood on the bustling street, dressed in a light gray pullover sweater paired with simple jeans. Her flowing long hair was styled in a bun atop her head, and her delicate, petite face glowed with radiance. To the casual observer, she seemed merely a young woman in her 20s. Hardly anyone would suspect her of possessing such fierce and resolute capabilities. Qian Yi was stubborn by nature, and the process of Jiang Li signing him was nothing short of breathtaking. However, that breathtaking moment lasted no more than a couple of months. Shen Ke could not fathom why, in the case of Song Chun, Jiang Li repeatedly hesitated and struggled, taking so long while still maintaining her patience. Jiang Li remained silent. Shen Ke's heart grew increasingly uneasy, and his voice quivered. "Boss." Only then did Jiang Li slowly turn her head. "You can forego this year's year-end bonus and distribute it among everyone instead." Shen Ke let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Understood." After a moment, Jiang Li casually inquired, Has the photo been sent out? Shun Ke nodded. It has been sent. Good. With Shun Ke driving cautiously, Jiang Li sat in the back seat, engrossed in her phone. Song Chun's conversation had been in the typing status from the afternoon until now. Jiang Li felt curious about what Song Chun wanted to discuss with her. Nevertheless, she trusted that he would not be able to maintain his composure. Shun Ke, unable to hold back, asked from the front, "Boss, do you think Mr. Ken might be unhappy if he sees this announcement?" Jiang Li opened her eyes. "Do you think he is as foolish as you? I specifically invited him to a public place. How could he not understand?" Song Chun was preoccupied, having eaten a light meal with Tao Ran before heading to bed. He tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. Tao Ran, lying on the opposite bed, was scrolling through her phone when she suddenly exclaimed and sat up straight. "What's wrong?" Song Chun asked. Tao Ran excitedly pounded the bed. Look. The top trending topic is Ken Shilin enjoys a night out with mysterious friend. Do you think this mysterious friend is Miss Jiang? Isn't he shooting abroad? Why hasn't he returned? Do you think he has been ensnared by Miss Jiang? Haha, it must be. Miss Jiang is so beautiful. I would want to leave either. Song Chun said nothing. He opened the trending topic and, indeed, saw Shun Ke walking alongside Ken Shilin. Shun Ke's aura was impressive, and the paparazzi naturally assumed they were friends enjoying a normal gathering. Consequently, all cameras focused on Shun Ke and Ken Shilin, while Jiang Li, walking a bit ahead, was merely a blur in the background. Frustrated, Song Chun tossed his phone aside, finding it impossible to sleep. He opened his phone again and searched for Jiang Li's name. The title of goddess of the entertainment industry was well known, yet there were no photos of Jiang Li. He then searched for Ken Shilin, Qian Yi, and Su Su, each accompanied by numerous pages of entries. The more he looked, the more agitated he became. He opened Jiang Li's messaging thread and discovered that the photo from earlier was still in the draft folder. After much hesitation, he finally clicked send. Jiang Li replied swiftly, as always with a gentle tone. "Still awake so late? Are you thinking of me?" Song Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly found Tao Ran's movements less annoying. "Am I cute?" Jiang Li replied. "Who is this? So chubby, but indeed cute. I casually snapped this when I passed by our studio earlier," Jiang Li implied, understanding well that Song Chun had been thinking of her since the afternoon. Jiang Li felt a surge of happiness, but maintained a composed facade. "Are you complimenting me on my cuteness?" After about a minute, Song Chun's response came through, "Yes." Jiang Li sent back a smiley emoji with a wide grin. Song Chun sought to continue the conversation. "Why are you still awake so late?" Jiang Li candidly admitted, "I was discussing some matters with a friend, just got home." Song Chun inquired, "Have you been very busy lately?" "Not busy, just on vacation." Song Chun's spirits, which had lifted, began to dwindle again. Though she was on vacation and not busy, her silence suggested she did not wish to maintain any ties. To his surprise, Jiang Li sent another broken heart emoji. "A fruit that is forced to ripen is not sweet. If your heart belongs to someone else, I cannot force myself, and healing takes time, doesn't it?" Song Chun stared at that message for a long time, feeling as though his heart skipped a beat, his fingers trembling slightly as he typed. "Do you still want to force it?" Jiang Li replied instantly. "I just felt a bit disinterested, but now I want it very much." Song Chun clenched his phone tightly, imagining the mischievous smile on Jiang Li's face as she typed those words. He suddenly realized that all his recent turmoil and restlessness had been a mere joke. Jiang Li remained the same Jiang Li, carefree and unaccountable. Since she did not care, why should he be entangled? Suddenly, a sense of clarity washed over him, and he sat up abruptly, threw on a jacket, and headed out. Tao Ran was startled. "Where are you going at this hour?" "The door is locked. I want to be back tonight." Graduate students and undergraduates lived in the same building, with the graduates occupying the higher floors in double rooms, while the undergraduates resided in less favorable six-person dorms. The building was managed strictly, with the dormitory supervisor locking the doors at curfew. Without saying a word, Song Chun grabbed his phone and headed out. Tao Ran, still groggy, peeked out the window. All she saw was a window on the second floor of an empty room opening, and Song Chun's tall figure vanishing into the vast night. The cold wind rushed in, sending a shiver through Song Chun, yet his mind was crystal clear. The desire to see Jiang Li surged within him, as if it were bursting forth from his very core. Just as Song Chun stepped outside the campus gate, Shun Ke respectfully opened the car door for him. "Mr. Song." "Good evening. The boss sent me to pick you up." Song Chun nodded and slipped into the car. He opened his phone, the chat window still displaying their last exchange. Jiang Li, I want you. Jiang Li's response was succinct, simply a good. Chapter 68, Don't Eat That. Shenku personally drove Song Chun to the hotel. He did not exit the vehicle. The boss said, if Mr. Song is unwilling to go upstairs, I could take you back right now. Song Chun remained silent. Shenku inquired again. So, would you like me to take you upstairs? No need. Shenku nodded, handing the room key to Song Chun. Good night, Mr. Song. It was no surprise for Song Chun to meet Jiang Li at the hotel. Given her strong suspicions, she would undoubtedly avoid inviting him to her apartment. However, he was taken aback to find that the room Jiang Li had reserved was the same hotel where they had their first encounter, even down to the identical room number. At that moment, he felt a peculiar warmth emanating from the key card in his hand. As Song Chun pushed open the door to the room, Jiang Li had already finished her bath. She stood barefoot in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wrapped in a pristine white bathrobe, her hair slightly damp, exuding a delicate mist. Her unadorned face radiated an ethereal glow, and her clear, bright eyes resembled those of an innocent little rabbit. Yet, upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this rabbit was strikingly unique. The tenderness in her gaze was not merely innocent charm. It was imbued with a raw desire for domination. Song Chun tread softly on the plush wool carpet, his steps uneven, as if he were about to plunge into an abyss from which there was no return. But he had no alternative. The lighter clicked, producing a crisp sound, and thin wisps of smoke rose, obscuring Jiang Li's face. He felt as though that voice was enchanting him, compelling him to submit. Jiang Li gestured toward the coffee table with a slight lift of her chin. There lay the familiar contract, waiting. She gazed at Song Chun, her clear eyes flickering as she slowly loosened the tie of her bathrobe. Song Chun felt parched, racing to the coffee table to sign his name on the 3 documents. Then he turned and embraced Jiang Li face to face. Kisses rained down upon her nose, the corners of her eyes, her ears, and her neck, culminating on her soft, red lips. Her melodious laughter danced through the air, sending a shiver down Song Chun's spine. Outside, it had begun to rain unbeknownst to him. The temperature within the room rose steadily, and soon a thin veil of mist formed on the glass. Jiang Li pressed her forehead against the foggy pane, feeling its dampness. At that moment, memories of her childhood flooded back. That winter, as she was losing her baby teeth and clamoring for nougat, Professor Tian had refused her request. In defiance, she had walked to the window, neither crying nor throwing a tantrum, but stubbornly exhaling on a glass while writing, I want candy, candy. The professors in the courtyard had found her amusing and urged Professor Tian to relent, remarking, the child is so eager, just by her sum, amused yet exasperated. Professor Tian had eventually given in and bought her a large bag of nougat. From that moment, Jiang Li learned a valuable lesson. In this world, principles are often negotiable, and success lies in employing the right approach. Irritated by Jiang Li's distraction, Song Chun grasped her chin and kissed her forcefully, demanding, what are you thinking about? Jiang Li shrugged her shoulders, responding softly, thinking of you. Many years later, as Jiang Li reminisced about that night, she found it hard to believe. Song Chun had no peculiar preferences. He was simply full of energy. The floor-to-ceiling windows, the carpet, the sofa, the bathroom, and finally the spacious bed. Song Chun seduced her, exploring every inch of that room in a uniquely captivating manner. The next morning, when Song Chun awoke, Jiang Li was already dressed. She placed the contract he had signed the night before into a brown paper folder. Bending down, she picked up a water cup and swiftly swallowed a small pill. Song Chun frowned. Are you taking birth control pills? Jiang Li shot him a glance. Whose fault is it for not listening? With a light laugh, Song Chun pinched her chin. I do listen, but it seems sister hasn't prepared enough. Jiang Li cleared her throat and set down the cup. I ordered breakfast. Wash up and join me. Aren't we eating together? Song Chun inquired. Jiang Li shook the folder in her hand. I need to return for a meeting to finalize your matters. Song Chun wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on the top of her head. Actually, I wanted to. Jiang Li glanced at her watch, quickly pecking his cheek. Darling, we'll talk later. I truly don't have time right now. Reluctantly, Song Chun released her. All right, take care. Jiang Li nodded. By the way, do you have class today? No. Good, then just stay put. Shenku will come and pick you up shortly. I have a gift for you that I think you'll like. After saying this, Jiang Li walked out without looking back. Jiang Li, Song Chun called out to her. What is it? From now on, no more without protection. Don't take that stuff. Jiang Li paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Last night, Wang Zongzi had been unable to sleep. Furious upon learning that Jiang Li had sent Song Chun to the hotel, he smashed his phone. His assistant, Xiao He, was frantic, unable to reach him. As soon as Wang Zongzi entered his office, Xiao He rushed over. "Mr. Wang, I couldn't get through to you. My phone is broken. Buy me a new one later?" Wang Zongzi replied, curtly. Xiao He nodded, noticing Wang Zongzi's disheveled appearance, hesitating to speak. Wang Zongzi, impatient, asked, "What is the matter?" Xiao He stepped forward. "The president is calling an emergency meeting." Wang Zongzi stopped his tracks. "Do you know what it's about?" The secretary didn't say. "But Miss Jiang has returned early from her vacation." "Jiang Li?" Wang Zongzi asked, surprised. With a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the news he received last night was incorrect, and Jiang Li and Song Chun had not engaged in the events he had imagined? Just then, Jiang Li walked in, radiating a bright demeanor. Wearing a pale cream, narrow-collared shirt and a water-green A-line skirt, with an unusual silk scarf around her neck, her long hair cascaded like satin to her waist, swaying rhythmically as she walked. She was full of vitality and greeted Wang Zongzi cheerfully. "Good morning, Mr. Wang." Wang Zongzi approached her, clearing his throat. "You're back at work so early? Are you feeling better?" Jiang Li tilted her head and smiled charmingly. "Thank you for your concern. I'm completely well now. I'll head back to my office. See you soon." "See you soon." After Jiang Li left, Wang Zongzi's breath caught in his throat, the color draining from his face. The tilt of her head had shattered his glimmer of hope. He realized that the reason Jiang Li had worn the scarf was to cover the hickey on her neck. A wave of anger surged within him. Worried he might lose control, Xiao He quietly advised, "Boss, there are people coming and going here. Let's talk inside." Taking several deep breaths, Wang Zongzi finally stepped into the office. After finishing a glass of water, his emotions calmed a little. Xiao He sighed in relief. "I'll find out why the president called an office meeting today." Wang Zongzi raised his hand. "No need, I already know." As Wang Zongzi entered the meeting room, Shun Ku immediately placed a confidentiality agreement in front of him. It was standard practice for high-level meetings involving confidential topics. Everyone was required to sign. As he signed his name, he joked, "Little Li, what is so important? You didn't even share a hint with me. Am I getting old and useless?" Jiang Li, busy organizing the documents in her hands, replied nonchalantly, "You'll find out shortly. There is no need to rush, Vice President Wang." There were 11 high-level attendees at the meeting, including Wu Xinghe, Jiang Li, and Wang Zongzi, as well as Chu Song, the general manager responsible for administration and artist management. As the vice president, Wang Zongzi primarily managed artist relations. Given their different roles and Chu Song nearing retirement, despite being a half-tier lower in rank, Chu Song had always treated Wang Zongzi with respect in various settings, and they had worked harmoniously without conflict. Chu Song had heard about the fallout between Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi, believing Wang Zongzi was attempting to soften his stance towards Jiang Li. He jested, "Vice President Wang is thriving. If you're not useful anymore, I might as well be ready for the grave, huh?" The other two attendees were also seasoned agents within the company. The woman, Wu Fan, was decisive and worked tirelessly throughout the year, while the man, Tian Lei, was easygoing yet shrewd. Representatives from the finance department, Xia Qian, public relations, Huyang, legal, Li Wei, and production and distribution, He Shuang, also attended as observers. Dong Li, Wu Xinghe's secretary, was responsible for recording the meeting. Finally, Wu Xinghe entered, calm and composed, taking his seat at the head of the table. "Is everyone here?" Dong Li confirmed, "Everyone is present." Wu Xinghe was the first to take a seat, urging everyone to settle down. As the crowd found their places, he addressed them. "Today, I have gathered you all primarily at Jiang Li's request. She has two candidates for S-level deities that she wishes to discuss with everyone. Given her prior experience with S-level contracts, which had been remarkably successful, we have not invited other shareholders to this meeting." Wu Xinghe's gaze was focused and authoritative. After his statement, the room fell silent. He smiled, encouraging open dialogue. "Feel free to express your thoughts. There is no need for reservation. Regarding the two S-level contracts, I invite each department to share any challenges they foresee." Xia Qian from the finance department, known for her fiery temperament, spoke up despite her restraint. "Mr. Wu, esteemed colleagues, the pressure on our finance department is significant with these two S-level contracts. What is so daunting? It's company funds, not your personal wealth." Interjected Hu Yang from the public relations department, who often clashed with Xia Qian. Xia Qian had always criticized Hu Yang for lacking genuine skills. opting to resolve issues through financial expenditure. Consequently, during meetings, any statement from Xia Qian would be reflexively countered by Hu Yang. Xia Qian shot Hu Yang a disdainful glance and fell silent. In contrast, fellow agents Wu Fan and Tian Lei remained indifferent. Each agent had a limited number of deity contracts, and Jiang Li's two requests could exhaust their resources for the year. Their curiosity lay in who Jiang Li intended to sign. Wang Zongzi, although Jiang Li's direct superior, found himself sidelined with Chu Song present. Gu Sung, older and seeking to maintain harmony, stroked his wise brow. Let us all remain calm. We are all aware of Miss Jiang's capabilities. Let's first hear her introduction of the candidates before we voice our opinions. Jiang Li then stood and moved to the screen to present Bei Xing. While Bei Xing lacked fame, his acting was commendable, and his appearance was quite distinctive. The fact that he would not incur company expenses quelled most dissent, and he was begrudgingly accepted. However, the primary contention arose around Song Chun, a complete newcomer. Even with his rising star status in photography, many found it difficult to accept him. Xia Qian, citing financial pressures, adamantly opposed his inclusion. Tian Lei, with an exaggerated gesture, remarked, Jiang Li, apart from his looks, Song Chun has nothing to offer. If you must sign him, at least give him an A-level contract. Why insist on an S-level? This seems like inviting trouble. He Shuang, on the other hand, was intrigued. Jiang Li, why not have Song Chun join my team? He is a photography genius, and I could use the help. Wu Fan teased Jiang Li. You surely can't be smitten with Song Chun, can you? The chatter grew increasingly off-topic. Wu Xinghe rapped the table. Artist management has traditionally been under Chu's purview. Chu, please share your thoughts. The meeting room fell into an immediate hush. Gupondi, wiping his forehead. President, artist management has always been Zongzi's responsibility. Perhaps he should speak. Disappointment washed over Xia Qian as she resumed her seat. Everyone knew Wang Zongzi was protective of Jiang Li. With Wu Xinghe and Chu Song deferring to him, the outcome seemed predetermined. Wang Zongzi adjusted his tie and surveyed the crowd. Since you've all requested my input, I shall share a few words. Both Wu Xinghe and Chu Song offered him encouraging glances. Jiang Li cast her eyes downward, lost in thought. Wang Zongzi cleared his throat. Jiang Li entering this industry was my guidance. My initial choice has proven correct. She has developed into a capable individual who excels in her role. I have always believed in her judgment and supported her decisions. While the room maintained an outward calm, inwardly, everyone acknowledged the weight of having influential backing. Jiang Li's proposal seemed destined for success. Unexpectedly, Wang Zongzi shifted his tone. However, I believe Jiang Li may be acting somewhat hastily in this matter. The room fell silent in shock. Wang Zongzi took a tactical sip of water. He is too young and inexperienced. I find manager He's suggestion quite reasonable, given Song Chun's outstanding photographic achievements. It might be wise to place him in the production and distribution department for further development, thereby utilizing his talents appropriately. After finishing, Wang Zongzi looked at Jiang Li with a patronizing gaze. Jiang Li, what are your thoughts? Jiang Li responded with a subtle smile. Has Vice President Wang finished? Wang Zongzi nodded. Jiang Li, please do not take this personally. I am considering the company's broader interests, as Manager Xia's department is indeed under considerable strain. Jiang Li surveyed the room. I understand the company has challenges. However, if Song Chun, like Bei Xing, could utilize company resources without incurring costs, would that alleviate your concerns? Xia Qian shrugged and returned to her chair. In that case, I have no objections. Jiang Li turned her gaze to the others. What about the rest of you? Each participant had their own thoughts, and without any direct impact on their departments, no one contested her proposal, resulting in a chorus of agreement. Wang Zongzi's frustration grew palpable. He could no longer maintain decorum. Jiang Li, please do not let emotions cloud your judgment. I know you're close with Song Chun, but we must act within reason. You understand the costs associated with supporting a top-tier star. Even your resources would fall short. Ignoring Wang Zongzi's condescension, Jiang Li focused on Wu Xinghe, her expression earnest and resolute. President, I cannot forego either of these S-level contracts. I aspire to create a dual IP. To my knowledge, no agency has ever accomplished this feat, and I wish to be the pioneer. I hope you will grant me this opportunity. Upon concluding her statement, she lightly tapped her pen, revealing a breathtaking photograph of Song Chun capturing Bei Xing under a starlit sky. Jiang Li had thoroughly prepared. With subsequent announcements already drafted, a renowned director, captivated by the celestial photograph, had committed to crafting a monumental IP for the duo. Accompanying this was the investment commitment letter from the Fu Group. The meeting room fell into an astounded silence. Wang Zongzi, undeterred, pressed on. Jiang Li. I must point out that Song Chun has a girlfriend, one of our trainees. Jiang Li retorted with a sardonic smile. Vice President Wang, are you questioning my professionalism? Who is Jiang Li? The matriarch of the entertainment industry, known for her rigorous scrutiny of signed artists, akin to unearthing buried treasures. How could she possibly make such a blunder? Wang Zongzi, out of arguments, slowly sank back into his chair. Chapter 70. Cohabitation unbeknownst to Song Chun. Jiang Li's affairs were unfolding elsewhere. After finishing breakfast, he was picked up by Shank to visit a luxurious apartment building, beautifully situated along the river. The elevator directly accessed the residences, ensuring utmost privacy for the owners. Most importantly, it was merely a 10-minute walk from Southeast University. Song Chun felt a flutter of excitement. Could this be Jiang Li's home? Memories of her initial reluctance to reveal her address flooded his mind, and he had once been rather vexed by it. Now, everything had changed. Jiang Li had invited him into her home, implying a deepening of their relationship. Shank courteously opened the door for Song Chun. Mr. Song, please step in and see if there's anything you need. If so, kindly call me. I must procure some items for the boss. Song Chun acknowledged and entered. Upon stepping inside, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The apartment was pristine, adorned in the latest modern minimalist style. With a two-bedroom layout, the decor featured a sleek palette of black, white, and gray, bright and airy, suggesting it had been furnished some time ago. The space was immaculate, likely maintained by a regular cleaning service, yet was unoccupied. The owner evidently had no intention of cooking, as a bar counter replaced the dining table. The living room felt particularly spacious, with a plush wool carpet underfoot and an elegant coffee table displaying a delicate bone china vase, fragrant lilies wafting their subtle scent. Both bedrooms were generously sized, equipped with ample storage and bedding. One room contained unopened toiletries, while the other stood empty. Beyond the decor, the apartment boasted a stunning view. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a splendid view of the enchanting Emerald Lake, while the expansive Yangtze River is visible from both bedrooms. After Song Chun finished inspecting the bedroom, Shun Ku entered, carrying two large bags, followed by two individuals, each cradling a sizable box. Song Chun approached to assist, inquiring about the abundance of items. Shun Ku politely replied, Mr. Song, there is no need for you to trouble yourself. These belong to the boss. Your belongings have already been placed in your room. Taken aback, Song Chun pondered Shun Ku's intentions. Did Jiang Li not intend to share a room with him? If that were the case, why cohabitate at all? Without waiting for a response, Shun Ku gestured towards the bedroom equipped with toiletries, stating, the boss has instructed that all of Mr. Song's items should be of the highest quality, hence I procured accordingly. Should you find anything unsatisfactory, I can make further arrangements. Song Chun shook his head. No, it's perfectly fine. Shun Ku nodded and began to unpack one of the boxes. Song Chun noticed that it contained only 2 sets of Jiang Li's outer garments, the remainder being miscellaneous items. This indicated that Jiang Li did not plan to reside here long-term. A sense of discontent settled in Song Chun, erasing the morning's fleeting joy. Deciding to get some fresh air on the terrace, he observed Shun Ku opening another box and, without any regard for decorum, extracting neatly packaged sleepwear and undergarments. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Song Chun interjected, I'll handle that. Shun Ku acquiesced, saying, very well, Mr. Song. Please note that the boss prefers silk undergarments over cotton. Song Chun froze momentarily as Shun Ku then revealed several boxes of condoms and disinfecting wipes from a paper bag, arranging them meticulously in Jiang Li's nightstand. A quick glance confirmed they were his size. Despite being a man, Song Chun felt an overwhelming embarrassment, akin to being stripped bare. Shun Ku, however, remained oblivious, tidying the bedroom before moving to the bathroom to arrange slippers on the shoe rack. Shampoo, body wash, lotion, and skincare products were all placed meticulously in their respective spots, with packaging opened for immediate use. Finally, bath towels and a bathrobe were laid out, leaving Song Chun feeling dizzy. Clearing his throat, he asked Jiang Li, have you been managing all this? Shun Ku responded without hesitation, yes. Swiftly, Shun Ku completed the organization and proceeded to the kitchen, asking, Mr. Song, can you cook? A little, came the reply. That's wonderful, Shun Ku continued, placing various fresh ingredients into the refrigerator. The boss enjoys sweet and fried foods, but is cautious about gaining weight. So we must always have oil-absorbing sheets on hand. She detests vegetables, but will accept them if they are blended with fruits into juice. Before Song Chun could respond, Shun Ku added, during her menstrual period, the boss experiences significant discomfort, so we must always keep ginger tea with brown sugar stocked. If supplies run low, please inform me immediately. Song Chun could only nod. Shun Ku then turned to the liquor cabinet, stating, the boss enjoys whiskey, occasionally partaking in red wine. But she rarely drinks white liquor at home. She has a habit of drinking milk at night, which must be boiled. As he listened, Song Chun felt increasingly uncomfortable. Shun Ku's demeanor and tone suggested a relationship more akin to that of a caretaker than a host. Shun Ku's next statement only deepened Song Chun's unease. With a serious expression, Shun Ku said, Mr. Song, there is something I must clarify with you. Song Chun, suppressing his irritation, replied, go on. The boss disapproves of unfamiliar faces in her home, so you cannot bring friends over nor disclose your residence here to anyone. Most importantly, starting today, regardless of whether the boss returns to stay here, you must reside here. Upon finishing, Shun Ku produced a card from his pocket and placed it on the table. You may use the funds within at your discretion. However, for larger amounts, it is advisable to inform the boss beforehand. Is this your decision or Jiang Li's? Song Chun pressed. I am the boss's assistant. All my actions are directed by her, Shun Ku replied. Frustration simmered within Song Chun as he questioned Jiang Li's intentions. Was she planning to support him? His voice turned icy. By these standards, should she not also provide me with a car? Rest assured, it has already been arranged. But collecting it will take some time. Song Chun was incensed. Does she possess numerous properties like this to maintain someone like me? Do I have to wait for her approval just to see her? Shun Ku shook his head. The boss did not establish such a rule, but Mr. Jiang should exercise moderation as the boss is often very busy. Leave. Song Chun snapped. Shun Ku hesitated. However, the boss mentioned she would be coming over for dinner tonight. If you do not wish to cook, I can assist. Get out. Very well. Shen Giskiviko. After a moment's hesitation, politely nodded to Song Chun and exited, closing the door gently behind him. Chapter 71. Cohabitation without overnight stays after Shun Ku's departure. Song Chun sat alone on the sofa, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Suddenly, he erupted in laughter. How intriguing it was, both Jiang Li and those around her were quite fascinating. Jiang Li arrived just as dinner was approaching, naturally embracing Song Chun before casually padding off to the bathroom to wash her hands. Song Chun followed, arms crossed, observing as she expertly retrieved hand cream from the second drawer and yogurt from the refrigerator. Do you want some? She asked, glancing over her shoulder. No. Thank you, he replied. Jiang Li then settled on the sofa, deftly extracting the remote control from the drawer to turn on the television, though she did not watch it. Instead, she patted the space beside her, inviting Song Chun to sit. He complied, and she nuzzled her nose against his, inhaling gently without rushing to kiss him. Their shallow breaths intertwined, creating a delicate tension. Jiang Li's dark eyes remained fixed on Song Chun's, capturing every nuance of his emotions. From the moment she entered, Jiang Li had perceived the uncertainty within him. Shun Ku's words were clearly her directive. Jiang Li adeptly understood the dynamics of control. While she had never been in such a situation, she was well aware of how to navigate it. By employing Shun Ku as a conduit, she sought to impart a lesson to Song Chun, ensuring he understood the boundaries and expectations. She recognized, however, that Song Chun's pride might make it difficult for him to accept the shift in their relationship. Fortunately, their mutual affection provided a foundation, and she believed a gentle approach would suffice. With her eyes closed, Jiang Li's lips traced the contours of Song Chun's face, her hands exploring downwards, teasingly lingering. Song Chun's breath quickened as she playfully smiled, aware of the effect she had on him. In the throes of youthful passion, he easily succumbed, parting his lips to capture her warm, soft mouth, the taste of yogurt and sweetness enveloping him. Jiang Li's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Do you like it? Like what? Song Chun replied. Everything here, came Jiang Li's response. Song Chun, unable to voice any discontent in the face of such intimacy, remained silent. Jiang Li, dissatisfied with his lack of response, playfully pushed him away, demanding speak. Song Chun emitted a low growl of protest, and Jiang Li affectionately ruffled his soft hair. You must respond. After a moment of contemplation, he inhaled deeply. I like it. How could I not? Everything you provide makes me happy. That's good. You must behave, Jiang Li said, planting a firm kiss on his forehead, playfully pinching his cheeks. My dear, can you cook? Song Chun shook his head. I'll check the kitchen for something to eat. Would you like something? Jiang Li stood to leave, but Song Chun pulled her back. Jiang Li. You truly are something. What? Ah. Jiang Li's words were cut short by a startled cry as Song Chun, with a deft maneuver, made her sit on his lap. Jiang Li tilted her head back to avoid his kiss, but Song Chun bit her collarbone. When she grabbed his hair, he rubbed his forehead against her chin, his voice both obedient and soft. Sister. What? Jiang Li was still dazed. Does that medicine last for 72 hours? Before she could react, Song Chun gripped her slender waist and pulled her forcefully toward him. Caught off guard, Jiang Li's tears instantly welled up. Song Chun gently kissed away her tears. Jiang Li's back pressed against the hard, cold bar, her pleas falling on deaf ears. Song Chun was determined to have his way. After what seemed like an eternity, Song Chun finally stood up and walked to the bathroom in his room. After his shower, he found Jiang Li sitting on the sofa, her cheeks puffed out in anger. The sight of her pout, reminiscent of a puffer fish, instantly lifted his spirits. With a smile, he walked over, towel drying his hair, and crouched in front of her, still savoring it. Jiang Li raised her eyelids and crooked a finger. As Song Chun leaned in, she mustered all her strength and delivered a swift kick to his chest. Song Chun fell to the ground, but in the process, he pulled Jiang Li down with him. They landed on the carpet. Song Chun kissed her forehead, their eyes meeting. All right, stop it. In Song Chun's eyes, Jiang Li saw warm, earnest affection. Her heart, filled with a sense of fulfillment, softened completely. Just as Song Chun was about to kiss her, the door burst open. Shen Ku, holding 2 full food containers, stared in shock at the disheveled couple on the carpet. Under Shen Ku's gaze, Song Chun slowly withdrew his hand from Jiang Li's robe, his eyes full of defiance. Sorry, Shen Ku stammered, his expression flustered. But Jiang Li, unembarrassed, stood up and tightened the sash of her robe. Have you eaten? Shen Ku, stuttering, replied, I have, boss. You and Mr. Song enjoy. I'll leave now. He fled the scene. Jiang Li was bewildered. Song Chun, from behind, embraced her, his chin resting in the crook of her neck. He watched as she opened the food containers and arranged the dishes on the bar. Jiang Li fed him a piece of roasted duck. Try the duck from Zue Xiangju. Delicious, Song Chun nodded. Jiang Li smilat. After dinner, they lingered on the sofa, basking in each other's company, before reluctantly retiring to their respective rooms. Living together, but not sharing a bed, was one of Huang Xiang's key principles. No matter how tempting the little puppy, one must maintain a certain distance, giving each other time and space. However, in reality, it was very difficult. This was their first night living together, and the thought of the delectable little puppy next door kept Jiang Li tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, she decided to text Song Chun. Are you asleep? Song Chun replied quickly, asleep. Really asleep? Really asleep. Jiang Li couldn't help but laugh. Another message from Song Chun popped up. Can't sleep? Shall I come to you? Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat, but then another message appeared. After all, 72 hours haven't passed yet. Jiang Li, feeling the ache in her lower back, replied decisively, go away. Song Chun didn't reply. In the next room, he lay on his arm, idly scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a new message appeared. Your name, though short, has filled my heart completely. Song Chun's room was dark. Jiang Li's cheesy message and the glittering night view outside the window somehow resonated, and he gazed at the screen for a long time, unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 72. Jealousy. Wang Zong's performance at the high-level meeting reminded Jiang Li that she needed to deal with Zhang Xianwan as soon as possible. She had long wanted to get rid of Zhang Xianwan, and now that she had Song Chun, she had no more reservations. She found an opportunity to instruct Shen Ku. On this day, after the early morning training, the mentor kept all the trainees, announcing that Shen Ku's assistant would be coming to give guidance. Zhang Xianwan and the other trainees stood respectfully on either side of the practice room, waiting for nearly 20 minutes before Shen Ku finally arrived. The mentor, all smiles, personally brought a chair for Shen Ku. Shen Ku waved it off. No need, just a few words, and I'll be leaving. The mentor immediately assumed a posture of rapt attention. Shen Ku's gaze swept over the trainees. I'm here to announce that the group selection is approaching. and the company's upper management has decided to reorganize discipline. If anyone has anything to confess, now is the time. Zhang Xiaonuan, with her baby face, was more mature than her years. She had long sensed Jiang Li's subtle hostility, but had never been sure. After hearing Tao Rant's words, she had been on edge. Now, she understood Jiang Li's intentions. If Jiang Li truly wanted to expose her and Song Chun, she would have simply presented the agreement and demanded compensation. Jiang Li's actions clearly gave her a chance, meaning there was room for negotiation. The next morning, Zhang Xiaonuan, anxious, followed Shen Ku into Jiang Li's office. Jiang Li, engrossed in her documents, didn't look up. Xiaonuan, come in. Seat. Zhang Xiaonuan perched on the edge of the chair. Jiang. Miss Jiang, I have something to report. You're not one of my trainees. For work-related matters, report to your mentor. If your mentor can't handle it, there's Shen Ku. You're overstepping, do you know that? Jiang Li's tone was indifferent, but Zhang Xiaonuan felt a chill. Overstepping was a serious offense, but Zhang Xiaonuan, with her strong mental fortitude, quickly realized Jiang Li was using a leadership tactic to unsettle her. She took a deep breath and steadied herself. Miss Jiang, what I need to report is a personal matter. Personal matter? Jiang Li's eyes flickered, clearly indicating, we're not close, so why should I care about your personal affairs? Zhang Xiaonuan, observing Jiang Li's reaction, said, it's about Song Chun. Jiang Li finally looked up from her documents. Go on. Zhang Xiaonuan took a deep breath. I'm sorry. Miss Jiang, at Madame Fu's birthday party, I lied. Song Chun is not just a friend. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Li's eyes. Zhang Xiaonuan, her expression a mix of bashfulness and helplessness, continued, he has been pursuing me, but I haven't agreed. He insisted on accompanying me to the party, and I had no choice. Jiang Li's tone remained calm. If you're not in a relationship, there's no need to tell me. But he keeps pursuing me. I'm a trainee at Xingha Media. If there's any negative news, it will affect the company's reputation, won't it? Jiang Li, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaonuan, looking anxious. Miss Jiang, I want to ask you, can you, on behalf of the company, warn Song Chun to stop pursuing me? I just want to focus on my career and not let the company or Miss Jiang down. I really don't want to date. Shen Kiskiviko, who had been stunned by Zhang Xiaonuan's words, stared at Jiang Li bewildered. Jiang Li smiled faintly. Very well. Then when you have the time, bring him to my office. I would like to speak with him personally. Zhang Xiaonuan hurriedly agreed, expressing her immense gratitude towards Jiang Li and fervently pledging her loyalty. In her words, she hinted wildly at her desire to sign under Jiang Li's name. This time, Jiang Li did not overtly refuse. Just as Zhang Xiaonuan departed, Shen Ku, puzzled, inquired, Boss, what kind of riddle are you playing with that girl? And why isn't she following the usual script? Didn't you say that once I warned her, she would take the initiative to distance herself from Mr. Song? Jiang Li suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? I laugh at the fact that after all these years of following me, you still have less wit than a little girl. She is not distancing herself from Song Chun. She intends to make a deal with me. A deal? What kind of deal? If I'm not mistaken, this girl must know that I have an interest in Song Chun, and she wants to trade him for a contract with me. Is what she said true? Is Mr. Song persistently pursuing her? Jiang Li leaned back in her chair, and Shen Ku retrieved a cigarette from the drawer, offering it to her, which she accepted. After taking a puff, Jiang Li sneered. It should be true. I was puzzled about why Song Chun's attitude towards me fluctuated, but it turns out this girl is stirring the pot behind the scenes. It seems she is unaware of your current relationship with Mr. Song. Jiang Li nodded. So, boss, what are your plans? What do you think? Didn't Zhang Xiaonuan want to bring Mr. Song to see you? Mr. Song's temperament doesn't seem to be one that can be easily manipulated. If he finds out that Zhang Xiaonuan intends to trade him for you, he will undoubtedly be furious. I think it would be better for you to expose Zhang Xiaonuan's intentions directly, leaving Mr. Song thoroughly disappointed, thus making him yours alone. Jiang Li shook her head. Zhang Xiaonuan dares to boldly bring Song Chun to see me. She must have made ample preparations to ensure that he willingly bears the burden for her. Then what will you do? Jiang Li flicked the ash from her cigarette. I will certainly have Song Chun, and as for Zhang Xiaonuan, I want her to feel utterly humiliated and regretful. After leaving Jiang Li's office, Zhang Xiaonuan felt a surge of joy. Despite Jiang Li's efforts to conceal her emotions, Zhang Xiaonuan could easily discern the delight Jiang Li felt upon hearing that she and Song Chun were not in a romantic relationship. When she mentioned that Song Chun was persistently pursuing her, Jiang Li's surprise and jealousy were almost palpable. Zhang Xianwan was confident that she would emerge victorious in this game. If Jiang Li desired Song Chun, she would undoubtedly sign her. Contemplating the brilliant future that awaited her once she secured a contract with Jiang Li, Zhang Xianwan quickened her pace. Chapter 73. Touching You is Giving You Face. Song Chun exited Professor Li's studio alongside Tao Ran, and Zhang Xianwan cheerfully followed. Song Chun, where are you headed? Back to the dorm, Song Chun replied nonchalantly. Zhang Xianwan grasped Song Chun's arm. Are you still angry with me? No. Zhang Xianwan signaled to Tao Ran, who promptly left. She quickened her steps. Song Chun, will you accompany me to the company today? Someone wants to see you. Song Chun remained silent. It's Miss Jiang, the one you met at Mrs. Fu's birthday banquet. She has been quite attentive to you. As Zhang Xianwan spoke, she observed Song Chun's expression closely. Song Chun maintained an impassive demeanor. I'm not going. Please, just this once, it would really help me out, Zhang Xianwan pouted. Started to act coy, I beg you. She began to employ her charms, drawing the attention of passers-by. Reluctantly, Song Chun nodded. Zhang Xianwan's heart soared. Then you go change your clothes first. I'll wait for you downstairs. Song Chun glanced down at her sweatshirt and jeans. What is wrong with what I'm wearing? Zhang Xianwan hesitated. You should dress a bit more formally. We are a high-end company, and dress like this, you might not even be allowed in. Song Chun shrugged indifferently. Then I want to go. Please do go. Zhang Xianwan had no choice but to relent. However, she was quite concerned about appearances, always cautious. She feared that Song Chun might embarrass her or unintentionally offend someone due to her aloof nature. Thus, once they got into the car, she couldn't help but advise Song Chun. Our Shinga media has many artists, so the security measures are very strict. If the security manager questions you, please don't get upset. For my sake, bear with it, all right? Song Chun nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xianwan continued. We have many agents at our company, and each agent has a personal assistant. They are quite proud and have their eyes everywhere. If we encounter them on the way, just lower your head and let them pass. Don't say too much. Song Chun complied. Zhang Xianwan paused, as if recalling something, and added, oh, and we work with many artists, so if you happen to see one, please don't scream or rush over for an autograph. If you really want one, I can arrange it for you later, all right? Song Chun, growing impatient, flicked her gaze upwards, understood. Though Song Chun responded readily, Zhang Xianwan's heart remained uneasy. She suddenly regretted arranging this meeting at the company. She could have simply found an excuse for Jiang Li to meet Song Chun outside. Worst case, she could have just treated Jiang Li to a meal, as Jiang Li had discerning tastes. Even if it meant scraping together half a month's living expenses, it would have been better than the current anxiety. Zhang Xianwan prayed fervently that the security manager on duty today was not the lecherous Jiang Heshang, known as Jiang Zhongkue. He was a middle-aged bachelor with a bald head, earning him the nickname. He was known for being a bully to the weak and a lecher at heart, reportedly having connections within the company, often harassing the new female interns, leaving everyone in a state of fury, yet unable to voice their grievances. Just as she feared, upon entering the lobby, Jiang Heshang approached them. Xianwan, here for training? Zhang Xianwan slowed her pace. Manager Jiang, you're on duty today? How many times must I tell you? Call me Brother Jiang, he said, reaching out to pat Zhang Xianwan's backside. Typically, she would swiftly swipe her card and enter, but today she couldn't escape. Song Chun needed to register. Thus, she forced a smile and endured. Brother Jiang, I'll remember next time. Song Chun, however, remained unfazed. When Jiang Heshang reached out a second time, she pulled Zhang Xianwan towards her, causing Jiang Heshang to miss his target. Frustrated, he shot a disdainful glance at Song Chun. Who is she? Zhang Xianwan quickly smiled apologetically. She's a guest of Miss Jiang. Jiang Heshang still held a healthy respect for Jiang Li. However, he was accustomed to judging by appearances. Everyone at the company was dressed in formal attire, while Song Chun's casual, student-like outfit made her seem less significant. Jiang Li might only see her as a mere intern, and Jiang Heshang was further annoyed by Song Chun's meddling. Therefore, with a condescending tone, he insisted, Xianwan, you know the company's rules. Without prior notice from the front desk, I can't let her in. Why don't you come over and call Assistant Shin? He then draped his arm around Zhang Xianwan's shoulders, who reluctantly complied. Standing petite in a low-cut sweater, she felt dwarfed by Jiang Heshang's towering presence, whose gaze lingered inappropriately on her chest. Zhang Xiaowan dialed several times, but Assistant Shun did not answer. Jiang Hashang's hand gradually descended, inching closer toward Zhang Xiaowan's waist. Finally, Song Chun could no longer tolerate it and forcefully pulled Jiang Hashang's arm away. Enraged, Jiang Hashang barked, "Who the hell are you?" Just as Song Chun was about to reply coldly, Zhang Xiaowan shot her a warning glance and hurriedly placated Jiang Hashang. "Brother Jiang, please don't be angry. She's truly a guest of Miss Jiang. Please remain calm. I'll call Assistant Shun right away." "Call? What are you calling for?" I observe that he merely wishes to blend in among the mindless fans of celebrities. Zhang Xiaowan, my touching you twice signifies my regard for you. It is not as if I am overly impressed by your unremarkable demeanor. Who truly cares? Before Jiang Hashang could finish his words, he received a heavy punch to the face, causing him to stagger back several steps. However, Song Chun had no intention of letting him off easily. He swiftly delivered a kick to Jiang Hashang's chest, sending him sprawling far away. At that moment, it was the peak hour of the afternoon, and the lobby was bustling with passers-by who paused to witness the spectacle. Especially those female trainees who had often been bullied by Jiang Hashang. They were nearly cheering in delight. Having suffered a setback, Jiang Hashang was not inclined to let it go. He scrambled to his feet, brandishing an electric baton, and lunged at Song Chun. Yet, Song Chun deftly sidestepped, lightly tapping Jiang Hashang's wrist, and instantly seized the baton. The swiftness and grace of his movements drew applause from the onlookers. With one hand gripping the baton, Song Chun intended to retrieve his phone to call Jiang Li, when Zhang Xiaowan suddenly lunged at him, causing him to nearly stumble. Zhang Xiaowan's furious visage appeared before him, her shoulders trembling slightly from her agitation. "Song Chun, what are you doing?" Before he could respond, she rushed to support the bruised Jiang Hashang. "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry, you didn't mean it. Please don't be angry. Get lost." Jiang Hashang kicked Zhang Xiaowan aside, attempting to retaliate. Yet, the cold glint in Song Chun's eyes made him hesitate, and though he felt humiliated for not striking back, he trembled as he fumbled for his phone to call for help. "You just wait." Soon, a group of security personnel clad in black surrounded Song Chun, forming layers of protection around him. Zhang Xiaowan turned pale with fear, repeatedly urging Song Chun to apologize to Jiang Hashang. However, Song Chun remained unmoved. With a quivering voice, Zhang Xiaowan pleaded softly, "Song Chun, I beg you, this is your only visit. I still need to work here. Please, just apologize to him." Chapter 74. Apologize? Jiang Hashang scoffed disdainfully, arrogantly pulling out a chair and stepping onto it, pointing at his own groin. "What good is an apology, kid? Let me tell you, if you want to leave here unscathed today, you'll have to crawl through my legs. Otherwise, not even the King of Heaven could save you." Although Zhang Xiaowan was unaware of Jiang Hashang's powerful connections, she understood that his ability to act with such impunity within the company for years must be due to something substantial. As a trainee, she had always treaded lightly. Even the cleaning staff were figures she dare not offend, let alone someone as menacing as Jiang Hashang. Fear gripped her as tears threatened to spill, persistently tugging at Song Chun's sleeve. "Song Chun, please, for my sake, can you just endure this once?" Song Chun did not reveal any overt disappointment. He simply maintained a steady gaze upon Zhang Xiaowan's eyes. "Are you suggesting that I crawl through?" Zhang Xiaowan paused slightly. Though subtle, she sensed a profound disappointment in Song Chun's eyes, causing her heart to race. "I won't tell anyone. You rarely interact with these people." Just as Song Chun opened his mouth to respond, a commanding voice resonated. "What is happening here?" The black-clad security promptly parted, and Jiang Hashang hastily lowered his leg. Everyone in the lobby, including Zhang Xiaowan, bowed their heads in greeting to the newcomer. "Secretary Dong, good day." The person who arrived was Dong Li, the esteemed secretary of Wu Xinghe, the head of Xinghe Media. Zhang Xiaowan trembled in fear. Dong Li was notoriously strict, rarely wearing a smile throughout the year. Apart from Wu Xinghe and a few high-ranking officials, he seldom acknowledged anyone else. If one were unfamiliar with the hierarchy, Dong Li's expression alone would convey a general sense of the other person's status. Furthermore, he was the guardian of the company's image, intolerant of any actions that could tarnish its reputation. At that moment, he stood there with an impassive expression, and the atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Hashang took a deep breath and stepped forward obsequiously. "Secretary Dong, this trainee, Zhang Xiaowan, under the pretense of Miss Zhang's acquaintance, brought friends into the company without permission, and in a fit of anger, they resorted to violence. I am merely teaching them a lesson. Teaching a lesson? Dong Li cast a glance at Jiang Hashang, who appeared utterly defeated. Jiang Hashang's previous arrogance evaporated, his features contorted. Secretary Dong is correct. I am but a fool. Only then did Dong Li turn his attention to Song Chun. Though Song Chun did not know Dong Li, he could surmise his elevated status from his demeanor and the respect shown by others in his presence. He returned a polite nod. To his surprise, Dong Li approached him directly. Zhang Xianwan abruptly lunged forward, forcefully pushing Song Chun aside. Secretary Dong, I apologize, he is not my friend. Song Chun, caught off guard, stumbled as Dong Li swiftly caught his arm, courteously greeting him. Mr. Song, greetings. Song Chun acknowledged him with a nod. Greetings. Dong Li warmly introduced himself. Mr. Song, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Dong Li, secretary to President Wu Xinghe. Is Miss Jiang here to see you? I shall escort you now. Song Chun nodded. Thank you for your assistance. Mr. Song is too kind. It is my duty. Miss Jiang happens to be with the president now. To avoid keeping them waiting, let's ascend at once. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation regarding today's events, Dong Li assured, casting a nonchalant glance at Jiang Hashang. Jiang Hashang was already trembling in fear. The onlookers were equally stunned. It was a rarity to witness such deference from Dong Li toward Song Chun. As Wu Xinghe's secretary, Dong Li's actions represented Wu Xinghe himself. Dong Li's cordiality towards Song Chun implied a significant connection between Song Chun and Wu Xinghe, or even Xinghe media. The crowd couldn't help but scrutinize the striking young man more closely. Those with an eye for fashion quickly realized, look, that Mr. Song is wearing a limited edition collaboration piece, and those shoes are also a rarity. Given Secretary Dong's respectful demeanor, he must belong to some prestigious family. It's entirely possible. Just look at his skills. He is simply too impressive. Why does this handsome man seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. The crowd buzzed with speculation about Song Chun. Zhang Xianwan's heart raced with suspicion. Perhaps it was due to Dong Li's presence beside Song Chun. But once they entered the company, whether it was agents, high-profile celebrities, or even executives, everyone greeted Song Chun with utmost respect. Zhang Xianwan felt as though these individuals regarded Song Chun with even greater reverence than they did Dong Li. A wave of intense unease gripped her heart. Dong Li guided Song Chun to Wu Xinghe's office. Without Wu Xinghe's approval, she lacked the authority to ascend in the president's exclusive elevator, forcing her to take the employee lift anxiously to Jiang Li's office door. With Schenk not present, she wouldn't dare barge into Jiang Li's office even if she had 10 times the courage. After approximately 30 minutes, a beaming Jiang Li descended with Song Chun. Zhang Xianwan hurried over. Miss Jiang. Jiang Li nodded slightly. Come in. Zhang Xianwan eagerly complied, opening the office door for Jiang Li before Schenk could. Jiang Li sat behind her desk, gesturing for Zhang Xianwan. What do you wish to discuss? Zhang Xianwan had initially planned to take the offensive, intending to chastise Song Chun in front of Jiang Li, claiming he was persistently pursuing her and firmly stating her reluctance to be associated with him. Her aim was to push Song Chun closer to Jiang Li, hoping that Jiang Li would appreciate her goodwill and decide to sign her. However, having witnessed Dong Li's treatment of Song Chun, she hesitated, reluctant to part with such a valuable bargaining chip. When Jiang Li inquired, she found herself at a loss for words. She remained silent, and Jiang Li did not urge her, merely smiling as she watched. Schenk brought in coffee, but only addressed Song Chun, saying, Mr. Song, please take a seat and enjoy your coffee. Zhang Xianwan stood awkwardly to the side, finally closing her eyes and summoning her courage. Miss Jiang, this is Song Chun. He has been persistently pursuing me. I told him I'm not interested in a relationship right now, but he refuses to listen and insists on following me. I had no choice but to boldly ask you to intervene on my behalf. She spoke in one breath, not daring to glance at Song Chun's face, still vividly remembering his disappointed expression in the lobby moments earlier. Unknown to Zhang Xianwan, while she spoke, Song Chun maintained a calm demeanor, slowly savoring his coffee, seemingly indifferent to her disparagement. On the contrary, Jiang Li smiled and waved her hand amiably at Zhang Xianwan. Is that so? Xianwan, rest assured, Song Chun will no longer pursue you from now on. Chapter 75. Are you jealous? What does that mean? Zhang Xianwan clearly did not grasp the situation. Jiang Li continued to explain, I apologize, I forgot to introduce. Song Chun is now my newly signed S-level artist. He is under contract and therefore cannot engage in a romantic relationship, so he will no longer bother you. Zhang Xiaowan immediately froze. No wonder Dong Li showed such respect towards Song Chun. No wonder those high-ranking stars and assistants regarded him with such looks. It was entirely normal for a mere security manager like Jiang Heshang not to recognize Song Chun. But Dong Li and those executives surely knew who he was. It turned out Jiang Li had been scheming to approach Song Chun solely to sign him. An S-level artist? What merit does Song Chun possess? Has Jiang Li been blinded by desire? A wave of anxiety surged within her as she regretted her earlier actions. If only she had stood by Song Chun in the lobby, perhaps he would have harbored less resentment towards her. If he resented her less, would he not help elevate her career? After all, an S-level artist could easily make someone famous. But why? Since Jiang Li had already signed with Song Chun, why would she go out of her way to create animosity between them? Was it merely to see her humiliated, driven by her acute feminine intuition? Zhang Xiaowan could only interpret Jiang Li's actions as an attempt to undermine her. This realization sent chills down her spine, yet she forced herself to remain calm. She not only smiled and congratulated Song Chun, but also tactfully praised Jiang Li's discerning eye. After saying her piece, she humbly retreated from Jiang Li's office, leaving Jiang Li with no opportunity to criticize her. Once Zhang Xiaowan departed, Shank also exited, leaving Jiang Li and Song Chun alone. With no outsiders present, Jiang Li dropped her facade, standing up from behind her desk to approach Song Chun. He gently supported her waist, guiding her to sit in his embrace. Jiang Li playfully bit Song Chun's chin. Now, tell me, what is going on between you and Zhang Xiaowan? Song Chun held her chin. Is Miss Jiang genuinely concerned for her artists, or are you feeling jealous? Jiang Li unabashedly replied, I am indeed jealous. Now, tell me. Surprised by her candor, Song Chun hesitated before responding. Whether you believe me or not, my relationship with Zhang Xiaowan is not as you think. I'm not pursuing her. She is not someone I cannot live without. We are merely close. Is that so? Jiang Li clearly did not believe him. Song Chun continued. Indeed, she is quite popular at school, and we are in different majors. She chose photography as an elective. For some reason, she often chose to sit next to me in class. As you know, I tend to keep my distance from others. But if someone approaches me and I do not feel repulsed, I usually do not reject them outright. Jiang Li believed him, as he was indeed that kind of person, seemingly cold and distant, yet incapable of treating others in a way that would cause them embarrassment. She grasped his hand, preventing him from moving. And what about the future? What do you mean? Song Chun asked, confused. Jiang Li took a deep breath and articulated her thoughts. Now that you have me, will you still be entangled with her? Song Chun tightened his embrace around Jiang Li. Do you have a break room? Yes, Jiang Li responded, puzzled. Where is it? Behind the desk. Song Chun bent down and lifted Jiang Li. Let me show you. Song Chun spent over 2 hours in Jiang Li's break room. Jiang Li was known for her workaholic tendencies and rarely took lunch breaks. As long as she was in the office, anyone could approach her. Over time, everyone had learned her habits and chose to visit her during quieter lunch hours. Poor Shank found himself repeatedly explaining to those seeking Jiang Li that his boss was unwell and taking a nap. It was not until work hours resumed that Song Chun finally released Jiang Li. He then turned to lay down, planning to rest. Jiang Li felt dizzy, realizing she was even more fatigued after a nap than before. Shank brought in a strong cup of coffee. Boss, before Mr. Song came in, he had a slight disagreement with security manager Jiang Heshang. What happened? Jiang Li asked, somewhat disinterested. Shank recounted the incident, and Jiang Li's expression remained unchanged until Shank mentioned that Zhang Xiaowan had pressured Song Chun to apologize. At that moment, Jiang Li's demeanor shifted. Understanding Jiang Li's temperament when she was angry, Shank dared not speak further, merely standing quietly beside her. After a while, Jiang Li gently tapped the desk. How did Jiang Heshang handle it? Has President Wu commented? Shank stepped forward. President Wu said for you to lead the establishment of an investigation team to address this matter. Jiang Li paused. If I recall correctly, Jiang Heshang is a distant relative of Wang Zongzi? Yes. Jiang Li pondered for a moment, about to speak when there was a knock at the office door. Upon looking up, she was surprised to see Wang Zongzi. He did not come empty-handed. He presented a bouquet of fiery red roses, placing them on Jiang Li's desk. Xiao Li, I would like to talk to you. Shank remained as still as a statue beside Jiang Li, and she gestured for him to leave. Go, make Mr. Wang a cup of coffee. Shank complied and departed. Jiang Li did not look at the roses, but directed a puzzled gaze at Wang Zongzi. Vice President Wang, what is the meaning of this? Wang Zongzi wore a sincere smile. Xiao Li, I have a favor to ask. Regarding Jiang Hashang's matter, I hope you can be lenient. He has a family to support and faces challenges in our village. Vice President Wang, the matter concerning Jiang Hashang is not solely my decision. For years, he has acted autonomously in the company, disregarding everyone except you. Even without today's incident, he would not last long here. Do you not understand? Wang Zongzi nodded. I understand, but I do not wish for you to be the one to handle it. Jiang Li was puzzled. Why? Wang Zongzi explained. Because you're the person closest to me. If you handle Jiang Hashang, it would mean publicly demonstrating that our relationship is irreparably fractured. You are a clever person. I trust you would not wish to do such a thing. Jiang Li replied. Indeed, in the past I would not have. Wang Zongzi was taken aback. Jiang Li continued. But now, I stand with Song Chun. Wang Zongzi frowned. Xiao Li, Song Chun may indeed be handsome, and I can understand your fleeting interest, but you cannot let personal feelings interfere with work. Jiang Hashang's harassment of Zhang Xianwan is indeed unforgivable. Yet Song Chun has already reprimanded him, and this is not a matter you should handle. Jiang Li stood her ground. You are correct. I do not have the authority to make this decision. But who does? You? In a small village. We see each other frequently. Would you dare? I would certainly dare. Wang Zongzi almost blurted out, but the playful glint in Jiang Li's eyes caused him to lose his resolve. Xiao Li. Wang Zongzi, a golden phoenix emerging from a humble village, was the only university graduate from their entire community. After becoming the vice president of the company, he began discreetly supporting impoverished relatives. Jiang Hashang is considered the most ambitious among them. Despite not having graduated from elementary school, he somehow ascended to the position of security manager. Jiang Li was aware that Wang Zongzi was reluctant to dismiss Jiang Hashang, as the role of security manager held significant importance within the company. Yet, Jiang Hashang had audaciously dared to humiliate Song Chun. If it were someone of greater stature than Song Chun today, would he still be allowed to tarnish the company's image? Chapter 76. A night unreturned, the atmosphere momentarily stagnated. Jiang Li stood her ground, and Wang Zongzi grew somewhat irate. Xiao Li, is there no room for discussion on this matter? If it were someone else, there might be room to negotiate, but not with you. Why? Ignorance is no excuse. Others are unaware of my relationship with Song Chun. What do you mean? My meaning is quite simple. From now on, I shall protect Song Chun. Any disrespect shown to him is also a slight against me. Jiang Li. To insult him is to insult me. I give Jiang Hashang 3 hours to resign and handle the transition. Should I pass through the lobby after work and find him still at his post, I have no qualms about staying late to issue him a termination notice. Xiao Li. I ask you once more, is it truly worth it to sever ties with me for the sake of protecting Song Chun? You witnessed the treachery among the executives at the board meeting. If we do not unite, how shall we contend with them? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Yet at that board meeting, you did not unite with me. Song Chun's S-class deity contract was still approved, was it not? You. Jiang Li waved her hand dismissively. Rather than wasting time here, you would do better to speak with finance and arrange a more generous severance for Jiang Hashang. Wang Zongzi stormed off, and Jiang Li resumed her work. The office was separated from the break room by a single wall, which, although soundproofed reasonably well, had a door that was merely ajar. Jiang Li's conversation with Wang Zongzi was overheard clearly by Song Chun, who turned over in delight and continued to sleep. When Song Chun finally arose, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Jiang Li glanced at her watch. Would you like to wait a moment so we can return together? Song Chun leaned on Jiang Li's desk, his long arms propped up, his narrow eyes surveying her graceful neck as if reminiscing about something. I don't mind, but since we come and go together, what if someone were to suspect us? You are my artist. No one would dare to speak ill of it. Is that so? Song Chun pouted, leaning down to kiss Jiang Li. During work hours, with people coming and going outside the door, Jiang Li tilted her head to avoid him. Perhaps you should head back first. Disappointed, Song Chun straightened up. His forlorn expression amused Jiang Li, prompting her to quickly stand and lightly kiss the corner of his lips. Be good. Unwilling to accept defeat, Song Chun pulled her close again, just as Shun Kun knocked on the office door. Boss, Director Li from the legal department is looking for you. All right. Jiang Li responded quickly, extricating herself from Song Chun's embrace. Do not forget what you promised me. Song Chun casually nodded. Understood. I want to meet Zhang Xianwan without your consent. Jiang Li pinched Song Chun's cheek. This batch of trainees is about to form a group. I initially intended to let Zhang Xianwan go for your sake, but considering her performance today, I certainly want to let her off this time. What do you suggest I do? Song Chun pressed his lips against Jiang Li's forehead. I'm indifferent. Jiang Li nodded. Very well. After seeing off Song Chun, Li Wei entered, having finalized the contract with Beijing. He came to provide Jiang Li with the last details. Once Li Wei departed, Shen Ku informed Jiang Li that Jiang Heshang had already resigned. Jiang Li checked the time. Let us call it a day. Upon exiting the company, Song Chun hailed a taxi. Driver, please take me to Feitsue Lake Phase 3. As the driver started the car, the door beside him was abruptly pulled open, and Zhang Xianwan, with tear-stained eyes, sat down beside him. Instinctively, Song Chun recoiled. What are you doing? Zhang Xianwan sobbed as she clung to Song Chun's neck. Song Chun, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jiang Li made a special trip to the supermarket, purchasing a plethora of ingredients. She was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. To her, spending 1 or 2 hours preparing a meal that could be served in a restaurant in mere minutes seemed futile, especially since cleaning up afterward would take even longer. Yet, Song Chun appeared to hold a different view, having criticized her for ordering takeout on more than one occasion. Thus, Jiang Li was willing to give it a try. However, when she returned to the apartment with her arms laden with bags, Song Chun was nowhere to be found. She called his phone, but there was no answer. Jiang Li waited until late into the night, yet Song Chun still did not return. Frustrated, she inadvertently dozed off on the sofa, only to awaken in bed the following morning. On the bar counter, Song Chun had left a note. He made no mention of his late return, merely having thoughtfully prepared breakfast for Jiang Li. Waking later than usual, Jiang Li instructed Shen Ku to head to the office without her. As she moved from the garage to the elevator, she inevitably encountered some company executives whose expressions towards her seemed peculiar. Just as she was pondering this, Shen Ku called her in a tone filled with unprecedented urgency. Boss, this is bad. Please look at the post I forwarded to you. Jiang Li opened her phone and nearly fainted from rage. A trending post involving Beijing and Song Chun had surfaced, featuring 2 photos. The first depicted them in a taxi, with Zhang Xianwan nestled in Song Chun's embrace, tears streaming down her face. The second photo, seemingly taken in a bar, showed them leaning closely together as they blew out candles. Below these images, comments suggested that Song Chun was two-timing, branding him a scoundrel. Shen Ku was quick to react, immediately contacting Hu Yang to have the post and the trending topic removed. What he sent Jiang Li was a previously saved version. Although the company had yet to issue a statement, the industry was already aware that Song Chun and Beijing were signed under Jiang Li. The ink on the contracts had barely dried, and already a scandal had erupted. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the industry. Those who were envious of her but unable to undermine her remained silent, all the while waiting to see her downfall. As Jiang Li stepped out of the elevator, Shen Ku approached her. Boss. Jiang Li did not pause her stride. You handle that quite well. Thank you, boss. Fortunately, the announcement regarding Song Chun and Beijing's contract has not yet been released. The situation remains manageable. It is regrettable, however, that after such a lengthy period of trending, it was retracted so swiftly. Without waiting for Shen Ku to offer assistance, Jiang Li opened the office door herself. Immediately call Song Chun and have him come to see me. Shen Kiskiviko nodded. Understood. Shall I go explain to the president first? He happens to be in the office today. Jiang Li shook her head. No need. Trust is paramount. Once trust is broken, one cannot employ effectively. This is the first time such a situation has occurred in all these years. The president is a person of great insight and will not dwell on trivial matters. Very well. Shen Ku placed the call on speakerphone, and it was quickly connected. Mr. Song, hello. Song Chun lowered his voice. What's the matter? I'm in class. Before Shen Ku could respond, Jiang Li interjected. Song Chun, you need to come downstairs immediately. I've asked Shen Ku to pick you up. I'll be waiting for you at the office. Chapter 77. Harsh words and stern looks. Song Chun opted not to have Shen Ku pick him up. Arriving leisurely at Jiang Li's office just before noon, carrying a roast duck from Zue Xiangju, Jiang Li sat behind her desk, her face a stormy shade of blue, her deep-set eyes glinting with a fierce light. Jiang Li naturally exuded a commanding presence, but when angered, her aura became even more imposing. It was the first time Song Chun had witnessed such a side of her, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Shen Ku, ever perceptive, broke the silence. Mr. Song, please hand me the roast duck. I'll heat it up. Once Shun Ku had departed, Song Chun approached Jiang Li's side and plopped down on the desk. What's the matter? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. Were you last night? Song Chun awkwardly touched the back of his head and said, a friend is celebrating her birthday. Which friend? Jiang Li asked, her expression unchanged. Song Chun chuckled, playfully lifting Jiang Li's chin with his finger. Oh, are you already claiming me as your own? Is my dear sister planning to pursue a romantic relationship with me? Love must be made public. Are you not afraid? Jiang Li tilted her head slightly. Evading his flirtation, it's Zhang Xiaowan. I didn't mean to keep it from you. It's Zhang Xiaowan. It's her birthday. And I initially didn't want to go, but she kept crying. Song Chun was not skilled at explanations. He too felt there was little to clarify. Yet he felt a twinge of guilt, especially since Jiang Li had warned him the previous afternoon to avoid any entanglements with Zhang Xiaowan. And here he was, at a bar with her that very evening. Did you disregard what I told you yesterday? Jiang Li frowned slightly. Song Chun, significantly taller than Jiang Li and standing while she sat, nonetheless felt an overwhelming pressure from her presence. He reached out, wanted to pull her into an embrace. I heard you. I didn't even answer her call, but who knew she would just jump into my taxi, so you softened? Jiang Li evaded his embrace, her hands resting naturally on her knees, her eyes devoid of the usual warmth, replaced instead by a chilling intensity. Song Chun sighed. I'm sorry. You need not apologize, Jiang Li replied, pulling up a photo on her phone and tossing it in front of Song Chun. Take a look for yourself. Do you realize you've been used as a pawn? Upon seeing the photo, Song Chun's expression shifted. Where did this come from? I should be asking you that. Yet you were the first to question me, Jiang Li stated firmly. Song Chun, I don't care about how you behave privately, but as your manager, I must discuss this matter with you. You are not alone. Your every word and action represents Xinghe Media. You are not just an individual. You are a vessel, a business card. You are a tool for making money. Song Chun's expression grew stern, interrupting Jiang Li. She hesitated, realizing he was not wrong. He was astute and well aware of his identity. Jiang Li nodded. I'm glad you understand this. Song Chun's chest rose and fell as he cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Li. You need not speak so harshly. Believe it or not, I truly have no relationship with Zhang Xiaowan. Jiang Li raised a hand to halt him. That is your own affair. No need to explain it to me. I want to emphasize one point. I do not wish for a repeat of such incidents. Do you understand? Just because of these few photos, I had to withdraw your trending topic with Beijing, and all subsequent schedules have been disrupted, causing immeasurable losses to the company. Do you comprehend this? Song Chun remained silent, his gaze darkening. Jiang Li was exasperated. Those photos of Zhang Xiaowan nearly ruined the image she had crafted for Song Chun. The fact that he failed to recognize his mistake only fueled her anger. At this point, Song Chun suddenly let out a cold laugh. So, your primary concern is that I nearly derailed your plans? It's not about whether the person involved is Zhang Xiaowan, is it? What do you mean? Jiang Li asked. Song Chun remained silent, simply staring at her, his eyes dimming like a wounded creature. Jiang Li felt a pang in her heart and instinctively averted her gaze. Song Chun, let us stick to the facts. Don't read too much into it. Stick to the facts? Song Chun laughed again, gripping Jiang Li's chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Sister, let us talk facts then. I recall that our contract at the Starry Manor does not include a clause prohibiting relationships for 5 years. Jiang Li awkwardly touched her nose. Well, what about it? Song Chun raised his chin. Jiang Li finally lost her composure. Let me explain. I included that clause for your own good. Even though there are many fans of various ships, the majority are still those who support wives and girlfriends. If you enter a relationship, the losses would outweigh the gains. In Song Chun's eyes, Jiang Li had always seemed composed and confident. However, at that moment, the regret and panic in her eyes did not escape his notice. At that instant, every word that escaped Jiang Li's lips felt like soft feathers brushing against his heart, tender enough to make him tremble. Song Chun sighed, releasing Jiang Li's chin. Jiang Li, I do not wish to dwell on the contract matter. Ultimately, that night, I was driven by desire and fell into your trap. But since the contract is signed, I will not regret it. I only hope that when you consider the company's interests, you will also take my feelings into account. For I am a person of flesh and blood, not a mere object for you to manipulate. His words were sincere, his expression earnest. Without waiting for him to finish, Jiang Li instinctively nodded. Earlier, when Song Chun had gripped her chin, he had applied some force, leaving a noticeable red mark. He gently touched it, This is how you should behave. Now come here for a kiss from your brother. Jiang Li. His demeanor shifted like flipping a page in a book, leaving Jiang Li momentarily bewildered. Song Chun tilted his head. Are you hungry? Jiang Li was about to say she was not, but her stomach betrayed her with a growl. Song Chun smiled. Let us eat first. It's not a big deal. With your capabilities, solving such a trivial issue should be effortless, right? But I want you to become popular quickly. Jiang Li found it strange. After a morning filled with chaos, she was unexpectedly swayed by Song Chun's light-hearted remarks. Song Chun gently pulled her closer, planting a kiss on her cheek. For me, whether you become popular or not is inconsequential. You shouldn't stress yourself too much. ISNT, they're saying in your circle? Little fame depends on support. But great fame is a matter of fate. Let things unfold naturally, shall we? Chapter 78. No one believes as Song Chun spoke. Jiang Li meticulously traced his handsome features with her gaze. She felt her judgment was impeccable, her luck unparalleled. The man before her was striking in every aspect. His deep-set eyes, prominent nose, elegant lip line, and slightly pronounced Adam's apple made her want to leap forward and take a bite. Song Chun was acutely aware of Jiang Li's attention. Having spent days with her, he had honed the art of subtly employing his charm to its fullest, while displaying his allure like a peacock. He also delicately hinted, what a pity. With all this commotion, it seems you won't be able to partner with Beijing, will you? But you needn't worry. I'm fine with it. Whatever your decision is, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Li pinched Song Chun's cheek. Fu Yuan and Beijing are not petty individuals. Don't worry. This minor incident won't affect the bigger picture. The announcements can be made later, just the same. The fleeting hope that had risen within Song Chun dissipated like smoke. He was thoroughly disinclined to debut with Beijing. It was not just that Beijing was a married man. Even if he were a young girl, Song Chun would still not be interested. The meal was tasteless for Jiang Li, who barely touched her food while Song Chun devoured most of her roast duck. After finishing, he attempted to drag Jiang Li toward the lounge, but she was in no mood and refused to budge. With no other option, Song Chun left in disappointment. As soon as he departed, Jiang Li's expression shifted. Shun Ku stood beside her, hands at his sides. Boss, Zhang Xiaowan has arrived. Jiang Li scoffed. Let her in. By the way, look into what happened between Song Chun and Zhang Xiaowan last night. Boss, do you distrust Mr. Song? Seeing is believing. I trust no one. In order to release those photos, Zhang Xiaowan had spent a considerable amount of money. She believed she had been discreet, deliberately teasing Jiang Li. Miss Jiang, you called for me? Jiang Li's face remained composed. Sit. Zhang Xiaowan sat down. Jiang Li's lips curled into a smile, but it did not reach her eyes. Xiaowan, do you understand that one should not be insatiable? Zhang Xiaowan blinked her large, watery eyes, a look of confusion on her face. Miss Jiang, I do not understand what you mean. Not understand? Jiang Li scufaligli. You asked me to deal with Song Chun, and I did. Yet, instead of being grateful, you plotted against me. How can I not be infuriated? Zhang Xiaowan's face turned pale, but she tried to maintain her composure. Miss Jiang, are you referring to those photos online? I just saw them. It was not me. Last night, I was celebrating my birthday. I did not invite Song Chun, but he somehow showed up. Before she could finish, Shun Ku, with a stony expression, threw an envelope in front of Zhang Xiaowan. She opened the envelope, still calm, but as she saw the photos and the contact information of the sender, she crumbled. Miss Jiang, I did not do it on purpose. I merely wanted to become famous. You once said, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, since I am in this industry. It is normal to want to be famous, isn't it? As she spoke, she rushed to hug Jiang Li's legs, but Jiang Li kicked her away. Zhang Xiaowan began to sob. Miss Jiang, if you want to create a couple image, Song Chun and I are the best choice. I know him, and he knows me. Most importantly, I am obedient. I will listen to you, Miss Jiang. Are you truly obedient? Jiang Li tilted her head and beckoned Zhang Xiaowan with a finger. Zhang Xiaowan hurriedly crawled over, shaking Jiang Li's knees. I am obedient, I am. Jiang Li lifted her foot, pressing her high heel against Zhang Xiaowan's chest, pushing her away. Zhang Xiaowan did not dare to move. Jiang Li's face bore a faint smile. Then, tell me, with which hand did you slap Song Chun yesterday? Zhang Xiaowan was taken aback. Jiang Li pressed harder. Zhang Xiaowan, in pain, slowly extended her right hand. Jiang Li smiled seductively, her voice alluring. Such a pretty hand. Why would you use it for such a barbaric act? Zhang Xiaowan, clever as she was, immediately understood that Jiang Li was avenging Song Chun. Without hesitation, she raised her right hand and slapped herself, berating herself for your blindness, for your arrogance, for daring to hit Miss Zhang's person. It must be said, Zhang Xiaowan was ruthless with herself. After a few slaps, her fair cheeks swelled, and blood trickled from the corners of her lips. Seeing Zhang Xiaowan in this state, Jiang Li suddenly felt that humiliating such a person was beneath her. She cleared her throat. Song Chun's wife, Song Song, has expressed her desire to deal with you multiple times. I have protected you out of respect for Song Chun. To be honest, I plan to terminate your contract once this batch of trainees debuted. Whether you go to another company or change careers, it is your destiny. Zhang Xiaowan slowly sank to the ground. Indeed, she had not been wrong. Jiang Li had never intended to sign her. All her efforts to curry favor with Jiang Li, even her attempt to use Song Chun, were utterly foolish. With nothing left to hide, she no longer feared Jiang Li. She glared at her. Jiang Li lifted Zhang Xiaowan's chin with her toe. In all my years in this industry, I have seen many unscrupulous people, but you are the most foolish. I only want to be famous. What is wrong with that? Zhang Xiaowan retorted. Jiang Li shook her head. There are many ways to become famous. Even if I did not sign you, you could still rise under another agent's guidance. But you made a grave mistake by trying to ride on Song Chun's coattails. Why? Why can't I, but Beixing can? What do I lack in appearance and demeanor compared to her? Jiang Li found this amusing. Zhang Xiaowan did not know Beixing's background. If she did, would she still have the audacity to say such things? Jiang Li slowly shook her head. Because you are not worthy. You. Zhang Xiaowan's eyes blazed. If Jiang Li had said this about anyone else, Zhang Xiaowan might have accepted it, but she was talking about Song Chun. The Song Chun she had within her grasp. Song Chun, so aloof that others did not dare to even look at him, yet she had easily made him a part of her entourage. If she was not worthy, no one was. Jiang Li gazed at Zhang Xiaowan's contorted, hideous face, feeling a sense of sorrow. She decided to enlighten Zhang Xiaowan. Have you heard the saying, the 79 wine connoisseur's intention is not the wine? If not for Song Chun, with your character, you would never have been signed by Star River Media. What? Zhang Xiaowan's eyes widened. Chapter 79. A bride every night. Jiang Li's lips curled into a mocking smile. You guessed correctly. I signed you because I wanted to sign Song Chun. If you truly cared for Song Chun as you claimed, why would you betray him? That is why I say, you're not worthy. Zhang Xiaowan felt a sharp pain in her heart. Her dreams of stardom shattered. So it was like this? It was like this? After a moment of shock, Zhang Xiaowan calmed down. Jiang Li had said she would terminate her contract. If not with Star River Media, there were many other media companies. She did not believe she could not become famous. She wiped the tears from her face, her cheeks turning pale from the force. Miss Jiang, you have a good hand. I am convinced. You said you wanted to terminate the contract, so let's do it now. Terminate the contract? Jiang Lizui. But I have changed my mind. You nearly ruined my plans. How could I let you off so easily? What do you want? Zhang Xiaowan's heart turned cold. You sought it, and so I shall grant it. I will sign you, but Jiang Li spoke slowly under my management. You will never have the opportunity to appear in the public eye. You? Zhang Xiaowan's voice trembled. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. You want to bury me to ensure I never rise again? Jiang Li gazed at her calmly. It seems you are smarter than I thought. Why? Why? Zhang Xiaowan's tears fell like a broken string of pearls. She shook uncontrollably, not understanding why Jiang Li, who had no grudge against her, would treat her so. Jiang Li looked into Zhang Xiaowan's eyes. Because you defiled Song Chun. He was kind to you, and you took advantage of his kindness, defiling his sincerity and trying to hinder his progress. I will not forgive you. Zhang Xiaowan pleaded softly. Can I just not sign with you? Jiang Li, with an air of superiority, said, You have no choice. I know about your family situation. The enormous penalty for breach of contract. You cannot afford it. Zhang Xiaowan collapsed to the ground. When Shun Ku threw her out, Tian Lei was walking over, his fingers curled delicately. He scolded Shun Ku, What are you doing? Miss Jiang is too indulgent with you. So rough. Where did this beauty come from? So well-groomed? Mr. Tian, this is one of the trainees from this year, Zhang Xiaowan. Shun Ku greeted politely. As a fellow top agent, Shun Ku respected Tian Lei. Tian Lei waved Shun Ku away, and as Shun Ku left, he glanced at Tian Lei, who was leading Zhang Xiaowan to a nearby restroom. Shun Ku told Jiang Li about this, and she frowned. What is this effeminate man up to? Everyone in the company knows I do not like Zhang Xiaowan. Yet he's still helping her? Shen Ku hesitated, then whispered in Jiang Li's ear, I heard Mr. Tian recently recruited a group of fair-skinned, beautiful girls. He is planning a trip overseas. Overseas? Shen Ku nodded. Jiang Li was taken aback, then suddenly laughed. Shen Ku inquired again, Boss, should I take action against Mr. Song? Jiang Li shook her head. No need, let it be. In the afternoon, Wu Xinghe convened a presidential office meeting. During the meeting, Wang Zongzi indeed made a mountain out of a molehill, brandishing a few photographs and disparaging Song Chun. Jiang Li had no choice but to stand up and reflect on the situation, and it was ultimately Wu Xinghe who came to her rescue. Wu Xinghe stated, To err is human. Over the years, Jiang Li's contributions to the company are evident, and I believe she can handle this minor issue perfectly well. Right, Jiang Li? Jiang Li hurriedly affirmed her capability. Wu Xinghe's words effectively put the matter to rest, and naturally, no one dared to speak further. Wu Xinghe didn't even bother to mention someone of Zhang Xiaowan's standing. He merely urged Jiang Li to manage the situation well. As they exited the conference room, Tian Lei swiftly caught up with Jiang Li. I took a glance at that girl today. Her appearance is quite decent. Why not hand her over to me? I can train her, and the penalty fee should still be manageable. Jiang Li shrugged. It's not about the money. That girl has offended me. Oh, my dear, I'll pay you double her penalty fee. Please, just give her to me. Tian Lei teased, poking Jiang Li's shoulder with a flamboyant gesture. Jiang Li shivered at his touch and pushed him away with her fingertips. If I find out she's doing well, you're finished. You don't know me? Rest assured. Once she sets sail, I'll ensure she feels like a bride every night. Jiang Li shot him a sidelong glance. Have you been staying up late? You look a bit pale. Not at all. Tian Lei's assistant hurriedly pulled out a small mirror, examined his cheeks, and relaxed, playfully declaring, Well, it's settled then. Jiang Li did not look back, agreed. On the day of the group formation, the penalty fee will be exchanged for her. As the end of the workday approached, Shen Ku returned. He informed Jiang Li that Song Chun had indeed not lied. Zhang Xiaowan had rushed into a taxi that Song Chun had taken. The taxi driver confirmed that Song Chun was originally headed to the Emerald Lake apartment. Despite Zhang Xiaowan's relentless pleas and tearful demeanor, Song Chun remained unmoved. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaowan claimed it would be the last time she wished to meet Song Chun, insisting it was for her birthday, asking him to come over just for a short visit. Reluctantly, Song Chun agreed. Jiang Li pondered, just a short visit? Why did he return so late? Boss, I checked. Mr. Song was at the bar for merely over 10 minutes before leaving. The reason for his late return was that he went to Half Mountain Villa and stayed there until the early hours. Half Mountain Villa? Indeed. It is the most expensive villa community in Jiangsheng, with extremely strict security. I have not yet ascertained which building he entered. Jiang Li nodded. Did he go in alone? Shen Ku comprehended Jiang Li's implication. If Song Chun was a visitor, the security would have a record, but an owner would not need to register. He shook his head. He got into a Cullinan right outside the bar. We have yet to obtain the owner's information. I will follow up on that, and we should have results shortly. Jiang Li frowned, suddenly recalling the first time she had sent Song Chun home, or had lingered over the Cullinan. Did you ask? Can I pick up my car yet? Jiang Li quickly shifted the topic. Shen Ku paused before responding, according to the contract. It should be ready in the next few days. I will call to check on it shortly. Good. Boss, do you have any plans for tonight? Are you heading home? Jiang Li massaged her temples. To Emerald Lake. Understood. Chapter 80. Do you disdain me? Song Chun was exceptionally obedient today. When Jiang Li entered, he was clad in an apron showcasing a muscular physique, standing at the entrance and performing an exaggerated gentlemanly bow. Jiang Li nearly burst into laughter, pulling at his apron with disdain. What on earth is this? Where did you get it? Song Chun opened his arms wide. Just tell me, do you like it? His fair skin glowed under the light, his dark eyes deep and enchanting, as if they could draw one and entirely. I like it so much that I could devour you whole. Jiang Li's gaze remained fixated on Song Chun, as if missing a single glance would be a loss. Song Chun pinched her chin. What sort of wolfish words are these, sister? Jiang Li's slender arms encircled Song Chun's neck, and she rose on her tiptoes to kiss him. Why not? Song Chun lifted her skirt and pressed her against the wall of the entrance. Jiang Li felt as if she were a lake in tumultuous waves. Soon, the window fogged up with moisture as Song Chun gently squeezed her chin. The water in the kitchen is boiling. I need to turn it off. Jiang Li refused. Biting down hard on Song Chun's shoulder, her eyes glistening with moisture. Song Chun hesitated, bracing her with one hand as Jiang Li's legs curled around him. Clean like a koala, he securely carried her to the kitchen to turn off the stove, initially intending to head to the bedroom. Yet, as Jiang Li grew hotter, entwining him tighter like vines, he let her down gently onto the soft wool carpet. From the moment the lights flickered on until they dimmed, Song Chun finally released himself, carrying Jiang Li to the bathroom. When Jiang Li emerged, feeling languid, she found Song Chun at the bar. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Li leaned in for a closer look, almost bursting into laughter. Is this what you slaved over all afternoon for dinner? Song Chun, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, There are eggs, noodles, and vegetables. What more do you want? Jiang Li was utterly speechless. It was simply instant noodles with vegetables and an egg. She despised vegetables so much that even a glance at them was bothersome. Song Chun, knowing her aversion to greens, stubbornly offered her a pair of chopsticks filled with vegetables. Try it? Every pore of Jiang Li's being screamed in protest. But before her stood Song Chun, the celestial being she had so painstakingly ensnared. How could she refuse? Thus, with a furrowed brow, Jiang Li swallowed her first bite of the dreaded vegetables as if they were medicine. Song Chun burst into laughter, repeatedly feeding her several more bites until she felt nauseated, at which point he finally allowed her to eat on her own. As Song Chun went to fetch water, Jiang Li dashed to the liquor cabinet, opened a bottle of whiskey, and, without a glass, gulped it down, feeling somewhat better. Song Chun returned with 2 glasses filled with ice. Is my cooking really that horrendous? Jiang Li's hand hesitated as she took the glass. No, it's not. It's good. Song Chun nodded. Since it's good, you should eat more. Jiang Li pretended not to hear, laughing awkwardly. Whiskey needs dried tangerine peel. I'll go toast some. As Song Chun watched Jiang Li hastily retreat, a smile finally spread across his face. After a prolonged absence, Jiang Li emerged, noticing that Song Chun had finished all the vegetables from both bowls of noodles. She sighed in relief, recalling how, in the past, he wouldn't even touch anything she had consumed. Now, not only was he willing to share chopsticks, but he could also eat whatever she had eaten without batting an eye. Song Chun discerned the blush of spring in her eyes. What are you blushing about? Jiang Li placed the dried tangerine peel in her glass, pouring in the whiskey. Nothing at all. Song Chun grasped her wrist, pulling her into his embrace. Jiang Li, don't think I'm oblivious to your little thoughts. Let me tell you, it's not just about the food you've eaten, even your. All right. Jiang Li immediately raised her glass to silence him. That's enough. No need for words. I know you don't mind me. What about you? Song Chun's gaze slowly descended. Jiang Li sprang up as if scalded. I'm tired. I'm going to bed now. Just put the dishes in the dishwasher. Song Chun. The next morning, Jiang Li was awakened by Song Chun. Although they did not share the same room, Jiang Li's door was merely ajar. That unscrupulous streamer of yours has called a dozen times. Why don't you pick up and see if it's urgent? Upon saying this, Song Chun turned to leave. But Jiang Li seized his hand and pressed it against her forehead. Hey, the call has gone through, she said, with no choice but to remain silent. Song Chun pulled at Jiang Li's hand, yet she showed no intention of letting him go, so he settled himself on the edge of her bed. Jiang Li nestled comfortably, resting her head on Song Chun's lap. She wore a sheer white silk sleep dress, revealing her figure in all its glory. The room was warm, and the thin blanket accentuated her delicate curves. Song Chun lifted the edge of the blanket. Jiang Li, unsuspecting, even parted her legs in response. In truth, Song Chun was not particularly fond of this setting. The expression on Shun Ku's face from that day haunted him, evoking a sense of humiliation that one could summon at will. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Li's demeanor was undeniably captivating. He could not comprehend why. At 28 years of age, Jiang Li still radiated an essence reminiscent of youthful innocence. Initially, he thought it might be the fragrance of some skincare product she used, but he later realized it was simply her natural scent. Now, enveloped by this aroma, he found himself utterly unable to move. On the other end of the line, Huang Xiangxiang spoke in a hoarse voice, animatedly chatting with Jiang Li. Jiang Li replied with a casual indifference, "A picnic? Aren't you streaming today?" Huang Xiangxiang explained, "I streamed for 12 hours during yesterday's event. Today I'm taking a break. Will you come?" Jiang Li's demeanor shifted, her feet tensing. "Who else is coming? What is that noise?" Huang Xiangxiang, with her keen hearing, inquired, "What are you doing in broad daylight?" Jiang Li kicked Song Chun lightly. "A mosquito bit me. Who's coming?" That little rascal Jiang Chao has been acting strangely lately, trying to make me take a vacation. I haven't had a day off in 2 years. Is he dreaming? Jiang Li's back arched. Did you offend someone? I offended no one. I believe he simply wishes to rebel, Huang Xiangxiang replied, indignantly. Last weekend, after I finished my stream, I attended a dinner and stood him up. Since then, he's been acting off. I thought I'd placate him a bit. He suggested a picnic. But what is the point of a picnic for two? Just staring at each other? Come join us. I'm not going, Jiang Li retorted, pulling the blanket higher. You two are all lovey-dovey. Why should I crash your party? Jiang Li, are you coming or not? Don't think I don't know about you and that little darling. All right. I'm sending you my location. Jiang Li relented after hanging up, dragging Song Chun out from under the covers. What are you doing so early? Song Chun feigned innocence. It wasn't me. Jiang Li. Song Chun, resting his head on his arm, looked at Jiang Li with a relaxed demeanor. Sister, please take a seat. Chapter 81. Heartache. Initially, Jiang Li thought Huang Xiangxiang was being ridiculous. Winter in Jiang City was cold and damp. The howling winds outside felt like knives. Who would go for a picnic in such weather? However, upon receiving the location Huang Xiangxiang sent, she was instantly convinced. The address led to a renowned hot spring resort in Jiang City. Thanks to the hot springs, the resort was perpetually vibrant, with a plethora of flowers blooming in a stunning display. Huang Xiangxiang had organized an extravagant affair. Their vehicle drove right onto the lush golf course, where uniquely designed white canopy stood on the green. A lavish French long table was laden with an array of food for 7 or 8 people, including cakes, sushi, and fruits. Nearby, a barbecue grill was neatly arranged with various ingredients, and a small pot of steaming white lamb soup simmered on the stove. As Song Chun followed Jiang Li, Huang Xiangxiang waved from a distance. Jiang Chao immediately approached, greeting Miss Jiang. Hello. Jiang Li introduced them casually, Song Chun, Jiang Chao. They nodded at each other in acknowledgement. Jiang Chao gestured for Jiang Li to sit. Miss Jiang, how is your hand feeling now? I'm truly sorry about last time. I had forgotten. You still remember? It's all healed now, Jiang Li replied, smiling sweetly. When she wasn't working, she exuded warmth and humility, like a gentle spring breeze. As they drew closer, Huang Xiangxiang stood up, enthusiastically extending her hand to Song Chun. Mr. Song, a pleasure to meet you. Understanding that Huang Xiangxiang was a close friend of Jiang Li's, Song Chun smiled and shook her hand. Miss Huang, nice to meet you. Jiang Chao, a bit shy, pulled out a chair for Jiang Li. Song Chun, however, declined the offer and pulled out a chair for himself. Jiang Li removed her sunglasses and teased. Who is the owner of this beautiful place? And why have you turned it into such a spectacle? Oh, this is nothing. Huang Xiangxiang waved her hand dismissively. It's the first time I'm treating Mr. Song to a meal. We must make it special. Jiang Li, aware of Huang Xiangxiang's ulterior motives, was about to interject when Huang Xiangxiang turned her attention to Jiang Li's face. Besides, Mr. Song, you've been so diligent this early in the morning. You must replenish your energy. Song Chun. Just as Jiang Li prepared to alleviate the tension, Huang Xiangxiang redirected her focus to her. Oh, having someone to pamper you is wonderful. Look at your complexion. It's as smooth as a peeled egg. I told you last time, women should take care of themselves. Before Huang Xiangxiang could finish her thought, Jiang Li shoved a piece of cake in her mouth to silence her. Jiang Li was not an innocent young girl. At her age, she had attended countless gatherings. While she might not be as crude as Huang Xiangxiang, she was certainly not naive. However, with Song Chun present, she felt slightly restrained. The mere mention of the topic made her cheeks flush. Glancing sideways at Song Chun, she found him calm, sipping whiskey with an air of indifference. Huang Xiangxiang chewed angrily on the cake. Jiang Li, what is wrong with you? Can't I talk? Jiang Li retorted. Can't you eat without talking? Huang Xiangxiang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Oh my, let me see, are you blushing? Jiang Li was disinclined to engage in this line of conversation and was about to retort when Song Chun slowly set down his glass. I read in the news a few days ago that a top streamer was blacklisted for tax evasion. Miss Huang, have you been paying your taxes on time? Huang Xiangxiang, known for her bluntness, was momentarily taken aback. Tax evasion? Mr. Song, are you joking? Someone like me, a law-abiding citizen, has always paid taxes at the highest rate. Right? Jiang Li? Jiang Li smiled without responding. The sweet white wine slid down her throat, and she understood that Song Chun was attempting to defuse the situation. While she maintained a composed exterior, inside she felt quite pleased. The seemingly cold individual could be quite considerate in crucial moments. Huang Xiangxiang was not insistent on Jiang Li answering her. Immediately, she turned her attention back to Song Chun, bantering, "Mr. Song, if I were you, I would bother with Jiang Li's so-called S-class streamer connections. Just come to my stream. After a few weeks, you'll be a familiar face." Song Chun raised his glass to clink with hers. "Thank you, Miss Huang. Don't mention it." Huang Xiangxiang waved her hand. "Mr. Song, let me tell you, you have the looks and the physique. Wherever you go, money and women will flock to you. Why bother becoming a star? It's a tough job with so many restrictions." Jiang Chao draped a light blanket over Huang Xiangxiang's shoulders. She shot him a glare. "Why did you give it to me first?" Jiang Chao, slightly embarrassed, replied, "You were coughing a bit this morning. Miss Jiang is sitting by the stove. There's more in the car if you need it." Jiang Li hurriedly expressed that she did not need it. She spoke the truth. On her left side was a warm stove, and on her right, Song Chun held her hand and had tucked it into his coat pocket, making her feel entirely unbothered by the cold. Huang Xiangxiang ignored Jiang Chao and continued speaking to Song Chun. "Mr. Song, I'm serious. You should consider it carefully. You've purchased items in my live stream before, and as you know, half of the entertainment industry's stars have visited. This proves I'm not exaggerating." Song Chun nodded. "I believe you." "Wonderful." Huang Xiangxiang clapped her hands. "Mr. Song, look, I've shown my sincerity. I even let my best friend sleep with you. Could you possibly resolve the complaint from last time?" Song Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Jiang Li hadn't anticipated that Huang Xiangxiang had gone to such lengths for this matter. "You must confess, is that razor of yours a counterfeit product?" "How could it be?" Huang Xiangxiang replied, extending her hand. Jiang Chao promptly handed her an exquisite packaging box. "Even the best products can have a flaw or two. Can't blame me for that. If you don't believe me, take it home and check." Song Chun, feeling agreeable, set down his wine glass and opened the app to withdraw the complaint. It was a tea that he intended to make things difficult for Huang Xiangxiang. He had simply forgotten amidst numerous matters. As Song Chun focused on his phone, Jiang Li caught sight of the cake on the table. "Jiang Chao, is today your birthday?" Jiang Chao opened his mouth to respond, but Huang Xiangxiang frowned. "How could it be? His birthday was last month, not today." Jiang Chao awkwardly added, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Jiang, but my birthday isn't today." Jiang Li chose not to speak further. The caddy brought over the golf clubs, and Huang Xiangxiang eagerly took one. "Come on, Jiang Li, it's been ages since I played. Let's have a game?" The warmth by the stove made Jiang Li reluctant to move. Moreover, Huang Xiangxiang's playing style resembled that of a student with numerous distractions. Even a 9-hole game required a convoy, which was rather bothersome to watch. "Schafft at 82 am fast?" Jiang Li didn't take the club or stand up. Huang Xiangxiang inquired of Song Chun. "If you're not playing, I'll have Mr. Song accompany me." "Mr. Song, do you play golf?" It was a casual question. She knew Jiang Li would be displeased with Song Chun spending time alone with her. To her surprise, Song Chun stood up, removed his watch, and handed it to Jiang Li. "I play a little." Song Chun possessed an extraordinary demeanor, clearly from a well-off family, so Jiang Li was not surprised he played golf. However, she was astonished by his skill. He didn't just play a little, he completely dominated Huang Xiangxiang, who was merely mediocre. Huang Xiangxiang, feeling competitive, insisted on playing 18 holes. Jiang Li picked up the binoculars to observe Song Chun. His swing was impressively professional, his slim waist moving gracefully in sync with the arc of his arm. In an instant, Jiang Li recalled certain moments when his back would rise and fall similarly, like undulating hills. "Miss Jiang, have some hot soup." Jiang Chao offered her a bowl of steaming broth. "Thank you," Jiang Li replied, pushing aside the floating scallions. "Happy birthday." Jiang Chao was taken aback for a moment before self-deprecatingly smiling. "Thank you, Miss Jiang." Jiang Li set down the soup bowl. "She has a forthright nature. If you have concerns, don't hide them from her. She cares about you." "I know. Sister Xiangxiang is very good to me." Today was Jiang Chao's birthday, and while Jiang Li had not intended to chide him, his demeanor was too dismal. Huang Xiangxiang seemed to be in a playful mood, merely seeking novelty with Jiang Chao. Yet he appeared genuinely smitten with her. Jiang Li worried that Jiang Chao, in his unrequited affection for Huang Xiangxiang, might take drastic measures, for human nature is often susceptible to testing. However, Jiang Chao mistakenly thought she disliked scallions and stood up. "Miss Jiang, Shall I fetch you a bowl without scallions? Jiang Li waved her hand. No need. I'll drink it later. Please sit down. Let us have a chat. Jiang Chao complied, sitting beside Jiang Li. What would you like to discuss, Miss Jiang? Jiang Li pushed her sunglasses up. Her striking, contrasting eyes sparkled with sharp clarity. How long have you been with Xiangxiang? 1 year and 3 months. Jiang Li understood. Huang Xiangxiang had mentioned Jiang Chao was sulking, likely due to her waning novelty and her flirtation with other admirers, which left Jiang Chao feeling neglected. Jiang Li cleared her throat and began to organize her thoughts. Assistant Jiang, you know Xiangxiang's nature. She's never very serious. You must remind her often when you're with her. Jiang Chao nodded. Miss Jiang, rest assured I will. Jiang Li continued. Regarding her forgetting your birthday, I will seek justice for you. But you must also understand her challenges. She has so much on her mind every day that it's understandable if she overlooks some things. As her assistant, you're not just her hands and ears, but must also consider her position and fulfill your duties. The implication was clear. Having chosen to be her little pet, he must remember his identity and avoid overstepping boundaries. Jiang Chao was astute enough to grasp the warning in Jiang Li's words, his face flushing. Miss Jiang, you can rest easy. I know my limits. Jiang Li smiled brightly. It's good that you understand. Jiang Li initially thought the conversation had reached its conclusion, but unexpectedly, he shifted the topic. Miss Jiang, you truly are a good sister to Sister Xiangxiang. Jiang Li was puzzled, and then Jiang Chao suddenly looked up, meeting her gaze. Miss Jiang is also quite fond of Mr. Song. I wonder if your words could equally apply to Mr. Song? Jiang Chao's eyes glistened slightly, his tone soft and gentle, akin to a well-behaved kitten. Jiang Li's heart softened, feeling it unnecessary to be overly harsh. Of course. Jiang Chao smiled faintly. Miss Jiang is indeed a good friend to Sister Xiangxiang. Just as Jiang Li was about to respond, she was embraced from behind, and Song Chun's hearty voice resonated above her. What are you two chatting about? You seem so cheerful. Jiang Li was about to speak, but then she noticed Jiang Chao's subtle smile, his expression calm and composed. We were just discussing how well Mr. Song plays golf. Jiang Li, what is happening here? Is it possible that a handsome man's wits are proportional to his looks? Song Chun tightened his grip on Jiang Li's arm. She offered him the bowl of soup. Have some soup to warm you. Song Chun took a sip from the bowl held by Jiang Li. Have you had some? I have. Huang Xiangxiang, frustrated, jumped down from the car. Hey Song Chun, what is wrong with you? Don't you understand how to cherish beauty? You're making me feel miserable. Song Chun's brows relaxed. Of course, I understand how to cherish beauty, but Miss Huang. Song Chun deliberately left his sentence unfinished. Jiang Li interjected. That is only applicable if it's beauty. What about you? I am beauty, all right? Huang Xiangxiang, she retorted, sulking as she sat down. Jiang Chao poured her some hot tea, but she showed no gratitude, taking a sip only to find it too hot, ready to explode in anger. Jiang Li kicked her under the table. Huang Xiangxiang begrudgingly swallowed her words. You, Song Chun, are utterly intolerable. Completing 18 holes in 72 strokes in just an hour. Have you ever seen such a thing? Jiang Li chuckled. I have seen someone finish 72 strokes in an hour, but never have I witnessed someone lose so badly as you did. Song Chun shrugged. I can't be blamed. The greens were exceptionally well maintained, and the cart was fast, naturally saving time. It's mainly because your skills are so poor. Jiang Li leaned against Song Chun's shoulder, continuing her playful jab. Huang Xiangxiang propped her chin on her hand, looking unconvinced. Honestly, nothing is that quick. Suddenly, Huang Xiangxiang's expression shifted as if a thought struck her, and she raised an eyebrow with a grin. Jiang Li sensed she was up to no good and was about to shove cake in her face when Huang Xiangxiang looked at Song Chun, her expression indescribable. Mr. Song wouldn't be that fast normally, would he? Jiang Li initially believed that with Song Chun's intelligence, he could easily counter Huang Xiangxiang's remark. However, much to her surprise, Song Chun did not. He turned to Jiang Li. Am I fast? Jiang Li. These two, can they really pass the ball like shameless people? Jiang Li opened her mouth, but remained silent. Song Chun tightened his grip on Jiang Li's chin. Sister, I'm asking you something. His tone was insistent, almost stubborn, and his expression was serious, as natural as eating or drinking. Jiang Li couldn't help but blush. Beside them, Huang Xiangxiang was grinning widely. I'm not saying you, but what about your flirty remarks? Jiang Li often spoke flirtatiously when alone with Song Chun. But with Huang Xiangxiang present, her face flushed, yet she still couldn't utter the words of displeasure. Fortunately, Jiang Chao brought over a plate of golden, glistening grilled meat skewers. Everyone, try these quickly. They won't taste good when they cool down. Jiang Li swiftly held a skewer of lamb to Song Chun's mouth. Eat quickly, or they'll get cold. Song Chun didn't even need to use his hands. He merely leaned down to take a bite, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Li. Her cheeks heated up once more. Chapter 83. The little wolf dog must behave. The four of them enjoyed a leisurely evening filled with drinks and conversation. Jiang Chao was diligent, bustling about to take care of everyone. Though Song Chun didn't voice it, he felt a sense of guilt and joined Jiang Chao in grilling. Jiang Li beckoned Huang Xiangxiang with her finger, and Huang Xiangxiang tossed a skewer at Jiang Li, raising her chin. What is up? Jiang Li stared at her. Do you genuinely not know it's Assistant Jiang's birthday, or are you pretending? Huang Xiangxiang looked puzzled. It's just a birthday. Would I really pretend? No way. Is today really his birthday? Jiang Li shot her a glare. Think about it carefully. If you can't remember, just ask HR. Huang Xiangxiang then pulled out her phone and quickly dialed a number. After hanging up, she casually picked up a skewer of meat. I got mixed up. I confused his birthday with another model's. Jiang Li felt an overwhelming urge to slap Huang Xiangxiang. Yet what Huang Xiangxiang said next immediately quelled that thought. Huang Xiangxiang casually explained that last month, on the day that model was supposed to celebrate her birthday, she had bought fruits and a cake and knocked on Jiang Chao's door in the middle of the night. Jiang Chao, groggy yet delighted, happily celebrated his birthday with Huang Xiangxiang. So you intended to celebrate that model's birthday today? Yes, Huang Xiangxiang shrugged. He was bothering me, so I had no choice but to come for a picnic with him. In this cold weather, I thought you were joking. I thought he was joking too. He said I promised to take him for a picnic last year, but I just couldn't remember. You know me. Every time I roll with him, it's always after drinking, and the things said in bed are even less reliable than those at the dining table. I'm neither an emperor nor a man. Can every word count? I'd be exhausted. Jiang Li was utterly speechless. If you keep being so reckless, something will eventually go wrong. Now, hasn't it already happened? Huang Xiangxiang's gaze turned suddenly cold toward Jiang Chao, clearly displeased that he dared to take advantage of her. Don't act recklessly, Jiang Li warned softly. Huang Xiangxiang, feeling disinterested, tossed the lamb skewer back onto the plate. Don't worry. I understand the principle of seeking a better option. Rest assured, I won't dismiss him until I find a suitable assistant. After saying this, Huang Xiangxiang stood up and gracefully walked over to Jiang Chao, embracing him from behind. Jiang Chao, startled, didn't know where to place his hands. Sister Xiangxiang, please don't come near. My hands are all greasy. Be careful not to dirty your clothes. Huang Xiangxiang smiled seductively. Sorry. What? Jiang Chao suddenly panicked. Huang Xiangxiang rubbed her cheek against his back. Baby, happy birthday. Jiang Chao jolted, the fish rack in his hands clattering to the ground. Under Huang Xiangxiang's orchestrations, Jiang Li and Song Chun together gave Jiang Chao a lively birthday celebration. Throughout the process, Jiang Chao seemed dazed, looking bewildered yet delighted. Huang Xiangxiang placed a birthday hat on him, and when it came time to cut the cake, Jiang Chao's hands trembled. Jiang Li believed she had mastered the art of understanding people's hearts, yet she felt inferior when faced with Huang Xiangxiang. Huang Xiangxiang clearly intended to win Jiang Chao over while pretending to be affectionate and trustworthy. A sudden wave of sadness washed over Jiang Li. Only the sharpest steel can blossom such delicate flowers in one's heart. Huang Xiangxiang's journey as a live streamer had been arduous. Just before graduating from university, her first boyfriend vanished one cold winter night, taking away all her valuables. From that moment on, her world was devoid of men, filled only with money. The first phone she used for streaming, which she had under the bridge, was gifted to her by Jiang Li. Jiang Li felt no guilt towards Jiang Chao. Even if she hadn't revealed the birthday secret, Huang Xiangxiang's sensitivity would have led her to realize Jiang Chao's feelings sooner or later. Jiang Chao's mistake lay in his inability to remain composed. Greed is not terrifying, but the inability to control oneself is. On the way back, Song Chun was somewhat silent. Jiang Li sought to break the silence. I didn't expect you to be so skilled at golfing. Song Chun held the steering wheel. Didn't you say it was because your friend's skills were lacking? She's not that bad. If she puts her heart into it, she's quite capable. I'm rather curious about your skills. Jiang Li laughed heartily. My mediocre skills are best left unmentioned. By the way, many actors in our circle play very well. When you weren't signed to my agency, Qin Shilin ranked first. How honored I am to stand alongside an acclaimed actor. Just wait. As I promised, you'll be alongside him more often in the future. The two engaged in light-hearted banter. Jiang Li noticed that Song Chun had been speaking considerably more lately. This was a positive sign, indicating that he genuinely enjoyed their time together. After leaving the hot spring resort, Jiang Li discreetly observed Song Chun's expression, knowing he must have heard Jiang Chao's remarks. Previously, when she had asked Shun Ku to admonish Song Chun, his reaction had been quite intense. Yet this time, he showed no response. Could it be that he had tacitly accepted the identity she had given him? Jiang Li admitted to herself that she held a deep affection for Song Chun, even bordering on obsession at times. However, she was also clear-headed, knowing she couldn't indulge him too much or cross the boundaries. Suddenly, Jiang Li felt something jab at her. She reached in and found the exquisite box Huang Xiangxiang had shoved at her when she asked Song Chun to withdraw the lawsuit. Jiang Li untied the bow on the box, only to discover another layer of wrapping inside. They've wrapped a razor this well? As soon as she spoke, a silicone object suddenly shot out of the box, bouncing off the windshield before landing in Jiang Li's lap. Song Chun stepped on the brakes and slowed down. Yet he couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Li's face turned crimson. What is Huang Xiangxiang doing? Song Chun winked at Jiang Li. Sister, you're not trying to tell me you've never seen this kind of thing, are you? Naturally, Jiang Li couldn't break her persona and admitted she had indeed never seen one. Just kidding, of course I've seen one. It's just that this one looks too realistic. As she spoke, she attempted to shove it back into the box, but her flustered hands struggled to do so. Song Chun's amusement grew more pronounced. That's good to know. I was worried you might not be satisfied with my size. Jiang Li. Now she had every reason to suspect that Huang Xiangxiang had not been playing golf with Song Chun for that hour, but rather conspiring with him about some shameless trick. Before Jiang Li could speak, Song Chun playfully ruffled her hair, his expression serious. Don't toss it. Try it out when we get back. Jiang Li. Chapter 84. Have you committed a crime? In the following days, aside from indulging in playful antics, Song Chun exhibited no other inappropriate behavior, allowing Jiang Li to relax. Shun Ku also reassured Jiang Li, stating that the owner of the Cullinan car had been identified. It belonged to a company in Jiangxing. The CEO had invested in Professor Li's project. That night, Song Chun's visit was undoubtedly for business purposes. Jiang Li finally felt a sense of relief in her heart. A less-than-favorable daughter-in-law must inevitably face her in-laws. The incident involving Zhang Xiaowan was handled with skill, sparing it from causing any significant turbulence. Qin Shilin had just returned from abroad after finishing his work, and Jiang Li thought it was time to introduce Song Chun to Bei Xing and the others. Early in the morning, Shun Ke drove Jiang Li and Song Chun to the company. The artists were not required to work in a centralized manner, but only those of Qin Shilin's caliber were afforded dedicated offices. The other artists, like the company staff, were all relegated to cubicles, albeit in a more upscale and lavishly decorated environment. Song Chun, who had never been fond of crowds, took the opportunity to step outside for a smoke before the meeting commenced. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the stairwell, he encountered a woman with her hands on her hips, shrieking at someone. You must be new here. What on earth? You can't even make a cup of coffee properly. Did a donkey kick your head? The girl being reprimanded hung her head low, her eyes brimming with tears, continuously apologizing. I'm sorry, Sister Quan. It's all my fault. I'll make another cup right away. Intrigued, Song Chun observed the scene. Jiang Li's office was just ahead, and employees typically dared not tread heavily in this vicinity. Who was this young woman, so audacious as to shout here? As Song Chun approached, the frightened girl looked up in panic. Hello, Mr. Song. He nodded, not one to meddle in others' affairs. The girl bowed her head slightly, rubbed her nose, and took a couple of steps back. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as the girl received a stinging slap, her eyes reddening as tears fell. You little brat, learning to play the victim now. The screeching voice, unsatisfied, raised her wrist to strike again. Song Chun, though not one to interfere, especially in the complex realm of women, could no longer stand idly by. He seized a shrill woman's wrist. Let's talk civilly. Why resort to violence? The woman struggled against his grip. Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Upon realizing the woman's appearance, Song Chun was momentarily taken aback. She bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Li, particularly with her large, watery eyes, as if they were cast from the same mold. However, while Jiang Li's gaze was calm and resolute from her position of power, the woman appeared more erratic and domineering. Not well acquainted with Jiang Li, Song Chun pondered if this woman might be Jiang Li's sister. It was entirely plausible. Who else would dare to throw a tantrum under Jiang Li's nose? He tightened his grip. Regardless of who I am, this is a company, and you cannot behave like this. The woman, unwilling to back down, puffed out her cheeks and prepared to hurl more insults, but Song Chun shot her a cold glare. The girl, still nursing her cheek, interjected, "Mr. Song, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, not Sister Kwan's." She was quick to take the blame, acknowledging her own mistakes. In pain, the woman twisted her wrist in an awkward position, her face contorting. Though still seething, upon hearing Mr. Song, she gradually grasped the situation. "You are Song Chun?" Song Chun did not reply. Out of deference to Jiang Li, he loosened his grip slightly. The woman gritted her teeth. "Let go of me. Let go. But you must apologize to her." "Apologize to her? Are you out of your mind?" the woman exclaimed, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke, loudly protesting. The girl, terrified, shook her head vigorously. No, it's all my fault. I'm too clumsy to even make coffee. Sister Kwan, please don't be angry." "Mr. Song, I'm fine. Really?" Song Chun remained unmoved, allowing the woman to continue her ruckus, yet he did not release her. Eventually, the woman relented, glaring menacingly at the girl. "I'm sorry. That's all right, really." The girl shook her head repeatedly, as if trying to dispel the situation. Jiang Li gave the girl a knowing glance, prompting her to bow deeply to both Song Chun and the woman, expressing her gratitude before scurrying away. Only then did Song Chun release her. The woman, however, stomped her foot and walked off in a huff. Suddenly, Song Chun's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and promptly silenced it. When it rang again, he impatiently answered, "Brother, what is going on with you?" The person on the other end sounded furious. "Ignoring calls and messages, you ungrateful child. Are you sulking with Dad and refusing to acknowledge me?" Song Chun rubbed the back of his neck. "I didn't hear it." "Nonsense. You clearly rejected the call. Be honest, have you been causing trouble at school lately? What's the matter? Someone is looking into you. They traced our family car." Song Chun suddenly recalled Jiang Li's recent strange behavior and responded with a casual "oh." The voice on the other end was displeased. "What do you mean, oh? Are you ignoring what I'm saying? I've told you repeatedly to help out at home after graduation, but instead, you're wandering around aimlessly, attracting the attention of unsavory characters. I don't know what you're thinking." Song Chun stood stiffly silent. The other party seemed to find their monologue uninteresting, hesitating before continuing. "But don't worry, I've already handled it." Song Chun acknowledged this. The other person sighed. "This weekend, I'll have old Fong come pick you up for dinner." "No need. I could take a taxi," Song Chun replied. "All right then." After hanging up, Shun Ku approached briskly. "Mr. Song, where have you been? Everyone is gathered in the conference room, waiting for you." Shun Ku gestured respectfully for him to enter. Song Chun followed behind him into the conference room. It was not large, with Jiang Li seated at the head of the table. To her left sat the acclaimed actor Qin Shilin, renowned actress by Mu Yang, popular star Su Su, and famous singer Qian Yi. The first seat on the left was empty, followed by Bei Xing, the award-winning actress Yin Duo'er, and the rising star Qian Shi. Upon seeing Song Chun enter, Jiang Li waved from a distance. "Song Chun, come here and sit beside me." All eyes turned toward Song Chun as he walked calmly to Jiang Li's side. Shun Ku pulled out a chair for him. Despite being relatively unknown, Song Chun found himself seated next to Jiang Li and at the same level as Qin Shilin, which elicited some discontent among the attendees. Su Su slammed a nail clipper on the table, producing a sharp clatter. Jiang Li leaned back slightly, casting a mild glance at Su Su, who promptly straightened in her seat. Jiang Li clasped her hands and surveyed the crowd. "Since everyone is here, I'd like to introduce a new friend." Moments ago, everyone had appeared relaxed, but Jiang Li's gaze transformed the atmosphere, causing everyone to sit up straight. Except for Qin Shilin. Jiang Li nodded toward Bei Xing. "Bei Xing, please greet everyone. You've been in this industry, so you should know each other." Bei Xing immediately stood. "It's an honor to meet everyone." "Hello, I'm Bei Xing, and I've just signed with Sisterly. I look forward to your guidance." Though Bei Xing was not particularly famous, her work spoke volumes. The others acknowledged her with indifferent nods. Jiang Li then turned to Song Chun. "You're new here and may not know them. Let me introduce you." Jiang Li named each person, but Song Chun did not rise. He merely nodded slightly to acknowledge them. After introducing everyone, Jiang Li finally looked at Song Chun. This is Chun Yu, the photographer. From now on, you all may call him Song Chun. Everyone exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Jiang Li remained unhurried, slowly lifting her teacup. Qin Shilin, who had been reclining comfortably, glanced at Jiang Li and flashed a smile at Song Chun, leading the applause. As the most prominent artist present, his endorsement prompted everyone else to join in clapping. Jiang Li smiled with satisfaction, setting down her teacup before discussing routine work matters, after which the meeting concluded. As everyone filed out, Yin Duoer maintained her haughty demeanor, barely acknowledging Song Chun. In contrast, Qianxi gently congratulated him. Bai Muyang approached amicably, saying, Chun Gu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. I am undeserving of such praise. Song Chun replied humbly as he shook Bai Muyang's hand. With the others having departed, only Qin Shilin remained seated, motionless. Jiang Li gestured to Song Chun. Let Shinku take you to your office. He will discuss the assistant position with you. Song Chun nodded and closed the door behind him. Jiang Li returned to her chair, while Qin Shilin straightened his posture, teasingly inquiring, Is it already secured? Jiang Li shamalesli nudda. She then retrieved a cigarette case, and Qin Shilin lit one for her, but refrained from taking one himself. Jiang Li gently tapped the back of his hand, the delicate smoke curling between them. Have you truly quit? She asked. Qin Shilin's voice was somewhat hoarse. With age, metabolism slows. Smoking is detrimental to the skin. Jiang Li tilted her head to regard him. But your skin looks splendid. Qin Shilin turned his head to avoid her gaze. Have you taken a flattery now? Jiang Li chuckled. Don't mock me. You know I've had only you by my side all these years. You must support me well. Very well, Qin Shilin replied before suddenly bending over to cough violently. Jiang Li hurriedly extinguished her cigarette and handed him a bottle of water. What's wrong? Why is your voice so hoarse? Qin Shilin waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Should I accompany him? Jiang Li shook her head. Not for now. He needs further refinement. Understood, Qin Shilin paused. Have you accepted the Qinghai Phil project for me? Jiang Li was taken aback. Qinghai is too distant, and traveling there this season would be arduous. Think it over. While mainstream films are commercially viable and often award-winning, your current stature doesn't necessitate such sacrifices. Qin Shilin remained silent. Jiang Li continued to persuade him. Moreover, you just returned to the country. Take some time to rest before diving into work. No one is pressuring you. Your health is paramount, and you have lost too much weight recently. Qin Shilin nonchalantly shook his head. This is unlike your usual style. Am I making you feel exploited? Jiang Li responded. Suddenly, Qin Shilin adopted a serious demeanor. Jiang Li was momentarily taken aback. What is it? He gazed at her face intently before sighing. Do you truly not wish to start anew? Please, if I were to start anew, would you be willing to join me? How do you know I wouldn't? Jiang Li smiled. Let us not jest. None of you can afford to pay my breach of contract fees. Besides, being an employee is quite satisfactory. The president treats me well. Qin Shilin nodded and stood up. As long as you are happy. Jiang Li pressed. Would you reconsider? Qinghai is exceedingly cold this season. No need. As Song Chun exited the office, he collided with Qin Shilin, who appeared even thinner than the last time they met, his chest pressing against his back. However, his physique was well-proportioned, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, so he did not seem to have an oversized head. Song Chun greeted him, and Qin Shilin offered him a fleeting glance, his expression inscrutable. Years later, as Song Chun reflected on that gaze, he would realize it contained not only envy, but also an unexpected pity. The two shook hands once more, and Song Chun sincerely remarked, Mr. Qin is even more handsome than on television. Qin Shilin smiled lightly. I have aged. Mr. Song is in his prime. They exchanged pleasantries when Song Chun noticed a sharp-voiced girl approaching. To his surprise, her gaze toward Qin Shilin was exceedingly gentle, filled with sparkling admiration, which also softened her demeanor toward Song Chun. Lin Ge. Qin Shilin beckoned her over. This is Mr. Song Chun. The girl, with a radiant smile, greeted, Hello, Xun Yi. Her innocent and demure appearance contrasted starkly with her earlier arrogance. Song Chun assumed she was a fan of Qin Shilin, only to find Qin Shilin affectionately ruffling her hair. This is my assistant, Xiao Quan. I've spoiled her. In that moment, Song Chun fell silent. Xiao Quan linked arms with Qin Shilin, gradually walking away, and Song Chun found himself unable to retract his gaze for a long while. Bai Muyang produced a cigarette case and offered one to Song Chun. Xiao Quan is a fervent fan of Shilin Guo. He decided to hire her as an assistant after encountering her at an event. Does Jiang Li know? Song Chun inquired. Bai Muyang shrugged, of course. All our artist assistants go through her. How could she not know? Song Chun's heart sank again. Could Jiang Li truly be so stone-hearted? Upon entering Jiang Li's office, he saw her beckoning him over. Why do you look so displeased? Did Shun Ku discuss the assistant situation with you? Song Chun did not answer. Simply plopping down on her desk, before the meeting, I encountered an impressive girl. What girl? She bears a slight resemblance to you, Song Chun replied, maintaining eye contact with Jiang Li. Jiang Li responded nonchalantly. You mean Xiao Quan? She's Ken Shilin's assistant. What? You're not smitten with her, are you? Her demeanor was unflappable, and Song Chun refrained from probing further. Shun Ke showed me the assistant options. They were all men. Shun Ke entered with some documents, and Jiang Li quickly scanned them before signing her name. Addressing Shun Ke directly, men are preferable, less hassle, and they can help with luggage during your engagements. Just like assistant Shun, now that's convenient. Shun Ke smiled shyly. Thank you for the compliment, boss. Chapter 86. When they turn ruthless, even men are on guard. Jiang Li waved her hand, signaling him to stop flattering and leave quickly. Shen Kiskiviko promptlu exiteth. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow at Song Chun. Surely I need not elaborate on the advantages of male assistants? With a dismissive smile, Song Chun replied, but I desire a female assistant. Jiang Li's expression turned cold. Yet she quickly recognized the need for gentleness with Song Chun and adopted a smiling demeanor. Please be good and obedient. One to you? I refuse. I insist on a female assistant. Song Chun stood firm. Jiang Li sighed in resignation. Very well, if you have a suitable candidate, inform Shun Ke, and he will arrange it. After Song Chun left, Jiang Li clutched her chest, exasperated. This little rascal is as stubborn as a mule, and I can't bear to scold him. Once he departed, she summoned Shun Ke with a single call. What is going on? Why is he dissatisfied with the assistance I arranged for him? Shun Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation. Can you really blame him? They were all rather unremarkable. Any with a modicum of talent were dismissed by you. Boss, I must say, your overprotectiveness regarding Mr. Song is excessive. Being wary of women is one thing, but why be cautious of men as well? Is that so? Bianc, li touchet hernose. Shun Ke laid 2 photographs before her here. Look at the assistants you picked for Beijing and then for Mr. Song. Jiang Li examined the 2 images. One was tall and poised, while the other was short and unkempt. She felt a twinge of guilt. Shun Ke pressed on. You previously stated that an artist's assistant reflects both the artist and the company. They should be appealing. Is this what you consider appealing? Jiang Li raturta. But aren't these candidates you sourced? True, but they were still under your guidance, Shun Ke countered. Jiang Li conceded. Even if he dislikes the assistants I found, it doesn't mean he must specifically seek a female assistant. Check who we met with today. Shun Ke was taken aback. Boss, surely not? Will you go or not? Jiang Li snapped, causing Shun Ke to shrink back and hurriedly retreat. With his keen investigative skills, Shun Ke quickly unraveled Song Chun's entire schedule for the day. When Jiang Li viewed the footage of the girl Song Chun was defending, her expression darkened ominously. Understanding Jiang Li's nature, Shun Ke quickly ingratiated himself. Pulling out his phone, Boss, should I notify HR to dismiss her? Jiang Li gently tapped her fingers on the table, and Shun Ke understood that this was her expression when she was feeling impatient. He hesitated to make any sudden moves. After a while, Jiang Li finally ceased her tapping. Are you certain there's only this one candidate? Yes, boss. Shun Ke replied decisively. There's only this ordinary employee. The others are either celebrity assistants or artists, and hence not suitable. Which department is she in? The public relations department. Jiang Li, seemingly contemplative, picked up her coffee and took a delightful sip. Bring Song Chun to see me, and you run an errand for me. Shun Ke agreed to proceed with the task. Soon after, Song Chun entered. Did you call for me? Jiang Li greeted her with a broad smile, gesturing her over. Song Chun leaned against the desk, facing Jiang Li. What is it? Have you decided on your assistant? I haven't spoken with the person yet. Why? Song Chun scrutinized Jiang Li's eyes from above, teasingly. You're not having second thoughts, are you? Jiang Li felt uncomfortable under her gaze. How could that be? Don't joke with me. Just tell me who you have in mind, and I'll personally call HR to arrange it. Song Chun gazed intently into Jiang Li's eyes, which were strikingly bright, reminiscent of the clear sky after rain, enchanting enough to make one easily believe in her charm. Song Chun often found herself lost in those depths. However, at this moment, she recognized it as merely a tactic Jiang Li employed to compel her compliance. Song Chun leaned down, kissing Jiang Li's eyes lightly. "All right, Jiang Li responda." Slightly taken aback, Song Chun playfully winked at Jiang Li before leisurely sauntering out of the office. As she passed the pantry, she noticed a girl, having been scolded by Xiao Quan, wiping her tears. Just as she exited Jiang Li's office, she encountered the girl, whose eyes resembled those of a rabbit. Song Chun leaned against the wall, looking down at her. "Have you been bullied again?" The girl's tears fell instantly. "Mr. Song, I'm fine." Song Chun shook her head. "You're coming with me now, and do as I say. I can't guarantee a promotion, but you certainly won't remain an ordinary employee, enduring others' bullying daily." Song Chun whispered instructions in the girl's ear, causing her to widen her eyes in shock. "But Miss Jiang is formidable, I'm afraid. Are you going or not?" Song Chun tilted her head, challenging her. The girl, understanding the risks that come with opportunity, bit her lip. "I'll go." After stating this, Song Chun lazily walked into Jiang Li's office, and the girl, named Fu Su, followed, taking small steps. "Miss Jiang, hello." Jiang Li scrutinized Fu Su with a gaze as penetrating as X-rays before letting out a soft snort. "Which department are you from?" Fu Su obediently stepped forward. "The distribution department." Jiang Li nodded. "Under Shuang?" Fu Su confirmed. "Yes, Miss Jiang." Song Chun raised an eyebrow. "Can't handle it?" "No." Jiang Li elongated her tone. "How could that be? I'll call Zone right now." Although she spoke, Jiang Li did not reach for her phone. Song Chun, seemingly aware of her intentions, leaned against the wall, observing Jiang Li with an amused expression. Jiang Li, feeling frustrated, reluctantly took out her phone and, under Song Chun's watchful gaze, dialed He Shuang's personal number. He Shuang, true to his name, spoke quickly. "Oh, what brings you to call?" "Yang vi touch it hernose." "Old He, I'd like to request a person." He Shuang continued to jest. "If you're forcing Mr. Song to find someone, I have no one here." Song Chun stood close to Jiang Li, clearly hearing the conversation on the other end. Jiang Li felt somewhat awkward. "You have a girl named Fu Su, right? I want her. If you need more hands, I can send someone over." "Fu Su." He Shuang paused for a moment. "All right, no problem. Just bring Shun Ku to exchange." "What kind of joke is this?" "Shun Ku is my assistant." "Exactly. Fu Su is also my assistant." Trading assistants seems fair enough. Jiang Li raised her eyebrow at Fu Su. "You're He Zong's assistant?" I am." Fu Su felt a bit dazed, unable to comprehend how such a fortunate opportunity had suddenly presented itself. "You girl, I asked if you were He Zong's assistant. Just answer plainly. Why are you so evasive?" Chapter 87. "If you don't want me, I must give myself to another." Fu Su was merely an ordinary employee, serving tea and running errands. She overheard He Shuang's words on Jiang Li's phone, unsure whether He Shuang genuinely intended to promote her or was merely jesting. She glanced at Jiang Li, then at Song Chun, feeling a loss. Jiang Li sighed. "Fu Su, is it? How old are you?" Fu Su replied nervously, 24. "How long have you been at Xinga Media?" 2 years. Jiang Li nodded. 2 years to become He Zong's assistant. That's impressive. Fu Su stole a glance at Song Chun, who was lounging casually on the sofa with her legs crossed. Jiang Li's expression suddenly turned cold as she observed Fu Su. "Do you realize where you've gone wrong?" Fu Su immediately became alert. "Miss Jiang, I think the comforting departed herschulder. Since you are He Zong's assistant, you shouldn't agree with Mr. Song." "Agree with Mr. Song?" "Agree to what?" Just as Fu Su was about to speak, Song Chun casually interjected. "Since you're He Zong's assistant, just forget it. You can go back now." Once Fu Su left, Jiang Li took a sip of coffee from her desk. "There's no rush regarding the assistant matter. Take your time." Song Chun indifferent nodded in agreement. Jiang Li then suggested, "Perhaps I should have Shun Ke look into it for you. He knows the employees better." Before Song Chun could respond, Jiang Li excitedly retrieved a beautifully packaged small box from behind her desk. "By the way, I have a gift for you." Upon receiving it, Song Chun opened the box to find a car, key adorned with a bow. He was momentarily stunned. "A Cullinan, do you like it?" Jiang Li inquired. Song Chun was speechless. Fearing that he might refuse, Jiang Li immediately hooked her arm around his. "The car is downstairs, if you don't want it. I'll just give it to someone else." Song Chun promptly tossed the car, key back into Jiang Li's arms. "Give it to someone else then." Jiang Li smiled alluringly. leaning into Song Chun as their breaths mingled. With her enchanting gaze, she slid her long, fair hands down to grasp his. Then shall I truly give it to another? Jiang Li's soft form pressed closely against Song Chun's, her nose teasingly brushing against his throat. The unique scent of milk gradually enveloped Song Chun's reason. After a prolonged moment, Song Chun finally opened his mouth. He kissed her deeply, their bodies entwined against the wall, Jiang Li's warm breath enveloping him. Song Chun let out a muffled groan. Jiang Li. Do you have any work later? He murmured as he led Jiang Li towards the lounge. Jiang Li understood. About the assistant matter? Let Chen Ke decide. Jiang Li shook legally. Then it's settled. Song Chun effortlessly lifted Jiang Li's legs, cradling her knee as she hung onto him. All right. Song Chun felt a slight dizziness. In that moment, he pondered whether Jiang Li might be a reincarnated fairy, for how else could one so easily ensnare him? Fu Su, bewildered, exited Jiang Li's office. An uneasy feeling settled in her heart as she hurried towards He Shuang's office. Upon reaching the door, she realized that barging in might be inappropriate and turned to leave when He Shuang's warm voice called out to her. Fu Su. She turned back to see Shun Ke bidding farewell to He Zong. He Shuang cheerfully waved her over. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. As Fu Su brushed past Shen Ku, the most sought-after assistant in the company cast her a meaningful glance, leaving Fu Su feeling both honored and astonished. The office was devoid of any presence, and the lounge door was tightly shut. Shen Ku, understanding the situation, withdrew. After repeatedly blocking 4 or 5 groups of individuals seeking Jiang Li's assistance, the lounge door finally opened from within. Song Chun emerged, brimming with confidence. Several minutes later, Jiang Li, stretching her waist, slowly made her way out. Shen Ke handed her the coffee he had prepared earlier. Boss, a little pick-me-up. Jiang Li took a sip and remarked, this little one certainly knows how to stir things up. Is there something of great importance? There were indeed people looking for her, but none were urgent matters, and I turned them away. Jiang Li did not inquire how Shen Ku had convinced He Shuang to allow Fu Su to become an assistant. Instead, she cast an appreciative glance at Shen Ku. He Shuang is quite reasonable. Retrieve that proposal of his from last time. I'll sign it, and you can deliver it to him. Understood, Shen Ku replied, yet his feet did not move. Jiang Li understood his unspoken thoughts. Rest assured, my dear boss. I have not yet reached the point of being blinded by desire. My previous refusal of He Shuang's proposal to promote Shilin was not due to its inadequacy, but rather an attempt to buy some time for Shilin to rest a few more days. However, now that he has taken the initiative to accept the Qinghai project, it aligns perfectly with He Shuang's proposal. Shilin is going to Qinghai? Shen Ke was taken aback. Jiang Li nodded. I advised him, but he is determined to go. There is nothing I can do. Shen Ke said no more and silently walked out. By the way, Jiang Li called after him. Please inform Song Chun that he will participate in tomorrow's trainee formation with me. Xinghe Media is a large company where efficiency is paramount. Consequently, the selection process for internal trainee formations can vary from 1 to 2 years or as short as a few months. Although Jiang Li was responsible for this batch, she had not found any of the trainees to her liking, and thus was eager to rid herself of this burden. The formation was to be held in a small studio. The audience was filled with agents and their assistants, and, as Jiang Li entered, the leaders Wu Fan and Tian Lei merely shifted in their seats, while others stood respectfully to greet her. Hello, Sister Li. Jiang Li smiled and gestured for them to sit. Please, no need for formality. However, no one took their seats. Jiang Li approached the center. Allow me to introduce my newly signed artist, Song Chun. Song Chun nodded and greeted, hello everyone. Jiang Li introduced him to several prominent agents, and Wu Fan's gaze was filled with admiration for Song Chun. Tian Lei praised Song Chun's looks, claiming Jiang Li had a discerning eye. Jiang Li was aware he sought Zhang Xianwan, and thus was eager to flatter her. After some pleasantries, the trainee mentor cautiously reported to Jiang Li that everything was ready. Since Jiang Li had not mentioned Song Chun's presence, the mentor hurriedly added a chair behind Jiang Li for him to sit. The moment Song Chun sat down, he pulled out his phone and headphones, causing the others to cast incredulous glances at him. It is known that while the trainee formation is not strictly confidential, the disclosure of its content, videos, or audio is strictly prohibited. One year, Jiang Li even made a fuss and dismissed an agent over this issue. All eyes turned to Jiang Li. Chapter 88. Jiang Li's double standards unexpectedly. Jiang Li did not take it to heart. She tapped Song Chun's phone. You may play on your phone, but no filming or recording. Everyone was left speechless. Wu Fan rolled his eyes and also took out his phone. Tian Lai chakuled enquadri. Song Chun glanced at everyone and nonchalantly closed his phone. Jiang Li nodded to the mentor. Let us begin. One by one, the trainees took the stage. Due to the ruthless elimination system, only the most outstanding remained. Almost every trainee received bids from agents as they finished their performances. Yes, it was indeed a bidding process. Agents competed against each other, striving to achieve the best results for their artists with minimal expenditure of money and resources. Young women, as beautiful as flowers, stood on stage, measured by the currency of wealth. Ordinary people outside the industry could not see the truth and envied these artists, believing they lived glamorous lives surrounded by admirers, merely needing to dress beautifully for various engagements. Yet few understood the hardships they endured. Each artist is a dignified marionette, and those with less favorable luck may not even qualify as marionettes, as marionettes often have but a single pair of guiding hands. Artists, on the other hand, are controlled by a multitude of hands. The more famous the star, the more hands pull the strings. Agents, companies, investors, and even some unexpected political and business tycoons. If these puppeteers work in unison, it may suffice. However, if these unseen hands pull in different directions, it can lead to catastrophic outcomes for the artist. Jiang Li's tireless efforts to secure an S-level contract for Song Chun were aimed at minimizing the number of puppeteers, granting him relative freedom. Zhang Xiaonuan was the last to take the stage. Ever since that incident, she had felt anxious, and upon seeing Jiang Li, she instinctively avoided her. She wished fervently that Jiang Li would not attend, that she would forget her as someone inconsequential. Yet, Jiang Li not only showed up but also brought Song Chun along. Was this not a blatant insult? Zhang Xiaonuan watched from backstage as Jiang Li and Song Chun shared a bottle of mineral water. Jiang Li's water clearly placed beneath the chair, yet she insisted on repeatedly reaching for Song Chun's. The most infuriating part was that Song Chun did not mind at all. Zhang Xiaonuan recalled that Song Chun had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Once, when they ate tilapia, he refused to touch the spot where her chopsticks had been. Yet he willingly shared a bottle of mineral water with Jiang Li. How unreasonable. Before the formation, Zhang Xiaonuan had heard that many agents had proactively contacted trainees to arrange things in advance, so the bidding process was merely a formality for most artists. However, whether it was due to Jiang Li's intention to sign her or the previous incident tarnishing her reputation, no agents had reached out to her since. In short, Zhang Xiaonuan felt as if she were on the verge of despair. Previously, she had yearned for Jiang Li to sign her. Now, she was terrified of it. Zhang Xiaonuan's performance was subpar. During the act, she even forgot her lines, awkwardly stumbling for 3 to 4 seconds before glossing over it. When the performance ended, the spotlight shone on her face. The audience was cloaked in darkness, and she could not distinguish any faces, only instinctively feeling that everyone was watching her embarrassment. The brief moment when the audience lights flickered on felt like an eternity. Jiang Li's slightly mocking smile appeared before her eyes, and in despair, Zhang Xiaonuan closed her eyes. The mentor's voice carried a tone of regret. Mr. Tian is willing to offer an annual salary of 100,000 to sign Zhang Xiaonuan. Are there any other agents willing to bid? Tian Lei. Zhang Xiaonuan could hardly believe her ears. Tian Lei was also a top agent at Xingham Media, with resources second only to Jiang Li. Although an annual salary of 100,000 was the lowest bid so far, securing a contract under him meant Zhang Xiaonuan's rise to fame was imminent. As long as she could achieve stardom, the contract was of little consequence. It could always be negotiated. Excitedly, she opened her eyes and indeed saw Tian Lei smiling as he raised his bidding paddle. Even more astonishingly, Jiang Li did not raise hers. She leaned in to listen intently to what Song Chun was saying, her eyes brimming with warmth and affection. Zhang Xiaonuan clenched her teeth in frustration. She was so enraged that she did not even listen carefully to the mentor's hammering sound. Tian Lei personally handed the contract to her, and Zhang Xiaonuan's hands trembled slightly with excitement. She had thought a smooth path awaited her, but it turned out to be the beginning of a true disaster. That very night, Zhang Xiaonuan found herself on a boat. She noticed that the faces of the girls accompanying her, though unfamiliar, were all exceptionally beautiful, with long legs and glamorous makeup, as if they were preparing for an important gala rather than sleeping at midnight. Zhang Xiaonan had always been adept at ingratiating herself with others. Approaching them to strike up a conversation, she was met with utter indifference. When she took out her phone, she realized she had no signal at all. She felt a bit flustered, holding her phone and searching for a signal, inadvertently stepping on a girl's foot. The girl retaliated without mercy, kicking back at her. Zhang Xiaonan, however, did not take offense, continuously apologizing. The girl seemed to regard her as unworthy of her ire and shot her a fierce glare. Don't bother. All electronic devices will be confiscated soon anyway. Confiscated? Why? Zhang Xiaonan was utterly bewildered. At that moment, the cabin door swung open, and several menacing-looking men burst in with briefcases. Label your phones with your names and hand them over quickly. Despite her confusion, Zhang Xiaonan dared not hesitate. Obediently submitting her phone, all the girls stood up to queue out of the cabin. Tentatively, Zhang Xiaonan tugged at the strap of the dress of the girl next to her. Miss, could you please tell me where this place is? The girl, visibly annoyed, glanced at her as if she were a curiosity. Get lost, pretending to be what you're not just because you're here? Indeed, I have found her displeasing for some time. She doesn't even bother with makeup, flaunting her youth. What do you know? This is the latest trend in natural beauty, the most sought after. Then came a wave of malicious mockery. Just then, a cold breeze swept through as the cabin door was yanked open. The deafening sound of music filled the air. A luxurious cruise ship loomed before them, adorned with colorful lights that shimmered with enchanting warmth. A vast swimming pool glowed with a pale blue hue, teeming with beautiful girls clad in bikinis. On a revolving stage, two girls swayed to the music. Their swimsuits tossed haphazardly on the floor nearby. The starry sky stretched infinitely above, the ocean silent. The men's revelry was merely beginning. Zhang Xiaonan felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Chapter 89. The one at the heart of it all. Jiang Li gifted a car to Song Chun, and she initially thought he would feign modesty and decline. But to her surprise, he seemed utterly unconcerned, boldly driving it out the next day. Whether at school or in the office, he carried himself with an unbothered demeanor. Those at the company were not at all surprised. After all, who wouldn't flaunt a luxury car when they had signed an S-class superstar? However, the school buzzed with excitement over Song Chun's extravagant vehicle, with classmates expressing both curiosity and envy. The bruise at the corner of Zhang Xiaoman's mouth had yet to fade. She was clever enough to understand that her current predicament was a consequence of Jiang Li's actions. Song Chun was the apple of Jiang Li's eye, and thus, she avoided him like the plague. Yet, Song Chun's luxury car was common knowledge, and coupled with their previous rumored flirtation, there was no escaping the topic wherever she went. Zhang Xiaonan was thoroughly frightened, hardly daring to mention Jiang Li's name. When others inquired about her relationship with Song Chun, she vaguely replied that they were no longer together. When asked if she knew where the car came from, she hesitated. With Song Chun's good looks, there must be plenty of people willing to gift him a car. Young college students were always eager to speculate about such romantic affairs. Zhang Xiaowan's ambiguous statement morphed into rumors of Song Chun being kept, and, as the tale spread, it became increasingly exaggerated, culminating in claims of him being supported by a wealthy, unattractive woman much older than him. The wealthy woman was said to be overly controlling. If any girl dared to glance at Song Chun, the woman would retaliate, with Zhang Xiaonan being the prime example of this wrath. She wandered around with a frown, battered and bruised, all due to that unscrupulous wealthy woman. Song Chun, oblivious to these rumors, continued his routine of coming and going at odd hours, sometimes staying out overnight, only sensing that his classmates looked at him strangely. One evening, as soon as class ended, Tao Ran hopped into the passenger seat. If you're being coerced, just blink. Song Chun, perplexed, replied, "What are you on about? Acting all mysterious?" The luxury car's upholstery was exquisite, and Tao Ran, unsure where to place his basketball, exclaimed, "Pure, tell me the truth. You're not doing this voluntarily, right?" Song Chun leaned back against the seat. "Say what you want." Tao Ran's eyes widened. "You better confess. Where did you get this car?" Song Chun maintained his composure. "It was a gift." "From whom?" Tao Ran clicked his tongue. "People can be deceiving, Pure. We mustn't lower our standards. Integrity is paramount." Annoyed by his chatter, Song Chun started the car. "What exactly do you want to say?" The starry sky glowed softly, enveloping the car in an ethereal romance. Tao Ran's jaw dropped, saliva nearly spilling. "Wow, Pure, how much is this car?" "It's incredibly cool." Ignoring him, Song Chun retorted, "I'm taking you back to the dorm." "No way." With a car this flashy, you have to treat me to supper. I refuse, Song Chun replied firmly. Tao Ran twirled the basketball in his hands. All right, if the dorm checkers come by tonight, I'll 1T cover for you. Song Chun smiled, sure. Just don't ask me for help with your practice paper. Tao Ran immediately deflated. That's not fair. We're good friends, after all. How about I treat you instead? Tao Ran was relentless. And finally, Song Chun conceded, driving to a well-decorated barbecue restaurant far from the school. Though Tao Ran's looks were slightly inferior to Song Chun's, he was not unattractive, and with a luxury car to boot. They attracted the attention of nearly every woman as they entered the restaurant. Tao Ran swaggered in confidently, nearly tripping over the threshold. Bring a round of beers. After steadying himself with Song Chun's arm, he called out. Song Chun quietly warned, I can't drink. I'll be driving. If you want to drink, you do it yourself. Understood. Tao Ran saluted with exaggerated enthusiasm. As they settled in, Tao Ran placed an order while Song Chun texted Jiang Li to let her know he would arrive a bit late. Jiang Li quickly replied with a crying emoji, making Song Chun chuckle. Tao Ran snatched Song Chun's phone. Why are you smiling? Did you order everything? Yes, Tao Ran replied, glancing around conspiratorially, then lowering his voice. How old is the woman supporting you? How much does she give you each month? This car must be worth at least $1 million, right? Is your name on the title? Song Chun shot him a sideways glance. What nonsense are you spouting? You're not being fair to me. Why keep secrets? Ignoring him, Song Chun lifted his teacup. Tao Ran, in a playful manner, touched his own face. Look at me. I'm not bad either. You can look out for me too. Song Chun stared at him in disbelief. Tao Ran, grinning mischievously, leaning closer. Bro, I'm asking to be kept. Song Chun spat his tea across the table. What did you put in my cup? Tao Ran, boasting, waved his bottle of liquor. Ergo too. Didn't he expect that, huh? Since you can't drive now, let us just call your wealthy benefactor to come pick you up. If you're too shy to ask, I'll do it myself. Song Chun clenched his fists, wishing he could knock Tao Ran out. I heard the woman supporting you is quite ugly. Do you have a picture on your phone? Show me. Song Chun poured himself a glass of ice-cold beer. Get lost. At that moment, a waitress placed a large stainless steel platter in front of them. Song Chun stared at the lonely pile of skewers. Is this what you ordered? Tao Ran quickly grabbed a skewer with the most fatty pork. Stuffing it into his mouth, eat less at night. Song Chun was utterly speechless. He waved for the waitress to bring the menu, selecting a few of his usual favorites. Tao Ran gazed at him with pleading eyes. Song Chun sighed. I'm paying. Tao Ran immediately tossed aside the skewer he was about to devour. In that case, I'll have a few more. After speaking, he picked up the menu and began to make selections. Soon, the waiter brought 2 iron plates brimming with grilled meat. Song Chun examined the feast, questioning, Are you sure we can finish this? Tao Ran, his mouth glistening with grease, replied, Not we, but I. This is all for me. Song Chun took a deep breath, unwilling to argue with Tao Ran, yet this did not dampen Tao Ran's enthusiasm. Between bites, he pressed Song Chun for details, and Song Chun's silence sparked a torrent of speculation in Tao Ran's mind. Chapter 90. You are not ugly at all. Tao Ran became increasingly convinced that the wealthy woman supporting Song Chun was an older, unattractive, and unpleasant individual. Song Chun had gleaned the gist of the situation from Tao Ran's words. He was indifferent to others' opinions. His confident arrival at school in a car was intended to deter those who sought to ingratiate themselves with him. He had not anticipated that Jiang Li would be the subject of such rumors. Regret washed over him. After all, Jiang Li was vain. If she learned of these whispers, would she become upset with him? Throughout their time together, Jiang Li had never once lost her temper with him. Song Chun was aware that while Jiang Li appeared harmless and amiable, she was, in truth, quite headstrong. Once she set her mind on something, it was rare for anyone to change it easily. A vague anticipation stirred within him. What would it be like if Jiang Li did lose her temper? Song Chun took a sip of beer. Do you truly want to meet her? Of course. Tao Ran exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Song Chun set down his glass and slowly dialed Jiang Li. Coincidentally, she had dinner and agreed to come pick him up. Tao Ran was elated, almost bowing to Song Chun in gratitude. Jiang Li arrived swiftly, and upon entering, she overheard Tao Ran enthusiastically trying to console Song Chun. It's nothing for a woman to be older and unattractive. You shouldn't feel embarrassed. From my years of watching romantic films, I can tell you, when the lights go out, all women are the same. As Song Chun faced the door, he spotted Jiang Li the moment she stepped in, deliberately remaining silent. She stood behind Tao Ran, listening intently to his words. Song Chun feigned a morose expression, prompting Tao Ran to continue his consolation. You should be content. Look at what you have now. Sure, she's a bit older and not the prettiest, but she can save you years of hard work. Look at your car. How many people will never have one in their lifetime? But you must be cautious. Make sure she helps you secure a house. Once her interest fades, you won't get anything from those older women. They can be quite crafty. Song Chun sipped his beer in small gulps. Tao Ran prattled on. Are you still thinking about Zhang Xianwan? Let me tell you, it's pointless. Song Chun did not wish to discuss that topic, lightly clearing his throat. Tao Ran waved dismissively. All right, I'll 1T bring up your sore spot. How about Jiang Li? That woman is beautiful, but she has more tricks up her sleeve than a pineapple. If you get involved with her, you'll only suffer. Jiang Li's expression darkened gradually. Unable to hold back any longer, Song Chun gently waved her over. However, Jiang Li shot him a fierce glare. He continued sipping his drink, nearly all of it consumed by Tao Ran, who was now feeling invincible, boasting as though the entire city lay at his feet. Jiang Li, with a sardonic smile, interjected from behind Tao Ran. Tao Ran, who are you calling old? Tao Ran belched loudly. I meant, seeing your face, Ms. Jiang. What a surprise. Song Chun pulled out a chair for Jiang Li, but she ignored the gesture, choosing to sit alone at the opposite end. Song Chun, do you have something to tell me? Song Chun hesitated. Tao Ran suddenly sobered up. Ms. Jiang, that car. I gave it to him. Is there a problem? And no problem. Tao Ran forced a smile, fingers crossed in front of him. Perfect. Jiang Li pressed her hand down, signaling him to sit. Relax, no one is punishing you for standing. Tao Ran awkwardly complied, his head buzzing. Song Chun slid a cup of yogurt in front of Jiang Li. Is there anything you'd like to eat? Jiang Li shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. She wore a cream-colored down jacket, loose-fitting jeans, and a burgundy scarf, her hair casually styled in a bun atop her head. Her face was fully exposed to the air, appearing even more exquisite and youthful, embodying the essence of a college student. Song Chun delighted in her pouting expression, finding it irresistibly endearing. He nudged his chair closer to her. This restaurant's brown sugar glutinous rice cakes are exceptional. Would you like to try some? Jiang Li scoffed, remaining silent. Song Chun called the waiter. One order of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. Please add extra sugar. Tao Ran felt a pang of anxiety, brainstorming how to mend the situation. Jiang Li, unsatisfied, gazed at him. What was Tao Ran just saying about me? It wasn't me. Tao Ran shook his head vigorously. It's the school. Everyone's talking about how Song Chun is being supported by a wealthy woman. Tao Ran trailed off. Jiang Li had pieced together the situation. She nodded, directing a questioning look at Song Chun. Why not clarify? Song Chun reclined, devoid of any desire for self-preservation. Clarify what? That you're not ugly? You sitting here is proof enough. Why bother explaining? Jiang Li remained unsatisfied. Consequently, Song Chun took out his phone and tugged at the leg of her chair, pulling both her and the chair into his embrace. Why don't we take a photo and make it public? Jiang Li immediately became alert, struggling free from his grasp. Stop it. Song Chun grinned mischievously. I'm not causing trouble. The grilled meat on the table emitted steam, but Jiang Li did not notice the disappointment that flickered in Song Chun's eyes. Yes, Ms. Jiang is not old at all. Tao Ran chuckled nervously. Jiang Li, with a humorless smile, fixed her gaze on the pile of skewers before Tao Ran. Who asked treating today? Just as Tao Ran opened his mouth to respond, Song Chun swiftly pointed at him. He is Jiang Li. Tao Ran gulped, forcing a nod. It's me. The waiter arrived with the brown sugar, glutinous rice cakes, prompting Jiang Li to spring up. Pack it up. With that, she strode out, and Song Chun hurriedly grabbed a takeout box to follow her. Tao Ran, resigned, fished out his thin wallet. Thanks to Jiang Li's maneuvers, Xinhua Media officially announced the signing of Song Chun and Beixing. 2 hours later, the country's most commercially successful director, Song Chuan, personally invited Song Chun and Beixing to star in a new film titled Love. Shortly thereafter, the Fu Group declared Song Chun and Beixing as their spokespersons, investing heavily in a new project directed by Song Chuan. Many young luxury brands, upon hearing the news, eagerly sought to have Song Chun and Beixing as joint ambassadors. Fueled by capital, Song Chun and Beixing skyrocketed to fame overnight. They became engulfed in a whirlwind of engagements, their schedules overflowing with commitments. Song Chun's assistant, ultimately chosen by Jiang Li herself, was named Vicky, tall, stoic, and exuding a sense of security. When they first met, Jiang Li was anxious that Song Chun might refuse. But to her surprise, he merely nodded quietly, saying nothing further. Chapter 91. By which Song Chun found himself busier than ever. Although he and Jiang Li spent little time together, he made a point to see her immediately upon returning from any trip, no matter how exhausting. Jiang Li was equally accommodating, often canceling her own commitments to be with him. One time, after a journey that required him to rush from one place to another, he had only one night for rest. His flight landed at 6 in the evening, and he had to leave again at 4 in the morning. Unfortunately, Jiang Li had an important event that night, expected to end well past midnight. In an act of spontaneity, Vicky discreetly messaged Shun Ku before boarding, concerned that Jiang Li might not have time. At that moment, Jiang Li was seated at a table, engaged in an important meeting with influential investors, including Wang Zongzi and Wu Xinghe, a gathering that had been arranged a month in advance. Shun Ku was aware of Jiang Li's regard for Song Chun. Thus he did not dare to neglect the matter, approaching Jiang Li cautiously to relay the news. Jiang Li maintained an impassive demeanor, yet she frequently glanced at her watch. The host across the table could no longer contain himself. "Miss Jiang, do you have something to attend to?" Wang Zongzi immediately cast a reproachful glance at Jiang Li. "What could she possibly have, Mr. Su? Your enjoyment today is of utmost importance to Miss Jiang. Xiao Li, why aren't you promptly raising a toast to General Wang?" Jiang Li promptly revealed a flawless smile, displaying her 8 pearly teeth. As she lifted her glass and stood, "Mr. Wang is correct. Ensuring Mr. Su's satisfaction is my duty today. Allow me to propose a toast to you, Mr. Su." Mr. Su raised his glass in return, nodding towards Wu Xinghe. "Brother Xinghe, I envy you. You possess such exceptional talent under your wing." Wu Xinghe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Shaoli and Zongzi are my right and left arms." After making this statement, Wu Xinghe cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Li and Wang Zongzi. Since Jiang Li signed with Song Chun, the relationship between her and Wang Zongzi had taken on a subtle complexity. While there was no overt hostility, it was evident to the naked eye that their rapport was no longer as harmonious as before. Upon recognizing Wu Xinghe's gaze, Wang Zongzi's heart raced. Yet Jiang Li smiled with composure. "Mr. Wang, look, both Mr. Wu and Mr. Su have praised you. Shouldn't you at least show some appreciation?" "All right," Wang Zongzi replied readily, standing up. "Then I shall fetch the jug. Mr. Su, Shaoli, feel free to indulge." Wang Zongzi was a quintessential northerner, with an impressive tolerance for alcohol. After downing a gin of baijiu, he was merely warming up, especially with only half a jug before him. Jiang Li, however, had a moderate tolerance, relying on her charm to navigate the drinking scene. Her jug was still brimming. Just as Wang Zongzi lifted the jug, she poured her drink into it. "Since Mr. Wang has taken the initiative, I cannot be lazy, can I?" The two exchanged sharp glances, and Wu Xinghe shook his head helplessly. Mr. Su chuckled heartily. "All right, I want to compete with you youngsters. Age has its drawbacks." The trio clinked their glasses, and Jiang Li downed her drink in one go. In the subsequent rounds, Jiang Li continued the ritual, toasting several others, until her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, her large, expressive eyes veiled by misty sheen. Her delicate hands supported her chin, exuding an irresistible allure. Wang Zongzi stared at Jiang Li in a daze. Though Shun Ku had whispered in Jiang Li's ear earlier, Wang Zongzi could surmise her intent. She wished to conclude the drinking session swiftly to see Song Chun. However, in such a pivotal setting, the only way to hasten the departure was to intoxicate oneself. While this was unbecoming and impolite, Jiang Li was resolute in her decision for Song Chun's sake. Wang Zongzi recalled how Jiang Li could not hold her liquor. After a bout of heavy drinking, she would take days to recover. During their better days, he would routinely shield her from alcohol, and she would gladly adopt a delicate demeanor, hiding behind him. If a particularly challenging client arose, Wang Zongzi would even find an excuse for Jiang Li to leave early. But now, Jiang Li preferred to get drunk rather than to yield and seek his assistance. After 2 more drinks, she could scarcely maintain her seat, swaying precariously as if she might tumble from her chair at any moment. Wu Xinghe, puzzled by Jiang Li's uncharacteristic haste, chose not to let her embarrassment show. Raising his glass with a smile, "Mr. Su, shall we finish this drink and relocate?" Mr. Su, drawn from his scrutiny of Jiang Li, agreed. "That works." Jiang Li stood unsteadily, finishing her unity toast. Mr. Su, Mr. Wu, Mr. Wang, I apologize, but I truly cannot handle anymore. I must take my leave. Mr. Su wished to persuade her further, but Wu Xinghe waved his hand, whispering, we shall continue our activities without her. Mr. Su's face lit up with understanding. Very well, Miss Jiang, until we meet again. Jiang Li steadied herself against the table. Until next time. Wang Zongzi and Wu Xinghe assisted Mr. Su out, while the driver waited by the car. Wang Zongzi was not in a position to ride with Wu Xinghe and General Wang. After seeing the two depart, Assistant Xiao, he opened the car door for him. He did not enter, but strode purposefully back into the restaurant, only to encounter Jiang Li. She draped her coat over her arm, checking her watch as she descended the steps briskly. What time is Song Chun's flight? Shenku followed closely behind. There's still half an hour. Jiang Li decisively commanded, you drive. We're heading to the airport. Understood, Mr. Wang. Jiang Li clearly noticed Wang Zongzi, but chose to ignore him, brushing past him as if he were a stranger. Unable to restrain himself, Wang Zongzi grasped her arm. Xiao Li, is it truly worth losing your mind over him? Jiang Li did not turn back, merely responding coldly. This is my affair. It is of no concern to you. Watching Jiang Li's hurried departure, Wang Zongzi clenched his jaw, seizing his phone to dial Zhang Xianwan. Zhang Xianwan was taken aback by Wang Zongzi's call. Wang Zongzi wasted no time. If you wish to extricate yourself from Tianlei, follow my instructions. Zhang Xianwan, previously despondent, had believed she was forever mired in a filthy quagmire. Yet now, a glimmer of hope emerged, and she clung to it desperately. Mr. Wang, if you can rescue me, I will serve you loyally for the rest of my life. Very well, Wang Zongzi replied, exiting the restaurant and entering his car. Do you still have the photos of Song Chun you sent me last time? Zhang Xianwan, terrified, instinctively reacted to Song Chun's name. Upon hearing it, she grew alert, fearing it might be another trap set by Jiang Li. I've deleted them all, not a single one remains. Wang Zongzi pressed. Speak clearly. Are you certain there is nothing? Zhang Xianwan squeezed her eyes shut, pondering Wang Zongzi's relationship with Jiang Li. It must be a ruse. I genuinely have nothing. Wang Zongzi snorted dismissively. This is my number. If you decide, feel free to call me anytime. Zhang Xianwan hesitated for a long moment. Yes, Mr. Wang. Wang Zongzi did not relent, dialing another number. The voice on the other end was languid. Mr. Wang, what is the matter? Wang Zongzi replied with a flattering smile. Mr. Song, I have a remarkable beauty here. Might you be interested? The voice on the other end remained unenthusiastic. What kind of beauty would require your personal introduction, Mr. Wang? Without answering, Wang Zongzi sent a photo of Song Chun. There was a brief pause before excitement erupted from the other side. Time and place. If you can broker this, I will reward you handsomely. Wang Zongzi smirked. Consider it done. Chapter 92, Surprise. Song Chun exited the plane via the VIP channel, striding briskly. Is Jiang Li available? With only one night to spare, Vicky trailed behind, dragging a suitcase and carrying a backpack. I contacted Assistant Chun. He mentioned Miss Jiang has an engagement tonight and will likely return late. Song Chun remained silent, his steps steady and rapid as he extended his hand towards Vicky, who passed him his phone. In Jiang Li's presence, Song Chun was always unreserved, promptly dialing her number. Jiang Li answered immediately. Have you landed? Song Chun's tone was light. Yes, I'll be home in half an hour. How much longer for you? Jiang Li did not respond instantly, her tone cool. Shenku is waiting for you in the garage. Take the VIP elevator directly down. And you? Song Chun inquired. Jiang Li, however, did not reply, simply hanging up. Song Chun tossed the phone to Vicky, who noted his displeasure but dared not comment. The two ascended in the private elevator, Song Chun's mood low. Fortunately, Vicky had grown accustomed to it, and the atmosphere remained unembarrassed. Upon exiting the elevator, Vicky handed Song Chun a mask and cap to shield him from any sudden fan rush. Although Song Chun was somewhat impatient, he nonetheless forced himself to prepare. The elevator door chimed open, and both Song Chun and Vicky were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Li stood there, cradling a vibrant bouquet of fragrant lilies, her face beaming as she gazed at Song Chun. Welcome back, she said. Song Chun remained silent, taken aback by the sight of her. Jiang Li, with a faint scent of alcohol lingering around her, had a rosy blush on her cheeks, and her lips shimmered with an alluring gloss. Known for her cautious demeanor, she had avoided being seen with Song Chun in public ever since he had developed feelings for her. Jiang Li, however, boldly opened her arms wide. Surprise! Song Chun was momentarily at a loss for words, while Shank and Vicky exchanged anxious glances, surveying their surroundings. Shank discreetly signaled to Vicky, who suggested earnestly, "Boss, let us get in the car. It's busy here." Though Song Chun's mind was clear, Jiang Li's playful drunkenness intrigued him, and he hesitated to interrupt her. He stepped forward and gently enveloped her in his embrace, tenderly patting her back. "Have you been drinking?" Jiang Li nodded vigorously, mimicking his tone. "Have you been drinking?" Song Chun was momentarily puzzled. "How could you drink so much?" Nestled against his shoulder, Jiang Li nuzzled closer. "How could you drink so much?" Song Chun chuckled, his chest vibrating with amusement. "You silly girl." Jiang Li leaned closer, her forehead brushing against his neck. "Do you like it?" With her warmth and intoxicating scent enveloping him, Song Chun felt an overwhelming softness in his heart, rendering him more dazed than the tipsy Jiang Li. "Of course I like it. How could I not?" Shank and Vicky exchanged alarmed looks, their hearts racing. They did their best to usher the two into the car. Shank took the wheel, with Vicky seated in the front passenger seat. Despite the partition, the suggestive sounds from the back seat made both men uneasy. Upon arriving at Emerald Lake, Song Chun wrapped Jiang Li in his coat, carrying her to the elevator. Shank placed Song Chun's suitcase and Jiang Li's shoes by the entrance before leaving without daring to step inside. Jiang Li sprawled on the expansive wool carpet. When Song Chun was in a fierce mood, he enjoyed twisting her neck to compel her into kisses. The faint scent of alcohol lingered between their lips, and Song Chun felt a pang of jealousy. "Who did you drink with?" Jiang Li's neck arched back, her body rolling against the soft carpet, sending tingling sensations through her. "With Mr. Su from the Dajin group, our boss Wu, and Wang Zongzi." Jiang Li knew mentioning Wang Zongzi would provoke Song Chun's ire. Sure enough, he showed no mercy. Perhaps due to her inebriation, she felt dizzy, unable to distinguish between hallucination and reality. Outside, the night draped a thick veil over the city. The dazzling skyline of Jiang City was within sight. The alcohol intensified Jiang Li's sensations. She felt unbearably hot. Breathing became slightly labored, and the fog from her breath misted the large floor-to-ceiling window, resembling a vibrant bouquet. Her fingers spread wide, her chest and cheeks pressed against the glass, where the distant riverboats and streetlights mingled, slicing the night into an array of surreal shadows. Everything around her swayed, appearing increasingly unreal. Soon, she began to sweat, droplets trailing down her fair shoulder blades, disappearing into the plush carpet. Jiang Li remained in a daze until dawn broke, realizing she had finally collapsed onto the soft sofa. She was utterly exhausted, her eyelids nearly glued shut. In her hazy memories, she recalled Song Chun carrying her to the sofa, but by the time she awoke, he had vanished, making the previous night feel like a vivid dream. Rubbing her temples, Jiang Li felt the unwelcome effects of a hangover. Her overindulged body threatened to topple. Shank called, informing her he was at the door with breakfast. Jiang Li invited him in, then made her way to the bathroom. The red marks on her skin trailed from her neck to her chest, and she cursed Song Chun under her breath while donning a bathrobe before emerging. Shank arranged the breakfast. "Boss, are you taking the day off?" Jiang Li shook her head. "No, I'll be heading to the office soon." "What time did Song Chun leave?" "At 4:15. His flight should have landed by now. Find a moment to remind Vicky to keep an eye on him. He can't keep gallivanting around like this. I'm already exhausted." Shank rolled his eyes internally. Jiang Li always said the same thing after Song Chun's unexpected escapades. Initially, he would rush to report it, but he eventually grew indifferent. Nevertheless, he respectfully replied, "Understood." Jiang Li meticulously oversaw every aspect of Song Chun's schedule, from major announcements to daily meals. If Song Chun were likened to a kite, then Jiang Li was the one holding the string. Thus, regardless of where he went or whom he met, she was always well informed. That day, Jiang Li found herself particularly busy, returning home just before 8 in the evening. Her memory served her well. She recalled that Song Chun had a commercial shoot in a neighboring city today, which should have concluded by now. Pouring herself a glass of whiskey, she dialed Song Chun's number. "Hello." Vicky's deep voice came through the receiver. Jiang Li was taken aback. Vicky, being a bodyguard, typically refrained from answering Song Chun's calls. "Why are you answering? Where's Song Chun?" Vicky's tone remained calm. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Song's work hasn't concluded yet." Jiang Li felt a flicker of annoyance, suspecting a delay. Wasn't the shoot supposed to take 3 hours? Why is it taking so long? Oh, the shoot hasn't been delayed, but the evening's social engagements are still ongoing. Social engagements? Jiang Li froze, puzzled about where these had come from. Vicky hesitated. Wasn't he that arranged by you? The itinerary was sent to me by assistant Shank. Who was he with? Chairman Song Jinpa from the Quanxi group. At the mention of that name, Jiang Li nearly lost her balance. Chairman Song is very fond of Mr. Song, treating him with great courtesy. He even mentioned investing in Mr. Song's next project. Jiang Li grabbed her coat and rushed outside. Send me the hotel address immediately now. Her tone was urgent, and though puzzled, Vicky complied without delay. Nobody knew better than Jiang Li what sort of person Song Jinpa was. A returnee from the UK in the 1980s, he embodied the traits of an old-fashioned gentleman, always wearing a friendly smile. Approaching 50, he appeared to be in his early 40s due to his meticulous grooming. In the industry, his status was formidable, drawing many aspiring actresses toward him, yet he barely acknowledged them. To outsiders, he was a rare golden bachelor. But only Jiang Li understood the vulgar, foul heart that lay beneath that gentlemanly facade. He not only favored men, but also had a peculiar penchant for targeting straight men, employing despicable tactics. After hanging up, Jiang Li grabbed her car keys and dashed outside. Shank's call came in just as she was leaving. Boss, Vicky called and said you were heading to the neighboring city. Is there a problem? Jiang Li's voice turned icy. I haven't asked you yet, where did Song Chun's social engagement come from tonight? Shank hesitated. Boss, can we discuss this in person? Fine. I'm heading to the airport. We'll talk on the plane. Shank was taken aback. Boss, you have a group meeting early tomorrow morning. It's quite late now. If you know I have a meeting, you should have called me immediately to book the fastest round-trip flight. Jiang Li hung up decisively. She opened the car door and swiftly settled into the driver's seat, only to realize she had been drinking and shouldn't drive. Frustrated, she slammed her fist against the steering wheel. Opening a ride-hailing app, she realized it was difficult to get a ride at this hour. A generous tip ensured a ride arrived promptly. Jiang Li received information about Shunku's flight on a ride-sharing app, scheduled to depart in 40 minutes. Shunku hurriedly caught up with Jiang Li at the security checkpoint. Boss. Jiang Li's voice was icy. Is Song Chun's itinerary arranged by you for tonight? Yes, but I... Just as Shunku began to speak, Jiang Li struck him hard across the face. Have you become so ambitious? You dare to conceal such a significant matter from me. Are you not aware of who Song Jinpa is? With such audacity, you need not follow me anymore. Shunku's face flushed from the slap. Boss, what use is it for you to go now? Although Song Jinpa admires Mr. Song, he may not necessarily act tonight. Just give Mr. Song a call to inform him to be cautious. We cannot disregard President Wu's orders. Besides, he merely invited Mr. Song to dinner. It is not as dire as you imagine. In fact, Jiang Li had suspected this from the beginning. Were it not for Wu Xinghe's suggestion, Shunku would not have dared to defy her even with 100 lives. Anxious, she dialed Song Chun's number. It was still Vicky who answered, and Jiang Li inquired about the situation in detail. Vicky reported that they were still dining at the restaurant. Song Jinpa had not pressured Song Chun to drink much. They were merely enjoying their meal and chatting casually. Jiang Li remained uneasy and asked if there were others present. Vicky confirmed there were none. Jiang Li's heart sank once more until Vicky sent a photo, which offered her some solace. She instructed Vicky to ensure he did not leave, to take Song Chun back immediately after their meal. If Song Jinpa proposed going elsewhere, Song Chun should resist if possible. If he could not, he should delay until she arrived. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vicky asked, "Are you coming over?" Jiang Li hung up immediately after her response. At that moment, Wu Xing's call came through, his tone as calm and authoritative as ever. Jiang Li, remain composed. It is merely a dinner. Song Chun is an adult and can make his own judgments. An adult? You know very well Song Jinpa's methods. Jiang Li retorted, her emotions frayed. Half of our company's young stars have already fallen into his trap. How can you still? What do you plan to do when you arrive? Are you going to rescue Ken Shilin again? As far as I know, they're dining on Western cuisine, and that tactic of yours won't work. Mantuning Ken Shilin ignita Jiang Lizui. Without time to ponder, Wu Xinghe continued in a soothing tone. Xiao Li, don't be agitated. This may not be a bad thing for Song Chun. Have you forgotten about Su Su? The mention of Su Su filled Jiang Li with anger. Su Su, with her sweet and charming appearance, had been a cause for concern. After the incident with Ken Shilin, Jiang Li had been vigilant in protecting her artists, deliberately avoiding encounters with Song Jinpa. Yet, Su had approached Jiang Li to inquire about him. Jiang Li claimed not to know him, but Su had bypassed her, determined to cozy up to Wang Zongzi, intent on climbing the social ladder. Jiang Li had been powerless to stop it. At that time, her relationship with Wang Zongzi had been quite amicable, and he had teased Jiang Li for not understanding the tendencies of her own artists, questioning her capability as a top agent. Faced with Wu Xinghe's reminder, Jiang Li found herself at a loss for words, sighing. Song Chun is not that kind of person. Wu Xinghe understood her disappointment and spoke earnestly. Xiao Li, you've been in this industry for many years. Have you not grasped the truth? There are no genuine feelings in this circle, only interests. Is it not merely a matter of sharing a bed? What is so significant about it? You are young, beautiful, wealthy, and powerful. What sort of charming young man could you not attract? Your current affection for Song Chun is simply a fleeting novelty. Once that novelty fades, everything will return to normal. Jiang Li remained silent. He understood that Wu Xinghe's words held merit. Moreover, he was not only her boss, but also Song Chun's. He had the liberty to make decisions about whom to employ without consulting her. His admonishments stemmed from years of collaboration and camaraderie. Jiang Li continued to be silent. Wu Xinghe further attempted to soothe her. Xiao Li, I rarely interfere in others' affairs. I only hope your concern for Song Chun is not merely a reaction to Wang Zongzi. Wang Zongzi had recently been at odds with Jiang Li. She recognized that Wu Xinghe was subtly expressing his dissatisfaction, using Song Chun's situation as a warning. In the past, she would have earnestly explained herself, but now, her mind was preoccupied with the fear that Song Chun might be taken away by Song Jinpa, even forced against his will. Coming from a prestigious background, how could Song Chun withstand such humiliation? She shook her head, attempting to regain her rationality. President Wu, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Were you the one who recommended Song Chun? Jiang Li knew this question lacked finesse and was quite hurtful. Wu Xinghe, who managed such a large company, often found himself in difficult positions. Yet, he was not malicious. Throughout the years, he had never deliberately made things difficult for any employee. Wu Xinghe's tone remained calm, though an unmistakable warning lingered beneath. Jiang Li, I am your boss and the president of Xinghe Media, not a pimp. Viang, Li Rijoknizit had me stip. Her throat feeling bitter. I apologize. Wu Xinghe fell silent for a moment. It was Song Jinpa who actively sought out Song Chun. He has thoroughly researched Song Chun's schedule, coming all the way from Jiang City, just hoping for an opportunity to dine with him. Jiang Li did not respond. Wu Xinghe continued. You should have heard that Song Jinpa is getting married. As long as Song Chun is unwilling, he will not act recklessly. Jiang Li remained silent. Wu Xinghe sighed. I've said all I can. You should weigh this matter carefully. After Wu Xinghe hung up, Jiang Li's name was called over the airport intercom, and without hesitation, she made her way toward the gate. Shinka followed behind, visibly anxious. Boss, Jiang Li commanded, you need to immediately investigate who Song Jinpa's fiancée is. I've already found out. It's Shi Lu, the daughter of the Xingye group. She is married to a Chinese American, and this is Song Jinpa's second marriage. They have yet to announce their engagement, and she is currently in a neighboring city. Shun Ke's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his face pale with tension. After all these years of following Jiang Li, she knew exactly what he was thinking. What? Do you also believe I should not intervene? Shun Ke understood he had crossed a line with Jiang Li and had prepared himself to face any consequences. Clenching his teeth, yes. Jiang Li extended her hand towards Shun Ke. He hesitated for a moment before handing over his identification. Jiang Li passed both their IDs to the flight attendant. After passing through security, the night deepened, and the VIP passage was bustling with people. Jiang Li gestured for Shun Ke to continue. Shun Ke nodded. Boss, please don't blame me for speaking out of turn. I merely feel that your concern for Mr. Song has exceeded that of a manager towards an artist. While it is true that Qin Shilin was grateful for your assistance, have you forgotten? He lost several endorsements because of it and faced a prolonged period of stagnation in his career. And as for Su, she only rose to fame by securing a connection with Song Jinpa. If you rush in without caution, what if Mr. Song does not appreciate it? Song Chun is not that kind of person, Jiang Li interjected firmly. Yes, Mr. Song is not such a person, but under heavy rewards, there are always brave souls. If he can accept your conditions, can he not accept others' offers? Jiang Li halted in her tracks. Shun Ke continued earnestly. At the outset, when you instructed me to take him to the Emerald Lake apartment, he did inquire whether you had arranged transportation for him. Reflect on this. Every interaction you have had with Mr. Song carries an undertone of benefit. He could be enticed by you. Similarly, he could be lured by others. It was he who saved my life. Indeed, Shun Ku replied, and for this very reason, you must respect Mr. Song's choices, grant him the space to develop, allowing him to choose his own path. After all, what you can offer him is limited. Jiang Li clenched her fists tightly, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Enough. Shun Ku stepped forward. With Vicky present, Mr. Song would be safe. Jiang Li turned around, quietly scrutinizing Shun Ku. He had indeed changed. Since their initial meeting, he had been cooperating with Jiang Li during the security checks. He appeared docile and obedient. Yet his every word subtly urged Jiang Li to reconsider her actions. Shun Ku averted his gaze, avoiding Jiang Li's eyes, despite her stature almost being a full head shorter than his. Shun Ku felt an overwhelming pressure from Jiang Li's formidable aura, leaving him breathless. Suddenly, his phone rang, shattering the moment's tranquility. It was Vicky. Jiang Li snatched the phone. "Where are you now?" "Still at the hotel, Miss Jiang." Mr. Song said he would take Mr. Song to the bar. "A bar?" "Tell Song Chun that I mentioned there will be an emergency meeting summoned by the company tomorrow, and he must return immediately." Vicky hesitated. "But they've already gone down." "Gone where?" "To the bar on the -2nd floor of the glorious hotel." "Then go in and keep a close watch on Song Chun until we arrive." "Understood." The plane took off. The dazzling nightscape of Jiang City gradually receded beneath them, ultimately merging into the dark, distant sky, leaving only a few twinkling stars, flickering like a grand soiree, drawing to a close. It was a workday, and, at this late hour, there were only the two of them in first class. Jiang Li silently gazed out the window. Shun Ku requested a blanket from a flight attendant and gently draped it over Jiang Li's legs, which were clad only in thin stockings due to her hasty departure. Jiang Li did not refuse. Previously, Song Chun had known nothing of Song Jinpa. He worked in various places, accompanied only by the attentive Vicky and a team of 4 or 5 others. It was common for him to be treated to dinners by brand representatives after work. Jiang Li had meticulously arranged everything, leading him to believe that a simple meal would be just that, with no discomfort involved. Thus, when Vicky informed him that he would be dining with Song Jinpa, he readily agreed. Upon arrival, he discovered it was just the two of them. Fortunately, Song Jinpa was gracious, standing to greet him and presenting his business card with both hands. Although Song Chun had never heard of this individual, the power he wielded was intimidating. As they sat down, Song Jinpa warmly engaged in conversation, expressing his admiration for Song Chun after watching a show. Song Chun politely thanked him. Song Jinpa then inquired about Song Chun's work situation. Song Chun briefly described his work, avoiding any confidential details. However, as the wine flowed, Song Jinpa's language became increasingly suggestive, and his gestures more pronounced, occasionally brushing against Song Chun's shoulder and back. Song Chun, perceptive as ever, immediately sensed something amiss. Seizing the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, he asked Vicky what was going on. At that time, Vicky had yet to receive Jiang Li's call and merely mentioned it was Shun Ku's arrangement. Shun Ku's arrangements were, after all, Jiang Li's. Though displeased, Song Chun resolved to endure the dinner. Yet, Song Jinpa's behavior grew more brazen. He ordered 2 more bottles of red wine, and, under the table, his foot persistently brushed against Song Chun's calf. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Song Chun's displeasure became evident. "Mr. Song, please maintain your decorum. I have a girlfriend." This meant he was straight and wanted no advances. To his surprise, Song Jinpa laughed heartily. "Mr. Song, why be so reserved? There are plenty of people who navigate both waters. How can you know what you dislike if you haven't experienced it?" Song Chun, eager to escape, filled his glass. "I apologize, Mr. Song, but I have work tomorrow, so I must take my leave." "Work?" Song Jinpa smirked. "Mr. Song may not realize, but accompanying me tonight is also work." "What do you mean?" Song Chun asked. Song Jinpa retrieved his phone, displaying a photo slowly before Song Chun. Upon a mere glance, Song Chun turned his face away in disgust. Despite the blurry quality, he immediately recognized the man, completely unclothed and kneeling in ecstasy, as the popular actor Su Su. A wave of nausea surged within him. Song Jinpa retracted his phone. "Rest assured, Mr. Song, while I admire you greatly, I would never force you. Let us consider ourselves friends, or else your boss Jiang Li might find herself in a difficult position. Wouldn't she?" "What do you mean?" Song Chun queried. Song Jinpa leisurely twisted his wristwatch. "Jiang Li, the gold standard agent of Xingha Media. I presume she is your girlfriend? What a pity you see her as a girlfriend. Yet she has delivered you to me. Song Chun remained silent, fixing a piercing gaze upon Song Jinpa. Song Jinpa raised his glass. She indeed possesses some skill and determination. For many years, she has been the only agent willing to risk her life to protect her artists. The opulent crystal chandelier sparkled brilliantly, but Song Chun's expression gradually dimmed. Song Jinpa smiled slyly. Would Mr. Song like to know more? Song Chun lifted his glass to clink against Song Jinpa's. Please, Mr. Song, enlighten me. Enlighten? I wouldn't dare, Song Jinpa chuckled, but I must say that Miss Jiang is truly brave. Song Jinpa recounted his past. Back in the day, his flaws were not apparent, and few in the industry were aware. At a chance gathering, he had laid eyes on Ken Shilin. In his youthful arrogance, he had boasted of taking anyone he desired, disregarding anyone's feelings. Jiang Li had no choice but to drink 5 bottles of baijiu, ultimately managing to escort Ken Shilin away unharmed. Later, he learned that Jiang Li had already called for an ambulance waiting outside before the drinking commenced. Song Jinpa had always admired bravery, hence he did not make things difficult for Ken Shilin. Yet, little did he expect that Jiang Li would transform so swiftly. First Su, then that white-haired fellow, and now you, Mr. Song, one after another sent to my bed. Song Jinpa's tone brimmed with pride. Perhaps the entertainment industry truly is a tough place to navigate. After hearing Song Jinpa's words, Song Chun felt a tightness in his chest, unable to swallow or exhale. He finally understood why Jiang Li avoided baijiu whenever possible. Shunku had also warned him several times that Jiang Li took a long time to recover from heavy drinking, sometimes days. He had always assumed Jiang Li's feelings for him might not be love, but at least affection. He had even felt fortunate for this affection, which made him stand out among the artists. But it turned out that Jiang Li's uniqueness was reserved solely for Ken Shilin. Song Jinpa observed Song Chun meaningfully. Mr. Song needn't feel any way about this. Miss Jiang was young and acted impulsively back then. However, that does not mean she does not value you. As she matures, she likely becomes more cautious and considers matters more thoroughly. Rather than concern yourself with Miss Jiang's attitude towards you, you might want to contemplate my proposal. If you join me, I cannot guarantee much, but within 2 years, I assure you your achievements will surpass Ken Shilin's without question. Is that so? Song Chun scoffed. Su has been with you for more than 2 years. Has he surpassed Ken Shilin? Oh, Mr. Song, your vision cannot be so short-sighted. Su simply lacks ambition, and moreover, his appearance is too effeminate, suitable only for period dramas, unlike your versatility. Song Chun remained silent. Song Jinpa assumed he was intrigued and intensified his persuasion. You are still young, and there's a long road ahead. In your line of work, where is true love? If you join me, and your heart still longs for Miss Jiang, you may return to her at any time. She is not someone who cannot live without you. So why must you cling to her? Song Jinpa was resolute in his pursuit, every word striking a chord with Song Chun. He was aware that Jiang Li approached him with a casual mindset. He was not oblivious to that. Yet, when the truth was laid bare before him, he was left stunned, unable to muster the strength to feel upset. Wearily, he rose from his chair. Apologies, Mr. Song, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Song Jinpa's expression suddenly changed. Song Chun, do you really want to drink the fine for refusing the toast? Have you considered the consequences of your abrupt departure? Don't think that just because Jiang Li is merely a small agent, I can't make things difficult for a big company like Xingha Media with just a word. He recalled that Song Chun had just claimed she wouldn't threaten him. Song Chun coldly turned her head. Song Jinpa nodded. That's right, I won't force you, but leaving before the meal is finished is quite disrespectful, don't you think? Upon seeing Song Jinpa's reddened face, Song Chun unexpectedly smiled. I need to use the restroom. After saying this, she turned and walked out. The smile momentarily dazzled Song Jinpa. Yet he felt no joy. Instead, an unsettling sensation rose from the depths of his heart. Song Chun's smile was both ethereal and sharp. He remembered a year when he and a few friends planned to climb Mount Everest. Due to oxygen deprivation and physical exhaustion, one of his friends was swept away by a gust of wind. Song Chun's smile reminded him of that wind. Initially imperceptible, but as time passed, it became increasingly chilling. Moreover, Song Chun's smile bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he had never dared to provoke. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Zhongzhe's number. The response was consistent with before. Song Chun was just an ordinary graduate student without any significant background. He took a sip of his drink, gradually suppressing his unease. The allure of the prey before him was so strong that it dulled his instincts honed over decades of hunting. Outside, Vicky was anxiously pacing, afraid to interrupt. When he saw Song Chun emerge, he hurried over. "Boss, Song Jinpa is a notorious lecher. Miss Jiang instructed you to avoid him at all costs. What's going on?" Song Chun's heart soared. Could this dinner not have been arranged by Jiang Li? The mere thought exhilarated him. Vicky succinctly recounted the circumstances. Song Chun remained silent and turned back inside. Vicky anxiously grabbed his arm. "Miss Jiang should be on a plane now. You need to find a way to stall." Without responding, Song Chun maintained a calm demeanor and re-entered. Song Jinpa had prepared a plethora of persuasive arguments to make Song Chun yield, but upon her return, she boldly raised her glass of red wine. "Mr. Song, I've heard the bar at the Glorious Hotel has a wonderful atmosphere. Why don't we go somewhere else for another drink?" This suggestion was exactly what Song Jinpa had hoped for. He readily agreed, eagerly finishing his drink and standing up. "Perfect, I do love another drink. After you, Mr. Song." He then intentionally placed his large hand on Song Chun's shoulder. She did not refuse. Gaining confidence, he let his arms slide down, attempting to embrace her waist. Song Chun sidestepped, but merely smiled. Song Jinpa felt assured that Song Chun had come to her senses, and his heart swelled with delight as he led her into the elevator. What could be more beautiful than a lovely evening with a captivating companion? Chapter 96. Illusion Contentedly. Song Jinpa escorted Song Chun to the bar on the ground floor. Being a members-only establishment, the clientele was sparse. They chose a secluded booth, and Song Jinpa, driven by desire, eagerly sought to bond with Song Chun. However, she showed no interest in topics beyond drinking. Despite his attempts to suggest they retreat to an upstairs room, Song Chun remained unmoved. To make matters worse, Song Chun had an exceptional tolerance for alcohol, while Song Jinpa, aging, found his own limits waning. Soon, he became dizzy. Over the years, he had frequently changed partners, most of whom had pursued him. Consequently, he had not resorted to underhanded tactics, but Song Chun was intoxicatingly captivating. After an hour of stalling, he finally grew impatient and discreetly dropped a small pill into Song Chun's glass. After more banter and toasts, Song Chun's complexion deepened under the lights. The alcohol was taking effect, and he too felt flushed. Unbeknownst to Vicky, Song Chun followed Song Jinpa into the elevator to the upstairs room. Alarmed, he wanted to follow, but lacked a reservation and could not access the elevator without a member. When Jiang Li landed, she called Vicky and Song Chun. With Song Chun's phone unavailable, Vicky's voice trembled. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Song has gone to the upstairs room with Song Jinpa." When Jiang Li arrived, Vicky was anxiously pacing at the hotel entrance. As she ascended, she asked Vicky what had transpired. Naturally, he dared not disclose that Song Chun had willingly accompanied Song Jinpa upstairs. Instead, he twisted the narrative, taking the blame. "Miss Jiang, it's all my fault. I went to the restroom, and when I returned, Mr. Song was already." Jiang Li gritted her teeth, struggling to restrain herself from slapping Vicky. First Shinka, now Vicky. Why was everyone so incompetent? She strode directly to the front desk, where a middle-aged manager approached politely. "Good evening, miss. Do you have a reservation?" "We are." Jiang Li turned her head, casting a cold glance at the manager. He quickly changed his demeanor. "Miss Jiang, I sincerely apologize. We did not receive your reservation. Do you wish to check in now?" As a frequent traveler, Jiang Li was a member of many renowned hotels. "I'll register for a room later. I need to find my artist upstairs." The lobby manager immediately grew alert. In recent years, they had seen many wealthy wives confronting infidelity. Jiang Li's urgent demeanor was indeed somewhat intimidating. She smiled faintly. "Don't worry, it's my artist." Upon hearing this, the manager relaxed. "Of course, Miss Jiang. This way, please. Song Chun, please hand me the room key. I can go up myself." In the realm of artists and agents, the latter held a parental-like authority. The manager didn't hesitate, handing over the room key with both hands. Jiang Li thanked him and entered the elevator with Shinka and Vicky. Inside, Vicky was exceedingly anxious. He had never seen such a dark and stern expression on Jiang Li's face. Shinka, however, remained composed. Vicky did Mr. Song go to the bar willingly with Song Jinpa? Vicky glanced at Jiang Li. Her expression revealed no emotion. Resolutely, he answered yes. And going upstairs, was that also voluntary? "I'm not sure. When I returned from the restroom, the boss had already gone upstairs with Song Jinpa. What about in the bar? Did Mr. Song exhibit any reluctance? It seems not. It seems not? What kind of assistant are you? These vague answers. Enough. Jiang Li suddenly turned to reprimand Shinka. Be quiet. But boss, you heard it. If Mr. Song is willing, barging in would create an awkward situation for everyone. I think it's better to call first. Before Shinka could finish, the elevator doors chimed open, and Jiang Li strode confidently down the luxurious, dimly lit corridor. The soft, wool carpet muffled her high heels completely. With measured steps, she proceeded, devoid of hesitation, as the corridor lights illuminated sequentially. Her slender silhouette elongated under the warm, golden glow, taking on a surreal form. Yet didn't T feel lonely? Suddenly, Shinka recalled the time Jiang Li had fiercely protected Qin Shilin, embodying a fearless resolve. Jiang Li had remained unchanged, always steadfast. Shinka slowed his pace, a mix of emotions swirling within him, hoping that Song Chun would not disappoint Jiang Li's noble intentions. Behind them, Vicky was bewildered. Shun? What's going on? Shinka turned, commanding, guard the elevator entrance. Don't let anyone near. If even a whisper of tonight's events escapes, we are finished. Shinka's demeanor was grave, plunging Vicky into a state of heightened alert. Jiang Li pressed the room key against the door handle, feeling as if her breath had been suspended. She dared not imagine the scene unfolding within the room. It is not that she distrusts Song Chun. Rather, she is acutely aware of Song Jinpa's cunning tactics. With a crisp sound, the door swung open. Jiang Li exhaled in relief. The safety lock had not been engaged. She cautiously stepped inside, the room enveloped in darkness. The dazzling cityscape outside the floor-to-ceiling windows cast a faint glow, illuminating the furnishings with indistinct outlines. This was the presidential suite of the hotel. Jiang Li had stayed here numerous times and was intimately familiar with its layout. The living room lay ahead. Walking past the windows and through a short, lavish corridor led directly to the bedroom. She tread lightly on the carpet, making her way towards the bedroom. Gradually, her eyes adjusted to the darkness, and her hearing sharpened. Indescribable sounds emanated from within the bedroom. Despite her mental preparation, Jiang Li's body stiffened. In that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Anger and guilt tugged at her heart, causing her pain that nearly doubled her over. She despised herself for arriving too late, for allowing Song Chun to endure such torment. In a daze, she even began to question herself, having desperately pulled Song Chun into this world, yet failing to protect her. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to save Song Chun at all costs. Countless men, once having crossed that line, could never go back. Yet, she understood that she lacked physical advantage. If Song Chun had indeed been drugged in his fury, Song Jinpa might very well beat her mercilessly before discarding her. Relying on her memory, she soon grasped a golf club. She had to act before Song Jinpa could. At that moment, she even overlooked the fact that her typically calculated self had rarely considered the consequences of such actions. Holding the golf club aloft, she cautiously approached the bedroom door. The ambiguous sound from within pounded against Jiang Li's eardrums. She exhaled a breath of frustration and tightened her grip on the doorknob. Chapter 97. The sound of the lock turning, she held her breath and concentrated, pressing down on the wrist. It felt as if she could hear the lock turning. But the next moment, she was yanked forcefully, losing her balance and tumbling into a familiar embrace. Jiang Li had no time for surprise. Her back pressed against the cold wall as Song Chun's fierce, domineering kiss descended upon her. Song Chun was too eager, like a famished wolf seizing its prey on the prairie. Just as Jiang Li felt herself slipping into unconsciousness, he reluctantly released her. His voice was hoarse, filled with suppressed frustration. Sister, you certainly arrived late. Jiang Li was shocked and elated. What on earth is happening? Song Chun traced her icy lips with his fingers. Sister, how cruel you are to consider handing me over to that old lecher. Jiang Li clutched the golf club tightly. No, listen to me. She attempted to explain, but Song Chun silenced her with another kiss, gripping her chin. Sensing the shift in momentum, Jiang Li sought to resist. But Song Chun swiftly hoisted her over his shoulder and toppled her onto the sofa. The thought of the two of them being merely a wall apart sent shivers down Jiang Li's spine. The moonlight outside cast a glow on Song Chun's face, obscuring his expression, but his swift movements in unbuttoning his shirt indicated that he was not to be trifled with at this moment. Taking a deep breath, She tried to soothe this little madman. Don't make a fuss. Let me explain. Song Chun had already discarded his tie, leaning closer. You speak your piece. Don't mind me. Jiang Li realized that reasoning with him would be futile, and she softly pleaded. Not here. Can we change rooms? Song Chun gently seized Jiang Li's hair, forcing her to look up at him. What? Is sister scared? Jiang Li remained silent. Song Chun pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Of course, who is Song Jinpa? His mere sneeze sends tremors through the entertainment industry. Countless agents endeavor to ingratiate themselves with him. Yet you, sister, time and again snatch away from his grasp. Jiang Li blinked, realizing that this clever boy had not missed a single detail. She exerted her arms, hoping to create some distance between them. She had something to say. However, in terms of height and strength, they were not on the same level. Her efforts seemed futile in Song Chun's eyes. Jiang Li remained patient. Song Chun, listen to me. I know you're angry about this, but I just found out about the situation. I promise, such a thing will never happen again, all right? Song Chun lowered his head, their foreheads touching. Then can sister tell me who intends to harm me? Jiang Li paused for a moment. She could never shift the blame onto Wu Xinghe. It was an unspoken rule in the workplace to uphold the image of one's boss at all costs. Jiang Li knew that expecting Song Chun, who had never worked a day, to grasp this principle was utterly unrealistic. She continued to reassure him. I haven't had the chance to investigate yet. Rest assured. Once I uncover the truth, I will provide you with an explanation. Okay? A long gash marred Jiang Li's lip, yet her tone remained gentle and forgiving, devoid of reproach. The pent-up anger that had brewed within Song Chun all night suddenly began to dissipate. Then, sister, did you ever consider sending anyone to Song Jinpa? Though unsatisfied with the answer, Song Chun felt a flicker of hope rise within him, longing for Jiang Li to speak the truth. He was so eager to hear her honesty that his fingertips trembled as he awaited her response. However, Jiang Li did not hesitate, her reply firm and unequivocal. No. Song Chun's gaze dimmed instantly. He should not have harbored illusions about Jiang Li's candor. Whether it was her refusal to disclose the instigator behind this incident or her denial regarding Su Su, in Jiang Li's eyes, he was merely a pawn. She was devoted only to the S-level artist she managed, not to him. Jiang Li wished to say more, but Song Chun, consumed by jealousy, was unwilling to hear her out. Frustrated and anxious, Jiang Li felt as though her heart would be torn asunder. She was terrified. Tears and sobs tugged at the fraying edges of Song Chun's sanity. She had always been resilient. Even during the harrowing experience at Emoshan, she had not cried. Song Chun had even come to believe that Jiang Li was devoid of tears. Yet now, he witnessed her tears, not in moments of ecstasy, but in vulnerability. She appeared pale, trembling all over. Her delicate arms clung to his neck, fragile as if she might slip away at any moment. Her teeth chattered, pleading, please. Song Chun, I beg you. Realizing too late, Song Chun released Jiang Li. Her outer garment had vanished without a trace. The buttons of her shirt lay scattered, and she curled her body tightly, her forehead resting on her knees, shoulders trembling like a frightened rabbit. In a flurry of concern, Song Chun picked up his coat, wrapping it around her, and hurriedly exited the room. Shen Ku had been dutifully stationed at the door. Upon seeing Song Chun emerge with Jiang Li, he showed no surprise, extending a new room key. Song Chun did not pause his stride. While making his way back, he instructed in a low voice, tell Vicky to rest. This matter no longer concerns you. Yes, Mr. Song. Shen Ku complied, but did not depart. Although dissatisfied internally, Shen Ku was still Jiang Li's confidant, and Song Chun refrained from dismissing him. Speak your mind. Mr. Song, please don't be angry. The boss truly cares about you. Today's events were unbeknownst to her. It is all my fault. Fin Giskivik. Jiang Li's heavy voice emerged from Song Chun's embrace. Shen Ku stepped forward. Attentive, boss. Return to your rest. Yes. Song Chun carried Jiang Li into the room, gently seating her on the sofa. Reaching for the wall lamp to turn it on. Would you like to take a shower? Jiang Li rubbed her temples. I'm fine. Song Chun knelt before her, like a docile kitten, repeatedly brushing his forehead against Jiang Li's chin. Jiang Li felt a tingling sensation at her chin as she tenderly stroked the back of Song Chun's fluffy head. Not going mad? Song Chun's voice was muffled. You're not being honest with me. Jiang Li, secretly grinding her teeth, realized that this little one was indeed difficult to deceive. Chapter 98. Cleaning up after you. Jiang Li understood that Song Chun was soft-hearted and not one to respond to harshness. Her previous demeanor had been 3 parts genuine and 7 parts feigned, yet she had successfully managed to hold Song Chun in check. She gently stroked Song Chun's head. What do you wish to know? You have saved Qinshiling as well. Yes, Jiang Li nodded. We were young then. I couldn't just stand by and watch him walk into danger. But what about now? Song Chun's eyes were tightly shut, her cheeks rubbing against Jiang Li's embrace. Their position was intimate and warm, devoid of any carnal desire. Jiang Li's fingers wove through Song Chun's hair, her voice soft and soothing. Although we are no longer young, I still wish for your safety and well-being. Have you forgotten that I promised you before signing that I would never let you come to harm? Song Chun nodded gently. Is that why you were upset with me? Jiang Li inquired further. Song Chun shook her head, pondering for a moment. Jiang Li, tell me about Su Su. Jiang Li instantly understood. Song Jinpa had struck at the heart, and Song Chun, unwilling to yield, was deliberately provoking him with Su Su. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Li's eyes, though her tone remained gentle. Su Su approached him on her own accord. While I wished to protect her, I also respected an artist's ambition to reach greater heights. Song Chun was taken aback by Jiang Li's candidness, feeling a surge of emotion. However, before she could revel in her delight, Jiang Li continued, her tone filled with boundless affection. Therefore, if you have any thoughts, you must tell me at once. Song Chun remained silent. Jiang Li, despite her intricate scheming, could not escape this predicament. Song Chun seized her with one hand and tossed her heavily onto the bed, playfully tormenting her. Afterward, despite feeling utterly exhausted, Jiang Li dared not close her eyes. She gently peeled away the arm resting on her waist and stealthily made her way to the bathroom. Upon returning, she found Song Chun draped in a bathrobe. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Li tightened her grip on her phone. Why are you still awake? And you? Song Chun replied. Jiang Li fell silent, simply touching her nose. Song Chun patted the space beside her on the sofa. This gesture was one Jiang Li frequently employed, laden with comfort and affection. Unable to resist, Jiang Li walked over with a smile. What is going on? Who are you calling so late? Song Chun cast a glance at the phone in Jiang Li's hand. Jiang Li did not conceal her intentions. Cleaning up after you. Even without verbal confirmation, Jiang Li surmised that Song Chun had certainly switched the cup of drugged wine meant for her. She likely found some random person to offer to Song Jinpa. Such a prank would undoubtedly breed resentment within Song Jinpa. Jiang Li knew she had to resolve this matter before he awakened. Otherwise, both Song Chun and Xinghe Media would face significant trouble. And what do you plan to do? Song Chun asked. Jiang Li offered a comforting glance. Don't worry about it. I have my ways. Are you planning to drink 5 more gin of white wine? Song Chun sat up straight, feeling inexplicably agitated at the thought. Jiang Li felt a twinge of guilt. I heard he has a niece who has been trying to break into the entertainment industry, but her looks are rather ordinary, and she has a penchant for being difficult, thus offending everyone in the industry, leaving no one willing to hire her. These troubled artists are a burden. It's hardly worth it. What if I have a better plan? After saying this, Song Chun casually handed Jiang Li an envelope. What is this? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Li. Song Chun raised her chin slightly. Jiang Li opened the envelope and was taken aback, laughing in disbelief. Song Chun, your boldness is astounding. Do you really think these few photos can coerce Song Jinpa into submission? Can't it? I heard he is getting married. Of course not. Jiang Li shook her head. Let me ask you, which type of marriage do you think is stronger? One built on love or one devoid of it? Certainly one built on love. Wrong. Jiang Li replied firmly. The most fragile marriages are those that believe they are rooted in love. For love is the most elusive of emotions. One can love today and cease to do so tomorrow. In contrast, marriages bound by mutual interest are far more resilient. What do you mean? Jiang Li failed to notice the dullness in Song Chun's eyes, instead adopting a tone of a wise elder, earnestly advising her. Indeed, Song Jinpa's marriage falls under the latter, a commercial union. They are intertwined. What you possess poses no threat to his fiancée. Furthermore, no media outlet would dare to publish this material. For someone of Song Jinpa's caliber, such things are commonplace. If pursued seriously, no one would escape unscathed. And what about this? Song Chun retrieved her phone. I have yet to compile the information. I simply haven't had the time. Jiang Li took it, and upon glancing at the screen, her eyes brightened. Where did you get this? Song Chun replied nonchalantly. A friend happens to be investigating Song Jinpa's taxes. Jiang Li remained silent, carefully examining the details. Song Chun rested her head on her arm. intrigued by the changes in Jiang Li's expression. Can this be used against him? Absolutely it can. Jiang Li's eyes widened as she focused intently on the figures, her crimson tongue tracing her lips. Song Chun's throat tightened. Shall I go? Or will you? I will go. You need not show your face. Jiang Li instructa quietly. But I can't sleep. Song Chun pulled Jiang Li into an embrace. Jiang Li gently pushed him away. Stop it. I'm tired. Just a little bit. Song Chun tightened his hold on Jiang Li, who could only acquiesce to his whims. Yet, he did not press further. Instead, he lifted her onto the bed, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. You've been running around all night. Take a moment to rest. It's still early. His soft-spoken words were deeply touching. Jiang Li buried her face in Song Chun's neck, inhaling his unique scent, feeling an overwhelming sense of security in that moment. Song Jinpa had a splendid night's sleep, but upon waking, he found that the person beside him was not Song Chun. Enraged, he kicked the young boy off the bed. Who are you? Why are you here? The boy was merely a fishing enthusiast from the bar, unaware of Song Jinpa's identity, judging him only by his exquisite attire. Song Jinpa's reaction led the boy to believe he was trying to evade responsibility, so he leisurely stood up, exuding an air of confidence. Boss, this isn't fair to you, is it? Who are you? What is fair or unfair? Having frequented the nightlife, the boy had encountered all manner of clients. Song Jinpa's nervousness immediately made him realize he had hooked a big fish. With a light-hearted tone, he continued, Boss, I'm just trying to make a living. Please don't resist so much. Song Jinpa, who had prided himself on his elegance throughout his life, was now faced with such a vulgar individual, and his embarrassment turned to rage. He threw his wallet at the boy. Take whatever you want. The boy bent down to pick up the wallet, extracting the cash within. It was quite a generous amount, and he expressed his gratitude, satisfied as he made his way out. Song Jinpa, still fuming, spat. What bad luck. The boy paused abruptly. Chapter 99. Greed. The cash given by Song Jinpa was substantial, as the boy had initially sought financial gain. Although his line of work was looked down upon, the blatant disregard for responsibility displayed by the customers still irked him. He sniffed and turned back to glare at Song Jinpa, irritated by the boy's gaze. Song Jinpa waved his hand dismissively. What are you looking at? Get lost. The boy stood his ground, unyielding, in a fit of anger. Song Jinpa grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table and hurled it at him. The boy, quick on his feet, dodged, and the wine splattered across the floor. As Song Jinpa simmered with indignation, he was about to advance for another strike when the boy executed a swift, sweeping kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. The boy swiftly retrieved his phone and dialed number. Brother Who, there's a scoundrel here wanting to feast for free. With Song Jinpa's head pinned beneath the boy's foot, he trembled with rage, not out of fear of the boy's accomplices, but rather from the embarrassment of this disgraceful incident. Softening his tone, he queried, What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? The boy ground his foot down, causing Song Jinpa's forehead to throb painfully. Old man, you ought to inquire about me. It's my first time encountering someone as arrogant as you in all my years on the streets, daring to strike. I've already paid you. What more do you want? Paid? Who said you paid? The boy shot back. Where's the evidence? Realizing he had met a formidable opponent, Song Jinpa attempted to negotiate. Let us talk this out. How much do you want? The boy grinned confidently. 100,000. 100,000? Song Jinpa panicked. Boy, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Stop wasting time. Either pay up or wait for my brothers to arrive. If they come, it won't be a matter of mere money. You might even find yourself spending a few days in a cell. Song Jinpa recognized the gravity of the boy's words. A tinge of fear crept in, but pride held him back. Just as they reached an impasse, a knock echoed at the door. They exchanged glances, both suspecting the other was summoning reinforcements. Fine, I'll pay you. Song Jinpa turned towards the door. But you must promise to leave immediately after receiving the money. Of course, the boy replied with a grin. Song Jinpa stood up, adjusted his robe, and said, Step aside. Let me see who's at the door first. Irritated, he flung the door open to find Jiang Li, holding a file folder, beaming at him. President Song, long time no see. It took Song Jinpa several seconds to gather his thoughts. Ah, Miss Jiang, what a cunning scheme. His misunderstanding led him to believe Jiang Li had sent the boy as a ruse to extort money from him. Jiang Li, thinking he was referring to Song Chun's escape, responded, President Song, shall we have a chat? What is there to discuss? I'll give you the 100,000, but you all need to leave at once. Confused, Jiang Li asked, What 100,000? Fuming, Song Jinpa pulled out a check from his bag, signed it hastily, and, throwing open the curtains, tossed the check at the boy's feet. "Get out of my sight." The boy picked up the cash, grinning as he said, "Until we meet again." "Stop." Jiang Li called out, "Who are you?" Before the boy could respond, Song Jinpa shot a glacial stare at Jiang Li. "Miss Jiang, spare me the act. I've hunted eagles all my life, only to have one peck out my eye." Jiang Li scrutinized the boy before saying, "You can leave, but the check stays." The boy's expression hardened. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. There are laws in this country, and you cannot manipulate the situation to your advantage." The boy suddenly grasped Jiang Li's implication. Last night, when Song Chun was handed over to Song Jinpa, the payment had already been made. His actions were indeed against the rules, yet he was not willing to back down after being humiliated. Jiang Li approached him slowly, delicately grasping the check from his hand, and whispered something in his ear. The boy immediately released his grip, as if the check had burned him. He took a step back and turned to leave. "Stop!" Jiang Li called after him. The boy protested. "What more do you want?" Jiang Li commanded, "Delete the photos from your phone." Both Song Jinpa and the boy widened their eyes in shock. The boy hesitated, then threw his phone at Jiang Li with malice. Song Jinpa snatched it away, opened the gallery, and nearly fainted from rage. Trembling, he deleted the photos. Jiang Li accessed the cloud storage and erased the backup images before finally allowing the boy to leave. As the door clicked shut, Jiang Li placed the check back on the coffee table. "President Song, shall we converse?" With a sneer, Song Jinpa arrogantly replied, "Miss Jiang, there is nothing for us to discuss. If you have something to say, take it up with your President Wu." "Please, President Song, I will certainly apologize to President Wu. But as old acquaintances, there is something I must present for your inspection." After speaking, Jiang Li pushed the file folder towards him. Assuming she intended to use the photos as leverage, he scoffed. "Miss Jiang, do you think those trivial images can harm me? You are rather naive." Jiang Li slightly shook her head. "Do you really think so little of me?" Song Jinpa's disdain was palpable. "What do you mean?" She lifted her chin. "You'll understand once you see." As he flipped through the pages, his growing alarm, accompanied by beads of sweat on his forehead, left him feeling weak, ultimately collapsing onto the sofa. "What do you want from me?" Jiang Li spoke earnestly. "President Song, I desire nothing from you. I merely wish for us to forget all that has transpired before today. Furthermore, I kindly request that you keep your distance from the artists under my management." Realization dawned on Song Jinpa. "Miss Jiang, you are willing to offend me for the sake of an artist. What do you hope to gain? That is not your concern." "Very well. I've only heard of men risking everything for a woman's favor, but I never expected a lady like you to possess such fortitude." Jiang Li remained silent, maintaining her composed smile. "I believe you are a wise man, President Song. Today's events will remain between us." Song Jinpa scrutinized her, finally nodding in agreement. Jiang Li rose gracefully. "I apologize for the intrusion, President Song." With that, she turned elegantly towards the door. "Miss Jiang," Song Jinpa suddenly called out. Jiang Li turned back. With a sinister tone, Song Jinpa warned, "Is it worth it to offend me for a mere pup?" Jiang Li's face, once smiling, now bore a frosty expression. "President Song, please choose your words carefully. My friend is named Song Chun." The two stood in silent confrontation. After a pause, Song Jinpa spoke first. "I hope Miss Jiang keeps her word." "Naturally," Jiang Li replied, opening the door and striding out, unfazed by the cacophony of chaos that erupted behind her.